My wife and daughter kicked me out of the house. After the divorce, I rebuilt my career and made them regret it. I am William Sheen. My wife Seline took our daughter to the box prepared by Yue Guang for them, leaving me alone at home. I decisively chose to divorce, leave the house, and return to being single. But my wife made a bet with the person next to her that the free babysitter would definitely come home within 24 hours. He was just retreating to advance. But day after day, she still didn't get an apology from me, and she started to panic. I want them to understand that losing me is the greatest loss. Chapter 1. Let's get a divorce. I looked at the cold dinner on the table, without a trace of emotion in my heart, and my voice was calmer than I thought. The house that was originally full of laughter and joy suddenly became silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on me. William, what did you just say? My wife Celine's voice sounded a little stunned. Divorce? You want to divorce my sister? Sister-in-law Monica's voice suddenly rose. Her eyes almost rolled up to the sky. Mother-in-law snorted coldly. You'd better do this. Don't say it. You don't want a divorce. I listened to her voice, and my heart gradually cooled down as if nothing mattered to me anymore. My 4-year-old daughter Penny pulled Celine's hand and asked innocently, Mom, if you divorce Dad, can Uncle Chi be my dad? Mom, I like Uncle Chi. Her voice was clear, as if she didn't realize anything was wrong. Uncle Chi is the CEO. He's rich, and he doesn't care if I can't eat this or that. I closed my eyes, feeling a dull pain in my heart. He bought me 2 platinum ice creams last time. They were delicious. Grandma said that only rich people like Uncle Chi can afford this kind of platinum ice cream. Poor people like Dad can't afford it. That's enough. Celine scolded her daughter in a low voice. She turned around and looked at me with a colder look in her eyes. You want a divorce, right? Is it because my mother didn't come back for dinner on her birthday? I looked at her cold eyes, and the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time finally burst out. I know you cooked a large table of food, and you are resentful, but the plan changed at the last minute. What can I do? She continued with confidence. My mother met Dennis on the way, and he insisted on inviting her to Guanlon Pavilion for dinner, knowing that your mother always wanted to go. What about taking your daughter to have ice cream with Dennis? I couldn't help but ask. The halfway. He insisted on treating Chang to ice cream. What could I do? Whenever she used what could I do to evade me, I only felt heavier in my heart. I don't want to live like this anymore. I took a deep breath and made up my mind. Celine, let's negotiate a divorce agreement. She was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. Okay, if you want a divorce, you have to leave the house with nothing. You can't take a penny from my Lin family. You can't take the real estate under my name, and you can't take the shares of all my dance studios. I looked at her arrogant look and nodded calmly. Okay. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes, but I didn't waver. You can't take my daughter away either. Okay. I continued. She gritted her teeth and finally added, not only that, my daughter has to change her surname to Lin like me. Okay. I looked at her with sincere eyes. You suffered a lot to give birth to Chung, and you even had a near-death experience on the day of her birth. Chung should have your last name. Her face became more and more angry, and she suddenly swept away all the food on the table, furious. William, let me ask you, do you really want to divorce me? Yes, I answered firmly. A loveless marriage is like a cage. I don't want to live like this anymore. She seemed unable to believe it and suddenly became furious. No love? No love. William, how dare you say you don't love me? Why don't you love me? Her voice became louder and louder. Without me, would you be able to live in your current villa? Her words made me recall the time we spent together. Without me, you would be nothing more than an adopted son kicked out by the Chin family, a waste who would have to sleep on the street. Every word she said was like a knife, stabbing into my heart. If I hadn't had sex with you when I was drunk that day, and had Chung, do you think you would be qualified to live in such a good house and enjoy these superior conditions? How dare you tell me that you don't love me? Her eyes were full of questioning and confusion. I lowered my head and didn't answer. At that time, my heart was already broken. Celine continued. William, have you forgotten what you said when you married me? You said you would love me with your life, but now you tell me that you don't love me anymore. I didn't answer, feeling empty inside. She was right, I had promised, but our relationship had changed over the years. I'm tired, Celine, I whispered. You've worked hard, but I can't love you anymore. She paused for a moment, still unable to hide her anger. Do you really not love me anymore? I looked at her in silence and said nothing more. Let's end it. It's good for both of us. I finally made a decision without any hesitation. Tomorrow I will make breakfast for Changsheng and you for the last time, and then I will leave. Her eyes became calm in an instant, but I could see the anger and unwillingness in her heart. I knew you would be reluctant to leave me. She sneered. How could you not love me? Her voice became increasingly distant, and I did not respond. The next morning, I was preparing to leave. My mother-in-law's roar rang out again. William, what time is it? Why don't you come down to make breakfast? Do you want to starve me to death? This roar made me more determined to leave. I pulled my suitcase and walked toward the new life. Chapter 2. I walked downstairs with my suitcase, mentally prepared. This time, I really wanted to leave and never look back. I'm leaving today, so I won't make breakfast. I said calmly. What? You don't make breakfast? Who will? Celine's mother Jessica's reaction was much bigger than I expected. You can ask the servants to do it. It's not that the Lin family can't afford servants. I answered, my voice still calm. The Lin family did have the means to hire a servant, but they asked me to do the things that should have been done by the servants. Cooking, taking care of the children, tending the garden, cleaning, all these tasks seem to be unconditionally undertaken by me because I married their daughter. Over the years, I've had almost no time to do my own things. I often want to take on some design orders, but I have no time at all. Every minute of my time is occupied. At this time, my sister-in-law Monica came downstairs rubbing her sleepy eyes. Seeing me pulling the suitcase, she sneered. Okay, William, I think you've got a pretty good idea of what a woman does when she cries, makes a fuss, and threatens to commit suicide. The suitcases are out, and the props are fully prepared, she said as she walked towards the kitchen, her voice full of disdain. Mom, please don't waste your breath on him. Monica continued. How could he really leave? He's just my sister's #1 liquor. How could he get divorced? You are the ones who were deceived by him. I married Seline. They could all see that I spoiled her to no end. I was willing to do anything for her. Even my older, single sister-in-law, Monica, thought I spoiled her too much. She never believed I would leave Seline. Monica walked into the kitchen and was stunned when she saw the 2 breakfasts. The piggy bank bun was for my little niece, and the avocado salad sandwich was obviously for her sister. Hey, William, where's my breakfast? Monica walked into the living room with her hands on her hips, speaking in a bad tone. I didn't prepare it. I simply answered. I really don't have any good feelings towards her sister-in-law who is constantly picky and has no sense of boundaries. She smiled and poked my shoulder. You've grown wings, haven't you? William, don't forget, you eat from our Lin family. We're from our Lin family. And yet you dare not make breakfast for us. At this time, Seline came downstairs with her daughter. When she heard this, she didn't say anything, but just pushed her daughter to my side and said, braid her hair. We're going to be late. I held back the disappointment in my heart and forced myself to suppress the helplessness. I knew the relationship was about to end, but I still had a glimmer of hope. I once hinted to Seline and Monica about my disrespect for me, but she always smiled and said, why do you have to argue with her? It's normal for an old maid who can't get married to feel unhappy and say a few words. It's always like this, and it's useless for me to say anything. She thinks these are trivial matters, and I will just be regarded as a brainless fool. I put my daughter in the dining chair and asked her, do you want to tie your hair into a bun? Okay, I'll tie my hair into 2 buns. She lowered her head to eat. When she lowered her head, her hair was pulled and her brows furrowed. Dad, do you know how to do it? You hurt me. Why are you so clumsy? I was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything. I felt a little pain in my heart that this little girl who had grown up in my arms would say such a thing. I also tried to educate her, but every time the Lin family said I was petty and didn't care about a child. Gradually, she no longer had awe of me and even began to disrespect me. Seline sat opposite, eating breakfast leisurely, but her eyes were always fixed on the tablet, and she didn't seem to care whether what her daughter said was problematic or not. Soon, the bun was done. Penny looked at herself in the mirror and pouted. It doesn't look good. Dad, you take it off and help me comb it into a single bun again. Okay. I couldn't help but smile and agreed to her. I've long been accustomed to such scenes. Everyone seems to think that this is what I should do. As a husband and a father, I should have enough patience to do these things. But everyone forgets that I have no more dignity. When I retied my daughter's hair, she suddenly looked up as if she remembered something. Dad, are you really going to leave? Her eyes were very much like her mother's, bright and beautiful. I nodded, and my heart ached. Great. She clapped her hands. This way, Uncle Chi can be my dad. These words pierced my heart like a sharp knife. My face turned pale instantly. I didn't dare to look at Seline, but she still didn't react. She thought it was just a child's joke and not worth mentioning. I smiled bitterly, holding back the pain in my heart, and reached out to touch my daughter's head. Congratulations, you'll have a new father in the future. I am leaving today and will not come to pick you up again. But you must remember not to go with strangers. You are lactose intolerant and cannot eat ice cream containing milk. Before I could finish, my daughter interrupted me. I don't like what you said. Please leave now. I just like to eat platinum ice cream. Only poor people would say that platinum ice cream is not good. I felt a pang in my heart again, but I didn't say anything. Seline finally put down the report and looked at me coldly. Are you sure you want to leave today? I nodded. Yes. Goodbye. Her tone was as cold as ice. But if you leave this house today, it won't be easy to come back in the future. I knew what she meant, but I still insisted. Thank you for giving birth to my daughter. I turned around and pulled my suitcase to leave. Wait. Monica suddenly blocked my way. I stood in a hurry and too close to her, and was immediately distracted by her charming smile. She suddenly leaned over and tried to grab my suitcase. My expression suddenly changed, and I said coldly, Don't go too far. But Monica still ignored me and bent over to grab the suitcase. I wanted to stop her, but when I saw her low-cut tank top, I felt complicated and quickly turned my face away. She took the opportunity to open the suitcase and rummage through it. Look, you still dare to say that you didn't take anything from our Lin family. She took out an emerald jade and held it high, as if to take credit. Chapter 3. As soon as Monica's voice sounded, everyone's eyes were focused on the jade in her hand. It was a rectangular piece of jade, carved with a lifelike floating dragon, with sharp claws and a coiled dragon body. Every carving was extremely delicate. Jessica's eyes lit up when she saw the jadeite. The quality of this jadeite is absolutely amazing. Frank couldn't help but stroke the dragon carved on the jadeite and said with emotion, This jadeite is probably priceless in the market, at least 70 or 80 million. I saw this jadeite last year. It cost nearly 100 million, but the color is much worse than this one. Hearing this, Jessica couldn't help but laugh at Seline. Why didn't you tell us that we bought such a good thing and gave it to him cheaply? Penny looked at the jade, pointed at it, and said with a smile, Shame on you, Daddy stole Mom's things. Seline frowned slightly, walked over, and looked at the jade, with a puzzled look on her face. I didn't buy this jade. I suddenly felt a chill and reached out to take back the jade that belonged to me. Monica quickly blocked my action and cautiously held the jade close to her chest, her eyes full of vigilance. How could you have such a thing? I took a deep breath and said, This jade is mine. How is that possible? Monica laughed. The Chin family's servant gave it to you? Are you lying? She looked at Seline again and said sarcastically, Think about it again. Didn't you buy this jade? Maybe you bought too many things and forgot about it. Seline looked down at the jade and suddenly realized how special it was. I never bought this jade. Her words made me feel powerless, but I insisted. This jade is indeed mine. Back then, the Chin family's child and I were switched, and the Chin family's nanny found this jade on me. She was afraid that the truth would be revealed, so she hid the jadeite and didn't give it to me until I left the Chin family. I continued. There was a line of small words engraved on the back of the jadeite, wishing my son a smooth life, turning into a dragon when encountering water, walking like a dragon and stroking like a tiger, and all his wishes will be granted. Monica took the jade and turned it over. She was a little surprised when she saw the engraving. It really is. I held out my hand and said firmly, This jade has a special meaning to me. I can't give it to you. Monica pressed the jade even tighter and sneered. Aren't you a man? You are so reluctant to give this piece of jade to my sister and daughter? You didn't even have a decent ring when you got married, and now you are divorced and you are reluctant to give away this little thing. I was furious and said in a low voice, This jade is my proof of my recognition of my relationship. Monica placed the jade on Penny's neck with disdain. Chung, this is given to you by your father. I wish you a smooth life and a life of success. Seline looked at the scene, hesitant to speak, and finally lowered her head silently. I said firmly, No, I can give you other things, but not this jade. Until the child reaches adulthood, I still have the obligation to support him, and I will also pay the alimony ordered by the court. Monica laughed. You have been out of work for 5 years. Who have you relied on? Do you know how much Chungqing spends every year? You can only be an art student. What can you do? I responded calmly. Then let's wait and see what the court decides. I will fulfill my responsibilities according to the law. Penny fiddled with the jade pendant around her neck impatiently. It's so ugly, I don't want it. I felt a pang of pain when I saw my daughter's attitude. I couldn't help but sigh as I picked up the jade. While I was packing my luggage, Monica took out another photo frame and sneered at Seline. You said you didn't have any in your heart, but you took your photos with you when you left home? Hearing this, Selene's expression finally eased a little. Without saying anything, I took the family photo from her and stuffed it into the suitcase. This is my only memory of this marriage. I whispered. I was not angry, just exhausted. I was ready to end this relationship. I pulled my suitcase and prepared to leave this former home. The moment I walked out of the villa, I felt refreshed, as if I had regained my freedom. Monica's voice sounded behind me. I bet you'll come back in disgrace in one day at most. I didn't look back, but kept walking forward, ignoring her sarcasm. After walking a few steps, Frank suddenly caught up with me and stuffed 20,000 yuan in my pocket. Here, use it first. Dad has no use for it. This is just some of his own pocket money. I push him away. No, Dad, Seline and I are really over. We can't go on. Frank obviously didn't want to believe it, but he insisted, you are more courageous than me. You did what I didn't dare to do all these years. I nodded and said nothing more. When Frank returned to the villa, Jessica's eyes followed me closely. What did you do? I didn't respond to her and left with my suitcase. Chapter 4. I'll go and give William a lesson. Frank's eyes flickered. Don't go too far. If you still want William to come back, don't go too far. Men need dignity. Jessica twisted his arm angrily. You are the one who wanted him to come back. I don't care. Their Seline is so outstanding. Now Dennis has come to show his affection. Only if Seline leaves that poor guy can she marry into the chief family. Frank looked at his daughter. Seline, listen to Dad. Dennis can abandon you once, and he can abandon you a second time. He is not a good match. Bah, Jessica sneered. If young Master Chi isn't a good match, then that poor guy is? Look at you. What have you done to Lin's real estate? The Lin family is now just an empty shell. We have to rely on the Chi family to turn things around before we have a chance. Frank rubbed his twisted arm and whispered, maybe William is really a rich young man. The jadeite just now is very valuable. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. I tell you, don't despise a poor young man. He paused and continued. Although William has a good temper, he is emotionally stable and has a steady heart. How can such a person be bad when he enters society? Monica rolled her eyes. Dad, in today's society, if you don't have a background or connections, even if you work hard until you die, your car will not be as good as Dennis's. Penny nodded. Grandma said Uncle Chi's car is 10 times bigger than Mom's. Seline was a little unhappy. Mom, why do you always tell the kids this? Jessica sneered. Isn't what I said, right? I just hope that my granddaughter will have eyes on her forehead since she is young, unlike her mother, who always brings back a bunch of worthless men. With a sneer on her face, she said, if William is really that rich young man, I'll take off my head and let you guys kick it around like a ball. It's just a piece of jade, but you guys are praising it to the sky. Monica agreed. Yes, the quality is average. Maybe it was painted with brightener. Seline was silent at this moment, her eyes a little dazed. Monica looked at her and bumped her elbow. Hey, are you still thinking about William? Who said I miss him? Seline overreacted and her face darkened. Monica smiled, with a look of understanding. It's normal even if you don't want to let him go. William is handsome and has a good job. Selene's face suddenly turned gloomy. How did you know? Monica didn't care. What's the big deal? Every time I pass by your room, I can hear your voices. If William wasn't doing well, would you do that? You always say he's great in that aspect in front of your girlfriends. Seline looked a little uncomfortable and lowered her head. We have what is called a normal married life. Monica raised her eyebrows. Don't think about it. I bet that within 3 days, William will find an excuse to come back. Even if it's not to see the child, there must be other reasons. She said firmly, he will never divorce you. If he really divorces you, I will do a live broadcast of eating shit while standing upside down. Seline was still arrogant. I'm not worried. Where can he find a better wife than me? At this time, a scream came from the kitchen. Jessica was scalded while making breakfast. She angrily overturned the whole pot of porridge. Frank walked into the kitchen and saw the mess on the floor. He just said, you clean it up. It's all William's fault. He left without making breakfast. Jessica walked out angrily. Seeing this, Seline felt annoyed and her eyes were a little cold. On the other hand, I left the Lin family and went to a real estate agency to rent a house in the suburbs. The house was a single-family house with a small yard. It looked a bit run down and dilapidated. The landlord knew that I was willing to do the renovations myself, so he agreed to rent it to me at a low price. After I finished tidying up the house, I made an appointment with my buddy Oscar to meet at the bar. Oscar and I were both adopted, but the family that adopted him was very kind. We had similar backgrounds and got along very well, so we became good friends. Oscar arrived at the bar and teased me as soon as we met. "Why are you free to date me today? Aren't you afraid that your tigress will know?" I took a sip of the cocktail and said calmly, "I have filed for divorce from your sister-in-law." Oscar almost spit out his wine. "We should have divorced long ago. With a woman like that." I didn't say anything else and just drank the wine in one gulp. I always protect the image of my wife and daughter outside, and I never tell outsiders about family matters. But after I got drunk that time, I accidentally let the matter slip. Soon, a group of people from the band came in. Brother Chuan, a man with an electric guitar, patted my shoulder and teased, "How dare you come to the bar? Aren't you afraid that your wife will pull your ears?" I raised my glass, signaling everyone to stop teasing me. Oscar couldn't help but mouth to them, "Divorce." Guitarist Ben was stunned. "Brother Chuan, really? Are you really going to divorce?" I nodded, and Ben's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the electric guitar excitedly. "We're going to perform on stage today. Do you want to be the lead singer? Let's revisit the band we played in college. If you weren't divorced, I wouldn't dare to invite you, for fear of having to explain myself when I get home." Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel bitter. These brothers had accompanied me through a glorious time, but Seline didn't like them, and I gradually distanced myself from them after I got married. "Come on, Chuan, you don't know how bad Ben's singing is." "That's right," the others echoed. Ben pretended to raise his fist. "Okay, let's have a try." I put down my glass and went on stage with my bandmates. At this moment, I didn't notice a burning gaze in the corner of the bar, staring at me. At this moment, Seline was being pulled by Monica and was walking towards the bar. Chapter 5. Standing on stage, the lights around me made me squint slightly. I knew that at this moment, all eyes were focused on me. I couldn't help but smile and gently held the microphone in my hand. "Who is this? Is he the new lead singer?" Many women in the bar began to whisper, obviously curious about my appearance. "The little brother is so handsome, and he even looks like a married man. I really want to flirt with him. What an attractive man. I'll ask for his WeChat ID later." But there were also some skeptical voices. "Can such a delicate guy sing rock and roll?" I know that some people don't think highly of me, but it doesn't matter. I'm ready to face their gazes. The bassist on the stage whispered, "Brother Chuan, is he okay? He hasn't sung for a long time." I couldn't help but smile and turn to look at Ben. "Don't worry. If he can't do it, who can?" The electronic music started, and I took a deep breath. I relaxed my body and began to sway to the rhythm of the music. At that moment, I seemed to be back in college, when I was full of passion and fearless. Then, my voice began to sound deep, rich, and full of penetration. I walked through gloomy forests, frozen streams, and the bottom of the sea full of fish. My voice was like a sharp knife, splitting the air in the bar and instantly catching everyone's ears. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire bar was ignited. The crowd began to sway to the music, with excited screams coming one after another. I looked at the electric guitarist Ben and the old team members, and they gave me a knowing smile. There was no need for too many words between us, just a tacit understanding of music. I sang and danced, and sweat began to form on my forehead, but the feeling of release made me feel extremely happy. This scene was almost the same as when I was in college. Music had completely become a part of me. I think this love has long been broken into pieces. The surging tide made me retreat and then washed into the mud. The audience began to sing along with my rhythm. The atmosphere became more and more heated, and the owner of the bar also noticed something was wrong and walked out. Her eyes focused on me, and she was obviously shocked. Although we had worked together with this band several times, today's performance was completely different. This kid will be famous. Her eyes flashed with interest, and the corners of her mouth raised a smile. "Boss, how about signing him as a long-term resident singer?" "Sign. I'll sign him no matter how much money he offers. This kid will definitely be a cash cow." The bar owner's eyes revealed deep expectations. She could almost see my future. At this time, the performance on the stage was over, and Ben suggested changing to a gentle style of music. "Let's play a slow song to give everyone a different feeling." I know that Ben wanted to prove that our band can not only sing rock, but also handle slow songs. My heart moved, and I looked at Ben, and our tacit understanding was self-evident. Soon, a slow and affectionate song, "Wandering with You," sounded, and the song slowly penetrated into everyone's heart. Sometimes the moonlight can take away the sadness of love. The audience immediately quieted down, and everyone's hearts were deeply attracted by this moving song. This little brother seems to have a story. Yes, I really want to heal him. I can feel the resonance, as if every word is telling my own thoughts. At this time, Seline, who had just walked into the bar, was also attracted by the singing, and her eyes instantly fell on me. Her sister Monica looked at her and smiled. How is it not bad? Right, I knew this bar was very classy. Seline wanted to turn around and leave, but when she saw me singing on the stage, she hesitated. No, forget it, let's go back. She clutched her bag tightly, looking a little uneasy. But Monica insisted, since you are here, just relax and stop thinking about William. Seline didn't resist after all, and followed her sister into the bar. Monica smiled and said, look at this resident singer. His voice is good enough to participate in the competition. He will definitely win a prize. When she looked up at me on the stage, her eyes froze for a moment. William! Seline's body trembled slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I was sitting on a high iron chair, with a perfect match of white shirt and black trousers, and my voice was low and full of emotion. My singing was heart-wrenching, as if I had poured all my emotions into it. It's almost night, and the only objection is the moon. I seemed to see her eyes gradually soften, and the stubbornness and pride in her heart seemed to meld away quietly at this moment. Monica gently bumped her elbow. See, I knew William couldn't forget you. Seline's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the turmoil in her heart became stronger. She began to believe that William's singing was telling her of his unspoken love. As the song ended, Seline's emotions gradually calmed down. She walked confidently to the stage, ready to find me. However, the one who was faster than her was the bar owner Ivy, who walked up to me in red shorts, black stockings, and high heels, holding a business card in her hand. Hi, I'm Ivy, the boss here, and I want to hire you as a long-term resident singer. Suddenly, Seline rushed up and shouted angrily, Stop! Don't touch my husband. Chapter 6. Seline, our relationship is over, and all that's left is to go through the formalities. As for the letter of apology, I won't write it. I protected you just now out of my sense of responsibility to my family. Don't get me wrong. I tried to keep my tone calm. Monica laughed disdainfully. Misunderstanding? You just sang like you were really singing for my sister. I almost cried. I didn't bother to pay attention to her sarcasm. I took out my phone, turned to Seline, and asked, Do you have a car? Do you want me to help call a designated driver or Dee? No need. Seline glared at me. Don't try to play hard to get. You might get into trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the parking lot with her high heels and arrogant steps. I stood there and watched them leave. I didn't plan to go back to the bar until their car drove away completely. As I turned around, I saw the disappointment in Oscar's eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Don't go. Ben and the others are furious, and it's useless for you to say anything now, Oscar said in a heavy tone. I sighed and nodded. Then let's wait for them to calm down. Oscar glared at me fiercely. Get in the car. He said, opened the Neo parked nearby, and sat in himself. I followed him and just fastened my seatbelt when Oscar said in a resentful tone, I just treated those people to a drink. You should pay for it. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. At least he was still on my side in his heart. Okay, remember. Oscar started the car, then suddenly turned it off. He glanced at me sideways, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Brother, I'm really disappointed. Why did you reject Ben? You know how much he needs you. I know he cares about me, but I can't help feeling a little complicated. Oscar, I've thought about it carefully, and being in a band is not my future direction. I studied fine arts, and I still hope to do something related to my major. I already have a plan for my future. Oscar's eyes lit up after hearing this. You rejected Ben, not because of Seline? Of course not. I shook my head. I rejected it because I don't want the band to hinder my career plan. Rejoining them means performing in many places, and I have to take care of so many things, which is not good for my future development. I understand. Oscar nodded. But why did you protect her just now? I smiled helplessly. Oscar, we haven't signed the divorce agreement yet. In name, she is still my wife, and my sister-in-law is still her. In that case, if I don't stand up to protect them, what kind of man am I? Oscar thought for a while and finally nodded. That's right. Then he restarted the car and asked me, By the way, Brother Chuan, where are we going next? Or should we go directly to my apartment? Let's go to Meng's house first. I was silent for a moment, then decided to go and take a look. Meng's house? They kicked you out. Why are you still going there? Oscar's voice unconsciously rose a few notches. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. I have to go see them. I answered with a hint of guilt in my tone. Although Meng's mother was not good to me, Meng's father has always been very good to me. If I don't go to see him, he will be disappointed. My conscience will not be able to live with it. Oscar was stunned, but finally said nothing. He accompanied me to the supermarket to buy a box of mooncakes and pu'er tea, and then sent me to the door of the Meng family villa. I walked in with the gifts. Mr. Meng was watching the news in the living room. When he saw me come in, his face was full of surprise. Meng Chuan, why are you here? He asked with a smile. I quickly changed the subject. Uncle, it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. I came to see you. This is a gift for you. I paused, feeling that there were some things I still had to say. By the way, Seline and I are getting a divorce. Father Meng was stunned, took off his glasses, and his eyes revealed concern. What? Was there a conflict? It's my problem. I whispered, but suddenly there was a sound of something falling from the room upstairs. Father Meng's expression changed immediately. His brows furrowed, and he was obviously dissatisfied. I stood there awkwardly. Not long after, Mother Meng hurried down and said in a sharp voice, I said, his last name is not Meng. From the day he was kicked out of the house, he is not allowed to be called Meng Chuan anymore. As she said this, she pushed me out the door and said, he is that woman's son. Why did he dare to come? Father Meng said in a low voice, Fin, don't be like this. Ah Chuan is a good boy. Meng's mother was obviously angered. She turned back angrily and said coldly, what good boy? Is my son a bad boy? Her eyes were full of hatred. You have taken care of me for many years, but your mother abandoned my son in an orphanage. Why? She glared at me. Why is he living well, while my son is so miserable? I watched the mother, who once loved me, become so hideous, and my heart was filled with pain. Mrs. Meng, if my biological mother is wrong, I apologize to you on her behalf. I suppressed my emotions and looked sincere. But can you tell me the information of my biological parents? Father Meng wanted to say something, but Mother Meng interrupted him. No, don't listen to his nonsense. If you dare to tell him, I will hang myself at the head of your bed. I mean what I say. There was a sound of things being thrown upstairs, and Meng's mother pushed me anxiously. Hurry up. You are all making my son's depression worse. I was pushed out the door, and the mooncakes and pu'er tea were thrown out. I picked up my things, sighed deeply, and walked back to the car. Oscar looked at his watch and chuckled. More than 20 minutes. My eyelids drooped slightly, and my tone was a little tired. I have received a good higher education, but her son has not. Her resentment is understandable, but I still don't believe that my biological parents are that kind of people. Oscar nodded. You have such a good personality, so your uncle and aunt must be good too. He suddenly slammed on the brakes. Brother Chuan, tell me, is it possible that you are my brother? I was shocked and looked back at Oscar. What do you mean? My last name is Chin, and your last name is Chin too. He narrowed his eyes. My adoptive parents had a stillborn baby before. Are you really that stillborn baby? Chapter 7. Stop it. I glared at Oscar. You know what? After I found out my last name was Chin, I went to this city to check how many people there were with a last name Chin. Oscar shook his head. Hundreds of thousands. How could it be such a coincidence that I happen to be from your family? What's more, your adoptive parents gave birth to a stillborn baby, which doesn't match my situation. Oscar was stunned, and then shut up. Obviously, his fantasy in his mind was broken. Hey, Brother Chuan, I'm not teasing you on purpose. I just think that our magnetic fields are particularly compatible. I glanced at him and said, you have been single for so many years. Do you like me? Fuck you. Oscar looked at me and almost jumped out of the car. We both laughed. Sometimes the tacit understanding between brothers is so simple and direct. When we arrived at Oscar's apartment, he handed me a card. The password is 6/8, and there is 200,000 in it, as your startup capital. I was stunned for a moment, feeling mixed emotions. This is not an investment for you. Remember, it's a loan. If you dare to be polite to me, you are not my brother, he said seriously. I put away the card and nodded. Okay, thanks, brother. That's good enough. He then crossed his legs and started playing games. I don't live in this apartment all the time. I just live here casually. You might as well give up your house in the suburbs and move in with me. I appreciate what you said, but I have my own plans for the house. I insisted. Oscar was stunned for a moment, but still said, okay, brother, I respect you. You always have your own ideas. At the same time, in a high-end business building in the city center, Eva was sitting at her desk, typing away on the keyboard. Her secretary, Lily, knocked on the door and came in. Boss Lon, I knew you were working overtime. Eva didn't look up, still concentrating on her work, and the only response she got was the clicking sound of the keyboard. Sister, guess what happened after you left the bar just now? Lily asked with a smile. What's the matter? I frowned slightly, as if I didn't want to talk about it. Seeing that I didn't answer, Lily hurriedly came to me and said, Sister, you scared me to death. You always think of yourself as an iceberg beauty, and the employees call you jade-faced Rakshasa. I turned to look at her, displeasure in my eyes. You'd better have something to do, if not get out. Of course I have something to do. You don't even know. I just knew you wanted to hear this. Lily came closer and continued gossiping. Sis, after you left just now, William's brother said that William filed for a divorce. What? I grabbed her arm so hard that I almost broke it. It hurts, it hurts. Sister, you're too strong. Lily screamed in pain. I was stunned for a moment and let go of her. Are you telling the truth? It's true. Lily took out her phone and played the video. He admitted it himself. I quickly took the phone and saw William in the video. My heart skipped a beat. Really? William is divorced. I felt mixed emotions. Lily looked at me and whispered, You may sleep well tonight. She turned to leave, but I stopped her. Wait a minute, help me check all the information about William over the years and his wife. I want it all. Okay, no problem. Lily agreed readily. Also, help me find a cooking teacher. I want to learn how to cook. I asked calmly. Cooking teacher? You blew up the kitchen last time. Lily couldn't help but complain. Shut up. That's the teacher's problem. Give me a famous teacher this time, understand? After Lily shook her head and left, I stared at William's photo. My heart was extremely firm. William, this time, I will definitely not let you go. At this time, Seline had returned to the villa. She sat on the bed, holding her phone, and scrolled through the videos impatiently. Unexpectedly, she saw the video of William's performance at the bar tonight. The title was Location, Avril Lavigne Bar, the hottest guy is here. She flipped through it and felt even worse, so she crossed it out. However, somehow, she clicked on another video. The title was, He looks like a married man, so handsome that it blinded my eyes. Seline wanted to cross it out, but she couldn't help but stop and stare at the screen for a few seconds. She found that William's singing was even better than she had imagined. The rock songs were full of wildness, and the slow songs had an inexplicable attraction, as if they could stir up some emotions in her heart. She suddenly felt that William was not as bad as she thought. Although he did not have the social status and wealth of Dennis, he seemed to lack something. The next morning, William got up at 6 o'clock. He ran a few laps and came back to make 2 simple breakfasts. Then, he turned on the computer and began to make a renovation plan for the old house. When Oscar got up, he saw that William had almost finished the plan. Brother, are you planning to become a blogger on old building renovation? I studied sculpture and wall art. William replied calmly. Being a blogger is just the first step. I hope more people can see my studio. Oscar nodded. Although he knew that this road was not easy to take, he still supported it silently. William went to the secondhand market and bought a tool car and the materials needed for the transformation. After everything was ready, he parked the car far away, picked up the tools, and prepared to start working. Chapter 8. I was busy moving things when suddenly a bag of bread rolled out of the supermarket bag on the ground. I didn't pay much attention to it and continued moving things. However, as soon as I turned around, I suddenly saw a small black shadow running towards me, picked up the bread, and ran away. I turned around and only saw the back of the child, who quickly disappeared from my sight. The child was about 5 years old, small in stature, and the gender was unclear, and I didn't see the front of the child. After that little episode, I continued to move things. After I finished moving things, I sat down, turned on my phone, and registered a new Douyin account, William Studio. The business scope includes wall painting, carving, TV background wall design, home decoration design, and old house renovation. After registering an account, I used a selfie stick to shoot a short video to introduce the house to everyone. What is it like to spend 800 yuan to rent a self-built house? I smiled at the camera and began to explain. Hello everyone, I'm William. Today I'm going to show you the original appearance of this house. The house has a small yard, a 3-story building, and a small rooftop on the top floor. This is the yard, and I plan to transform it into a small log-style courtyard. After a brief introduction, I started the live broadcast with the tripod placed steadily beside me and the phone pointed at the yard I was tidying up. I removed unnecessary things, old cabinets, and started clearing the weeds in the yard. Why do I do this? It's not because I want to rely on my reputation or anything, but because I know that many homeowners prefer to find locals when looking for home improvement companies. They think locals are more trustworthy. I didn't want to be one of those quick renovation video bloggers, where often only a small part is shown and the rest of the work is left to the renovation team. I decided to use this live broadcast to show my abilities and do a real hands-on renovation. After moving things for a while, I found that it was a bit inconvenient to wear a shirt, so I went into the house, changed into white shorts and a black vest, and returned to the yard to continue the live broadcast. At this point, the weeds in the yard had been cleared, and I started to make tool chairs and tool tables with wooden boards. I picked up a saw and started cutting the boards to the lengths I needed, then fixed each piece with a hammer. The sun shines on me. My facial features are deep, and my muscle lines are faintly highlighted in the sun, revealing an inexplicable charm. At this time, dozens of people began to pour into the live broadcast room. This is a benefit given by the platform to novices, tentatively giving new accounts some traffic to see if they can attract viewers. At the beginning, there were only a few comments, but then more and more people started to speak out. I've seen bloggers transform through short videos, but I've never seen one transform through live streaming. This is definitely manly behavior. Haha, if you do this, the transformed bloggers won't be able to survive. Looking at these comments, I was secretly proud of myself. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very relaxed, and everyone's interaction was very enthusiastic. The live broadcast continued until the evening, and new viewers continued to pour in. The number of online people remained stable at around 100 until it exceeded 2,000 or 3,000. Thank you, Avril, for the tip. I looked up and saw the tip message, so I thanked her through the camera. Just as I came back to my senses and continued to tidy up the yard, suddenly, the look in Avril's eyes at that moment was like an arrow shot through her heart. Her heartbeat quickened, and she casually forwarded the live link. Sisters, the boss lady has appraised it for you. This is a top-notch product. Don't miss it. Ivy, the bar owner, is also a well-known lustful blogger who specializes in sharing her views on top men. She has more than 200,000 fans on her social networking site. Before long, Ivy's fans flocked to my live broadcast room. Fuck, I haven't even seen his face yet, but his body is pretty good. Damn, daddy, save me, he's too good looking. Is this the singer from Avril's bar last night? He actually has muscles when he takes off his clothes? Oh. The comment section was bustling with activity, and the number of people in the live broadcast room soared. I was even a little confused. Putting my finger to my lips, I whispered, "Shoo, ladies, I'm a serious person. Don't joke around, or my live broadcast will be blocked." This sentence actually attracted more people to give rewards, and the comments became even more enthusiastic. I was shot in the chest just now. Wow, just because he said serious person, I really want to tear his clothes off. Meanwhile, Ivy at the bar was getting more and more excited, and her fans seemed to be as attracted to me as she was continuing to interact in the live broadcast. As for me, I was just busy with my home decoration design, trying to attract those viewers who were really interested. However, at this moment of soaring popularity, Ivy's phone rang again, and she found that she might have gone too far. Chapter 9. It's the lady boss of the bar you took us to yesterday. Isn't she your friend? Eva sat at the table, holding a pen, and smiled coldly. She doesn't have to be her friend. I raised a hint of sarcasm at the corner of my mouth. Anyway, you can touch anyone, but you can't touch my senior brother Chin. Lily was shocked by my expression and suddenly felt that this woman was terrifying. Hurry up and tell me what happened. I urged impatiently. Lily immediately explained. William started a live broadcast, didn't he? Ivy rushed into his live broadcast room with a large group of people and gave him a reward. The popularity of William's live broadcast room is rising rapidly. This is a blessing in disguise for a new anchor. Lily added, if William knew that it was Ivy who helped him, he would buy her a drink, and then, if you don't dare to think about it, then don't think about it. I interrupted her and smiled coldly. Besides, why didn't William tell me that he was doing a live broadcast? I turned to Lily with an unhappy look in my eyes. Lily was a little embarrassed. I'm so busy. How can I have time to pay attention to these? If there weren't employees watching William's live broadcast in the tea room just now, I wouldn't know it. I took a deep breath and looked at her coldly. Starting tomorrow, we will recruit 2 special assistants to the president. Remember, they must be girls who graduated from prestigious universities who can do the work and take your place. Understood. Lily saluted quickly. I continued to order. From now on, you will be responsible for one thing every day, which is to investigate William and keep an eye on William until I take him down. Understand? She agreed quickly, with a smile on her face, as if she was thinking about her good days of slacking off. I ignored her thoughts, quickly snatched her phone, and entered William's live broadcast room. Without any hesitation, I generously gave William an island as a reward. Lily's eyes widened instantly. Sister, that's my phone. How much do you give me? I'll give it back to you later. I replied calmly, staring at William. William, who was on the live broadcast, was also stunned for a moment. He lowered his head to look at the camera and said politely, "Thank you for the tip from the netizen, Zhu Yuan Yuran. Thank you. I'm sorry for the money." When I heard William's thanks, my heart beat faster and I couldn't help but pat the table excitedly. Lily, he looked at me. I almost jumped up. He thanked me. Lily rolled her eyes. Sister, why don't you use your own account to reward me? What do you know? I responded to her while admiring William's looks. If he were to reveal my true identity and find out that I gave him so much money, it might affect our relationship. I won't allow anything that will affect our relationship to happen, I said firmly. Lily was about to retort, but when she saw my warning look, she immediately shut up. Go out now and tell everyone in the company that everyone will work overtime tonight. What? Lily was stunned. All employees turn on their phones and enter William's live broadcast room to learn. I ordered. Learn from what? She couldn't help asking. Learn from his excellence. Don't forget, you can't reveal the company's name or say anything slanderous. I sneer, my eyes sharp. Lily was helpless, but still nodded reluctantly. I understand, I'll go. At the same time, William had finished his work for the day and was building a clay stove in the small yard to prepare dinner. Damn, can a host go participate in a wilderness survival show? Wow, the host looked so handsome when he was chopping wood. He is obviously an artistic man, but he actually did such a hardcore thing. The contrast is so cute. William seemed to be oblivious to the messages and continued to prepare dinner. He placed a pot on the earthen stove, picked up the bamboo shoots and duck meat, and began to prepare them. His movements were simple and neat, and each step was done with extreme precision. The audience began to give thumbs up. Even people with obsessive-compulsive disorder feel comfortable watching this. Eva was also attracted to him, her eyes full of fascination. Brother Chin is really good. She turned to her cousin Lily next to her and said, Look, Brother Chin is so smart. I'm so lucky to marry him. At this time, Seline, whom Eva mentioned, just got off work and walked out of the office. Several girls from the dance troupe were talking to each other. They whispered, The leader's husband is so handsome. Celine's heart tightened, and she hurried over, her voice lowered. What are you talking about? Her aura instantly frightened the girls so much that they dared not speak. Leader, we are watching a live broadcast. One of the girls whispered. Seline grabbed the phone and saw that it was William who was doing the live broadcast on the screen. She saw that most of the comments were mocking William's figure and appearance, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She threw the phone back at the girl fiercely. Stop looking. Go to the practice room and practice for 3 hours. The girls were so scared that they ran to the practice room. Seline was so angry that she was shaking all over. She called William. However, it was William's first time doing a live broadcast. He had no experience and forgot to switch to flight mode. As a result, Celine's call came directly. Chapter 10. When Seline called, the live broadcast room suddenly went black. It showed that the host was going to answer the phone. I got a little impatient and hung up directly. After I hung up the phone, I apologized to everyone, and the live broadcast room went black again. I wanted to hang up the phone again, but Seline seemed to be deliberately against me and called me again. This time I quickly turned on the airplane mode and finally stopped her call from coming in again. I continued to apologize to the live studio, explaining that it was because I was a novice anchor with no experience, and there was a problem with the phone settings, and I would pay attention to it next time. At this time, Eva took the lead in leaving a message in the comment area. It doesn't matter, the anchor is already very good. When Land's employees saw the account of the NEI Zongwan, the president's special assistant, they all followed suit. Yes, anchor, don't feel guilty, you are already great. The comments were all awkward, and I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't say it. At this time, Seline was furious. William, how dare you hang up on me? Are you crazy? How dare you hang up on me? You're a jerk. She walked out of the dance troupe cursing and preparing to call a taxi, but suddenly Dennis's car appeared in front of her. The window rolled down, and Dennis's smart and capable face appeared in front of her. Yin, get in the car. Seline was stunned for a moment, feeling a little uncomfortable. She wondered if Dennis had seen her irritability just now. She always maintained her idol image in front of him, but Dennis didn't seem to care. He chuckled and said, Why, a big lady's temper. Haven't I seen it before? As soon as she said this, the embarrassment on Celine's face disappeared instantly. She pouted a little aggrievedly and said coquettishly, "How did you know I didn't have a car today?" Dennis smiled faintly. "I just ran into your sister on the road. She was driving your car today. I can't pick you up on the way." Seline stopped being pretentious and sat in the passenger seat as skillfully as she did when they were dating. She felt a little confused, thinking about William S. behavior and seeing Dennis S. gentleness. Her nose became more and more sour. Dennis seemed to notice her change of mood and asked, "What's wrong?" "My grandmaster. Who made you angry?" Seline didn't answer. Dennis smiled and said, "Let me guess. All the girls in your dance troupe are afraid of you. As for William, it shouldn't be possible for him to make you angry, right?" Hearing this, Seline exploded instantly. "Of course not. It's him." Dennis frowned slightly. "What's going on?" "Yin Yin, tell me. I will analyze it from a man's perspective." Seline angrily told the whole story. "Tell me, William is going too far." Dennis frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "I was indeed not kind in this matter. I shouldn't have booked a birthday box for your mother. So, I'll go and explain it to him in person." Seline interrupted coldly. "No need. William doesn't deserve it. This is none of your business. He's just petty." Dennis still didn't drive, but kept one hand on the steering wheel, seeming to be hesitant about whether to say something. Seline saw that he was hesitant to speak and asked, "Ollie, do you have something to say to me?" Dennis sighed, looking somewhat helpless. "Yin Yin, I shouldn't have said these words, but you are the one who wants to take the dance true public, and live streaming is the lowest end performing art. You and William, one is doing high-end art and the other is doing low-end art. What does this mean?" Celine's expression changed instantly. She always looked down on live streaming and bar performances. Dennis's analysis made her feel that William's behavior would affect her dance company's listing plan. "This will lower your status, affect the background of your dance troupe, and may even cause netizens to suspect that you do not have noble artistic ideas and are only thinking about making money by going public," Dennis continued to analyze. Seline was so angry that she almost exploded when she heard this. All along the way, she kept thinking about these words, and the more she thought about them, the angrier she got. When she got home, she threw her bag on the coffee table in front of her family, with a bang, which frightened Frank. "What's wrong?" Frank asked. "It's William again. He went to the bar to perform, and now he's doing a live broadcast. He just wants to piss me off to death." Seline walked around the living room with her hands on her hips, looking very angry. Monica looked at her phone and raised the interface. "You know what? A lot of people are watching his live broadcast." Frank took the phone and took a look. He saw netizens' comments on the bamboo shoot and duck soup made by William. It was so delicious that it smelled delicious even through the screen. "Isn't this good?" Seline looked at her father in disbelief. "What's so good about this? My future dance troupe will be listed on the stock market. How can someone like William be so impressive?" Frank frowned. "Why are you talking so far ahead? Going public is as easy as going to the toilet." "Dad!" Celine's voice suddenly became louder in anger. Jessica glared at Frank. "My daughter's dance troupe can go public. How can you pour cold water on it?" Frank was speechless and could only say impartially, "Live streaming is not a sneaky thing, and it will not affect the dance troupe's listing." Seline interrupted coldly. "No. As the husband of the president of a listed company, I cannot engage in vulgar art. Our ballet troupe is high art." She snorted coldly and continued, "I have decided to let William enroll in a Chinese painting class and use my connections to get him an exhibition to improve his style." Frank was speechless. Monica shook her head. "Don't be so nervous. William is doing this just to piss you off. He saw how successful Dennis has become, and he's afraid that he'll be called a gigolo. So he's eager to do something to prove himself." Coax him." "No way." Seline snorted. Suddenly, Monica looked cunning. "Don't want him to do live broadcast? I have a way to make him unable to do it." Chapter 11. "Look, he's wearing a tight vest. Isn't it to show off his figure?" Monica pointed at the live broadcast screen with a hint of provocation in her voice. I was looking at the screen, feeling a little irritated. Seline came over and stared at me. "We can report him for being vulgar and borderline." "What do you think?" she continued coldly. I was watching the live broadcast, but I felt an inexplicable discomfort in my heart. "Don't worry about it." I tried to keep myself calm, hoping that she would let me go. But she didn't stop. Instead, she became even more excited. I could get a few sisters to report him together and see how long he can continue live streaming. Her voice was sharp and piercing. I suddenly felt impatient. "Seline, there's really no need to do this." However, Seline on the other end of the phone seemed not to hear what I said at all, and her tone became colder and colder. "If I don't do this, he won't come back obediently. Her anger made me feel cold and suffocated. I couldn't understand why she always wanted to control me when I was the one who started to change. She took out her phone and started to report me, venting her dissatisfaction. Her message was full of sarcasm. "You were so little. Are you trying to attract others?" I looked at these messages and felt a sharp pain in my heart, as if she had stabbed me in the back. "Don't you think this is inappropriate?" I asked with a helpless tone. She didn't seem to listen to me at all, and continued typing angrily until I realized that she forgot to switch to her secondary account. "Seline, you're using your primary account." I whispered but didn't dare to speak too loudly. Her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly changed her message. "Sorry, my phone was just taken away by a friend and played a prank on me. I will be more careful next time." She hurriedly exited the live broadcast room, her heart in confusion. I took a deep breath and realized that these words not only hurt me, but also exposed her inner fragility. The comments on my phone poured in instantly, full of accusations and ridicule. I appeared immediately when I saw her. Isn't this just staring at the screen? The pain in my heart became even more intense because I knew how much she wanted to control me. As the online war intensified, Eva and her sisters began to fight back crazily. They kept typing and reporting, and every message was full of aggression. I lost myself in this increasingly fierce confrontation. Suddenly, the bar owner Ivy appeared in my live broadcast. "We can't let these black people succeed." Her voice was like a timely salvation, which stunned me for a moment. "Everyone, please help support us. Everyone who follows our live broadcast tonight will receive a free fruit plate." As she shouted, the number of viewers skyrocketed and the amount of rewards continued to increase. I was a little confused, and I didn't even know how to respond to this sudden help. But with Ivy's encouragement, my live broadcast room finally began to return to normal. I felt a support I had never felt before, and I regained my spirits. Thank you so much," I whispered, my heart full of gratitude. At this moment, I saw the headlights shining over, and Oscar appeared at the door. "Seeing you were so busy, brother, I wanted to secretly buy you a data package." As soon as he finished speaking, the live broadcast room was immediately filled with laughter and comments. "The host brother is quite confident. This pair of brothers have such a good understanding, huh?" Oscar's joining brought more interaction and vitality to the live broadcast room. He and I stood side by side in front of the camera, teasing each other and making everyone laugh. As we ate hot pot together, the comments from the audience became more and more heartwarming, cheering us on. "Good brother, I really envy your brotherhood." Behind this live broadcast, I finally felt a long-lost warmth. But at this moment, a strange voice interrupted our joy. Suddenly, a timid voice came from the small courtyard. "Can I have some of your leftover soup?" Chapter 12. No. My refusal made Oscar stunned for a moment. The child seemed to be frightened and immediately ran away until her back disappeared from my sight. Just as I was about to return to the live broadcast, I was stunned by the heated discussions in the comment section. Netizens' comments gradually refreshed. "Why is this happening? How can this person be like this?" Before I could react, Oscar suddenly spoke up. "Wow, he could be like this during a live broadcast. What a personality host." I turned around and looked at the child's back, feeling a little complicated. She was just a little kid, and I rejected her. "I can cook it for you again," I shouted at the child's back. She stopped and looked back at me with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. "No, I'll just eat the leftovers." She lowered her head, as if she didn't want to bother me, but couldn't resist the food in front of her. She reached for the pot, but it was too big, and she obviously didn't know how to start. Watching this, I felt a little sorry. "Give me a spoon," she whispered with a hint of shyness in her tone. "Wait a minute, there's a coal stove in the pot. It will cook quickly." I replied, "No, I want this." She pointed firmly at the soup in the pot. "You've been cooking for more than an hour. The soup is so fragrant. You can smell it from several meters away. You have a very good nose, boy." Oscar joked. The little girl glared at him and said, "Big flower collar, you are a boy." Oscar was stunned for a moment before he realized. "You are a girl?" "Yes." She nodded. Oscar and I looked at each other and were silent for a moment. Then I added some hot water to the soup, put some vermicelli in it, and concentrated on preparing some hot food for her. "Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry," I said to her. She picked up the bowl, ignoring the burn on her mouth, and began to eat voraciously, mumbling, "It's delicious, so delicious." Seeing this, my heart suddenly ached. The way he ate with relish seemed to remind me of the time when I was having dinner with my daughter. "Do you live nearby? It's not safe at night." Let's take you back. Oscar interrupted. The little girl ignored him, and after finishing the last mouthful of soup, she put down the bowl and ran out quickly. At that moment, her speed was very fast, as if she had been running on the street for years. Looking at her back, my heart suddenly felt heavy, and an indescribable feeling came over me. In the live broadcast room, netizens' comments began to flood the screen again. It turns out that the host couldn't bear to let the little girl eat his leftovers. The host is so kind. Of course, there were also some sarcastic voices. Haha, what a newbie host. There must be a huge team behind this. That little girl must be a sensational part. It was designed. However, most of the voices were praise. I smiled at the camera and said sincerely, "Thank you for your love. I will be off the air today. Thank you for your support. Special thanks to Zhuyu and Yurin. I wish you a good night." After the live broadcast, I started to clean up the scene, and Oscar came to help. "Brother, I didn't expect you to do so well on your first day of live broadcast." He suddenly took out his mobile phone, opened the newcomer list, and saw that I was ranked 5th. "Brother, you actually made it to the 5th place on the newcomer list. People who don't have a team and don't spend money can't even make it to the top 10. And you actually made it to the top 5. I looked at the screen and couldn't help but feel excited. This was not only because of the ranking, but also because I received recognition from so many viewers during the live broadcast. Really, I couldn't help but laugh, feeling a long-lost sense of joy in my heart. This was the affirmation of my hard work, and it was completely different from the feeling of being suppressed and criticized in the Lin family before. Oscar, I seemed to have fallen in love with the air of freedom. I looked at the starry sky in the yard, took a deep breath, and sighed. "Brother, you should have done this a long time ago." Oscar rolled up his sleeves and helped clean up the yard. "To be honest, I was very happy for you when you married Seline. She's a ballet goddess, very ambitious, and has a first-class appearance and figure. I think only someone like her is worthy of you." I was silent for a moment, and Oscar continued, "But after seeing what she did, my filter was shattered. Brother, you've been able to stick with it for 5 years, which is really amazing." His words made me feel heavy-hearted. Indeed, if the couple is loving and the children are well-behaved, it doesn't matter if they make some sacrifices. However, if all the efforts are exchanged for the sincerity being trampled upon, how can it not make people feel heartbroken? 20 to 25 is the best time for a man to work hard. I have devoted these 5 years to her. I whispered. Thinking of this, my heart ached, and the expectations and efforts I had made seemed insignificant. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting my thoughts. It was Seline calling. Chapter 13. Hello. I picked up the phone, ready to face Seline as questioning. Unexpectedly, as soon as the call was connected, she was like an uncontrolled flood, roaring from the other end of the phone. "William, are you crazy? Are you doing this to become famous, or to force me to bow my head first?" I frowned, feeling an indescribable confusion. "Seline, what are you talking about? Why would I want to destroy you?" I asked, my tone full of confusion. Her anger made me even more confused because I always remembered her calm, elegant, and rational. "You just want to destroy me. Your live broadcast is just to destroy everything I have." Her voice became sharper. When I heard her mention Dennis' name, my heart sank. "Seline, believe it or not, I never meant to destroy you." I said as calmly as I could. "Don't say that anymore. You just want to be famous and make me humble." Her voice was still aggressive. She was silent for a moment and suddenly changed the subject. "Don't you want to develop your own career? I have already planned it for you." I felt uncomfortable. This kind of planning for me always makes me uncomfortable. "I contacted Dennis for you, and he helped me find a famous teacher. You can learn Chinese painting and hold an exhibition." She continued, as if everything had been paved for me. Hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer. "Seline, you never really considered me, only your own arrangements." She immediately raised her voice. "I consider you. I do this for you, to pave the way for you. You should be content." I was tired of her logic, so I decided to come clean. "Seline, our problem is not Dennis. It's that you never respect me. You are still jealous of Dennis." She sneered, as if this was the root of all my behavior. I closed my eyes tightly and tried to calm down. "No, Seline, our values are different, and our future is not on the same path. Let's break up. It's good for both of us." After hearing what I said, she suddenly laughed. "Are you still angry about that?" I couldn't control my anger either. "Do you think I can stand it? You never care about my feelings." She still didn't care. "You will never understand. You should really experience the cruelty of society." At that moment, I felt a chill rising from the bottom of my heart and finally decided to end it all. Celine, bring your ID and household registration booklet tomorrow and meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock. Her voice suddenly rose. William, divorce? You actually threatened me for the sake of doing a live broadcast. Celine, you have no right to control my life, I said with unprecedented firmness in my voice. She was stunned for a moment, then responded coldly. If you don't consider me, don't you consider your daughter? I was unwavering. Enough of what has happened between us. Our daughter will have your surname, and I don't want a penny. After the divorce, you can't interfere in my life. Okay, then let's get a divorce, she finally said, gritting her teeth, her voice filled with unsuppressible anger. After hanging up the phone, I switched to airplane mode with a newfound determination in my heart. Celine didn't call me again, but slammed the phone down. At this time, Monica walked in, looked at Celine sobbing on the ground, and couldn't help frowning. What's wrong? William wants to divorce me, and he said to see me at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Celine's voice trembled a little. Monica heard this with a trace of disbelief on her face. He actually said such a thing? Celine wiped away her tears. He actually wanted to dump me. He doesn't understand how much I have done for him. I know that Celine can't accept the divorce I filed, but she will never understand that I'm already frustrated. She thought she could control everything, but this time, she can no longer dominate me. The next morning, I was ready, with all the necessary documents, wearing a white shirt and black pants, and headed to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I had no emotion in my heart, only one thought: this marriage has come to an end. Chapter 14. I just walked out of the small courtyard when my cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. I picked up the phone and heard a gentle voice. Excuse me, is this Mr. William? Hello, this is me. I responded. I am Director Zhang of Xinxing Kindergarten. The other party introduced himself. My heart tightened. When I heard the name Xinxing Kindergarten, I immediately thought of the aristocratic kindergarten where my daughter studied. I was worried when I received the call from the kindergarten, fearing that something might have happened to my child. Excuse me, Director Zhang. I was about to speak when the voice on the other end of the phone came again. Yesterday, I watched Mr. Chen's live broadcast and saw the camera sweep over 2 paintings. Excuse me, do you know the author of these paintings? I recalled and immediately thought of the 2 paintings. They were my practice paintings at Oscar's place, and I brought them here when I moved to use them as decoration. I'm the author of those 2 paintings. I answered. There was a surprise from the other end of the phone. Really? Those 2 paintings were really painted by you? Yes, I answered. Director Zhang's tone became even more excited. The 2 walls of our kindergarten playground have been empty. We have found painters before, but the patterns they painted were all flowers and bears, and our director was not satisfied. I sent her screenshots of your 2 paintings yesterday, and she liked them very much. We would like to ask you to handle the painting work of these 2 walls for us. Are you willing to take this order? I hesitated for a moment, thinking that I needed a job to prove myself, and then I agreed I do. Great. Director Zhang's tone was full of joy. Can I live broadcast the entire work process? This is my first work, but I will respect the portrait rights of the kindergarten teachers and children. No problem. We will notify the parents. If any child does not wish to be in the photo, we will tell you in advance to ensure that nothing will affect the children. I was relieved to hear that the other party was so cooperative. Then, Mr. Chen, let's meet in the afternoon. We can discuss cooperation and compensation further. I glanced at my watch, and it was already 8:45. There were still 15 minutes until 9 o'clock, and I had to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle some matters. I subconsciously took out my phone and opened the taxi app to place an order. Suddenly, I remembered that I bought a tool truck the day before yesterday. Fortunately, the driver accepted the order quickly and was nearby. After a while, a white new energy vehicle drove over. I walked towards the car happily, and just as I was about to open the door, I heard a little girl screaming behind me. Then a man's rough voice said, "I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." I stopped and turned around to see the little girl being held tightly by a man in his 50s, with a rolling pin hitting her again and again. The little girl tried desperately to dodge, but couldn't break free. The surrounding villagers stood aside and watched the excitement, and no one tried to stop it. This scene was obviously nothing new. My heart tightened. As a father, I couldn't bear to see my child being treated like this. The Didi driver honked his horn and urged impatiently, "Are you going to get in the car or not? I'm in a hurry." I looked down at the driver, then turned my head to look at the little girl who was being abused, and finally gritted my teeth and said, "Master, I'm sorry, I won't get in the car. You can charge me a penalty." I walked towards the man and grabbed his flailing wrist. Sir, it's illegal to hit someone like this. He shook my hand off and waved the rolling pin in frustration. It's none of your business. This is my daughter. Beating her is my business. If you keep hitting me, I'll call the police. I remained calm and said firmly. The man was almost furious and spit at me, but luckily I reacted quickly and dodged it. The villagers around began to whisper, "This girl is so unlucky. If Lally didn't want her, why did he adopt her? He doesn't know how to cherish her. She killed Lao Li's wife. She's really a jinx." Lally pointed at me and said, "You all talk better than you sing. I ask you, I don't want this unlucky star. Whoever wants it can take it." Everyone around fell silent and began to retreat subconsciously. Lally stared at me and growled, "Let me go." I saw that he stopped hitting the little girl and loosened her wrist and finally let go of my hand. Oldly looked at me with a sneer. "I ask you this, girl, if I give it to you, do you want it?" The little girl raised her head, tears in her eyes, and seemed to have a glimmer of hope in me. The villagers around began to persuade her. "Young man, don't do anything stupid. She's a bad kid, a stealing child. She will definitely do bad things after you bring her home. You're just afraid that she will empty your family's assets." Their words continued to be heard. The little girl lowered her head, listening to those words, and a light in her eyes seemed to slowly dim. Suddenly, she raised her head and asked in a trembling voice, "Can you take me back?" Chapter 15. In the Lin family villa, there was a sudden scream. Jessica angrily threw the spoon into the bowl, making a loud bang. "Auntie Jo, come here." And Annie, who was usually honest, came over hurriedly, wiping her apron, looking a little puzzled. "Madam, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? Look for yourself. How come the preserved egg and lean meat porridge I asked you to cook has turned out like this? It's so disgusting." Aunt Jo frowned and explained in a low voice, "Madam, I made it according to the steps you said. You are at this level. How can you do it? Even dogs won't eat this stuff." Jessica shouted, "Throw it away and redo it. Do it well, or I'll deduct your salary." Aunt Jo's face changed, and she was obviously intolerable. She took off her apron and said angrily, "I quit. Do it yourself. You want to be rich with such little money. You ask me to do this and that every day, and I never see my salary deducted. Who can serve you is really sick," she said as she prepared to leave. "Settle my salary for the past 2 days, or I will expose you online." Seline was a little nervous. After all, the dance company was about to go public, and she didn't want any negative impact. She hurried forward and handed yesterday's money to Aunt Jo. "I'm sorry. My mother has a bad temper. Please don't bother with her." After Aunt Jo took the money, she left angrily. However, Jessica still insisted. "Do you think I have a bad temper? Try it yourself. Is this porridge drinkable? It's far from what William made." Seline, who had been upset the whole night, finally couldn't help but explode. "William, William. You have said William hundreds of times these days. Aunt Lee can't mop the floor as cleanly as William. Aunt Lou can't clean the crystal chandelier. And now Aunt Jo can't even make preserved egg and lean meat porridge properly. Mom, if you really think William is good, go and coax William back. Who can stand you changing a nanny every day? In these few days, the housekeeping company is going to blacklist us. And you forgot, my dance troupe is going to go public. Can you please not cause me more trouble? I'm already exhausted with William." Frank echoed, "Yeah, it's really inconvenient to do anything when Chuan is away these few days. The food cooked by the nanny is not as good as William's. There is no paper in the toilet and no one puts it in. The kitchen is leaking and no one fixes it. Now I know how good Chuan is." Jessica glared at him. Her voice became sharp. "Stop playing double act with me, father and daughter. Since William has moved out, I won't agree to him coming back. Unless he kneels down and begs me from outside. Otherwise, I'll treat it as a trial. Remember, it's a trial. Do you think he can come in and out of the Lin family as he pleases?" Penny suddenly ran over, her hair loose as she walked. "Grandma, Mom, stop arguing and tie my hair up quickly. I want double buns." Seline and Jessica looked at each other. Both of them were not good at tying hair. Monica saw their looks and shrank her neck. "Why are you looking at me? I don't know how to do it. I usually don't tie my hair." Seline was a little embarrassed. "Chung Chung, how about tying your hair in a ponytail today like yesterday?" "But I haven't changed my hairstyle for 3 days. Dad used to change my hairstyle every day, and everyone laughed at me." Penny started crying aggrievedly. "I don't want a ponytail. I don't want it." Jessica was so annoyed when she heard the child crying. "If it doesn't work, just spend some money to get William back. Just say it's an employment relationship for 1,000 yuan a month and do the same thing as before, but the premise is that he must get a divorce and can't interfere in your and Dennis's affairs. She said it as if she was doing a favor. Celine sighed helplessly. Mom, is $4,000 in US dollars? Aunt Joe quoted 6,000. Jessica rolled her eyes. 4,000 is already very high. He didn't make much money doing these things before. Besides, he hasn't worked for so many years, so it's good enough for him to find a job that pays 4,000. Mom, Celine was so tired that she had nothing to say. I don't care about the 4,000 now. She's doing a live broadcast, and she wants to divorce me today. She asked me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock. What? Monica was stunned. William really wants to divorce you? Impossible. Celine nodded and looked at her watch. It was 15 minutes to 9. Dad, I have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I can't let William look down on me. You should send Chung Chung to school as soon as possible. Me? Frank, who was always idle, was a little overwhelmed when suddenly given a task. I have an appointment with an old friend to go to the tea house. We can go to the tea house later. Celine grabbed her bag and hurried out the door. Monica quickly caught up. I'll keep you company. Celine nodded, thinking it would be nice to have a companion. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, there was no one outside, and William was nowhere to be seen. Celine looked at her watch. It was 3 minutes to 9, so she stood at the door waiting. Her mood was getting worse and worse. The emotions that could burst out without a word made her restless. She was so restless that it felt like a bloated gas was expanding in her chest, pressing her so hard that she couldn't breathe. She didn't know why she felt so bad. She could obviously get rid of William, so why did she still feel so heavy? Monica looked around and said with a smile, I tell you, William won't come. He loves you so much. How could he really divorce you? He probably wants to scare you. Oh, am I the kind of person who will be scared? Celine sneered, her eyes unconsciously drifting to her wrist to check the time. As soon as 9 o'clock came, if William didn't show up, she would leave immediately. Monica continued to chatter, but Celine had no intention of listening. She was so nervous that her heart beat faster and cold sweat oozed from her forehead. She couldn't understand why these 3 minutes seemed as long as a year. Yin Yin, did you hear what I said? Yes. Celine pretended to be calm, as if nothing had happened. I said, how could William get divorced? How could he not love me? As she spoke, her eyes drifted to her watch again, and she saw the hands pointed to 9 o'clock. She breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go, it's time. We won't wait for you after the time is up. She took out her cell phone, took a photo of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and sent it to William. I'm here. It's you who didn't dare to keep the appointment. William, what kind of person are you? You actually asked me to wait. After sending the WeChat message, Celine no longer hesitated and hurried back to the car. Celine's indifference left me speechless for a moment. She hung up the phone gently, as if she didn't care about my existence. I was unwilling to give up, so I had to call her number again, but she hung up again. The repetition of all this was like a heavy blow again and again. After she hung up the phone, I heard a voice from the other end with a hint of urgency. What are you looking at? Drive quickly. Her tone revealed a sense of urgency and anxiety, as if I had become a burden to her, and she was afraid that I would catch up with her. When the car drove away from the Civil Affairs Bureau, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, I felt an invisible confusion. What was she thinking? Why was Celine so uneasy at this moment? Was it because of the divorce? Impossible. This thought flashed through my mind for only a second before I rejected it. No, she is not afraid of divorce. She is afraid of scandal. Yes, she is afraid that the scandal will affect her dance company and everything that is about to go public. Behind every decision and every action of hers, there's her anxiety about her career. I understand that all this is more important to her than me. Meanwhile, I kept calling Celine, but she still didn't respond. I suddenly realized that I might have missed my last chance, the chance to get a divorce. I felt regretful, but I couldn't regret it. I recalled what the little girl had said to me just now. She asked me if I could take her home, but I didn't respond. There was a kind of dependence in her eyes, but I couldn't give her an answer. I have a daughter myself, and taking care of a child is no small responsibility, let alone a stranger's child. Adoption is not an easy decision. It involves too many issues, not just a kind response. I was thinking, if I really agreed, what would that mean? I didn't consider my financial situation. Could I support 2 children? More importantly, how would I separate this child from her original family? I didn't have answers to these questions, and I didn't dare to make a decision easily. But before I could make a choice, the little girl ran away. Perhaps she had encountered similar situations before, and those who wanted to adopt her but hesitated eventually let her down. She didn't want to wait any longer and chose to escape. As the girl ran away, the crowd quickly dispersed. At this time, Seline still refused to answer my call, so I could only return home and continue to face the problems I couldn't solve. I could only wait for her to calm down and hope that she would reconsider going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me. At noon, I made an extra bowl of fried rice and placed it on the small stool at the door. Maybe she would come back to eat it. However, when I finished lunch and prepared to go out to Shinshin kindergarten to discuss cooperation, the bowl of fried rice was still quietly placed on the stool, intact, and the little girl did not come back. I sighed deeply, feeling an indescribable heaviness in my heart. Was it because of the little girl? Or because Seline didn't answer the phone? I don't know, but I couldn't get rid of this oppressive feeling. I packed my equipment and tools, took the paint, drove, and prepared to go to Shinshin kindergarten. Chapter 16. When Director Zhang took me into the principal's office, her eyes glanced at me inadvertently. Every time she saw my profile, her heart would beat unconsciously. She had seen my photos online and was mentally prepared, but when she saw me in person, she was still amazed. Mr. Qin, let's add each other on WeChat so that we can keep in touch later. Director Zhang suddenly suggested. I nodded, took out my phone, and scanned her QR code. Hello, my name is Zhang Yuanyuan. Please call me by my name from now on, so as not to sound too unfamiliar when you always call me Director, she said with a chuckle. Thank you, Director Zhang. I responded politely. Although she was very kind, I didn't plan to relax too much. When I walked to the director's office, I met the director, who was about 45 years old. She looked very capable and sharp-eyed, and was not the kind of person who was easy to deal with. She listened to my self-introduction very carefully, and then I showed my paintings. I drew these at noon. I think the theme of forest and starry sky is more suitable for kindergarten environment. I explained. The head teacher looked at my paintings, and his eyes flashed with appreciation. Not bad. I like people who are well prepared. Then she took out the contract and put it in front of me. Here is the contract. Please take a look first. Is there any problem? Our offer is 2,000 yuan per square meter. What do you think? I was a little surprised because the price of a wall painting is usually between 500 and 1,200 yuan. Only really famous artists and studios would charge such a high price. I accepted. I answered straightforwardly. The director continued. This time we need to paint a total of 20 square meters of wall, and the total price is 80,000 yuan. Although it's not much, I hope you could take it seriously. According to the contract, there will be a fine if the completion effect does not meet the standard or is overdue. I looked down at the terms of the contract and calculated in my mind. If the score is less than 1,800 points, I can get the full payment. But if it is less than 1,500 points, I will have to accept the penalty. No problem. I nodded in agreement. After signing the contract, I looked at the deposit in my account and felt excited. This was my first order and first deposit after graduation. Mr. Qin, when can you start? The headmaster looked at me with anticipation. I smiled and replied, You can start now. Director Zhang continued to take me to the playground and pointed to the 2 blank walls. These are the 2 walls. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I nodded and started setting up my work equipment and live broadcast equipment. When I started mixing the paint, netizens in the live broadcast room quickly commented, Wow, the host can actually do wall painting. That's amazing. While I was preparing the materials, I continued to introduce them to everyone. Hello, everyone. This is the first time I have made such a large-scale work. Welcome everyone to witness it together. I changed into my work clothes, picked up the brush, and started to apply the base color. After a while, the gradient blue night sky began to appear, and the comments of netizens kept refreshing. This speed is too fast. You are worthy of being a great writer. I can't believe this layering. Will it have a 3-dimensional effect? I continued to concentrate on painting. After adjusting the details, I began to paint the stars. The entire night sky became deeper and more beautiful. When school was over, many children came out and were attracted by the works on the wall. They gathered around the wall to look at them. A little boy looked up at me with his chubby face and asked me, Uncle, did you draw this? I nodded and smiled and replied, Yes, my uncle drew it. Uncle is amazing, he said. A girl next to him also said, I want to be a painter like my uncle when I grow up. I smiled, and looking at these innocent children, I couldn't help but feel a little warm in my heart. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came. This seems to be Penny S.'s father. I have seen him pick up Penny before. When I heard the name, my heart skipped a beat. Penny, who had just lowered her head and wanted to leave quickly, stopped in her tracks. Penny, Come quickly, your dad is here, the child shouted. Penny was suddenly startled and stopped, with a complicated look in her eyes, as if she didn't expect to see me here. Chapter 17. I watched my daughter run out of the school gate, feeling a little lost. When Penny saw me, just now, she hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly ran away. At that moment, I knew that she didn't want to admit that I was her father. When she was recognized by her classmates, I could feel her inner struggle from the shameful look in her eyes. She didn't want to have a father as shameful as me. I packed up my tools and quietly walked out of the kindergarten. When I walked out the door, I saw her crying to Seline, tears in her eyes, as if she felt very ashamed. She cried and said, "Dad, Dad." He was painting the wall inside and was recognized by my classmates. It's so embarrassing. Hearing this, I felt an indescribable pain in my heart. She said this without hiding her dislike for me. I wanted to comfort her, but I said nothing and just stood there quietly. Celine's face darkened and she hurried towards me, saying angrily, "William, you are crazy. You actually went to my daughter's school to work as a wall painter." "A painter?" I looked up, feeling unhappy. "I'm a wall painter. There's a big difference." She glanced at me coldly. "Is there any difference?" "William, you are so shameful. How can you do this?" She paused and continued, "If you feel ashamed, divorce me quickly." I felt a chill in my heart. I watched her walk away angrily without saying anything. I just picked up the tools and threw them into my old pickup truck. Although the truck was secondhand, it still carried many memories for me. Just then, a little boy came over carrying a school bag and pointed at my car. "So Penny's dad drive a car like this, so cool." His whispered comment seemed to reveal something inadvertently, but unfortunately Penny didn't hear it. She only heard the first half of the sentence, then suddenly froze, turned around, opened Dennis's car door, quickly got in, and closed the door. I didn't say anything and continued to move the tools. I felt complicated, as if I was hit by this sudden blow. Seline looked at me angrily, almost burning my anger to ashes. "Look, now even your daughter dislikes you and thinks you are shameful. William, do you really want to continue like this?" "I don't want this," I answered calmly, but there was helplessness in my voice. I don't want my daughter to become this kind of person. She should have innocent values, not be polluted by worldly views. I didn't do a good job in educating her, and I'm very disappointed in myself. Celine's expression softened a little, but she didn't completely agree. "How can you be so naive? Is this my daughter's fault? Everyone would choose a luxury car instead of a used pickup truck, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, a red Lamborghini drove over quickly and stopped in front of Dennis's car. As soon as the car turned, its streamlined body immediately made Dennis Maybach look dim. I was startled, but I didn't waver. The owner of Averil's bar walked out of the car elegantly, wearing black leather pants and a white tight vest. She walked in front of Dennis' car and raised her eyebrows. "Handsome, sorry, I'm blocking your way." Dennis was stunned for a moment and quickly replied, "No, it's okay." She then turned to me, whistled mischievously with a naughty smile on her face. "Hey, handsome guy, do you want to go for a ride? Let me take you for a ride." Her words were provocative, not only to me, but also to Seline. Seline gritted her teeth in anger, suddenly turned around and walked to Dennis's passenger seat, slamming the door shut. "Drive." Her command was full of cold power. Dennis quickly reversed the car and drove away slowly. Seline looked at the scenery outside the car window. Her mood seemed to change a little, and suddenly asked, "Do you think she is beautiful?" "Normally," Dennis replied calmly, not seeming to care. "Then why do you keep staring at her?" Seline asked. Dennis looked at her with a smile. "She is just a low-class woman." I was shocked by her behavior. I have never seen such a person. "Yin Yin, you are not jealous, are you? Don't be so unconfident. You are the ballet queen." His words were like a handful of sugar, and Celine's mood eased immediately. But new thoughts began to churn in her mind. Will William go with that woman? She looks quite charming. Will William be tempted? I was also on her mind. It wasn't until our family had dinner that Seline finally came out of this dilemma. She said she didn't care, but her heart was full of doubts and annoyance towards me. After returning to the Lin family villa, Monica saw that Seline was furious, so she asked casually, "What happened? William was recognized at Chungching school today? How embarrassing." Seline replied angrily, "I'm so annoyed. I can't let Chungchung feel ashamed." "So what?" Monica said with a smile. "Think of a way to destroy the wall, and William won't go to the kindergarten anymore." This sentence was like a stone that stirred ripples in Penny's heart. She decided to destroy the wall so that her father would never go to her school again to avoid embarrassment. Chapter 18. I sat in the bar, thanking Ivy for her words of help, but I did not accept her invitation. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Okay, handsome, I respect you. When you finish the divorce procedures, remember to come find me. I have made an appointment to be your #1 pursuer. Her flying kiss made me feel helpless. Eva, who was sitting in the bushes, was watching this scene and was obviously furious. She pinched her cousin Lilia's arm fiercely. I'm so angry this Ivy actually snatched Brother Chin from me. Lilia's arm was twisted so hard that she couldn't help but mutter, workers are so miserable. I knew that senior Brother Chin would never get in her car. Eva was indignant, her tone full of reluctance. Then her cell phone rang. It was Ivy calling. Wayne, long time no see, let's go out tonight? Eva's voice was full of teasing. Eva agreed without hesitation. Okay. She hung up the phone and turned to Lily. You just said that you and Eva are no longer friends from today, right? Lily was stunned. Eva smiled and said, what do you know? This is called knowing yourself and knowing your enemy, so that you can win every battle. I have to find out her background and see if there is anything worth learning from her. After she said that, she walked out of the bushes and drove the limited edition Cullinan to the bar. In the bar, Ivy raised the cocktail glass in her hand and touched Eva's glass. I've fallen in love with a handsome guy recently. He's the first man who makes me want to settle down. Eva was stunned. She didn't expect her to be so direct. She almost spit out the wine. Puff. Her reaction stunned Eva. Eva narrowed her eyes. What's wrong? Such a big reaction. Eva quickly smiled to cover up. It's okay, it's okay. I just didn't expect you to be so serious. Me? Serious? Ivy looked confused, really? Eva nodded. That's right. Every time you swear, but it never lasts more than 3 months. Really? Ivy frowned, but it's different this time. Don't give me that. You said it was different last time, too. Ivy looked at her, her eyes full of confusion, as if she was doubting her own memory. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me how you plan to pursue this handsome guy. Eva changed the subject to hide her uneasiness. Ivy smiled slyly. I plan to find a house near his home and be his neighbor. Then, when the time is right, I will do some wet temptation. Eva was stunned and almost crushed the wine glass in her hand. Wayne, what's wrong with you? Seeing her overreact, Eva frowned slightly. It's okay. I was just thinking about something else. Eva quickly adjusted her mood and lowered her gaze. She pretended to be calm, took the glass, and continued to drink. Ivy didn't think much about it and continued. I planned that one night, the water pipe would burst and I would be covered in water. Then I would stand in front of him and beg him for help pitifully. William, my water pipe burst. As soon as these words fell, Eva was suddenly overwhelmed by a strong emotion and almost couldn't help but crush the wine glass. But fortunately, she was not injured. Eva looked at her reaction and her tone became a little confused. Wayne, are you okay? Eva shook her head. It's okay. I'm just a little absent-minded. She turned and left the bar, and when she got outside, she took out her phone and called Lily. Rent the house closest to William at all costs. I want to be his neighbor. On the other hand, I returned to the rented house and saw that the food in the bowl on the small stool outside the yard was still untouched, and I felt a little sad. I picked up the bowl, dumped out the contents, and made another pot of bamboo shoot duck soup, just like yesterday. As I cooked, I was broadcasting live with a gentle voice like a top radio drama voice actor, describing the encounter with the little girl today. The audience in the live broadcast room started to tease me that I was just playing up my persona and that these were all scripts designed by the team. But I didn't care. I decided to be myself and stop trying to please others. I didn't want to endure the constraints from the Lin family anymore, so I decided to be loyal to myself from now on. However, after waiting for more than an hour, the girl still didn't show up. I felt like a big stone was pressing on my heart, heavy and depressed. The images of 2 little girls kept interweaving in my mind. One was my daughter Penny, and the other was the little girl whose name I didn't know yet. I was confused. After the live broadcast, I took the cooked duck soup to a small stool outside the yard and waited for her to come. However, until dawn, the bowl of duck soup was still intact. I couldn't help feeling disappointed, so I decided to sort out my mood and drove the tool car to Shinshin Kindergarten. As soon as I arrived at the playground, I heard Director Zhang scolding me. Which class are you from? Why are you destroying the painted wall? I walked closer and saw a little boy being held by Director Zhang, his face pale with fear. At this moment, Penny came out from the corner and watched this scene. Chapter 19. I looked at the little boy with his head down, grabbing his clothes, and I felt sorry for him. He had done nothing wrong, but Director Zhang scolded him. Director Zhang's words became more and more fierce, and the little boy almost cried. I walked over and whispered, Director Zhang, let me handle it. Director Zhang was stunned and looked at me, as if he was a little embarrassed for being so excited. I walked closer to the little boy, squatted down, and asked him with a smile, Can you tell me what happened just now? The little boy pointed at the painting on the wall, lowered his head, and looked a little guilty. I like this painting very much, but I didn't expect. I touched it, and the paint fell off. I want to put it back. I couldn't help but smile. That's Uncle's problem. I guess Uncle didn't handle it well. The little boy seemed to be attracted by my smile, and suddenly looked more sincere. Uncle, I'm sorry. I didn't do well. It's okay. Uncle is also responsible. I replied gently, then looked at the faded area and asked, Then how do we solve it? Let's fix it together. The little boy's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have found hope in an instant. I took out the palette from my tool bag, mixed the paint, and handed him the brush. Come, Uncle will teach you how to fix this. I gently held his hand and led him to fix the picture together. He looked at me, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle, is my painting also included in this painting now? I nodded. Yes, from now on this painting has your participation. The little boy laughed immediately. Great. When my mother comes to pick me up, I will tell her that I also drew 3 strokes. Go ahead, go back to the classroom for class. I smiled, touched his head, and watched him leave. I packed up my tools and prepared to continue working, but I found Director Zhang standing in front of the wall with a strange look on his face. Mr. Qin, things are a bit complicated. I walked over and looked at the picture on the wall and found that the original minor damage had become more serious. There were more than a dozen scratches of varying depths, as if they had been scratched by metal objects, stretching across the picture, difficult to repair. It shouldn't be Guan Guan. Director Zhang was a little flustered. I was holding his hand the whole time. He couldn't have done it. I frowned. The little boy just now was obviously a painter. He wouldn't intentionally destroy his own work. And these scratches in front of me were obviously intentional. I looked around and found that the height of these scratches was just the height of a 4 or 5-year-old child. An uneasy thought arose in my mind. Director Zhang, can you take me to check the surveillance? Surveillance. Director Zhang slapped his thigh and immediately took me to the monitoring room. Soon, the surveillance footage showed the truth. It was Penny. She took the metal pendant on her school bag and scratched the wall fiercely, again and again, looking angry and venting her hatred. After scratching more than a dozen times, she turned around and ran away. My face darkened, and an indescribable emotion rose in my heart. Penny. Director Zhang was stunned, and suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. He immediately went to bring Penny to the office. Penny, can you tell me why you do this? Director Zhang asked gently, trying not to make her feel pressured. Penny put her hands behind her back, raised her head arrogantly, and looked down at us. My father drew the painting. I can destroy it if I want. When I heard this, I felt like I was hit hard in the heart. Her tone and attitude were exactly the same as her grandmother's. Director Zhang could hardly close his mouth and was obviously shocked. Mr. Qin, this is... Director Zhang was a little incoherent. It's her. I responded softly, but that doesn't mean she can destroy other people's things at will. Penny put her hands on her hips, looking like a little princess. Why can't I? Grandma said that your things are mine. Everything you have is mine. I hate you. I just don't want you to work as a worker in our school. I shook my head helplessly, feeling more and more disappointed. Penny, you can't do this. Destruction is not the solution to the problem. Director Zhang's face was also a little embarrassed. Mr. Qin, since it is your daughter, you may need to go home and educate her. How does your school usually handle this kind of thing? I interrupted Director Zhang, a hint of helplessness in my words. Director Zhang was stunned for a moment and answered truthfully. This situation is quite serious. We will ask the parents to come and communicate, and ask the child to apologize, and at the same time, ask the parents to compensate for the damaged items. Then let's handle it according to the school's procedures, I said calmly. I knew it was time for my daughter to bear the consequences of her actions. But, Mr. Qin, you are Penny's father, so you should handle this, right? Director Zhang asked awkwardly. You can notify her mother. I answered directly. Before I could finish my words, Penny suddenly poked my thigh with her little finger and said, Teacher, he and my mom are getting divorced. He is no longer my dad. She became angrier and angrier as she spoke. I don't want you to be my dad. I hate you so much. She continued to yell. Her eyes were red with anger, and tears were about to fall. I sighed, squatted down, and patiently said to her, If you make a mistake, you must take responsibility. Penny, you must be responsible for your actions. But she didn't listen at all and pushed me hard. I was caught off guard and lost my balance, so she pushed me to the ground. I won't apologize. I won't apologize. You are not my father, she said angrily and ran to call Dennis. Chapter 20. As soon as Dennis received the call, Penny burst into tears, her voice coming intermittently from the phone. Uncle Chi, you should come to the kindergarten to pick me up. My bad dad is going to bully me. I felt a chill in my chest, as if I was soaked in ice water. Director Zhang's face also became very embarrassed, and I could feel that she knew the complexity of the situation. Finally, she called Penny's mother, but the person who came was Dennis, not Seline. Dennis rushed over, panting, squatted down, and picked up Penny. Our little princess, you won't be pretty if you cry anymore. He spoke in a gentle tone, comforting her gently. Don't cry. Uncle Chi will take you to eat platinum ice cream. How about it? Penny finally stopped crying. Dennis put her down and turned to me and Director Zhang. Sorry, Seline had something urgent to do. I'll take her place. My face darkened, and I could hardly control my anger. Dennis continued to look at Director Zhang and said, Please take the child back to the classroom. I will talk to Mr. Chin. Director Zhang saw this and quickly took Penny away, leaving me and Dennis in the office. Dennis handed me a check with a calm look in his eyes. William, this is compensation for you, since the wall is damaged. I also hope that this matter ends here and don't continue to make trouble. I sneered. Making trouble? Don't you just want to attract Selene's attention? I looked at him, anger boiling in my heart. Dennis, do you think I'm ignorant? Do you think this will make Seline worry less? She is very busy at work every day. As her husband, shouldn't you be more considerate of her? Dennis could finish his words. I rushed forward with my fist and punched him hard. This is called making trouble. Dennis, I warn you, unless Seline and I are officially divorced, don't interfere in our affairs again. If you intervene in front of me once, I will beat you. After saying that, I turned and left, not leaving him any room for maneuver. After I left the office, I felt so upset that I could hardly calm down. I edited my daughter's situation and my educational ideas into a WeChat message and sent it to Seline. After sending the message, I stopped paying attention to my phone. After all, I felt that I had fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. The rest, how Seline would raise the child, how the Lin family would educate the child, were not something I could decide. Back at the playground, I quickly set up the live broadcast equipment and explained the damage to the wall to netizens. I didn't mention that it was Penny who caused the damage. I just briefly explained the situation and then started to scrape off the paint on the wall. My movements were a bit rough, which made netizens feel distressed. Someone must have deliberately messed up the anchor. In fact, just shovel away the damaged part and keep the rest. You can't do that. It will create a discordant gap. I studied art, trust me. Alas, I feel sorry for the anchor. I responded to the netizens' concerns calmly and quickly repainted the wall. Until dark, I finally completed a new starry sky painting. Netizens gave thumbs up. The host really put a lot of effort into the painting. Unlike the previous one, this one seems to have soul. After finishing the day's creation, I packed up my things, said hello to the security guard, and prepared to leave the kindergarten. As soon as I walked out of the park gate, I ran into Oscar. His pickup truck was parked nearby. When he saw me coming, he sat directly in the passenger seat and said, Brother, I've thought it through. We can consider adopting that girl. I looked at him, feeling complicated. Adopt? Yes, I can understand her situation. If you feel pressured, I can help out and give some money. Oscar continued, his eyes full of sincerity. I am an orphan, and I live a good life because I met good adoptive parents. When I think of that girl, I can't help but feel heartbroken. Since I can help her, I want to do my best. I was silent for a moment, and then said slowly, This matter is not as simple as you think. I will think about it carefully. As soon as I finished speaking, we had driven to the suburbs, close to my home. Suddenly, we heard sounds of beating and barking dogs in the distance. Oscar and I looked up at the same time and saw the grocery store owner beating a little girl with a feather duster. Are you going to let go? Take out the biscuits. The owner's voice was cold and harsh. Oscar immediately took the phone from my hand and started filming. I quickly reminded him, Don't take a picture of her face. At the same time, an inexplicable anger surged in my heart, and I ran over and grabbed the boss lady's waving hand. How much money does she owe you? I will pay it back for her. Chapter 21. If you want to raise her, just raise her. Don't bother me. The old man waved his hand and pushed the little girl and me out the door. Before I could finish my words, He pushed us out and closed the door. I was really shocked by the scene in front of me. Oscar looked at me with a frown on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect things to be so complicated. Brother, what should we do now? I looked down at the little girl. Her eyes were full of helplessness. Go to the police station. I responded calmly. The little girl's reaction was beyond my expectation. She shook my hand away and said with disgust, I won't go to the police station. I squatted down and looked into her eyes. If you want to go with me, you must go to the police station. Otherwise, I will be mistaken for a child trafficker. Oscar stood beside her, obviously helpless, with a hint of confusion in his words. I really didn't expect it to be so complicated. The little girl hesitated for a long time, and finally raised her head with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. If I go, can I really go home with you? I'm not sure. I answered honestly. After hearing this answer, she immediately shook off my hand and ran towards an abandoned and dilapidated house, which was her so-called home. This dilapidated house has become her habitat. For several days, she almost spent the night here. Watching her walk into the dangerous building skillfully, Oscar and I both felt heavy-hearted. The little girl walked towards the pile of cardboard without hesitation, and when she sat down, I felt my heart being torn apart and then immersed in the cold and sourness. Brother, can we really let her sleep in a place like this? Oscar's voice was filled with anger and powerlessness that were hard to conceal. He picked up his phone and turned to the live camera. Is there a lawyer here? If we want to adopt this girl, what should we do? Netizens in the live broadcast room began to become active. Although some voices questioned whether this was a show, more netizens expressed sympathy for the fate of the little girl. Too miserable, this child adoptive father is really a scumbag. I used to think I was unlucky, but after seeing this little girl, I feel I am lucky. She actually has to sleep on the ground in this kind of weather. What will she do in winter? At this time, Eva contacted Land's legal team and hurriedly held a meeting to discuss a solution. Although the top lawyers made suggestions one after another, they still couldn't find a solution that could minimize the risks. I walked into the dangerous house and slowly walked toward the little girl. I squatted down and said to her in a gentle voice, I didn't finish what I said just now. Although I can't guarantee it, I will try my best. Are you willing to go to the police station with me and try again? She was silent for a while and finally turned around with distrust and a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Finally, she nodded, said nothing, and walked silently with me to the police station. The police station staff recognized the little girl as soon as they saw her, and their eyes flashed with concern. Is this a theft or an adoption issue? She asked as she took out the registration book. I patiently explained, this little girl's adoptive father doesn't want to raise her anymore. Seeing that she is homeless, I hope to adopt her. If we can't adopt her immediately, we hope to take her home temporarily and report the case first. The staff member's attitude began to change. Although she said that she couldn't adopt the child directly, I didn't give up. We can first make a police report and then collect clues from netizens. If anyone knows her family information, it can help us find her family. I handed over my social worker ID and explained the situation to her. If her family wants to find her, they can contact me through my report. I continued. The staff hesitated a little, but finally agreed to our approach. She began to enter the report information and provided me with a receipt. The audience in the live broadcast room praised my actions. The host is so smart. As expected of a host, he dares to do things that others dare not do. Those who say it is a show, do you think the police station staff are also putting on a show? Even if it's just a show, it's for the little girl's own good. At least she has a place to rely on temporarily. Eva tightly grasped Lily's hand, her eyes full of excitement. Senior brother Chin is so smart. Lily was a little confused. What does this have to do with me? Eva glanced at her with disdain. You only have 10 pounds to lose, how could I? Lily was speechless for a moment and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 22. I just walked out of the police station and the little girl's eyes were still filled with disbelief. She looked up at me and whispered, So, can I go back with you? Are you my dad? I nodded. At present, this is the case. She was still confused, as if she had not yet fully reacted, her eyes full of doubts. Oscar stood aside, watching this scene, and his heart was filled with an indescribable sadness and touching. After leaving the police station, Oscar and I took the little girl to the supermarket. On the way, Oscar smiled and asked her, What's your name? Girl. Girl? Don't you have any other names? The little girl shook her head. My adoptive parents are uneducated. They call me Yadu after they adopted me. Later, when I was in school, I was called Leah. What kind of name is Leah? Oscar laughed and said, You can't take that person's surname in the future. You should take our surname Chin. She pointed at me and said, I have the same last name as him. Then it's still Chin. My last name is Chin too. Oscar's voice got a little louder. The little girl pointed at me stubbornly and said, I have the same last name as him. Oscar smiled helplessly. Okay, it's the same last name anyway. He patted my shoulder. Brother, give her a name. I looked down at her, thinking that this little girl always gave people the impression of being so stubborn and tenacious. So I said, let's call her Chinyu. You means pleasure, joy, and happiness. Do you like it? I like it. She nodded gently. Oscar also smiled. Chinyu, good. Let's call her Chinyu. We walked into the supermarket. Oscar pushed the shopping cart. Chinyu came to such a large mall for the first time. Her eyes were full of confusion and anxiety. She held my clothes tightly. I noticed her uneasiness and immediately bent down to pick her up. Oscar was so excited that he picked out many cute little things and even bought pink clothes and some daily necessities. Brother, you can't take my money today. I have to buy it for my daughter. When paying, Oscar suddenly asked, Yeah. When is your birthday? Dad, Chin. Please remember it. She shook her head. I don't know. Oscar was stunned. Has no one celebrated your birthday? Chin, you still shook his head. Oscar's eyes were a little wet, and he took a deep breath. Come, help carry things. These are all for you. Chin Yu held a bunch of newly bought things, her eyes full of doubt and disbelief. Are these all for me? Yes, for you. After Oscar finished speaking, she immediately burst into tears, holding those things in her eyes. Oscar was stunned, his face full of confusion. Brother, what's wrong? I squatted down, gently wiped Chin Yu's tears, and whispered, Today is your birthday, how about it? She stopped crying for a while and turned to look at me. Birthday? I nodded. Yes, today is your new life. Just consider it as your birthday. Oscar quickly took out a fluffy bunny doll from the shopping bag and handed it to her. This is your birthday gift from Chin's father. Let's go buy a small cake, okay? Chin Yu held the doll carefully and looked at us with uneasiness and vigilance in his eyes. No, these are already very good. I have never worn new clothes. She whispered. A hint of pain flashed in her eyes, as if she was overwhelmed by all this. Oscar's eyes were moist. He turned around and went into the supermarket again and bought a small cake. Back in my rental house, we lit candles in the messy living room to celebrate Chin Yu's birthday. She took a bite of the cake, with surprise and gratitude flashing in her eyes. Thank you. This is the first time I've eaten cake. I stroked her head gently. It's okay. There will be more cakes in the future. Don't worry. Oscar also smiled and said, That's right. Chin Yu, you will be able to eat cakes on my birthday and Chuanji's birthday in the future. In the live broadcast room, messages from viewers poured in. This scene is so heartwarming. I feel like crying. I wish Chin Yu a happy life. After the live broadcast, I took Chin Yu to the bathroom, put water in for her, and then asked her gently, Can you take a shower? Chin Yu nodded, and I left the bathroom and went to prepare a place for her to rest. After she finished her shower, I dried her hair and let her hold the bunny doll and go to the tent to rest. It's still under renovation here. When it's finished, you can sleep on the bed. Chin Yu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Dad. I will listen to you in the future. I ruffled her hair and whispered, You don't have to be super obedient. You just need to listen to the voice in your heart and be yourself. I lay down on the sofa next to me, closed my eyes, and tried to relax for a moment. Suddenly, my cell phone rang, and the caller was Seline. I looked at Chin Yu, and she had closed her eyes quietly. I quietly walked out of the room to the terrace to answer the call. On the other end of the phone, Celine's voice was furious. William, are you crazy? The Civil Affairs Bureau stood me up, called the parents to get my attention, and now they are adopting a girl. Have you forgotten that you have a biological daughter? Chapter 23. The voice on the phone sounded a bit harsh, and Celine's anger could almost be heard from the other end of the phone. You are late. William, is this another missed appointment for you? Her voice was very loud, and I subconsciously checked my phone and took a few steps to the terrace, afraid that she would hear it. Celine, calm down. I took a deep breath and tried my best to make my tone calmer, although I didn't feel relieved. I can't calm down. Her voice was filled with anger and helplessness. What are you doing? The girl you adopted was beaten this morning, and you had to intervene? Her words were full of doubts. Do you feel sorry for her? Or do you want to use her to hype yourself up? I was a little stunned by this. I tried to suppress my anger, and my tone gradually became colder. We have been married for 5 years, and this is how you see me? William, we are not fools. Who can't see what you are thinking? Her sneer pierced my ears. Are you thinking of this as a way to make money? I was silent for a while, anger boiling in my heart. You are too much to say that to me. We have lived together for 5 years. Don't you understand me? At least, I have never lacked respect for you. She was silent for a moment, and her voice suddenly lowered. William, I'm tired, really. I don't want to make trouble anymore. You win, come back. Hearing her words, my mood suddenly became complicated. My mom said she will give you 4,000 yuan, and it could be increased to 8,000 yuan, and she will transfer it to you every month. I hope you can stop those messy live broadcasts. Her voice was filled with sarcasm. You don't care about your own daughter, but you care about other people's children. Don't you think it's ironic? I think it's ironic now, too. I gritted my teeth and responded, You don't even have basic respect for me, Seline. There's really no point in continuing this marriage. Okay, her tone turned cold. Come to the dance studio tomorrow to sign the divorce agreement. I want to see what tricks you can play. Okay, see you have to get off work tomorrow. After I said that, I hung up the phone, sighed secretly, and walked back to the room quietly. The next day, when I woke up, I found that there was no one in the tent. My head was numb and my heart suddenly tightened. Chinyu. I immediately ran downstairs, my heart beating faster. Chinyu is a sensitive child. She must have heard my conversation last night. Chinyu. I called out and quickly went downstairs. When I reached the kitchen, I was stunned. Chinyu was standing on a small stool, frying eggs, concentrating on her work. She carefully brought a plate of eggs and looked up at me with careful concern in her eyes. Dad, what's wrong? I'm making breakfast for you. Looking at her little face, my heart was instantly filled with warmth. Thank you, Dad. I took the plate and gently touched her head. I'll do these things from now on. She tilted her head, her eyes revealing a trace of confusion. Dad, why do you have to do all this? I felt sorry for her and stroked her hair. You don't have to do this. Dad will make whatever you want to eat. There was a hint of uneasiness in her eyes, as if she didn't completely believe me, but she answered obediently. Okay. I asked her, have you ever been to kindergarten before? She shook her head. No, I don't know if I have a household registration. I was silent for a moment, feeling a little heavy in my heart. You have to go to school and learn knowledge in the future so that you can have your own future. Are you willing? With desire flashing in her eyes, she nodded firmly. I want to go to school. My heart warmed, and I continued. Now follow me to do the live broadcast, and when your household registration problem is solved, I will send you to school. If you don't like to show your face, you don't have to do it. She shook her head gently. No, I want to help you. She lowered her head, as if she was afraid of being rejected. I knew she did this because she wanted to prove that she would not be abandoned, and my heart suddenly felt a little painful. Yeah, Daddy promised you that he would be responsible to the end. You don't have to do these things just to prevent me from abandoning you. You are my daughter, and I will raise you until you are 18 years old. I didn't force her to understand immediately, and I knew it would take time to build up her sense of security. Let's go, let's get to work. We packed up the tools together, and I noticed that Shinyu was also very skillful at home, not like a 5-year-old girl at all. I installed a child safety seat for her on the tool cart and said softly, Dad can help you comb your hair when you go to school, okay? Her eyes lit up and she nodded, as if she had never thought about this kind of warmth. Then, we went to the barber shop to trim her hair. Her hair was of different lengths, as if she had cut it herself. I asked the barber to trim her hair in a short hair that reached her ears, with her bangs trimmed to her eyebrows. She looked very cute. Are you very energetic and cute? I praised her. Her eyes sparkled and she asked doubtfully, Really? I nodded. Of course you are. Thank you, Dad. She said softly, with a hint of shyness in her voice. I was stunned. In the past, when I praised Penny, she always responded playfully. Of course, I am a little princess. But Chinyu's thanks warmed my heart. Soon, we arrived at the kindergarten. I set up the live broadcast stand and began to teach her how to do live broadcast. She listened carefully and learned it quickly. Chinyu's little hands were clumsy when operating, but her seriousness made me feel warm in my heart. The number of people in the live broadcast room began to increase. Seeing this scene, they sighed that William was really good at educating children. I also explained to netizens during the live broadcast that I brought Chinyu not to gain sympathy, but to hope that everyone would pay attention to her household registration problem. At present, her household registration problem has not been resolved, and her adoptive father is not cooperating. I hope to send her to school as soon as possible and give her a normal kindergarten life. While drawing and interacting with netizens, my heart is full of hope. I hope this little girl can get the love and care she deserves. Chapter 24. I continued to repair the details on the wall and took Chinyu to dinner. After dinner, I hesitated for a moment and decided to call Seline. Seline, There's a wall scoring activity in the school this afternoon. Can you come? After the activity is over, we can talk about the divorce agreement. She sounded impatient on the other end of the phone. Let's see what happens, William. My dance troupe is very busy. There are so many chain organizations to take care of. I don't have time to organize activities like you do. She hung up the phone irritably, her voice full of resentment. Jessica and Monica sat aside and looked at her. What's wrong? What did William do to you again? Monica asked cautiously. What else? Seline replied angrily. He told me to go to the wall painting scoring event and discuss the divorce agreement. Then go and discuss it. Jessica's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, Let's get a divorce quickly. Mom, we can't get divorced. Seline shook her head. I have already submitted the materials for the dance company's listing to Dennis. He will help me come up with a plan and application. The divorce scandal has a big impact now. I can't make this decision before the company goes public. Seline was suddenly upset and had trouble sorting out her emotions. She found it hard to understand why she became so upset every time she talked about divorce. Monica sneered. Mom, you are so naive. William will never get a divorce. Now he dares to challenge my sister like this. He must have heard that the dance troupe is going public and wants to take advantage of Seline. Think about it. Who will be the first beneficiary after the dance troupe goes public? Of course, it will be William. The common property of the couple can be multiplied several times. Seline's expression eased a little, but Jessica had a plan in mind. Her eyes flickered. He wants to take the money from our Seline's listing? That's impossible. Well, since we can't get a divorce for now, let William go home to work. Jessica rubbed her shoulders and thought for a moment. Without him, the family is still not very happy. It's not convenient to eat. Let's get a divorce after the company goes public. But we must make sure the divorce agreement is in place first. Seline sighed. Mom, William is not happy now. He still doesn't want to come back to do these jobs. Even if he is offered a salary of 8,000 yuan a month, he still refuses. It doesn't matter. Let Mom handle this. Jessica raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. William has become arrogant. I will make him return to his original form this afternoon and see if he dares to resist. Seline was a little nervous. Mom, what are you going to do? Doesn't the wall project have to pass the inspection before the final payment can be received? I have a way to make those wives give him a low score. Jessica looked confident. After a short lunch, Qinyu and I returned to the kindergarten. When passing by the playground, Qinyu's eyes unconsciously stayed on the swing. I noticed her look and asked her, Do you want to play on the swing? Qinyu's eyes flashed with desire, but she still shook her head. It's okay. Dad will take you to play. Dad will explain when we meet the teacher. I comforted her softly and led her to the swing. It was the first time Qinyu sat on the swing, and she seemed a little uneasy. I whispered, Hold the rope tightly. Dad will push you. She nodded, and I pushed her carefully, feeling her slowly relax. The swing swung gently. The corners of her mouth gradually curved up. Her bangs fluttered in the wind, and the sight and feeling before her seemed to make her experience an unprecedented freedom. Dad, push it higher. Qinyu laughed happily, her voice full of excitement. Okay. I pushed her back with the force, and the swing swung higher and higher, and she cheered. However, suddenly, a pair of angry eyes stared at me from a distance. She became angrier and angrier, and seemed to understand nothing. Penny couldn't help but rushed out, pointing at Qinyu and shouting angrily, Get down. You can't play on our swing. You are not a student of our school. After she said that, she actually walked up and pulled Qinyu off the swing. Qinyu was caught off guard and fell to the ground, scraping her knee. I had never expected Penny to be so emotional all of a sudden, and a hint of guilt flashed across my eyes. I quickly squatted down to check on Qinyu's injuries. Are you okay? Qinyu shook her head and said lightly, This little injury is much easier than being hit by a stick. My heart was broken, full of heartache. Turning to Penny, I said sternly, Apologize. You pulled her and hurt her. You must apologize. Why? Penny jumped up and down angrily. Why should I apologize? She is poor, dark, ugly, and doesn't even have a pretty dress to wear. Why should I ask her to apologize? I was so angry that I almost exploded. I didn't expect a 5-year-old to say such chilling words. Chung Chung, I raised my voice and shouted. If you do something wrong, you should apologize instead of judging others by their appearance. Penny yelled, I won't apologize. She doesn't deserve it. How can she afford the expensive tuition? I felt sad. I didn't expect my daughter to have such thoughts. It was obvious that her mother-in-law's thoughts had a great influence on her. At this time, Penny's teacher came over and asked gently, "What happened?" After listening to the situation, she squatted down and looked at Penny. Although Chinyu is not a student in our kindergarten, it's not a big deal to play on the swing. We can share it with other children. Penny turned away in displeasure. The teacher continued, "It was wrong for you to do that. You should apologize to Chinyu. Take the initiative to apologize, and I will reward you with a little red flower when I go back." Penny finally whispered reluctantly, "I'm sorry." Chinyu lowered her head, nervously clutched the corner of her clothes, and responded softly, "It's okay." Penny glared at her fiercely, and the teacher took her back to the class. I rubbed Chinyu's head and said gently, Yeah, you are right. You deserve respect." Chinyu was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect me to say this, but her eyes were full of gratitude. Chapter 25, Mother-in-Law. I have a way to force William to come back to work. Okay, thank you, Director. The director left after getting a satisfactory answer. William repaired some details of the wall painting, and then took Chinyu to dinner. After dinner, William thought about it and wondered when the afternoon grading activity would end, so he called Seline. "Seline, there's a wall grading activity at school this afternoon. Can you come over? Once the activity is over, we can discuss the divorce agreement." "We'll see." "William, my dance troupe is very busy, and my dance troupe has so many chain organizations. I'm really busy every day. How can I have time to organize this and that activity like you?" After saying that, Seline hung up the phone in annoyance. Jessica and Monica, who came to have lunch with her, glanced at her. "What's wrong? What did William do to you again?" Monica asked tentatively. "What else can I do?" Seline was full of resentment. "He asked me to attend the evaluation of his wall painting project this afternoon and then discuss the divorce agreement. Then go and talk." Jessica's eyes lit up and her voice was excited. "Get divorced quickly." "Mom, I can't leave." "Why?" Jessica frowned. "Schwer, is it that Dennis doesn't want to reconcile with you?" "No." Seline shook her head. "I submitted the dance troupe's listing materials to Dennis today. He said he would help me come up with a plan and application." "Mom, at this time, the divorce scandal has a huge impact on the dance troupe's listing. How long will it take to get a divorce?" Jessica asked unwillingly. "We'll talk about it at least half a year later, after the company goes public." Seline is a little confused about herself now. I don't understand why she feels so upset every time I mention divorce. In short, subconsciously, she really didn't want to get divorced. Monica sneered, "Mom, don't be naive. William will never get a divorce. He now dares to challenge my sister like this. He must have heard the news from somewhere that our Yin Yin dance troupe is going public, and he wants to take control of Yin Yin. Think about it. If Yin Yin dance troupe went public, who will be the first beneficiary? It must be William. The couple's joint property has increased several times." Celine's expression softened a bit after hearing this. But Jessica's shrewd eyes turned. William wanted to take the money and shares from Yin Yin's listing, but that was definitely impossible. "Well, since we can't get a divorce for the time being, let William go home and work first." Jessica rubbed her aching shoulder. "Without him, the family is really a bit uncomfortable. We can't even have a good meal. Wait until the company goes public, then you can divorce. But you must make a divorce agreement." "Mom, your plan is good, but William is not happy about it. I've already offered him a salary of 8,000 yuan a month, but he still doesn't want to come back. William's ambition is really getting bigger and bigger." Seline thought about the phone call last night and became annoyed again. "Baby, it's okay. Leave this to me." Jessica raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. "William has become arrogant. I will bring him back to his original form this afternoon so that he can face reality." "Mom, what do you want to do?" Celine's voice was a little nervous. "Doesn't his crappy wall project need to pass the inspection before he can get the final payment? I have a way to make those wives give him low scores." Jessica said this with extreme confidence. "Just wait. Once the event is over, I'll make him come back in disgrace. Humph, he has been the son-in-law of the Lin family for so many years, and he lives in a big villa, and he doesn't have to earn money to support the family. Now, can he not do these jobs if he doesn't want to do them?" After a short lunch, William took Chinyu back to the kindergarten. When passing by the playground, Chinyu's eyes were always on the swing. William noticed it and asked her, "Do you want to swing?" Chinyu's eyes were filled with desire, but she still shook her head. "It's okay. Dad will take you there, just to play for a while. If you run into the teacher, Dad will explain it to you." William didn't think it was a big deal, so he took Chinyu to sit on the swing. Chinyu sat on the swing for the first time and felt uneasy. William told her, "Hold on to the ropes on both sides, and Dad will push you." Chinyu nodded. William gently pushed Chinyu's back. Chin Yu's body began to sway, and the corners of her mouth curved up inch by inch. Her bangs flew up. She saw a different view, felt the caress of the breeze, and felt the excitement brought by speed. Dad, push it higher. Okay. William used the force to push Chin Yu's back. Chin Yu cheered out loud with joy. At this moment, a pair of small, round eyes filled with resentment stared at the scene. The more she looked at it, the angrier she became. What right does Dad have to push other little girls? Why? All of this should have belonged to her. After a while, Penny couldn't bear it anymore and ran out of the classroom angrily, pointing at Chin Yu. Get down here. You can't play on the swings in our school. You're not a student of our school. As she said that, she actually pulled Chin Yu down. Chin Yu was caught off guard and fell to the ground, bruising her knee. William had never expected that Penny would suddenly get emotional and grab people. He felt guilty for not protecting Chin Yu. He quickly squatted down to check Chin Yu's knee. Are you okay? Chin Yu shook his head and said casually, this little injury is much easier than being beaten with a stick. William felt distressed after hearing this and turned to look at Penny sternly. Apologize. You pulled the little girl and hurt her. You must apologize. Why? Penny was so angry that she jumped up and down. Why should I apologize to such a person? She is poor, dark, ugly, and doesn't even have a pretty dress to wear. Why should I apologize to her? As the voice fell, William's chest was filled with anger. He couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of a 5-year-old girl. What kind of ideas did the mother-in-law instill in her daughter? How did she raise her to be so domineering and unreasonable? Chung Chung. William's voice became a little higher. If you do something wrong, you should apologize instead of using the standards you mentioned to distinguish good from bad children. This is wrong. I'm not wrong. You are my father. You don't protect me. You protect other children. I hate you. I just hate you to death. After hearing this, Chin Yu was startled. She looked at Penny and William subconsciously, then shook William's hand. I'm fine. No need to apologize. No, you have to apologize for this. William insisted. I won't apologize. Penny stamped her feet in anger. She wasn't even a student at our school. Could she afford such expensive tuition fees per year? Dad, can you afford for her? If you can't afford it, she is not worthy of touching our kindergarten's things. At this moment, Penny's teacher came over and gently asked Penny, what happened? Penny pointed at Chin Yu excitedly. She is not a student of our kindergarten. She touched our swing. I will catch her on behalf of the kindergarten. The teacher recognized William and looked at him awkwardly. Mr. Chin, is this the case? William briefly explained what happened. After listening to this, the teacher squatted down and said to Penny, although Chin Yu is not a student in our kindergarten, playing on the swing is not a serious matter. As kindergarten children, we can also share the swings with other children. Penny looked away in displeasure. In that case, it's wrong for you to hit someone. Why don't you apologize to Chin Yu? If you apologize proactively, the teacher will reward you with a little red flower when he goes back. Penny then reluctantly said, I'm sorry. Chin Yu lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothes nervously, and replied, it's okay. Penny glared at her fiercely after hearing this, said a few polite words to William, and took Penny back to the classroom. William rubbed Chin Yu's head and said softly, yeah, you did nothing wrong. You deserve respect. Chin Yu was stunned, obviously not expecting William to say that. William bent down, picked up Chin Yu, and carried her to the tool cart, took out the medicine box in the car, and treated her wound briefly. After a long while, Chin Yu lowered his head and spoke. She is your daughter, and it is only right for me to let her be. William was stunned for a moment, then said firmly, you are you. You don't have to give in to anyone. You just need to be yourself. Chin Yu was stunned when she heard this, and her eyes were still confused, but she could feel that William was different from the social workers who wanted to adopt her in the past. He was so gentle and really good to her. So, Chin Yu prayed silently that she could stay with this father longer and longer. She really likes this dad. She wanted to give this father the best and most wonderful things in the world. The two returned to the kindergarten and renovated the contents of the wall. Soon, parents who received the scoring invitation began to enter the kindergarten one after another. Chapter 26. Can't the headmaster and the director save the anchor? Chapter 26. Can't the director and the director save the anchor? After a while, William saw his mother-in-law, who was dressed like a butterfly, entering the venue with a sapphire blue bag. She glanced at him provocatively from a distance, and then greeted him warmly along with the other ladies around her. In the sunlight, the big diamond ring on her ring finger sparkled. Soon, Jessica became friends with those rich ladies. William had a bad feeling in his heart. After greeting a few rich ladies, Jessica walked towards William arrogantly. If you leave now, maybe you can save some face for yourself. William asked without changing his expression. Why should I leave? You don't really think you can win and get the balance, do you? Jessica said in a contemptuous voice, not taking William seriously at all. We have to try, don't we? Jessica burst out laughing and kept shaking her head. You are naive, and you are really naive. William, I will teach you a valuable lesson in life today. In this world, if you have money, you have power and connections. Talent is just a thing to comfort the poor. Today I will use practical actions to tell you that no matter how beautiful your paintings are, it doesn't matter. My Lin family wants to crush you to death, but it's as easy as crushing an ant. William worriedly. William's emotions were extremely stable, and his eyes darkened. If it's that simple, why bother talking to me? I'm just giving you a chance. I don't want to make things too ugly. If you leave now, admit your mistake to Yin Yin, and come back to work, I can pretend that nothing happened during these few days. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Jessica was a little excited. Are you still dreaming that you can win? William, do you dare make a bet with me? What bet? If you lose, you must come back to the villa with me tonight to work. You must do everything you did before, and you must sign a divorce agreement with Yin Yin and promise not to interfere with Yin Yin's private meetings with Dennis. William was so angry that he laughed. You mean you want me to do housework and be cheated on without saying a word? Are there no shameless people in the world as shameless as you? At the moment when Jessica's face changed, William said quickly, But I'm betting with you. What if I win to bet? What will you do? Jessica gritted her teeth and glared at William. What do you want? I want you to apologize to me and admit in front of Seline that you have been sorry for me and have not treated me well in the past. Okay, it's a deal. Jessica gritted her teeth, her anger almost bursting out of her eyes. She turned haughtily and walked toward the ladies. At this time, the head teacher, Director Zhang, and a teacher in charge of scoring arrived at the scene. The staff member pushed out a mobile whiteboard. Director Zhang introduced the scoring rules to everyone. Dear parents and children, you have a white magnetic card in your hands. Everyone can pick up the pen in front of them and write down a number from 1 to 5 to rate the two paintings. The full score is 5 points, and the lowest score is 0 points. Now, please parents give the scores in order and then post the scores on the whiteboard. Our scoring teacher will count the scores on the spot. As soon as Director Zhang finished speaking, William's mother-in-law took the lead in scoring 1 and posted it on the whiteboard. Director Zhang was stunned for a moment, but then he recognized that the old woman in front of him should be Penny's grandmother. The low score is probably due to family conflicts. At this time, netizens who were watching the live broadcast also expressed their sympathy for William. This old woman did this on purpose, right? That's right. No matter how you look at it, the host's painting can't be worth only 1 point. I wish I could get 50 points. Yes, this painting by the host is much more sincere than other kindergarten wall paintings, and it is also very artistic. William's mother-in-law gave her score. Several of her good old sisters also gave low scores like 1 point. As soon as the grading started, 5 1-points appeared on the whiteboard. It's really shocking. William's mother-in-law gave him a provocative look. That look seemed to say, what? It's not too late to admit defeat. William was calm, and there was no sign of anxiety on his face. Chinyu looked up at William, her eyes full of heartache. William noticed her gaze and responded gently. It's okay, yeah. Remember, you will definitely encounter many situations like this in your future life, but never deny yourself until the last moment. Chinyu nodded, not quite understanding. Okay, now stand up straight and hold your head high. Don't let people who want to hurt you look down on you. Chinyu immediately took a deep breath and puffed up his chest. Seeing her like this, William liked her more and more from the bottom of his heart. Soon, several more wives gave 2 points. Director Zhang was nervous and helped out. Do the parents think that there is something wrong with the painting? Or do you think this picture is not suitable for children? The headmaster glanced at her. Director Zhang had no choice but to lower his head and shut up angrily. At this moment, some people continue to give low scores. The principal wrote a 5 on his magnetic card, stuck it on the whiteboard, and then looked at the parents with a smile. Don't worry, just follow your heart. This is just my personal opinion. At this time, the first 5 points appeared on the whiteboard. It was given by such an important figure as the director. The parents also showed a hint of hesitation. What should we do? The director's meaning is very clear. Yes, should we listen to the headmaster or Grandma Penny? Nonsense. Our children go to school here, so we must not offend the principal. At this moment, the parents were whispering to each other, and no one wanted to be the next person to grade. Director Zhang was very excited. She didn't expect that the head teacher would take the lead in grading. Is this still her difficult and strict principal? The principal, who is usually so strict, actually gave William a score of 5. William is so awesome. Encouraged by this, Director Zhang also wrote a 5 and slapped it on the whiteboard. William nodded gratefully to the headmaster and Director Zhang. The headmaster nodded in aloofness, while Director Zhang's heart was pounding with excitement. At this moment, a wealthy lady who had business dealings with the Lin family simply wrote a 2 and posted it on the whiteboard. Another wife also wrote a 2 and posted it on the whiteboard. Netizens watching the live broadcast were all worried for William. Fuck, can't the headmaster and the director save the anchor? I feel sorry for the anchor. Although different people have different aesthetic tastes, the host's 2 wall paintings, even if they can't get full marks, are at least worth 4 points. That's right. Those who gave 1 or 2 points are clearly malicious ratings. But what can we do? If this continues, the anchor will lose. If you lose, you won't get the balance. I'm so angry. I really want to go to the scene to rate. At this time, Eva was also very anxious in front of the live camera. How can I help my senior brother? Netizens also prayed nervously online. A soft-hearted god passed by. Please help the anchor. I really can't bear to see the anchor lose. Chapter 27. William, the most outstanding and talented painter in the Academy of Fine Arts in the past 50 years. Chapter 27. William, the most outstanding and talented painter in the Academy of Fine Arts in the past 50 years. As soon as the 2 parents left after giving the low scores, their children expressed their dissatisfaction. Grandma, do you know how to give grades? That's right, Mom. Do you understand? The grandmother and mother who were being talked about looked a little unhappy. But the children's minds are very innocent, and they became more and more excited as they talked. Uncle Mingming's painting is so beautiful. Why did you give him 2 points? Mom, are you targeting Uncle on purpose? Mom, do you really think it's ugly? Didn't you always teach me to be honest? Penny's grandmother angrily. I quit. Why should I listen to you? You're only a few decades older than us. Why should we be at your mercy? We didn't object before because we were afraid of offending you, and we respect you. But now you want us to be bad guys in front of the children. I think clearly that I cannot agree to help you. I want to be a role model for my children. After saying that, the female parent changed the score again, changing 2 to 5. Her daughter clapped and jumped up. Yeah, Mom is awesome. Mom is not threatened by the old witch. Mom is so awesome. The parent smiled with satisfaction when his daughter praised him like that. Jessica's face turned pale and blue when she was exposed in public for hiring someone to give her a low score. Naturally, she looked extremely ugly. At this time, the mother of the little boy who had previously destroyed William's painting also came forward and gave a 5. She gave the child a thumbs up from a distance. The little boy was encouraged and looked very happy. Soon, many parents decided not to listen to Jessica anymore. But the Lin family thinks they're some big and powerful family. That's right. Seeing how old she is, I couldn't bear to offend her. She really takes herself very seriously. When it comes to capital, what kind of capital is she? That is, everyone gave William a score of 5. Soon, the number of 5 points on the whiteboard increased visibly, making the previous 1 and 2 points seem insignificant. At this moment, Seline and a female head of the family arrived late. Seline immediately noticed her mother's grim face, not knowing what was going on, and looked at the whiteboard on the stage in a daze. Before she could say anything, the female parent who followed her into the school gate spoke. This color combination is so bold. This parent is a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, he rushed up with eyes full of amazement. It's amazing to see such a strong and unique color scheme in a kindergarten. The lines and strokes are both great. The painter started the painting very steadily and put it down without hesitation. It can be seen that the painter was very determined when he was painting. This is not an ordinary industrial painter. He must be an art practitioner. The female parent walked towards the headmaster excitedly and said, I wonder if the headmaster could introduce this painter to me. Such brushstrokes and such color matching. I have only seen such brushstrokes and color matching on a talented student in our Academy of Fine Arts 5 years ago. I was so excited and wanted to meet this artist and have her give a lecture to our students. Professor O, you are too polite. I am not qualified to teach my junior students. When Olan heard the familiar voice, he was startled and turned to look at William in disbelief. It's really you, William from the class of 2019. Our Academy of Art has a talented painter who has not appeared in the past 50 years. You. Olan was so angry that he hit William's arm and his eyes were blurred. Where have you been these years? It's my dream to see the news of your winning the award in international newspapers. As a result, year after year, I spent my time in disappointment. No one in the industry has heard of you since then. Everyone who knows you says that you're no longer involved in painting or sculpture. William, you're going to piss me off to death. Olan is a young hot mom, only 3 years older than William. She used to be William's boss, and now she is the youngest professor at the Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, she was crying and patting William's hand. When she came to her senses, she felt a little embarrassed. She glared at William and said, "It's all your fault. You made me lose my composure." "It's my fault," William admitted in a low voice. At this time, the messages in the live broadcast room were jumping rapidly. 6. The youngest professor of the Academy of Fine Arts personally stamped it. Fuck, a talented painter who hasn't appeared in the Academy of Fine Arts in the past 50 years. What kind of praise is this? Wow, the little brother I'm a fan of is really handsome and awesome. Giving such a boastful person 1 or 2 points is really insulting. That's right. Didn't you hear what the female head of the family said just now? They were being blackmailed. Yes, there is something fishy going on. At this moment at the scene, Seline was so shocked that she was speechless. Is William that powerful? A talented painter? Or is he an outstanding painter who has not appeared in the past 50 years? Seline suddenly realized that she didn't know William at all. This feeling is not good. She had a vague feeling that William was no longer under her control. Olan was reminiscing about the past with William when he suddenly saw a few low scores on the whiteboard and his voice suddenly rose. What the hell? Even if you were blind, you shouldn't give a single point to such a work. After saying that, she glared at William again. You deserve it. You didn't work hard after graduation, and now you're here to be graded by unprofessional people. You really deserve it. William lowered his head with a good temper. Teacher O is right. It is the students who are wrong. Olan was instantly amused and patted his arm tenderly. You're the best at tricking me. Seline saw this scene. A crazy voice in her heart was screaming. Don't touch my husband. William is mine. Olan, you divorced woman, stay away from my husband. If she wasn't afraid of being laughed at by others, she would rush forward and push Olan away right now. At this time, Olan, who gave William a score of 6, had no idea of Celine's dark thoughts. She just casually wrote a 6. Director Zhang was stunned for a moment, then explained, Teacher O, our highest score is 5 points. Olan heard this, raised his chin proudly, and said willfully, but I think these 2 paintings are worth 6 points, 600 points, 6,000 points. I just want to give him 6 points. The headmaster nodded and told the teacher who was keeping score to ignore it. Just give it 5 points. Soon, after Olan finished giving scores, it was the children's turn to give their scores. Except for Penny, who scored 1. All other children scored 5 points. At this moment, some parents were not clear about the relationship here and asked Penny curiously, Little boy, why are you the only one who scored 1? Yes, don't you like these 2 paintings? Chapter 28. William's mother-in-law slaps him in the face. Chapter 28. William's mother-in-law slaps him in the face. As the voice fell, the other children laughed out loud. The person who drew the picture is Penny's dad. Shame on you, Penny. You deliberately gave your dad a low score. Penny doesn't like her dad. Penny often tells us that her mother wants to find her a new father. Her new dad is so rich. When one child started to make a noise, the other children followed suit. Everyone thought that this was a classroom and that they would be rewarded for speaking up. But little did she know that once these words were spoken, Seline would become extremely embarrassed and would hardly dare to raise her face. Jessica and Seline with strange eyes. At this time, a rich lady spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, so you didn't like your original son-in-law and wanted to marry into a rich family, so you asked us to give you a low score. Soon after, others followed suit and expressed indignation. That's right. You should solve your own family affairs yourself. It's not good to bring them outside. Divorce if you want. Why bother stepping on others like this? It's so disgusting. She suppresses others like this and drags us into it. Whoever is related to her will be unlucky. That's right. Mr. Chin is not bad. This looks good. And he's a talented painter. People are just greedy. They will always see something better. The voices of the crowd's discussions came over one after another, like invisible slaps in the air. One palm after another slapped Jessica on the face. At this moment, her face was stiff, her delicate makeup was already cracked, and she looked a little ashamed. Seline used to be the beauty of the dance department and was flattered wherever she went. She had never been treated like this before, and she glared at her own mother in anger. William with a frown. Is that really your daughter? William admitted it generously. Olan frowned even more and glanced at Seline with contempt. It is said that a daughter is a father's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. How come your cotton-padded jacket is so leaky? Ahem. The headmaster coughed twice to break the deadlock. Dear parents and friends, thank you very much for your support and help to our kindergarten. In order to create a campus with a more artistic atmosphere for children and to enhance their aesthetic abilities, we have specially organized parents and friends to participate in our campus wall painting scoring today. The total score for this evaluation is 3,000 points, and Mr. Cheen scored 2,950 points. Congratulations to Mr. Cheen for passing the project acceptance, and thank you very much for bringing such a wonderful painting to our kindergarten. The head teacher led the applause. Director Zhang also clapped vigorously. Olan also clapped very hard. Immediately afterwards, the children and parents at the scene also applauded. Only Seline, Jessica, and Penny were left who didn't applaud. They just stood there with stiff expressions. William couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth with joy and glanced down at Chinyu. Right? You have to persevere to the end in everything. Chinyu nodded vigorously. The father and daughter looked at each other and smiled. Netizens also gave gifts. Anchor 6. It turns out that someone deliberately wanted to give a low score. The ones who deliberately gave the anchor a low score were his ex-wife and ex-mother-in-law. This is disgusting. That's right. Let's part ways and live our own wonderful lives. Isn't that good? Anyway, I can't stand this kind of snobbish mother-in-law. To be honest, that child feels like he has been ruined. Change dad. Change rich dad. How can a child say such words? It must be taught by his mother or grandmother. That woman seems to be the ballet goddess Seline. It's her. Our family lives in the same villa complex as Seline's. I did hear that she and her ex-boyfriend are having an affair, and now William has moved out. They should be separated, but haven't filed for divorce yet. After seeing the comments from netizens, Eva was so angry that she walked around the office. The Lin family is too bullying. I'm not satisfied with having a son-in-law like senior brother Cheen. Divorce if you want. My senior brother Cheen deserves better. But the premise is that you can't torture people like this. Eva will receive a reward for every sentence she says. The live broadcast room shows. 朱颜日华, send a love. 朱颜日润, send out a rocket. 朱颜日华, give away an island. 朱yuan you run, give away a villa. 朱yuan you run, give away a castle. When Eva wanted to swipe the card, it showed that the balance was insufficient. Lily. At this time, Olan, the youngest professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, took the initiative to invite William to dinner. Sorry, Mr. O, I have some personal matters to take care of. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Olan looked at him suspiciously. Are you trying to put me off? William, I really want to talk to you about your future career plan. You should know that I can help you on the road of art. I have a lot of resources at hand. No, Mr. O, I really have something to do. I have an appointment with Seline to discuss the divorce agreement. Olan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Then you should take care of your family affairs first. William, from experience, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. This kind of thing should not be handled for too long, otherwise it will be a loss for both parties. Thank you, teacher. I know. Olan took out his phone again, opened the WeChat QR code, and ordered, then add me and leave your contact information first. Okay. William also opened the WeChat app on his phone and immediately added Olan. Olan glared at him. Remember to contact me. Okay, Mr. O. At this moment, Seline, who was watching the two flirting with each other, couldn't help it anymore and rushed over. William, what are you doing? William was scolded, and his brows subconsciously frowned. I'll add teacher O's WeChat. I won't allow it. William, you actually added another woman's WeChat in front of me. Don't forget, we haven't divorced yet. William looked at Olan apologetically, then turned to Seline and said, Olan is my teacher. There is nothing wrong with adding the teacher's contact information. Seline, don't be so hypocritical. Not only do you have Dennis's contact information on your phone, but you also chat with him frequently. Do you really think I don't know? Whenever I make you unhappy, or whenever there is a small incident at home, you will take out your cell phone and tell Dennis. Your father was diagnosed with a nodule, our aunt gave birth to a grandson, and you were in a bad mood, you would tell Dennis. Celine's face instantly turned cold. William, you peeked at my chat history. You think too much. I don't. It's just that every time you chat with Dennis, you don't avoid me. The two people were arguing a little loudly, and many people looked over here. Seline felt embarrassed and told William, I've booked a box. Let's go over there and talk now. Okay. William agreed promptly. Chapter 29. Discussing the divorce agreement. Celine's face turned pale. Chapter 29. Discussing the divorce agreement. Celine's face turned pale. William called Oscar early in the morning. At this moment, Oscar's car has arrived outside the kindergarten. William took Chin Yu's hand and handed the child to Oscar. Seline and I need to discuss the divorce agreement, so it's not convenient to bring Yaya with us. Take her out of the mall to eat something. William touched Chin Yu's head and said, giving her a sense of security, I'll take you home when Dad finishes dealing with things. Chin Yu nodded and turned to hold Oscar's clothes. William got in his pickup truck, drove to the big shopping mall across the street, and entered the box that Jessica had reserved in advance. As soon as we sat down, Jessica, Monica, and Seline also came. William frowned, obviously not wanting to see so many people. Divorce is a matter between him and Seline, and there is no need for his mother-in-law and sister-in-law to get involved. Monica looked at William's expression and smiled. Of course you don't want us to come. If we don't come, you will bully my sister. William stood up very politely, poured tea for the three women opposite one by one, and spoke helplessly. In the 5 years we've been married, have you ever seen me bully Seline? After these words were spoken, Monica was speechless and hesitated for a while before speaking. What have you been doing these days? This is bullying. You made my sister unhappy. That's bullying. If what you call bullying is disobedience, then I have nothing to say. William calmly poured himself a cup of pu'er tea and sipped it in a very cultured manner. His every move was influenced by the Meng family, and he was no worse than the nobleman of the upper class. Originally, in the year of his graduation, Meng's father wanted to train him as his successor. However, Meng's mother suddenly found out that the children had been swapped. She went to do a DNA test privately, and only then did she uncover his fake young master's identity and kicked him out of the Meng family. Otherwise, William would have become an envied nobleman in the upper-class society. It's a pity that there are no ifs in many things. Monica looked at William's calm and elegant appearance and stood up in anger. In the end, Seline pulled her to sit down, and she finally sat down. William didn't intend to beat around the bush and said bluntly, Seline, let's discuss the divorce agreement. As long as it is within my ability, I will agree. After separation, we are still Chengqing's parents and relatives, and I don't want to make the divorce too bad. Seline was stunned for a moment and asked, William, do you really want to divorce me? Her expression clearly said disbelief. William smiled helplessly. I have been expressing my demands very clearly these days, but you just don't believe it. Why? Why would you want to divorce me? Seline felt as if she was hit on the head by a cauldron, and her forehead and eardrums were buzzing. I'm the most beautiful girl in the school, and also a ballet goddess. If you can marry me, what else can you not be satisfied with? William, please, I'm the prima ballerina. Which prima ballerina would bear a child for you when her career is at its peak? Hearing these familiar words, William just felt extremely tired. Seline, I admit that you are excellent, but this kind of marriage life is not what I want. Then what do you want? Do you want to marry Olan? Seline's voice became a little higher. It has nothing to do with others. William corrected calmly. Seline, I really want to take all the responsibility on myself, but I find that I can't do it. Seline, don't you have any responsibility for the fact that our marriage has come to this point? What responsibility do I have? Seline said, as if she had been stabbed. I work diligently outside every day to improve the quality of life for this family. What could I have done wrong? William could not hide the disappointment in his eyes. Seline, I am a man and once your husband. I also have my own dignity and pride, but have you ever given me respect as a man and a husband? If I had known that loving you and joining your big family would mean sacrificing my dignity and shattering my pride, I would not have agreed to marry you. You guys are always on top of me, and I don't get any respect. I'm sorry, but I really can't stand it anymore. Seline, let's get a divorce. Seline wanted to say something, but Jessica spoke straight away. Very good, you want a divorce. Now let's talk about the divorce agreement directly. I've been waiting for you to say you want a divorce. Mom, Seline frowned and looked at her biological mother. Jessica said forcefully, shut up. Seline wanted to say something, but Monica pulled her arm and said in a low voice, don't say anything yet. Wait and see what Mom says. Mom won't hurt you. Seline, then shut up. Jessica took out the agreement she had drafted, put on her reading glasses, and began to read. First, after signing the divorce agreement, you must immediately go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce procedures. William nodded. I totally agree with this. At this moment, Celine's face turned pale and looked very ugly. Immediately afterwards, Jessica continued to read the divorce agreement. Second, you cannot own any of the Lin family's property, including real estate and shares. You must leave the family with nothing. Article 3. You cannot own any property under my daughter's name, including her car, jewelry, and all dividends and shares of the dance troupe. Article 4. After your divorce, since the Seline Dance Company is applying to go public, in order to avoid unnecessary impact, you cannot disclose the fact that you have divorced. Therefore, you must return to the Lin family, continue to do housework, pretend to be a family to the outside world, and cooperate with Seline to attend some public events when necessary. The fifth rule is that you cannot interfere with Seline and Dennis' relationship, and you must cover for them when necessary. For example, if Seline and Dennis are dating in a hotel and are photographed by reporters, you must go over and help cover for them. Why? William laughed out of anger when he heard this request. It turns out that there is no such thing as shameless, only more shameless. Why? Because you didn't have to go through 10 months of pregnancy. Because my yin-yin gave birth to a daughter for you and almost killed half her life. William's shoulders slumped. Seline had severe bleeding during childbirth and almost lost her life. After leaving the delivery room, I was immediately transferred to the ICU. The situation was very urgent, and I stayed in the ICU for a full half-month before I was discharged. William also knew that Seline had suffered a great deal, so he treated her even better afterwards. He would tolerate some unreasonable requests as long as they were not too excessive. Seline's family treated him badly, and he told himself so. Seline sacrificed half her life to give birth to a child for him. But now, he seemed unable to brainwash himself like this anymore. If repaying this favor requires sacrificing his lifelong dignity, the price would be too high. Suddenly, William raised his eyelids and glanced at Seline. You can't have it both ways. Celine's heart trembled violently, as if William had seen through her greed, and she felt very guilty. William looked at his mother-in-law with a sarcastic smile. Have you ever asked Dennis what he thinks? Have you ever respected him? Is he willing to be this shady mistress? How can this be fair to him? William thought that no man in the world would be willing to accept such a ridiculous arrangement. If he had any dignity, if he truly loved that woman, he would not agree. Jessica suddenly laughed. Do you think everyone is as selfish as you? Dennis will definitely say that he is willing to sacrifice everything for Yin-Yin. He doesn't care when it can be made public. After saying that, she was still afraid that William would not believe her, so she called Dennis directly in front of William and pressed the speaker button. Chapter 30 Ridiculous. Dennis is willing to have a threesome for love. Chapter 30 Ridiculous. Dennis is willing to have a threesome for love. The phone is connected. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Yin-Yin's mom. Dennis' gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Jessica felt a little better when she heard Dennis call her that. She gave William a look. Look at others, then look at yourself. Dennis, Auntie is discussing the divorce agreement with William. It's like this. There are 2 regulations in it. William thinks they're not very good, and he will read them to you. Please listen and see if you have any objection. Jessica read out the 2 rules related to Dennis. After reading it, asked, what do you think? When the voice fell, everyone present was nervous. It was so quiet that the only sound they could hear was each other's breathing. There was silence for a few seconds before Dennis' voice came from the other end of the phone. Auntie, I have no objection. You must have written this for Yin-Yin's own good. For Yin-Yin, I am willing to sacrifice everything I have. I don't care when it can be made public. After the voice fell, Jessica laughed proudly, and William was completely speechless. He really couldn't believe that there was a man willing to do this. What's more, he is a man of status like Dennis. Maybe he really loves Seline. Monica curled her eyes calmly, but she was very unhappy in her heart. She is not bad-looking, even if she can't compare to her own sister. But why do these men love her so much? And Seline didn't know why, but she seemed to have a sense of getting back at William. She really wanted to say, you see, your wife is still very popular. Of course, she also felt that Dennis should love her. Even if she can't be with him, he must have her in his heart. Even if he gets married one day, she must be the first in Dennis' heart. Because she is the ballet goddess Seline. These men should be dizzy for her. She's just so outstanding and so excellent. Okay, Dennis, that's it for now. Annie's hanging up first. After saying that, Jessica hung up the phone. William raised the corner of his mouth sarcastically. In the 5 years we lived together, my mother-in-law had never spoken to me in such a gentle voice. Sometimes when I want to buy something, they just call me without even saying my name and just say what they want, then hang up. Thinking of this, William became more determined to divorce. No matter how great a man Dennis is, William is not one of them. I can accept being kicked out of the house, but I will not move back to the Lynn family. Nor will I do housework, nor will I be your fig leaf. Hey, I don't like what you said. Jessica sat up straight and knocked on the table. If you don't come back to our Lynn family, do you mean you still want to do these jobs outside? Embarrass yourself and embarrass my yin? Jessica rubbed her forehead and covered her heart. Oh my, you don't even know. I felt so ashamed just now. I don't even know where to put my face. As the voice fell, the door of the box was pushed open with a click. Oscar came in with his lawyer. He was wearing a floral shirt, holding a lollipop in the corner of his mouth, and looked very nonchalant. Jessica saw him. She frowned. Why are you here? I brought a lawyer to help my brother. We can't let others bully him. Oscar pointed at William with the lollipop and put the lollipop back in his mouth. William's lips moved slightly, and Oscar immediately said, Don't worry. Yeah, is under the care of my female secretary. It's okay. The top priority right now is to deal with this old witch. Brother, how can I watch 3 women bully a grown man like you? There are some things that you cannot say due to your status, so I will be your mouthpiece, brother. As he said this, he pulled out the chair next to William and sat down on it. Hey, old witch, what did you just say? Are you so embarrassed that you want to die? Then go die. You are mentally fragile, so go die. Why do you want my brother to quit his job? How long will you delay him? It is said that women have a few 5 or 8 years of time. Doesn't that mean men's time is not time? Can men live forever and never die? It makes it seem like men's youth is not youth. Having said that, Oscar snapped his fingers. The lawyer immediately placed 2 copies of the divorce agreement on the table. All of this was drafted according to my brother's opinion. He left the house empty-handed and doesn't care about any of your Lynn family's property. It's clearly written there that we don't want your crappy real estate or shares. As for alimony, the court usually awards around $800 to $1,500. My brother decided to give Penny $2,500 per month in alimony. Please check and see if there is any problem. If there is no problem, then sign it. Monica heard $2,500, and the voice was sarcastic. $2,500 is not even enough for Ching Ching's kindergarten fee for 1 month. If he goes to an international school for elementary school, it will be even more expensive. Is $2,500 enough to fill the gap? Oscar smiled, took out the lollipop, and looked at Monica intently. No wonder you can't get married. You're so sarcastic. Which man would dare to marry you? The child support is set based on the average living standard of our city. Since the court has ruled that one party to a divorce should give the other party about 1,000 yuan in compensation, it means that this standard is not enough to make people starve to death. There is no upper limit to the amount. My brother doesn't necessarily want his daughter to go to an international kindergarten. His job is not stable now, and he is very kind to give 2,500 yuan. You can ask the locals here and find out if 2,500 yuan is enough for a child's daily expenses for a month. As for your plan to get her an international kindergarten or send her abroad, I'm sorry. That's your own choice and has nothing to do with me, Brother Chuan. After all, Mom also has the obligation to support minors. Besides, our sister-in-law Seline is so outstanding. Let alone raising 1 penny, it should be no problem to raise 10. Oscar's words left everyone present speechless. Jessica flipped through the agreement and found that William did not ask the Lin family for a penny. But no, William still has to pretend to be a couple with Yin Yin, come to our Lin family to do housework and cover for Dennis. Now is the critical stage for our Yin Yin dance troupe to go public. Oscar laughed so hard that he coughed. I knew your Lin family was shameless, but I didn't know his mother was so shameless. You're already divorced. Who would still pamper you? You're divorced, but you still want others to come to your house to do housework. Are you crazy? It costs money to call someone an aunt. Why do you treat my brother like this? He even has to cover up his sister-in-law's affair. You really think he's a tortoise? Don't be so harsh. Dennis has agreed. He endured humiliation for our Yin Yin. Why can't William do the same? Not agreeing is selfish. Then consider me selfish. Seline, I reject this unreasonable request. After saying that, he quickly signed his name on the divorce agreement. Without any hesitation, he signed 2 copies immediately and then pushed the divorce agreement to Seline. Celine's lips moved slightly, and she was about to say something when Oscar pointed at her. Sister-in-law, you don't want to sign because you still have feelings for my brother, do you? Huh? Could it be that our high and mighty goddess has discovered that she has fallen in love with my brother Chuan? Chapter 31 is signed. The divorce agreement is signed. Chapter 31 signed. The divorce agreement is signed. Oscar finished speaking. Monica was the first to slam the table. How is this possible? That expression clearly said, how could a fairy like my sister fall in love with a mortal like this? Monica pointed to the divorce agreement and said, sign it. Sign it for him to see. That's right. My Seline didn't sue you for forcing her. She was kind and compassionate. If it wasn't for the child, why would she marry you? Jessica finished speaking. She also pushed her daughter's shoulder. Sign. Don't let people look down on you. Jessica and Monica were both angry after being provoked by Oscar. The most important thing right now is not to lose face. They completely forgot that they wanted to force William to go back to do housework. At this moment, Seline instinctively didn't want to sign. But the atmosphere was so tense, especially when she saw William signing so neatly without any hesitation. She became even more furious, and she also picked up the pen and quickly signed her name. Okay, done. Bye-bye. Oscar put away one of the divorce agreements and stood up slowly. Let's do this. Strike while the iron is hot. Go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to complete the formalities. Whoever doesn't go is a puppy. How about that? Go if you want to. Our yin-yin is afraid of you. Whoever doesn't go is a puppy. Monica slammed the table and yelled at Oscar. William glanced at Seline and said, then see you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Besides, I visit Changsheng once a week. If she doesn't want to see me, forget it. If you have any problems taking care of Changsheng, you can also contact me. This is what I should do. After saying that, William stood up and looked at his mother-in-law with an indifferent expression. I won the wall scoring this afternoon. Shouldn't you apologize to me now? You said that if I won, you would apologize to me in front of Seline and admit that you had disrespected and treated me badly in the past. When did I say that? Jessica's face turned redder, and her hand holding the teacup shook more violently. You were talking nonsense. When did I make a bet with you? William smiled contemptuously, looking down upon his former mother-in-law. Oscar grinned. Oh, you said you didn't make a bet with my brother? Jessica pushed her chest forward. I never said that. Well then, Oscar's cunning eyes lit up. Then swear that you didn't make a bet with my brother. If you did, you'll be hit by a car and killed when you go out. Jessica's face turned pale, and she stammered when she spoke. Why should I swear? I'm not as childish as you. Okay, I'll do it for you. Oscar took the lollipop out of his mouth and raised 3 fingers to swear. God, Oscar, swear on behalf of Wang Meifan that if she made a bet with William, she will be hit by a car when she goes out. Before she finished speaking, Jessica jumped up and down in anger. Pa. Oscar also smiled contemptuously, put his arm around William's shoulder, and left. After leaving the box, Oscar asked, Brother, how is it? Am I useful? William smiled and nodded. How could he not understand Oscar's provocation just now? If it weren't for Oscar, this divorce agreement would not have been signed so quickly. Tomorrow, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you. I just can't stand that old witch and the big witch bullying you. You just respect them too much, so you don't want to confront them. I don't care. I have nothing to do with them. I can confront them if I want. Okay. William agreed. Sometimes, to deal with shrews and scoundrels, you really need someone like Oscar. He is not in a position to say such things, which is also related to the upbringing of his father since he was a child. Meng's father always taught him since he was a child that there are no eternal enemies in the business world, and the way to survive in the long run is to give some face to others and not to kill them all. In addition, Father Meng is a gentleman who rarely gets angry with others, and Father Meng is his idol, so he will subconsciously imitate his behavior. As a result, he really cannot say anything that makes him blush to the Lin family. However, this still needs to be changed. William and Oscar came to the children's playground in the mall. Oscar's secretary carried Chinyu out. William took it immediately and asked Chinyu, Are you happy? Do you like it? Chinyu nodded. Do you want to eat ice cream? Daddy will buy you some ice cream from McDonald's. Chinyu's eyes lit up. Is it okay? Okay. William nodded. Penny, who was also in the amusement park, stared at this scene fiercely, feeling angrier than ever before. She rushed out, pointed at William, and said, You are not allowed to buy her ice cream. William's lips moved slightly, and he was about to ask Penny if she wanted to go buy ice cream with him when he heard Penny's excited voice. I order you not to buy her ice cream. If you want to buy, you can only buy it for me. Buy it for me now, immediately, right now. The noise was quite loud and very arrogant, and all the adults present pointed at her. William looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, this was his biological daughter. Even if they were to divorce, it would be hard for him to treat her as a stranger. He would also feel embarrassed and uncomfortable when he saw that others disliked his daughter so much. William squatted down, tried to look Penny in the eye, and explained patiently and gently. Chung, when you want someone to do something for you, you could try to communicate with that person properly instead of using a commanding tone. Not everyone in this world is willing to pamper you like this. Try to communicate with your dad, and he will buy it for you, okay? Jessica's sarcastic laughter came from behind him. Jessica walked forward and gave William a hard push on the shoulder. Not everyone is as cruel as your own father. He bought ice cream for the daughter he picked up on the street, but not for his own biological daughter. My granddaughter was born in a family like ours, so what's wrong with being spoiled? Believe it or not, as soon as she spoke, Dennis immediately offered her the ice cream with both hands. Penny agreed with her hands on her hips. That's it. William shook his head in disappointment, stood up, and looked at Seline. Do you really think it's okay for your daughter to be like this? Seline exploded when she heard this. William, you are the one who wants to divorce me now, and you are the one who doesn't care about our daughter. You buy ice cream for this bastard, but not for your own daughter. Do you think you were right? As soon as these words came out, Oscar quickly covered Chin Yu's ears. Don't listen to her. You are not a bastard. William shook his head in disappointment. Seline thought he was in the wrong because he didn't speak, so she pushed his shoulder again. Speak. Are you mute? Seline wanted to push William's shoulder again. Her slender wrist was grabbed by him. Seline, with deep eyes. Did I just say I wouldn't buy it for Chung? I am teaching her how to respect others and how to communicate with others. You clearly saw what your mother said, but you didn't stop her. Instead, you said I was wrong. I was too kind to you guys before. As soon as the voice fell, William shook off Seline's hand with all his might. Seline was startled and couldn't recover for a long time. She had never seen William so fierce. Do you still think there is nothing wrong with Ching's personality and politeness? William asked. Seline responded loudly. Yes. Okay, then I have nothing to say. Seline, you better not get hurt one day. After saying this, William took Chin Yu away. Oscar raised his mouth sarcastically. Wait until your little princess speaks to you like this one day, and then you will know. Penny snorted. I wouldn't do that to my mom. Oscar said nothing more and caught up with William. The two bought ice cream for Chin Yu and one for themselves. The father, his two daughters, and their two children walked towards the parking lot, each holding an ice cream. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground, casting long silhouettes. Chin Yu felt that this was the most beautiful scene she had ever seen. After eating ice cream, Oscar was called back home, reportedly to be arranged a blind date for him. William took Chin Yu back to the rental house. As soon as I stepped into the small courtyard, a woman who was completely wet rushed in. Chapter 32, Whose good person is dressed like this? So wet and tempting. Chapter 32, Whose good person is dressed like this? William and Chin Yu were both startled by the woman who suddenly ran into the yard. I saw that the other person was wearing a casual sweatshirt and trousers. She was wet all over, and her hair was also wet and in wisps. She lowered her head, and I couldn't see her appearance clearly. I guess the girl felt embarrassed and was afraid of having her face seen. Hello, I'm a new guy next door. Can you help me? My water pipe burst. Eva covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look at William. What I was thinking was, wow, I've brought shame upon myself. The wet temptation is not this kind of temptation. Whose nice guy is wearing flowery pants and a baggy sweatshirt to seduce? Eva was really mad at herself. Okay, I'll get the toolbox. William agreed to help, thinking that it would be difficult for the little girl to be alone. He asked Chin Yu to go in the house and rest first, and he carried the toolbox and walked next door with Eva. The detached house next door is one floor shorter than his, but the layout is similar. The houses built by people in this village are mostly built in this layout. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw water stains all over the floor and the sound of water coming out of the faucet. Eva held a few strands of hair to cover her face, revealing a pair of beautiful narrow eyes. She pointed in the direction of the kitchen and said, It's there. Okay, let me see how to deal with it. Go change your clothes first and be careful not to catch a cold. William responded in a gentle voice, not looking at the other person's embarrassment like a gentleman. Thank you. Thank you so much. After saying that, Eva ran upstairs and changed her clothes. When she went downstairs again, William saw a girl with an overly cute, plain baby face walking towards him. The girl's smooth, long hair falls to her waist. She wears an apricot-colored tight, long-sleeved sweater on her upper body, paired with a plaid miniskirt, looking full of energy. William guessed that the other person should be a freshman in a university. It's no problem. The faucet is old. I happen to be renovating my house, and I had a few faucets ready, so I'll replace the new one for you, William explained. Thank you. Eva just met William's gaze, her cheeks a little red, and her expression still a little awkward. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and quickly took out her cell phone. How much is this faucet? I'll transfer it to you. William was stunned for a moment, but he didn't act pretentiously. He directly pulled out the shopping receipt on his phone. I bought this faucet at the wholesale market. The price was 120 yuan. Okay, I'll add you on WeChat. Eva quickly added William on WeChat and transferred money to him. Then she asked, what should I call you? My WeChat name is my real name. William put away his phone and walked out. Eva followed him and said, Mr. Chin, thank you very much. I just moved here and I haven't prepared anything yet. Fortunately, you are here. William glanced at her sideways and said, You don't have to be so polite. We're all neighbors, so don't call me Mr. Chin. You look young, so you can call me Brother Chuan like my friend. Okay, Brother Chuan, my name is Eva, and my friends call me Enin. As she said that, Eva extended her hand enthusiastically to William. William shook her hand politely. Hello, Wayne. He didn't call her Enin. After all, this name was too intimate and not suitable for their current relationship. Lin Wayne's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she could not hide the loss in her eyes. As smart as she is, how could she not understand what is in William's mind? But in the end, she overstepped her authority. She thought he would call her Enin, like an older brother. William knew that young girls were shy, so in order to ease her embarrassment, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, why would a girl like you rent a house so far away? Aren't you worried about safety? Girl. Eva walked William to his courtyard. Her expression froze for a moment. I've graduated from Cust and have been working for 4 years. You've been working for 4 years? Now it was William's turn to be stunned. He looked at the face full of collagen in disbelief. Eva touched her cheek a little embarrassedly. Well, can my face still deceive people? William nodded and started talking. You just said you were from Cust? Yeah. Eva released this information intentionally. I'm from Cust, too, but I'm from Cust School of Fine Arts. You should be from main campus, right? Yes, I'm from the main school. So you are still my senior brother? William smiled faintly. I guess so. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Chin from now on. William nodded. Okay. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the gate of William's courtyard. William sneered. There's no reason for me to ask a lady to take me home. Eva waved without affectation. It's nothing. It's just a matter of a few steps. Anyway, Brother Chin, thank you for what you did tonight. I'll go back now. After saying that, Eva trotted back to the rental house. It's not far, just about 20 meters. When she returned to the room, she immediately covered her face with the quilt and rolled around on the bed excitedly. Hee. She finally added Senior Brother Chin's WeChat in person. Recalling her recent interaction with Senior Brother Chin, she couldn't help but grin. Senior Brother Chin is as gentle as ever. Whenever she heard his gentle voice, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Lily often says that she is aloof, but when she sees Senior Brother Chin, she really can't be aloof even if she wants to. She has completely turned into a little woman. Woo. As long as I could talk to Senior Brother Chin, I feel so happy and sweet. Eva raised the hand that she had just shaken hands with Senior Brother Chin, then put it to her mouth and kissed the palm of her hand. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten sweet potatoes. She rolled several more times until her cell phone rang. After the phone was connected, the voice of Ivy, the bar owner, was heard. Wayne, I'm not happy. Oh, what's wrong? Eva turned over and showed that she was very happy. The house I liked has been rented out. I don't know which bastard is trying to steal my house. You know what? I offered 10 times the price, but the person renting the room refused. Do you think the person who rented the house is crazy? He has money, but doesn't want to make it. Eva swallowed, feeling somewhat guilty. Maybe he really needs this house for work? Oh, I'm so mad. I haven't been so attracted to a man in a long time. There is no way to get close to him now. I'm about to vomit. Come to my bar and drink with me. As the voice fell, thunder was heard outside the window. Ivy suddenly perked up. Hey, Wayne, wait a minute. Don't come over. I have a solution. William now, and seduce him with my wet body. Ha ha. After saying that, Ivy quickly hung up the phone. Sister, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm driving. Sister, I have to eat some good meat tonight. Eva jumped up from the bed. No, what kind of wet temptation do you want to give? Please tell me in detail. Eva called again, but Ivy didn't answer. This made her so anxious. She quickly called Lily. I'll give you 5 minutes. Help me find out where Ivy is right now. Lily, my cousin didn't seem to know that I was off work. And what can you do in 5 minutes? After you find out, do everything you can to stop her from coming. I don't care whether you bomb her bar or stop her car. Just stop her within the legal limits. Lily, cousin, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Are all of what you said within the scope permitted by law? After a pause, Eva said, no. She wants to get wet to seduce senior brother Sheen. So she must come here. Lily, quickly prepare thumbtacks and scatter them on the road at the entrance of the village. Anyway, I don't want Ivy to come over here. Lily, is this job necessary? Is it necessary to do this unethical thing of placing thumbtacks? Woo woo woo. Thousands of words finally turned into one sentence. Okay, cousin, I got it. And then the worker Lily struggled to get up from the bed. Half an hour later, the thumbtacks were scattered. Ivy also had a puncture tire. But Ivy, who was strong all her life, still managed to drive the car to the gate of William S. courtyard. After getting out of the car, she deliberately wet herself and then knocked on the door of the courtyard pitifully. So, when William opened the door, he saw this scene. Ivy, wearing black leather jacket and shorts, leaned against the burgundy sports car. One black and one red, extremely visually impactful. There was a thin layer of water droplets covering Gao Long's exposed chest skin, revealing an indescribable sexiness. Eva, who was hiding on a balcony and watching this scene, was so angry that she almost wanted to torture Lily to death. Chapter 33. Love me, please? Chapter 33. Will you love me? William was stunned. Why did he see only wet women tonight? William suppressed his strange feeling and asked politely, Miss AI, what can I do for you? My tire is broken. I just drove to your place and can't move. As she spoke, Ivy glanced at the tire in a charming manner. William is an adult, so he naturally wouldn't believe that such a coincidence could happen, but he still pretended to be unaware and squatted down to check the condition of the car. Ivy noticed that William's eyes didn't linger on her for long, and she pouted angrily. You really don't know how to appreciate me. After checking the tires, William stood up and said, There is only one spare tire, but all 4 tires are punctured by thumbtacks. This is not a good thing to do. Hearing that it was not going to be a problem, Ivy's smile widened even more. How about you invite me in to sit down, have a drink, and wait for my friend to come over to tow the car? William pretended not to notice the hint in Ivy's eyes and said without changing his expression, I'm reading a picture book to my daughter. If you don't mind the mess inside, you can come in and take a rest. When she heard the word daughter, Ivy's mouth twitched. Unwise. How could she forget that William has an adopted daughter? After imagining what the house looked like before it was renovated, Ivy suddenly gave up the idea of eating William tonight. She has extremely high requirements in that aspect. Not only the other person's appearance and figure must be pleasing to her, but the surrounding environment and atmosphere must also be okay. She needs a place with a beautiful environment where she can freely release her voice, rather than a room where she has to look left and right and worry about disturbing the children. But things have come to this stage, and it would seem awkward and unreasonable for her not to go in. Ivy was still hesitating when her cell phone rang. What? Someone wants to check the fire protection of the bar? There is no problem with the fire protection of my bar. They're deliberately trying to mess with us. Yes, I received the news and informed you immediately. Where are you? Eva asked, pretending to be completely unaware. I'm in the western suburbs. Ivy also felt that she had spoken too loudly and lost her composure. So she quickly lowered her voice and replied, All 4 tires of my car have been pierced by thumbtacks, and I can't go back now. You're in the western suburbs? Lily is also there. I asked her to pick you up on the way. You should go back to the bar and have a look. Okay, I'll send Lily the location. After hanging up the phone, Ivy immediately sent Lily the location and then turned to look at William. I'll leave my car outside for you, and I'll have someone to tow it away tomorrow. I have something to do at the bar right now, so I have to leave quickly. After saying that, Ivy looked at William with regret. Alas, what a pity. She probably won't be able to sleep if she can't eat Tang Monk's meat tonight. Soon, Lily's car arrived at the location. Ivy quickly got her car and left. William watched Ivy get in the car and leave. He returned to the yard, closed the door, and started reading the picture book to Chinyu again. Eva on the second floor balcony raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Hee hee, no one can touch my senior brother Chin. This time, I will definitely not miss senior brother Chin. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, William took Chinyu out early. When I went out, I saw Eva struggling to push a small electric scooter out of the yard. When she saw him, Eva waved enthusiastically at him, senior brother Chin. William nodded politely at her, then took Chinyu into the pickup truck and drove away. William left. Eva also rode her electric scooter to a wooded area, parked it there, and got on the limited edition high-end Cullinan worth 8 million yuan. Lily complained in the driver's seat. Sister, why are you doing this? If you can really marry your senior brother Chin, won't he know all this in the future? It's better to know it sooner than later. What if he thinks you were cheating on him? Eva rolled her eyes at the back of Lily's head and said, What do you know? Senior brother Chin had a failed marriage, and now he has aversion to rich women. If he knew my situation, he would exclude me from his choices. Just think about it. With Seline's level, he was already in a lot of trouble. If he knew about someone at my level, he would definitely stay away from me. In short, before I capture him, and before senior brother Chin loves me so much that he cannot live without me, my identity cannot be exposed. I will chop off the head of anyone who dares to expose himself. As she said this, Eva stamped her feet angrily. I'm so pissed off. It's all because my dad is so rich. At this time, old man Lon at home sneezed several times for no apparent reason. William took Chinyu to meet Oscar at the breakfast shop. After breakfast, the three of them went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. This time, William arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau 15 minutes early. In order to avoid embarrassing Seline, William asked Oscar to take Chinyu to wait for him in the car. Autumn rain began to fall from the sky, mixed with yellow leaves and falling to the ground. In an instant, the air became chilly and sad. Autumn melancholy always easily evokes worries in people's hearts. William is no exception. Was waiting for Seline, his thoughts couldn't help but drift back to the time when they first met 5 years ago. Seline at that time was sunny and bright, and her smile seemed to bring a healing comfort to people, which was completely different from now. He was walking out of the library on a sunny afternoon in early autumn and ran into her stretching under a cherry tree. Although it was just a few simple stretching movements and a smile, it left a deep impression on his heart. From that time on, he fell in love with her and would silently pay attention to everything about her. Go to see her performances, go to the cafeteria to create a chance encounter with her. But all this stopped when he found out that Seline had a good boyfriend, Dennis. That day was Christmas, and William originally planned to confess his love. He has never been a shrinking person, but when he walked towards Seline with the gift, Seline saw Dennis coming to pick her up in a luxury car behind him. At that moment, Seline ran towards William. Her hair was flying and her skirt was fluttering. Many years later, William still found it difficult to describe the pounding feeling in his heart at that time. When she ran towards him, he felt as if his heart was suddenly strangled and he suddenly owned the whole world. But the moment she brushed past him and flew into the arms of the man behind him, his heart felt as if it were cut open by a knife, and it hurt so much that he couldn't even hold the gift in his hand. After that, he was depressed for a while and no longer paid attention to Seline's every move. He finally got out of the whirlpool of emotions, but Seline came to him again. That time in the bar, Seline didn't cling to anyone else, but drunkenly clinged to his neck and asked him, "Do you like me?" William did not dodge and admitted openly, "I like it, but I don't have the hobby of being a mistress." Seline smiled upon hearing this, blooming like a flower. "That's good. Can you love me? I'm so sad. Dennis and I broke up." William was stunned. He didn't expect that the two had broken up. He noticed that the men around were staring at her covetously, waiting to pick up her body, so he took Seline to the hotel upstairs and booked a suite. He originally wanted to put her down and leave, but Seline acted like a spoiled child, hugged his neck tightly, and kissed him repeatedly, asking him not to leave. He refrained from touching Seline and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you know who I am?" Seline smiled and burped. "Yes, you are a handsome guy from the art department of our school. I know you. Your name is William. I know you usually look at me secretly." With a bang, something seemed to explode in William's brain, and then he couldn't help but kiss Seline back. That night, William felt that he was the happiest man in the world. William found out Seline was pregnant. He was so happy that he couldn't describe it. In fact, when they first got married, they had a period of loving and sweet time. At that time, Seline's career was not so big yet. She has a proud personality, but has no experience in love affairs and is easily shy. William gave her her first taste of the forbidden fruit. She became a little addicted and often pestered him for it during her pregnancy. Afterwards, I felt extremely shy. At that time, they would take walks together, attend maternity classes together, and learn about taking care of the baby together. After giving birth to their daughter, Seline was not in good health, so William took on all the work of taking care of the child in the household. Soon, Seline was invited to be a judge. That talent show made Seline, the judge, famous overnight, and many people came to learn ballet from her. Seline then started a dance troupe. Since she started the dance troupe, Seline often works until midnight before returning home. Less than half a year after giving birth, she stopped breastfeeding, let William switch to milk feeding, and then concentrated on her career. As her career expanded, Celine's ambitions grew. As a result, her pressure increased and her temper became more and more irritable. William tolerated her, but was looked down upon by his mother-in-law, who said he was spineless and a gigolo. The better Celine's career developed, the more William's mother-in-law and sister-in-law looked down on him, and they often whispered in Celine's ears to alienate the couple. Over time, Seline heard it so much that she was naturally brainwashed. Thinking of the past, William finally sighed. It turns out that it is far from enough for only one person to work hard in a marriage. It turns out how superficial it is to fall in love with someone just by looking at their appearance when you are young. Because appearance is precisely the most useless thing in marriage. Coming back from his thoughts, William met Celine's scarlet eyes. She looked very unwell, as if she had been crying all night. Chapter 34, If this isn't blatant cheating, what is it? Chapter 34, If this isn't blatant cheating, what is it? You're here. William took the initiative to greet her. Looking at Celine's bloodshot eyes, he felt uncomfortable. He has no feelings for Seline, but that kind of marriage model is not what he wants. The entire Lin family makes him feel suffocated. Seline snorted coldly, turned away, and walked in proudly like a peacock. Immediately afterwards, sister-in-law Monica glared at him and walked in. William was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He was afraid of embarrassment, so he asked Oscar to hide in the car. Seline, on the other hand, even had to take her sister with her when she got divorced. In the end, was it her who divorced herself, or was it her elder sister-in-law who divorced herself? William sometimes feels that Seline is like an adult who is unable to be independent and has a mother and sister control complex. William walked into the service hall, got a number, and waited aside. Soon, the number was called. Seline and William sat down at the check-in counter. Monica followed and stood next to Seline. The staff member gave Monica a strange look and said, "3 people coming to get a divorce? No, I'm her sister. I can't let anyone bully my sister." Monica said anxiously. The staff rolled their eyes secretly in their hearts. "Since you are a family member, please go sit in the back first. Don't worry. We are civil servants of the country, and we will not let anyone bully your sister in front of us." "No way." Monica reacted angrily. "Comrade, just get started. I promise I won't affect your work." The female staff member had no choice but to take a look at their marriage certificate and ask, "Are you two here to get a divorce voluntarily?" Voluntary. Monica spoke first. The staff glanced at her, and Monica shut up. William replied, "Voluntarily." Seline raised her chin proudly. "I volunteered as well." "Have you signed a divorce agreement? Are there any disputes over children and property?" "Comrade, my daughter and I have no property disputes and have already signed a divorce agreement," William replied. The staff member wrote them down one by one and looked at the two of them again. "Are there irreconcilable conflicts between you? Why do you have to get a divorce?" The staff conducted pre-divorce mediation as usual. After these words were spoken, William and Seline lowered their heads in silence, looking embarrassed. Monica spoke for them. "Comrades, this is a big problem. This man doesn't know how to make money. He's a gigolo, he eats and drinks at our house, and he's not good to my sister." Before she could finish her words, the staff member gave Monica a warning look. "Are you getting divorced? Or are they getting divorced? Did I ask you?" Monica secretly pouted and muttered, "I'm not married yet." The staff member overheard it and said in a stern voice, "Since you are not married yet, you should not get involved in other people's affairs. You have no experience, so how can you give advice? It is easy for a family member like you who has no sense of boundaries to always interfere in other people's marriages. Do you understand?" William glanced at the staff member with gratitude. At this moment, Seline felt a faint feeling in her heart, as if she had heard it for a moment, but she was also a little confused. Why would the staff say the same thing as William? Is it really wrong for her sister and mother to interfere in her marriage? But they're the people who love her the most in this world. How could they hurt her? Wrong. Seline shook her head. This is not a problem with my sister and mother. It's a problem with William. It was William who insisted on divorcing her. She has already accepted that he has no success in his career. So what else does he want to do on his own? Thinking of this, Celine's heart suddenly felt filled with grievance. At this time, William was heard to say, "Comrade, we have different personalities and career development. There are also irreconcilable conflicts at home, so we want to apply for a divorce." The staff member looked regretful and said, "Can't you think about it again and try again?" William shook his head. The staff member sighed and immediately printed out 2 copies of the receipt. The divorce appointment is now successful, and this is the receipt. The next 40 days is the divorce cooling-off period. During the cooling-off period, we suggest that you and your spouse live separately or go traveling or revisit the places you visited when you were in your previous relationship to see if you can repair your relationship. If you really can't live together, you should separate, calm down, and think about whether you must get a divorce. Okay, thank you, comrade. William politely took the receipt from the staff and handed one to Seline. Seline took the receipt and walked out wearing her high heels with a sullen look on her face. As soon as she walked outside, there was a pop and fireworks exploded, showering Selene's head. "Congratulations on your divorce." Bang! Oscar opened another firework. "Congratulations to my brother Chuan for regaining his freedom." Seline was so angry that she stamped her feet and yelled at William. "Look at you. What kind of idiot friends do you have? William, your brother humiliates me like this, and you have no problem with that? You don't stand up for me. Are you still a man?" Seline was furious and swung her bag at William's chest. William chuckled and held her wrist to stop her from hitting herself any further. "Seline, Oscar means no harm. No intentions." Celine's eyes widened and her voice became a little higher. "It's already like this, and there's no ill intentions. Seline, Oscar is just a big kid who hasn't grown up yet. Don't bother with him," William advised gently. Seline was about to explode when she heard this. "He's already a little old, but he's still a big kid. William, are you blind?" William glanced at her and said deliberately, "Seline, don't mind it. Oscar is just a single man who is not married yet and has a twisted mentality. Everything will be fine once he gets married." "William," Seline raised the purse in her hand again, but suddenly seemed to think of something. Her expression suddenly changed, and the bag in her hand also hung in the air, not falling down. These are the words she said to William before. Every time her sister bullied William, she would use this excuse to confront William. Now William has returned it to her intact. William, who had a gentle and elegant smile on his face, suddenly looked cold. "Seline, do you understand how I feel now? When my dignity was trampled underfoot by your family countless times, did you ever stand up for me once? What you are experiencing now is only 1/10,000th of what I experienced before." Selene's lips opened and closed, unable to speak for a long time. However, at this moment, Dennis S. Maybach stopped in front of the two of them. Dennis, wearing a black suit and tuxedo, opened the car door and walked toward Seline holding a huge bouquet of pink roses. "Ollie, why are you here?" Dennis smiled gently. "It was your sister who asked me to come." As he said this, he presented the pink rose to her. "Congratulations to my ballet goddess on her rebirth." This is a very harsh statement. The implication is that Seline is miserable living with William, and only divorce can give her a new life. William smiled sarcastically. This isn't a formal divorce yet. His sister-in-law couldn't wait to call his wife's white moonlight in front of him. There is no way a marriage like this can survive. Seline saw Dennis coming to support her. She took the rose without saying a word and raised her chin proudly. Dennis gestured, "Please, my goddess, this way. I have booked a romantic candlelight dinner at Brilliant at 8 o'clock tonight to celebrate for you." Hearing the word celebrate, Seline felt relieved and gave Oscar a provocative look. At this moment, Monica walked over and said without thinking, "Hey, Suede-san, isn't that the most expensive Sky restaurant in our city? It is said that without proof of an annual income of 50 million, you cannot make a reservation there. Sister, I really envy you. Most people can't go to that kind of place for dinner, especially with a poor guy. It's simply impossible for you to think about it for the rest of your life. Oh, by the way, celebrating in a place like that is much more fun than using some crappy fireworks. As expected, fireworks are only for the poor." After saying that, Monica covered her mouth and laughed. Oscar was so angry that he laughed. "Damn, These days, being shameless can be regarded as a medal, right? They haven't even officially divorced yet, but she's already accepted another man's roses in front of her husband and even had a candlelight dinner with her lover. Isn't this blatant infidelity? Chapter 35, What a Sin. Wait until my cousin eats William. Chapter 35, What a Sin. Wait until my cousin eats William. How can this be considered cheating? Seline was furious. Dennis and I are innocent. We just want to have a meal. What's wrong with him comforting me? When did I cheat? Oscar wanted to say something else, but William just clenched his fist and punched Dennis next to him. He looks gentle, but he is very ruthless when he beats people. With a bang, the corner of Dennis' mouth burst into blood again, blood spurted out, and it became swollen in a short while. Mr. Chi, did I warn you? Before Seline and I officially get the divorce certificate, don't get involved in my family affairs. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. You really don't learn your lesson. With a hiss, Dennis covered his mouth and stepped back. It happened so fast that Seline couldn't react at all. But when William threw the punch, she didn't feel sorry for Dennis. Instead, she thought William was so handsome. The punch was clean and neat, and the move was extremely handsome. Her vanity was also satisfied as never before. She really likes this kind of scene where men are jealous and fighting for her. This will make her feel that she's the best woman in the world and deserves to be loved. Unfortunately, Dennis never fights. In the past, when someone flirted with her, he always let her go. He also said that she was so beautiful that she would naturally attract people to commit crimes. However, at this moment, Seline became more and more certain that William asked her to divorce just to scare her. Otherwise, why would he get jealous and hit Dennis? At this moment, Dennis rubbed the corner of his mouth in pain, but did not fight back. He has never liked fighting, and he doesn't like to use force if things can be solved with money. Seeing that Seline didn't speak for herself for a long time, Dennis spoke aggrievedly. William, if beating me will make you feel better, I am willing to let you beat me unconditionally. As long as this is all for Yin Yan's good, I don't care. William glanced at him disdainfully and said nothing more. Dennis felt guilty being stared at and quickly said, Yin Yan's sister, let's go first. Seline wanted to provoke William further, so she deliberately got into Dennis' car. At this time, Monica also opened the back seat of Dennis' Maybach and sat in. After sitting down, she gave William a provocative look and said, just live with your broken pickup truck for the rest of your life. You want to take my sister with your broken car? That's a nice thought. Oscar almost took off his shoe and hit Monica on the head. He had never seen such an annoying woman. William grabbed his collar and glanced at the broken pieces of fireworks on the ground. Pick them up. Don't leave any behind. Oscar said with a sad face. No, brother, I know you want to punish me, but can you punish someone else? William rolled his eyes at him, turned around, and went into the Civil Affairs Bureau to borrow a broom and dustpan and gave them to Oscar. Clean it up. Don't make it difficult for the sanitation workers just because of your momentary happiness. Okay. Oscar reacted immediately and started to pick up the fireworks on the ground. He was particularly happy to listen to William. He always felt a kind of charm from William. It is precisely because of this that he feels that Seline is not worthy of his brother Chuan. After cleaning up the fireworks on the ground, Oscar returned the broom to the security guard, and the three of them left together. At this moment, Eva and Lily came out from the side. Eva's face was terribly cold. She was wearing a black suit jacket and skirt, and she looked very imposing, as if she was back in the company as the female CEO who had the power over the lives of a large group of people. Lily poked her arm. Cousin, they have successfully made an appointment for divorce. Why you look unhappy? They actually insulted senior brother like this. Seline is too much. And that Monica actually laughed at Brother Chin for being poor. If it weren't for taking care of Seline, how could Brother Chin, who is known as a talented painter, have delayed his career? Lily quickly stroked Eva's back. Cousin, don't be angry. When you marry your senior brother Chin, just love him well. Do I need you to teach me this? Eva stared at her. Lily, contact the boss of Suitsan immediately and ask him to check which table Dennis has reserved and vacate the table next to it. The table should be bigger than Dennis says. Then they called William and told him that they had taken a fancy to his live broadcast and invited him to come for free to taste their food and help promote their food. Remember, the manager is not allowed to reveal any of my information. Otherwise, I will make him go bankrupt. Okay. Lily made note. Also, our company will no longer have any business dealings with Lynn, Seline, and Monica, as long as they are involved in any activities or projects related to the Lynn Group, and these two people They are not allowed to appear. I want to ban them. Lily swallowed. This is the legendary Big Devil. If one day William knew his cousin's true face, woo, I dare not think about it. William was lying on a big round bed, covering his plump chest muscles with a quilt, crying and accusing herself of being deceived. Her cousin lifted William's chin and smiled with a look of triumph. What a sin. She is now aiding and abetting the evil. William, I'm sorry. You should know that workers have no choice in their lives. At most, when you're eaten by my cousin in the future, I will burn some incense for you and pray to the gods to bless you and let you escape from her clutches as soon as possible. At this moment, William received a call from a merchant on his way to the home improvement market. William had to stop the car on the side of the road and communicate with the other party. Mr. Cheen, it's like this. Our boss watched your live broadcast and was very impressed by your act of taking in Chinyu. Our boss wants to sponsor all the supplies for Chinyu's room. Of course, in return, our boss requires you to broadcast our brand live throughout the whole process. If you think it is okay, you can come to our EPeen now. Our EPeen is the most comprehensive one-stop shopping mall for infant and toddler home furnishings in the city. Oscar, who overheard the call, widened his eyes and quickly mouthed, "This is the most famous brand in our city. Promise him." But William was very calm. "Thank you very much for your boss's recognition of me. But I have my own requirements for the supplies for Chinyu and the brands I promote to netizens. The first point is that the formaldehyde content cannot exceed the standard. I can go over and connect with you live now, but I need to test the formaldehyde content of the products. If it is qualified, we can cooperate." That's settled then. Feel free to test it. The quality of our products is strictly controlled. After all, they are to be used on mothers and babies, so we can't be careless. Oscar gave William a thumbs up. "Great, brother. You could be so calm even when hit by such a big pie." William smiled and said, "To be honest, I am very happy too. If we can cooperate smoothly, not only can I give you good things, but I can also save a lot of money." As he said that, he looked at Chinyu. "Shall we go pick out the things in your room now?" Chinyu smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Dad." William curled his lips and drove the car to Epeen Mall. Oscar had nothing to do today, so he picked up the live broadcast equipment and helped William shoot the live broadcast. William carried a toolbox and walked into the Epeen Mall with Chinyu. As soon as the three of them walked in, they saw a familiar figure. Chapter 36, I guess the anchor will be silenced. Chapter 36, I guess the anchor will be silenced. It's Monica. She accompanied the client to select decoration materials for the baby room. She saw William. She was stunned for a moment. Then she chuckled and walked over. "Why, following me? You want me to say something nice to Yin Yin?" William ignored Monica and turned to give instructions to Oscar, who was debugging the live broadcast machine. "Be careful not to let her get into the picture." At this moment, a netizen asked in the live broadcast room, "Did the anchor meet someone familiar? Who is that? Is she a beauty? Why doesn't the anchor let us see her? It seems like this should be someone the host knows. Am I the only one who thinks this is a script? Was it someone who made an appointment in advance?" Oscar is actually very unhappy. He has disliked Monica for a long time. "I really want to expose this nasty woman. Let the majority of netizens know what kind of woman this is." However, although he looked unhappy, he still listened to William's words and his actions. The two men took Chinyu to the reception desk and ignored Monica. They explained their purpose to the receptionist. The receptionist immediately called the manager. Monica was furious when she saw that William treated her like air. She strode towards them and tugged at William's sleeve. "What? You don't dare to answer me? Did I poke your guilty conscience?" "Ms. Lin, please respect yourself." William avoided touching her and reminded her coldly, "Ms. Lin, we're doing a live broadcast now. If you don't want people to know your identity and don't want netizens to know that you're causing trouble for us, it's best to leave." Monica caught Oscar's timid expression, and she felt more confident because the camera was not facing her. "What am I afraid of? You're the one who should be afraid, right? Are you afraid that I'll tear off your disguise in front of all the netizens and make it impossible for you to do live broadcasts in the future?" Monica sneered and crossed her arms over her chest. "Do you know how expensive the things here are? Do you think you can afford the things here? You walked in without even looking at the prices? This is a famous light luxury maternity and baby brand in this city. Can a poor guy like you afford it? Whether you can afford it or not is none of your business." Oscar got angry when he heard this. "They opened the door to do business, so we are qualified to come in." "Oh, really? Just browsing, but not buying anything? That's embarrassing." Monica laughed in a sarcastic voice. At this time, A man in a black suit came over and looked at Monica with a smile. Thank you, miss, for the compliment to our friend, saying that we are a well-known light luxury maternity and baby brand in this city. In fact, not all of our products are light luxury goods. We also have some mid to high-end products suitable for the general public. Monica rolled her eyes. You're just saying this to yourself. Everyone knows how expensive things are here. The man froze for a moment, then continued to explain with a smile. We are EPing, just as this gentleman said. We are open for business and welcome guests from all over the world. Regardless of whether the other party makes a purchase in the end, we welcome customers to come in and have a look and compare the price and quality of the products. Therefore, I also ask this lady not to drive away guests for us. In addition, these two gentlemen and this young lady were specially invited by our landlady. They can afford all the products here, because our boss lady said that she admires his courage in adopting Miss Chin Yu. Today, as long as he likes it, we will give it to him for free. After hearing this, Monica's face froze and she couldn't smile. Your boss lady, really, wanted someone like this to do a live broadcast? Do you know how many fans he has? It's just a new account. Monica laughed stiffly twice, then rolled her eyes and said, my colleague is calling me, so I won't waste my words on you. After saying that, she left in a hurry. Netizens complained crazily. Fuck, what a disgusting woman. This dog's eyes don't look down on people like this. Did this woman forget to brush her teeth before going out this morning? They stink. Please expose it, it's too disgusting. That's right, this kind of stuff must not enter the marriage market. Please expose it to the blogger. At this moment, Oscar looked at Monica as running back and couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a disgrace. Brother, only you can tolerate her for so long. William smiled and said nothing, then turned politely to look at the man who was speaking for them. Hello, my name is William. You are Mr. Wong, the store manager of Epeen, right? Yes, I am. Manager Wong took the initiative to shake William's hand. This way, please. Okay, we're already doing the live broadcast now. William reminded kindly. Okay, no problem. Welcome to your live broadcast. Manager Wong introduced the situation of the three-story exhibition hall of Yipentang to the live camera as he walked. The front hall on the first floor is mainly for soft furnishings, including decorations, small sofas, and bedding for the children's room, while the back hall is mainly for decorative materials, including tiles, flooring, and wallpaper. Behind us is our warehouse covering 10 acres. All the products we show here are in stock and can be delivered to your door on the same day. I wonder if Mr. Chin has any plans for Yeye's children's room. What products are you looking for this time? William opened his tablet and showed a design to the manager. Manager Wong took the tablet and looked surprised. This is so beautiful. I didn't expect Mr. Chin to be such a careful person. He not only designed the style of the entire room, but also made a complete shopping list. Oscar heard this and quickly said, Brother, let me take a picture of the design. William nodded, picked up the tablet, and showed his design drawings and shopping list to netizens. If there are friends who are planning to decorate their children's rooms recently, you can also take a screenshot and save my picture as a reference. After that, William looked at Manager Wong apologetically and said, I have a lot of things to buy today. Manager Wong smiled and responded, Mr. Chin, don't worry. Our lady boss said she would help Yeye decorate her room, and she will do what she said. You can just make the purchases according to your needs. William nodded gratefully at the other party and felt the sincerity of the brand. Soon, the group of four headed towards the raw materials exhibition hall. When he walked in, William turned on the air formaldehyde detector and explained to the camera. When I walked into the exhibition hall, I could feel the air was very fresh, without any irritating odor. You can bring your children here without any worries. The formaldehyde test in the air also passed the test. Immediately afterwards, William and Oscar selected a solid wood floor with natural wood color and tree grain for Chinyu, which looked fresh and suitable for children of this age. Manager Wong smiled and said, Mr. Chin has a good eye. This is our latest product from the first season. It's more fashionable and different from the brown, lifeless wooden boards we used to wear. William smiled and looked at Manager Wong. I have an unwelcome request. Manager Wong was stunned. I just heard that your warehouse is in the back, and I want to go into your warehouse to test the formaldehyde situation. Because this is an exhibition hall, and with so many air purifiers operating at the same time, it is normal for the formaldehyde level to be up to standard. But it is meaningless for consumers if the samples are qualified. Since we want to recommend this brand to our fans, we must ensure that the stock in your warehouse is of the same grade and quality as these exhibits. As the voice fell, comments in the live broadcast room immediately started flying. 6 this guy is capable. If there's a problem, he really dares to raise it. Woo woo woo. I'm following you because of what you said. I'm the mother who wants to decorate her child's room, and I'm really worried about product safety. Ha ha ha. Do you think Manager Wong agrees? I see his face is turning green. Oh my god, this is so exciting. If we find out that the warehouse of the city's largest light luxury children's home furnishing mall exceeds the standard, we'll be done for. If there's any problem, the anchor will probably be silenced. With such a big deal, will any business really dare to hire an anchor in the future? At this time, Manager Wong on the scene looked hesitant. He has no idea at all. Who knows if there's any problem in the warehouse? The warehouse is airtight and has only a simple ventilation system. Moreover, the things brought over from the factory have a very strong smell. Just then, Manager Wong's cell phone rang. It's the boss lady calling. Chapter 37, but I feel more happy in my heart. Chapter 37, but I feel more happy in my heart. Take him. After Manager Wong hung up the phone, he gestured please to William. William handed Chin Yu over to the staff, and he and Oscar went into warehouse number 1 first. The air here is worse than in the exhibition hall. The smell of wood is very strong. As he spoke, William showed the formaldehyde index in the air to the netizens in a live broadcast room. It's rare that the formaldehyde here does not exceed the standard and is within a reasonable range. As he spoke, William, after obtaining consent, removed a small portion of the scraps and soaked them in reagents. We let it sit for 30 minutes, and then we'll see if the material itself has formaldehyde problems. Immediately afterwards, William went to warehouses 2, 3, 4, and 5. We also tested the formaldehyde index in the air and randomly took out scraps of more than a dozen materials for formaldehyde testing. The results showed that there was no problem with the formaldehyde index in the air. Then, the live camera kept filming the test of the materials in more than a dozen disposable water cups. During these 30 minutes, William sat on the reception sofa and chatted with Oscar, Chin Yu, and Manager Wong. Manager Wong laughed. This is the first time we have encountered such a stubborn host. You really don't give us any room to maneuver. William smiled and said, I'm responsible for the fans who come to my live broadcast room. This is what I should do. During the meeting, Manager Wong asked William if he had any other products he liked, but William did not mention a word. Finally, Manager Wong shook his head helplessly. Mr. Chin really does things flawlessly. William was not relieved until he saw the test results showing that all materials had no excessive formaldehyde content. I think, from now on, I can feel at ease recommending the products I like to netizens. Manager Wong also stood up and accompanied William to select products. When choosing bedding, William asked Chin Yu for her opinion. Yeah, do you like this? Like. What about this? I like it too. Chin Yu nodded and said softly, I'll listen to you two dads. William and Oscar looked at each other and both felt a little uncomfortable. Netizens also posted comments. Woo woo woo, baby, you don't have to be so sensible. Compared with my naughty kid, this sensible girl is really a critical hit. I'm single and unmarried. I don't know why it makes me feel uncomfortable. I finally understand why Brother Chuan adopted Yaya. Yaya is really too pitiful. William rubbed Chin Yu's head, squatted down, and explained to him patiently. Yaya, we are working now. Working means making money. The reward this time is that the uncle will give us the products we like for free. So, yeah, you can choose completely according to your own wishes. After you make your election, just tell your fans and friends why you made that election. Because that's your job. William with her dark eyes wide open. Can I really choose by myself? Sure. William nodded. Chin, you chose a pink children's bed. Then yeah, tell us why you chose this. William asked. Because she is shaped like a little bunny, very cute. Chin Yu gestured and looked at the camera seriously. Then yeah, can you help everyone try out whether this bed is comfortable? Chin Yu nodded, sat down seriously, and bounced. The bedboard is hard, but a little soft, very comfortable. After all, she was just a 5-year-old girl, and many of her expressions were not perfect, so William helped to explain. The bedboard you mentioned is actually a mattress. It is a natural coconut palm mat. It is hard to protect the child's undeveloped spine, and it is hard but soft to enhance comfort. Next, William and Chin Yu carefully introduced the bedside tables, writing desks, and furnishings to netizens one by one. Soon, all the items on William's shopping list were available. There are 19 items in total, equivalent to 290,000 renminbi. When the receipt was issued, Oscar looked surprised and dumbfounded, but he felt more happy in his heart. He secretly glanced at William and found that he had the quiet temperament of an artist. He looked calm and composed, and he didn't feel that he was taking advantage of him or have any complacent expression. As if all this makes perfect sense. Oscar really admires William more and more. He is worthy of being Brother Chuan. His aura, temperament, and pattern are just different. Manager Wong looked a little uncomfortable. However, he still kept his promise and called the movers to load the items one by one onto the truck and send them to the place designated by William. When they were moving to the child's crib, Monica quickly walked over and stopped the movers from continuing. This can't be delivered. It has to be kept for Chung Chung. Chung Chung had taken a fancy to this bunny crib before. I asked the salesperson, and this is the only one left. Monica gave the mover an address. Send this to the villa I just mentioned. No, William refused. This is what Chinyu likes. We just agreed that this should be given to Chinyu. As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu tugged at William's clothes and said, Dad, I don't need this bed. I'll give it to my sister. Before she could finish her words, Monica pushed Chinyu hard. What sister? You're just a lowly child that was picked up. How can you be qualified to be called a sister of our Chung Chung? Chinyu felt a sudden push on her shoulder, and she sat down on the ground. Oscar saw this and immediately got angry. Monica, are you crazy? You attacked a child. Is she a child? She's a green tea girl. Monica stomped her feet in anger. William helped Chinyu up with a cold face and said to her firmly, You are not a lowly person. Everyone is born equal. Yeah, is also equal. Your things are yours, and no one can force you to share as long as you don't want to. Monica with cold eyes, If Chung Chung needs anything, I will buy it for her if I think it is reasonable. But you can't snatch it like this. Today's harvest is the result of our hard work with Yeye, so I refuse to give the crib to Chung Chung. Are you crazy? William, do you know what you're talking about? You finally got a decent crib, but you don't give it to your own daughter, but give it to a child you picked up? William quickly explained to the live camera, Dear netizens, I'm sorry because I have some family matters to deal with, so today's shopping live broadcast at Epeen Mall will end here for now. After saying that, William signaled Oscar to turn off the live broadcast. After all, it was a family matter, and he didn't want to make it known to everyone. Moreover, it is not a particularly glorious thing to do. Seeing Oscar turn off the live broadcast, William called him by his name. Monica, you must apologize to Yeye today. You insulted her first and then pushed her. You must apologize to her. Monica chuckled. Dream on. Not only will I not apologize to this little bastard, I'm going to destroy this bed. As she said that, Monica took out a sharp key and sneered at William. I drew this bed right in front of you. What can you do to me? I don't believe you dare to call the police to arrest me. I'm saying this here today, what my Chung Chung can't get, no one else can get. Especially this little bastard. As she spoke, Monica smiled even more proudly and walked towards the expensive and cute crib. Chapter 38. Suspecting that Monica likes William. Chapter 38. Suspecting that Monica likes William. Then go ahead and try. Do you think I dare to call the police? William's face was solemn and his voice was powerful. Monica was shocked. William, so fierce before, but now the hand holding the key was raised high. She would lose face if she didn't scratch the crib. Monica bit her lip, feeling extremely hesitant. But the next moment, she thought, William definitely doesn't dare to call the police. As long as he called the police, he would completely break with the Lin family, and his relationship with Yan Yan would also be over. No, Monica was sure that William would never divorce his sister. He was just using the divorce cooling-off period to scare her sister. William did this simply because he wanted his family to respect him and save some face. Thinking of this, Monica became more unscrupulous and raised her hand to touch the pink bedside. However, just as the key was about to come into close contact with the child's crib, a pair of big hands stopped her in time. Miss, if you continue to act unreasonably, I will really call the police. Manager Wong grabbed Monica's wrist with his big hand. He just couldn't bear to see the beautiful crib destroyed. Who do you think you are? Monica tried to shake off Manager Wong's hand, but failed. She glared at the man in front of her. If you don't let go, I'm going to sue you for molestation. I'm your manager's guest. When your manager Wong comes out, I'll tell you, you'll definitely be in big trouble. Oscar was stunned when these words came out. He wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh too obviously, for fear that Monica would notice something was wrong. Oh, I'm so scared. I didn't expect you knew the store manager of Epeen Mall. Are you scared now? It's useless. Monica took advantage of Manager Wong's negligence, quickly broke free, and directly stabbed the key into the bedside screen. She pulled it down suddenly, leaving a terrifying and deep mark. As if this was not enough, She made another stroke and put a cross on the beautiful bedside screen. While doing all this, Monica had a crazy voice in her heart. Ruined it. It must be destroyed. For some reason, she just couldn't stand William being better than her. She really, really hates William. To William, and she always wanted to stab him. Oscar was speechless when he saw the beautiful child's bed being messed up like this. Monica, sometimes I suspect that you had a crush on my brother Chuan before, and because of love you turned into hate, and since you couldn't get my brother Chuan, you made trouble for my brother Chuan every day. As the voice fell, Monica seemed to be stabbed by something. Her body trembled violently, and she almost jumped up and hit Oscar. You're crazy. What nonsense are you talking about, you lunatic? Monica kept beating Oscar and didn't notice that William and Manager Wong had both pulled out their cell phones to call the police. When Monica heard the two people hang up the phone after giving the address, she was completely dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a long time. William, what did you just say? Did you really call the police? Monica's face turned pale in an instant, and her bulging chest heaved violently. Yes, I have warned you just now. Everyone must pay for their own actions. William glanced at Chinyu while speaking. Chinyu seemed to understand what he was saying and nodded obediently. You're crazy. Monica's voice was trembling with excitement. I'm your sister-in-law, and you actually called the police to arrest me? Do you know that doing this will leave a criminal record? You also know that doing this will leave a criminal record, right? Oscar rolled his eyes speechlessly. So you also know that you have gone too far, and you usually bully my brother Chuan for being easy to talk to. Monica didn't bother to pay attention to Oscar. She rushed to William, grabbed his collar, and was extremely excited. William, let me ask you, what do you think of me? Would you be fair to Yin Yin if you call the police? Besides, we are a family, and you actually called the police to arrest me. Monica couldn't accept it and was as excited as if she was betrayed by a scumbag. William's eyes were cold, and he indifferently pulled away Monica's hand that was grabbing his collar. First, Seline and I have filed for divorce, and we will soon no longer be a family. Second, if you treated me as a family member, you would not do such a thing today. You were the one who disrespected me first. No wonder I was the one who did it last. Monica took a step back, as if she still couldn't believe that William would treat her like this. She kept shaking her head, and her face turned pale. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and shouted loudly, "Manager!" She rushed to the front desk and slammed the table in a panic. Quick, call your manager over. Ask him to come out and deal with it. Before the receptionist could say anything, the department manager who came with Monica came over. What are you doing? Shouting? Don't you know that it's very rude of you to do that? Monica's department manager is a middle-aged woman who appears capable and decisive. She walked over in black high heels and asked sternly, "What's going on?" When facing her boss, Monica immediately became like a quail, lowering her head and pursing her lips. Manager Lee, there's a little misunderstanding. Someone's making trouble here, and I want to ask their manager to come out. The woman called Manager Lee frowned and lowered her voice to scold. We are here to discuss advertising cooperation with Manager Wong. You are shouting like this, which will leave a bad impression on others. Didn't the person at the front desk just say that Manager Wong was receiving a distinguished guest? You are rushing customers who want to cooperate with you, which is very rude. Do you understand? Monica lowered her head and said nothing. But they reported. Monica's voice was too soft, and Manager Lee didn't hear it at all. He turned and walked towards Manager William Wong. Hello, I'm her boss. May I ask what happened just now? Manager Lee adhered to the principle of making a big deal out of a small matter and spoke in a very friendly manner. After all, they came here to discuss cooperation. It would not be good for them if things got too out of hand. Oscar pointed to the bed screen behind him and said, "Look, this was done by your good subordinate. We have called the police." When Manager Lee saw the damaged bed screen, his pupils shrank suddenly, but when he heard the word "call the police," his face changed drastically. This. Manager Lee didn't know how to respond. She looked at Monica in disbelief. Are you sick or what? I asked you to come with me to discuss cooperation, not to cause trouble. Why did you mess up the baby's bed like this? Monica now realized her mistake. She didn't know why, but she would easily lose control every time she met William. Obviously, she wasn't such a vicious person before. Manager, please listen to my explanation. Monica pointed at William. This man bullied my sister and wanted to divorce her. I was so angry that I sabotaged her. Manager, please help me talk to Manager Wong and ask him to mediate. I don't want to have a criminal record. As the voice fell, William burst out laughing. Come, let me introduce you. The person next to me is the manager one you're looking for. What? Monica's face suddenly changed, and she took a breath. Yes, I'm the manager one you're looking for. And they are the distinguished guests I am receiving. Manager Wong nodded lightly to Monica's boss. Monica's boss's face immediately turned green, and she was so angry that she wanted to slap this tactless woman a few times. Now, Manager Wong and his VIP guests have been offended. Monica felt extremely regretful when she thought about her arrogant attitude towards the man just now. She was almost frightened to tears. Her eyes were filled with moisture, and the hostility she had just shown was no longer there. Manager Wong, I apologize for this matter. I bought this bed. Can you please withdraw the report? Monica pleaded in a low voice. Manager Wong looked at William hesitantly. Mr. Chin, what do you think? Chapter 39. Her whole heart was pressed on William's arm. Chapter 39. Her whole heart was pressed on William's arm. William had just received $290,000 worth of merchandise, so naturally he didn't want to offend Manager Wong. So he said humbly, "You are free to forgive her and accept her compensation." But this does not represent his opinion. William didn't say this because he had another trick up his sleeve. Manager Wong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that William didn't make things difficult for him, his liking for him increased a little. Frankly speaking, he is also a worker. He called the police mainly to solve the problem. If the other party is willing to compensate, he is too lazy to continue to embarrass a woman. What's more, he knew very well that the matter was not serious enough to require arrest. If the police came, at most they would just take the person away, mediate, and give him a few words of education. Manager Wong called the front desk and said, "Give her an order and swipe the card immediately. Send this crib to the place she specified, and then go to the warehouse to get another identical one and send it to Mr. Chin and his team." Yes, Manager Wong. The receptionist agreed and quickly brought out the POS machine and swiped Monica's account of $25,000. Monica is in pain. 3 months' salary plus performance bonus were gone just like that. Now Monica wished she could go back to half an hour ago and slap herself hard. Oscar couldn't help but stab her. Listen, what did Manager Wong say? There's another child's bed in the warehouse. What are you fighting for? There's only one left, and I have to give it to Chung Chung. Oscar made a vomiting expression. You are just a troublemaker. Do you really think you love Chung Chung like this? Chung Chung was so cute and sensible when she was little, but you guys taught her bad things. Monica naturally couldn't bear to hear this and was about to explode again. Why would I do this if it's not to help Chung Chung? I'd rather spend 25,000 yuan to help her vent her anger. Monica pointed at William and said, "Does it mean love if you buy a bed for someone else's child like him?" Monica became angrier and angrier as she spoke, glaring at William. You can't do anything to me now, right? I bought this bed. I can scratch it however I want. What's it to you? Who cares? It was Manager Wong who canceled the call, not me. William's voice was very soft, but it sounded like a loud bell hitting Monica's heart. What? Monica was a little confused. When the police come over later, I will tell them the truth about what happened just now. William raised the phone in his hand. I recorded everything that happened just now. I believe the police will investigate the facts. Was it you who bought it first? Or did you provoke us first? Before he could finish his words, Monica rushed over and snatched William's cell phone. Because of the excessive movement, her entire chest was pressed on William's arm. Give me the phone. William held the phone high, avoiding Monica's touch. Monica's body rubbed against William's arm. William tried to avoid physical contact between the two. At this time, Oscar also raised his phone. Monica, are you going to delete my backup too? As the voice fell, Monica's boss covered his forehead with his hands in pain. At this moment, she really regretted bringing Monica to discuss cooperation. What a disgrace. Monica heard that Oscar also had a backup. Her shoulders drooped. She gritted her teeth and looked at William. What do you want in exchange for withdrawing the report? Apologize to Chinyu. You're dreaming, Monica said subconsciously. Okay, then we'll just dream here. Oscar looked like he was saying, we're not in a hurry. Monica calmed down, gritted her teeth, and said something with an extremely uncomfortable look. I can't hear you. Oscar grinned. Besides, when you apologize to someone, shouldn't you be polite? You should look at them and call our Yaya by name. Oscar, don't go too far. Monica glared at him fiercely, and seeing that William had no intention of giving in, she was also worried about leaving a worse impression in front of her boss. So she could only swallow her anger, stand in front of Chinyu, and apologize reluctantly. Chinyu, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I didn't mean to target you. I just don't like William. After receiving a satisfactory apology, William called again to withdraw the report and then said to Monica, I hope you take care of yourself and learn from today's lesson. You may not be so lucky next time. After saying that, he took Chinyu away. William, Oscar, and Chinyu left. Monica's boss smiled and said to Manager Wong, this is all a misunderstanding. It's also my fault for bringing my family affairs here. Look, why don't we talk about advertising cooperation? Submit your proposal first. I'll look at it and contact you if it's suitable. Before Manager Wong finished speaking, he walked towards the office area. The meaning is very clear. That is, I am not interested in cooperating with their company. Manager Lee was well aware of the situation and turned to Monica and said loudly, you are fired now. Me? Monica pointed at her nose in disbelief. Yes, because you made serious mistakes and oversights at work, you're fired immediately. There is no N+1 compensation. Go back and pack your things. Get out. Our company is really unlucky to have hired someone like you. After that, Manager Lee caught up with Manager Wong and said with a smile, in fact, the plan has been engraved in my mind for a long time. Why don't I tell you now? Manager Wong responded with a neutral. The two of them walked further and further away, leaving Monica, who had not yet come to her senses, standing there, completely dazed. When she realized what was happening, she immediately flew into a rage and started swearing at William. But what she didn't know was that what awaited her was far more than just being fired. Not long after, someone with a technical chore found Monica. A post titled, Leaked Photos. This is what the woman who insulted Brother Chuan in the live broadcast room looks like, was forwarded crazily. Fuck, he looks so mean. To be honest, this type of girl is my type, tall, with deep facial features and big breasts, but I really can't stand the way she talks. That's right, no man can stand it, okay? Actually, this person is my college senior. She used to be aloof, but she is not like this anymore. Telling a joke, she was our former class beauty. Big breasts, no brains, identification completed. What a snob watch. It makes me feel annoyed. Repost this to death. Let her die, socially. Yes, share this to help single men avoid this problem. Lightning avoided. Soon, Monica's daily photos of rolling her eyes were made into various emoticons. There are also many vulgar phrases accompanying it. For example, her expression of rolling her eyes is accompanied by, how dare such a little dick show up? Destroy it in 5 seconds. These little emoticons are very funny and were forwarded crazily. At this time, Monica was still unaware. On the other side, a woman's roar was heard from a self-built house on the outskirts of the city. That won't work. This one won't work either. Change people. Pay a high price to replace him. Lily gave a polite, yet awkward smile. Cousin, God is actually fair. God gave you a business mind, but at the same time closed the door to cooking for you. Or we could just ask these chefs to bake a cake and say it was made by you. Why do you have to do it yourself? You don't understand. Eva glared at Lily. To win over a man, you have to win his stomach. Lily looked at the cake that was either burnt or not cooked through and had a puddle of egg paste. This is asking you to take over a man's stomach, not take it away. She was really worried that William would die a few years shorter after eating these. Of course, she didn't say this out loud. The nth baking teacher looked at Eva awkwardly. Boss Lon, I actually have a suggestion. Explain. Actually, eating cake at night would be a bit greasy. How about trying baking egg tarts? Good. So, under the guidance of the baking teacher, Eva carefully poured the egg tart liquid bought from the supermarket into the egg tart crust, and then put it in the oven to bake. Soon, there was a ding sound, and Eva put on anti-scalding gloves and opened the oven with a solemn expression. She carefully brought out the egg tarts, as if she was taking out antique jewelry worth tens of millions, put them on the table, and then took one out to taste. After taking a bite, Eva jumped up excitedly. Success! This is the first time in my life that I didn't blow up the kitchen. Lily, the egg tart crust and egg tart liquid are bought on the spot, and you are responsible for baking them. Otherwise, there must be something fishy going on. Baker, this was the first time I felt my job was so close to danger. Eva excitedly put the egg tarts into beautiful plates. At this time, the sound of a car came from next door. Senior Brother Chin is back. Eva quickly adjusted her look on the bright surface of the cabinet, then gave instructions to Lily. Remember to make arrangements for the brilliant restaurant. After saying that, she walked towards the next door holding the egg tart. When she saw William getting off the car, her heart was beating very fast and her voice trembled with a slight nervousness. Brother Chin, these are the egg tarts I just baked. I'll give them to you, and yeah. She saw Oscar. Eva quickly added, and your friend has some. This is a thank you gift for fixing my faucet last night. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do. Junior sister, you don't have to be so polite. William politely invited Eva to sit in the yard. There happened to be a simple tea table and tea chairs left by the owner in the yard. Eva didn't mind and sat down immediately. A hint of slight surprise flashed across William and Oscar's faces. Most girls would complain that the table and chairs are a bit old and dirty, but I didn't expect Eva to not be so particular at all. Both of them had a better impression of her. William smiled and pushed Chinyu's back. Go wash your hands, then eat egg tarts. As soon as the voice fell, his cell phone rang. After answering the call and hearing the other party's request, William frowned slightly. The brilliant restaurant? And you want to bring a female companion? Oscar's eyes widened a little when he heard that. Isn't that the restaurant Seline and Dennis are going to celebrate at? Chapter 40 Exciting. William's family of 3 meets Dennis Seline head-on. Chapter 40 Exciting. William and his family of 3 meet face to face with Dennis Seline. Oscar is now particularly sensitive when he hears the word brilliant, because he had been asking around all day and asked several good brothers in the circle if they had a VIP card for Tsuade-san, and he wanted to take William out to eat. There's no other reason than that I just can't swallow this. He himself may be looked down upon, but he cannot let Brother Chuan be looked down upon. But after asking around, everyone said they didn't have a VIP card for this restaurant. Mainly, the threshold for being brilliant is too high. With the assets of Oscar as adoptive parents, he can apply for brilliant VIP. But ever since Oscar knew that he was an adopted son, he was not willing to use the family's name to seek convenience outside, so he had to suppress the idea of taking William to brilliant to slap Dennis and Seline in the face. At this moment, William was still communicating with the manager of the brilliant restaurant. Oscar quickly put his ear close to it. When Oscar heard the restaurant manager say that they were invited to dine for free but required a live broadcast, he nodded vigorously. Brother Chuan promised it. Oscar wanted to snatch the phone and agree on William's behalf. But William looked calm and his face remained unmoved. He was not the kind of person who would get angry when he saw a small favor, which Eva appreciated. If Senior Brother Chin was a petty person, she would really look down on him. Here, William was still carefully asking about the dining requirements. The other party's answer was, there are no hard and fast requirements for ordering. You can order everything on the menu. There is no price limit either. After a pause, the other party added, the only requirement is that you can only take pictures of your table and not other customers in the restaurant. We at Brilliant are very protective of our guests' privacy. That's fine. William stood at the corner of the small courtyard, holding a mobile phone in one hand and resting his other hand lightly on his belt to communicate with the other party. The profile, the beautiful jade-like slender fingers, and the graceful figure completely fascinated Eva. Her heart was pounding like a deer, and the sound was so loud that she was worried that William would find out. At this time, William asked another question. I'm curious, why would a restaurant of your level choose a new account like mine to do a live broadcast? As the voice fell, Eva's heart suddenly tightened with tension. Did Senior Brother discover something? At this moment, the manager's fluent explanation came from the other end of the phone. That's right, Mr. Chin. When we look for broadcasters to promote their content, we will consider several aspects, such as the actual activity of a live broadcast room and the quality of users. There have been large amounts of rewards in your live broadcast room, which means that there are our customers in the room. Another point is that although your live broadcast room is not as good as those of big names, all the online users are real, there is no fakery and no water army. Last but not least, we must admit that we can pay less to promote with your account at the moment. Compared to the hundreds of thousands of promotion fees offered by the big names, yours is more affordable. How about it? Mr. Chin, are you willing to come and do a live broadcast of your meal at 8 o'clock tonight? Okay, William agreed. Oscar and Eva both breathed a sigh of relief. So what do you mean by needing to bring a female companion? William asked. Eva was confused again. Didn't she ask Lily to do this? She only asked Lily to ask Tsuade-san's manager to call William and tell him that he could bring as many people as he wanted and that they could eat as much as they wanted and that she would pay for all the bills in the end. Well, we would prefer you to dine with your female companion or family, because our restaurant is mainly for couples. Of course, we also know that you have an adopted daughter. You can also bring your adopted daughter and your female companion, just like a family of 3, which is also in line with the positioning of our restaurant. There's no limit on the number of people, right? Yes. Okay, I understand then. Then, Mr. Cheen, we are waiting for you to come for dinner. As soon as the phone was hung up, Oscar touched his chest. Brother, I was so scared. I almost thought you were afraid of running into Seline and Dennis and wanted to refuse this opportunity. This is not my style. William smiled. Work is work, and personal matters are personal matters. As long as it is good for the development of the account, I will do it. I left the Lin family to seek development, let more people know me, and get more opportunities. Oscar nodded in agreement. Eva couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. He is indeed worthy of being her favorite senior brother Cheen. His ideas are always so positive and energetic. However, at this time, William showed a hint of hesitation. It seems that the other party still hopes that I can bring a female companion with me. Female companion? Oscar scratched his chin, and suddenly his eyes fell on Eva. Isn't there one? Eva's name was called. Her heart skipped a beat, and her scalp went numb. Miss Lon, don't you want to repay my brother for helping you fix the faucet last night? Now is your chance. You become my brother's female companion. Eva almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Her hands pinched the flesh of her thighs tightly. Can't laugh. Eva, be reserved. You can't show your foxtail at this time. Before Eva could speak, William scolded Oscar. Don't embarrass my junior sister. Eva was afraid that the duck in her mouth would fly away, so she bit her lip and explained, Brother Cheen, actually, I've never been to Brilliant, and I really want to go. Oscar was delighted when he heard this. That's settled then. He put his arm around William's shoulders and said, Brother, just think of it as taking your junior sister out to see the world. William looked at Eva's expectant eyes and finally couldn't bear to refuse. Then I'll trouble you, junior sister. It's not a bother. I have something to thank you, brother. Eva was so excited that she wanted to jump up, but she tried to control herself. She thinks Lily can get a bigger salary increase. Oscar looked Eva up and down and said, Junior sister, do you have a dress? How about I ask my friend to bring a dress that fits your size? No, I have it. Then please dress up nicely, because tonight my brother Chuan is likely to meet his ex-wife and her adulterer. The better you dress, the harder you will slap them in the face. Oscar's abacus almost jumped onto Eva's face. No need to go through so much trouble. William glared at Oscar, and before he could finish his words, Eva had already stood up and walked out. Brother Cheen, don't worry, I will definitely not let you embarrass yourself tonight. After saying that, Eva ran away. William glared at Oscar in reproach. You shouldn't have dragged her into this. Oscar made a face. William was helpless with him. Go pick out a little skirt for Yaya. I'll go upstairs to change into a suit first. Ugh. Oscar agreed. Half an hour later, William had already changed into a black suit and a white shirt. He was not wearing a tie, and one button of his white shirt was undone, looking casual yet somewhat abstinent, like a husband. Chinyu has also changed into a pink puffy skirt, which looks particularly adorable with her cute watermelon head. After a while, Eva came over wearing a gradient sky blue mermaid spaghetti strap dress. The skirt tightly wrapped around her beautiful figure, revealing her deep collarbone. The sequined fish scale design made her look like a mermaid who had just come ashore, so beautiful that she glowed. Oscar was stunned, and even William was briefly surprised. Oh my goodness, Oscar exclaimed. They say clothes make a person look great. And this is the winner, little sister. To beat the ballet goddess Seline, she really needs to look this good. Eva's cheeks were slightly hot from the compliment, and she looked at William unconfidently. Is this really okay for me? Won't it embarrass senior brother Cheen? No. William's voice was gentle, as pleasant as the bass of cello. This time, Eva's face turned even redder. In order to hide the embarrassment, Eva took Cheen Yu's hand. Sister will hold your hand. Let's go. William took a long step. Eva followed closely beside, holding Cheen Yu's hand. Under the moonlight, this scene is as beautiful as a family. Oscar quickly took out his phone, took a photo, and showed it to the two of them. You are such a good-looking family of three. After hearing this, Eva's heart started beating rapidly. William rebuked Oscar. Don't make fun of my junior sister. Oscar quickly apologized. It's all because you guys are so good-looking, I couldn't help but take the photo. Having said that, Oscar took the initiative to drive. William got into the passenger seat, while Eva took Chinyu to sit in the back seat. Soon, the car arrived at the Brilliant restaurant. William asked Oscar to park the car and come in. What? I'm going too. Oscar was a little confused. William patted him on the shoulder and said, Do I look like someone who would forget his brothers when he takes others out to see the world? Oscar felt a warm feeling in his heart. The reason why he was so nice to William was because William was also very nice to him. Okay, I'll listen to you. Oscar also understood that Brother Chuan must have his own considerations. After getting out of the car, William bent down, picked up Chinyu with one hand, and took Eva into the elevator. Ding sound. Both elevator doors opened at the same time. William and his family of 3, along with Dennis and Seline, walked out of the elevator at the same time. Chapter 41. Chinyu is your and Eva's daughter. Chapter 41. Chinyu is your and Eva's daughter. Both sides were stunned when they saw each other. Seline looked up at William's handsome, elegant, and abstinent face and was dazed for a moment. The well-tailored black suit and white shirt brought out his nobleman temperament to the extreme, only better than Dennis. Over the years, Seline knew that William was very charming when he dressed up, but she didn't know he could be so charming. The William she remembers, wearing an apron and cooking. But when she remembered that he was the adopted son of the Meng family, Seline was not surprised. The Meng family is one of the most wealthy families in the circle, so it is not surprising that they can raise someone with William's temperament. What's more, before the mystery of his life was revealed, the old couple raised William as their own son. So how could they treat him unfairly? That's not right. How could she bask in William's good looks? Seline reacted quickly. Her face suddenly darkened. The tone of a superior questioning a subordinate came out again. William, why are you here? Mother Chung, don't worry about this matter. William's posture and voice were extremely cold. At this moment, he was trying his best to suppress the anger in his chest and maintain his demeanor. He saw Seline and Dennis walk out of the elevator side by side. He felt a surge of anger in his chest rising straight to the sky, then raging throughout his body, nearly making him explode. This was the first time he saw his wife dating another man. In the past, it was all speculation and there was no actual evidence. Several times he guessed it from the child's words, but Seline always made excuses. When there was no point in defending herself, Seline would use the words, "We met on the road. What can I do?" to evade him. Occasionally, she would lower her head, come over to kiss him, and ask for sex. Okay, baby, I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to do that. Celine's voice was extremely coquettish at that time, and her body was incredibly soft due to years of dancing. She knew his sensitive spots very well, and while pinching his sensitive spots, she blocked his lips to prevent him from continuing. Afterwards, she complained coquettishly, "William, you hurt me." At that time, as a grown man, he couldn't lose his temper anymore. Moreover, in situations like this, he always discovered them several days later, and he felt like he had lost the initiative. But this time it's different. To be precise, the two have not divorced yet. He saw his wife cheating on him so directly that no man could remain calm. In addition to anger, there is also the heartache of being let down. The sacrifices he had made for her and the family over the past 5 years were still fresh in his mind. Each frame of memory was like a vine that strangled his heart, causing it to ache. It turned out that the woman he held in his hands treated him like this, trampled on his feelings like this, and crushed his dignity like this. Good. Very good. William really wanted to divorce Seline immediately and break up completely. Seline had no idea what he was thinking. But when I heard that name, my brows furrowed, my heart skipped a beat, and I felt inexplicably flustered. William, what did you just call me? Ching Ching's mom. William repeated with a cold look in his eyes. Is there anything wrong with me calling her that? Seline couldn't stand such stimulation. She grabbed William's arm angrily and spoke in a low voice. We're not divorced yet. Is that how you call me? You also know that we haven't divorced yet. William's sharp eyes were like a blade, piercing straight at Dennis. William, I think you misunderstood. I saw that you were determined to divorce Yin Yin, and Yin Yin felt bad. As a good friend, I specially invited her to dinner to comfort her. We don't have an improper relationship. Before he could finish his words, William interrupted him harshly. Shut up. I have my own judgment. Dennis, is it more delicious to eat with someone else's wife? When we haven't divorced yet, you have repeatedly interfered in my family and my family affairs, dated Seline, called her Yin Yin, gave gifts to the children and my mother-in-law, and said that you were just ordinary friends. Dennis, this is not the way to be a slut. Soon as the voice fell, Seline immediately stood in front of Dennis. William, what are you angry about? Why are you taking it out on Dennis? William saw Seline protecting Dennis like this. He felt an unbearable pain in his heart. Eva, who was standing by, was so heartbroken watching this. At this time, Seline punched William in the chest to vent her anger. What did Dennis do wrong? Tell me. He just wanted me to live a more comfortable life. Is he wrong? Everything he did was because of the promise he made to me in the past. He wanted to treat me as his only princess in this life. And we agreed that he would not affect my marriage. Celine's eyes were red. Do you know that Dennis always says nice things about you to me, asking me to treat you well and live a good life with you? Eva was so shocked that she went to her grandmother's house. If it weren't for the fact that she was not William's girlfriend yet, she would have wanted to jump up and yell at her. Wake up. Listen to what you're saying. Dennis St. has turned to dust. Haven't you noticed yet? Moreover, in marriage, isn't keeping a distance from the opposite sex the most basic bottom line? At this time, William was also speechless and said after a sneer, "Then I really want to thank him. But, Seline, I don't know if other people can live with a threesome, but William, can't live with it for even a single day. If it weren't for the 40-day cooling-off period, I would divorce you right away." Seline was startled. It was the first time she saw William lose his temper and swear. As far as I can remember, he was always a nice guy and couldn't bear to be mean to her. Seline couldn't accept it and kept shaking her head. At this moment, Eva was secretly feeling happy. Seeing your brother Chin, so handsome. That's how you should respond. I give you a thumbs up in my heart. Eva became more and more obsessed as she looked at William's profile. Frankly speaking, if William was an unprincipled bootlicker, she might leave disappointed. Because she doesn't want to be a bootlicker. The love she wants is one of equality, mutual respect, and mutual support. If William bows to Seline unconditionally when she cries, she might reevaluate her love for William. Fortunately, after spending a few days together, William did not let her down. No, she prefers William S. And I think William deserves the best treatment in the world. At this moment, Seline keenly noticed the obsession in Eva's eyes. Only then did she examine the woman in front of her. She has a pretty and delicate baby face, and her age is hard to tell. She looks like a college student, but her figure is well-developed and curvy. She is wearing Dior's latest season's haute couture mermaid dress, and she is so beautiful that she seems to glow. A strong sense of crisis came over me. Seline is extremely confident in her looks, and ordinary women cannot shake her heart. But the woman in front of her is different. That innate temperament and that baby face that men love most made Celine's heart alarm bells go off, and she became jealous. She pointed at Eva and said, "William, what right do you have to blame me? We haven't officially divorced yet, but you brought a woman to dinner with you." As she said this, she pointed at Chin, who was being led by William. "And she's bringing a bastard with her." Eva and Chin suspiciously. This child couldn't be born by you and this woman, right? Chapter 42. President Lawn? Eva is exposed. Chapter 42. Mr. Lang. Eva's exposed. Seline felt like she was going crazy when she thought about the possibility that William would have a daughter with this woman. William's chest hard. "William, are you worthy of me? You bastard. Have you ever seen a prima ballerina give birth to a child? Have you forgotten that I gave birth to Chung Chung for you and almost lost my life?" Before she finished speaking, Chin pushed Celine's leg hard. Seline was completely stunned. Chin stood in front of her father, with her hands on her hips, looking fierce and aggressive. "Don't hit my dad. My father is a good man. You're not allowed to hit him. I won't allow anyone to hit my dad." William like an eagle protecting its chicks. William felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart, and a soft spot underneath his heart. This is what human hearts should be like. Heart for heart. But in the past, he had treated Chung Chung much better than Chin. But Chung Chung had never protected him like this. Thinking of his own daughter, William could not hide the loneliness in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that I don't care or that I don't feel heartbroken. In fact, he also had his own selfish motives in raising Chin. He wanted to have a sweet, soft daughter who was kind to him. This is probably every man's dream. He wanted to prove on Chin that he could teach a daughter well. Of course, another reason was that Chin was indeed pitiful and sympathetic at the time. He wanted to help her. William took Chin's little hand, handed her to Eva, and said softly, "Daddy doesn't need you to do anything for me at any time. Daddy's role is to help Yeye shelter from the wind and rain." No. After spending the past few days together, Chin could already feel William's sincerity. William firmly, "I don't want only my dad to devote himself to me. I also want to devote myself to you." Daddy Yang said that this is called two-way running. Otherwise, it's just a bootlicker. William was amused and signaled Eva with his eyes to take good care of Chin. When adults have a dispute, Children should not be involved. Eva was smart and nodded at William. William looked directly at Seline. Mother Chung Chung, let me introduce you to Miss Lon. She is my neighbor. She came here with me because of work. We're not here for a date. Besides, we are not dining alone like you and Dennis. I asked Oscar and Chinyu to accompany us. The voice fell, and the elevator door opened. Oscar walked over, playing with the car keys in his hand, and looked at Seline and Dennis, who looked sullen, and said, "You two are really disgusting. Please be careful with your words." Gentleman Dennis spoke to protect Seline. William also stood in front of them and spoke as if he was protecting Eva and Chinyu. Mother Chung Chung, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I hope you can apologize for maliciously speculating about Miss Lon and Chinyu just now. I don't apologize. Seline glared at Eva. Work? William, what kind of job do you have? What can you do here? Yes, William, I know you care about Yin Yin, and you came here because you knew I was going to treat Yin Yin to dinner this morning, but you really should not act on impulse. This restaurant has very high requirements. Not only do you need to make a reservation, you need proof of assets, and you must use a black card to pay the bill. Dennis grabbed William's hand and said, "Well, why don't you leave first to avoid embarrassment later? You and Yin Yin can sit down and talk it out some other day." "Let go." William's face darkened, and he shook off Dennis' hand. Before he could say anything, Eva couldn't help but took out a black card from her bag and waved it in front of Dennis. "Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Is this a black card? Nowadays, who doesn't have 8 or 10 black cards? Dennis, Oscar, I don't have it. Still 8 or 10? Eva was so angry that she didn't notice the expressions of Dennis and Oscar at all. She took out several cards from her wallet in one breath and introduced them one by one. "This is the limited edition Black Goku co-branded black gold card. This is the black card that the Bank of Communications opened for me as the president of a company with over 100 billion yuan in assets. This is a black card that allows you to freely enter and exit all Michelin restaurants around the world. This is a black card that allows you to travel tax-free in first-class cabins on all airlines around the world. Are these enough? If not, I still have more." When the voice fell, Dennis and Oscar were completely shocked, and William's eyes also flashed with surprise. Celine's eyes seemed to be burning with torches, and she wished she could swallow the woman in front of her. The woman was beautiful, young, and rich, which made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Before, she had always believed that William would not find anyone better than her if he left her. After all, she is a ballet goddess. She's a rich woman, but the current situation is not like this. Seline suddenly panicked, and even her breathing became faster. At this moment, Eva was also a little panicked. She suddenly realized what was happening, and her smile became a little stiff. "Why are you all staring at me all of a sudden?" As soon as the voice fell, the general manager of the company, a man around 35 years old wearing a navy blue suit, walked towards this side. He smiled and raised his hand. Dennis also raised his hand to greet him, and turned his head to introduce him to Seline. This is the general manager of Brilliant, who owns 5% of Brilliant's shares. Before he could finish his words, General Manager Tsuetsan came over enthusiastically and called out, "Boss Lon." In just a moment, Dennis's face seemed to be frozen, and he became stiff with his raised hand still in the air. Oscar and William looked at Eva in disbelief. "Boss Lon." Chapter 43, Eva. Bring out all my father's mistresses. Chapter 43, Eva. Take out all my father's mistresses. With a bang, Eva's brain froze for a moment, and she was completely unable to think. Everything went blank. She winked at the manager so hard that her eyes almost twitched. Fortunately, when the manager's hand was about to touch Eva's hand, he suddenly reacted, walked past Eva's side, and grabbed the hand of the man who had just walked out of the elevator. "Hey, Mr. Lon, long time no see." "No, Just as the man was about to say that he had recognized the wrong person, the manager immediately grabbed his shoulders and forcibly took him away. "Let's go. There's some law fight ready in the office. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's have a good drink." Seeing the two figures walking further and further away, Eva's heart finally settled down, and she laughed dryly. "I was so scared. I thought someone called me Mr. Lon. It turns out we have the same last name." "Ha! I told you, I'm not Mr. Lon." Oscar didn't doubt anything. He glanced at Dennis' hand still hanging in the air and couldn't help laughing. "I thought I was very familiar with the general manager, but it turns out he's just this good." Dennis put his hands down awkwardly, and his face instantly became as ugly as if covered by a layer of black fog. As they were talking, The manager had already arranged for other personnel to receive William and his group. Hello, Mr. Chin. I'm the person who is responsible for receiving you. My last name is Wu. Hello, Mr. Wu. William responded politely. The other party gestured, please. Our general manager has prepared a table near the window with an excellent view for you and your partner. Please follow me. I will tell you some precautions for shooting. Okay. William followed the man into the restaurant and listened carefully to the work requirements. Eva secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed with Chinyu in her hand. Oscar glanced at Dennis and said smugly, now you don't need to worry about whether we can get in. After saying that, he put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked in casually. Dennis held Selene's back and said gently, let's go in too. Dennis touched Selene's back. She walked forward angrily in her high heels. Dennis glanced at his palm, his eyes dim. The two came to the front desk, reported their reserved table number, and followed the waiter to their table. As soon as I sat down, I found William and his friends were sitting at the table next to me. It's just that their seats are better, and you can enjoy the beautiful view by the window. Looking at the people at that table talking and laughing, Dennis and Selene's faces turned completely dark. At this time, Oscar just sat down and asked curiously, Miss Lon, how come you have so many black cards? Eva, who was setting the table, suddenly paused. When she noticed that William was also looking at her, she immediately lowered her voice and said, it's fake, all props. Fake? That's impossible. Show it to me. Oscar obviously didn't believe it. Shoo. Eva motioned him to lower his voice. Don't let them hear you. What if they find out they're fake? These are custom made for my clients, and I just happen to have them with me, so I'll use them to slap them in the face. Customer? Which client of yours would need these? Oscar looked at Eva suspiciously and continued to ask. The crew. The crew often uses these light luxury items. Eva swallowed nervously and secretly glanced at William, who was debugging the live broadcast equipment. Seeing that he didn't doubt much, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oscar suddenly realized, oh, so you do this job. Needless to say, the dress you are wearing must also be from a crew. Yeah. Eva smiled bitterly. Because of my work, I often come into contact with these imitations. After saying this, she almost bit her tongue and thought that she should not be so impulsive next time. Fortunately, I managed to get away with it. If senior brother Chin knew that her father's assets exceeded 100 billion, I wonder how he would avoid her. At this moment, William had already set up the live broadcast equipment. He briefly introduced the current environment to the netizens in the live broadcast room and expressed his gratitude to the restaurant owner for inviting them to come and taste the food for free. William opened a tablet on his desktop and showed it to the netizens in the live broadcast room. Here's the menu. This is a raw food. This is a prepared food. This is the wine category. He flipped through the pages very slowly, one by one, so that netizens in the live broadcast room could see the detailed dish styles and prices. Thank you, host. I probably won't have the chance to eat at a restaurant like this in my lifetime. My eyes followed the host to eat the dazzling food. The anchor I like is quite awesome. He was a good one this morning and brilliant in the evening. Yes, they're all heavyweight merchants. Ah, this is the first time I see a home improvement blogger being invited by a restaurant. It's really awesome. I'm really envious. Wow, this scenery outside the window is so beautiful. Anchor, please let the lady next to you show her face. Why can we only see a little bit of her dress and her hands? That's right. The young lady's hands are very beautiful, and her face should not be bad either. Anchor plus Miss Sister plus Yaya equals a good-looking family of 3. Oscar equals light bulb. Haha. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood begging Oscar to get out. Haha. Oscar saw the comments from netizens and snorted proudly. I won't leave Brother Chuan and I are the real love. Our love is stronger than gold. Eva was amused. Netizen, it's confirmed. Oscar has a crush on William. Chin looked at Oscar and William at this moment, slowly lowered the cold guard on her face, revealing a smile from the bottom of a child's heart. The atmosphere here was lively, but no one was talking at Dennis and Selene's table. Both of them looked straight at William. Dennis looked at Eva without any hesitation. She has a pretty face, the kind of baby face that men like most, and her figure is the type that is thin where it should be thin and plump where it shouldn't be thin. What's even more intriguing is that she actually has so many black cards. This was the first time that a woman other than a married woman aroused his interest. Dennis narrowed his eyes, snapped his fingers, and called the waiter. Please open a bottle of 1982 Lafite for me, and give me a few more glasses. Okay. Soon, the waiter came over with a tray, bottles of Lafite, and wine glasses. Dennis poured a glass for Seline, then walked towards William's table with a few empty glasses and red wine. He placed a wine glass on the table. William, and this beautiful lady, I want to toast you. As he spoke, he poured himself a glass of wine and handed it to William. 82 Lafite, tastes good. You don't usually have the chance to drink such a mellow wine. How about it? Cheers. Dennis had a gentle face, his head slightly tilted, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with an almost imperceptible hint of provocation and teasing. At this moment, netizens in the live broadcast room also smelled the tea. Who is this man? Why does he speak so nasty? Yes, it is comparable to the snobbish watch this morning. Wow, how come the anchor can always meet the best everywhere? I seriously doubt that this anchor can write scripts and often finds people to play these annoying roles. But I admit that I'm a local dog, and I just love watching this. Anchor, don't give him face, beat him up for me. To be honest, although we didn't see the man's face, the 1982 law fight is real, and the watch on his hand is also real. For your information, the antique watch on this man's wrist is worth about 900,000 yuan. I think it's a bit difficult for the host to slap him in the face. At this moment, William glanced at the wine glass handed over by Dennis, his face cold. Sorry, I don't think the relationship between us is suitable for sitting together and drinking. Even if it is social etiquette, you don't deserve it. Dennis's face froze for a moment. Then he looked at Eva with a smile. William, if you don't drink, are you going to make this beautiful lady drink too? I won't drink. If my senior brother doesn't drink, I won't drink either. Eva's voice was excited and her eyes were determined. Dennis's face froze for a moment, but when his eyes fell on the limited edition mermaid dress on Eva, he was stunned again. If you remember correctly, he fell in love with this dress at first sight when he was in Paris and wanted to buy it for Seline, but when he asked the price, it was 8 million, so he thought it was too expensive and gave up. I didn't expect this woman to be so prominent that she could wear such an expensive dress. Dennis was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity to get to know the woman in front of him. He opened his lips slightly and wanted to say something, but Oscar spoke impatiently. 82 law fight. Is that amazing? Oscar picked up the tablet in his hand and said, You may not know, right? The owner of the brilliant restaurant said that you can order as much as you want. There is no limit. It's just a bottle of 1982 law fight. Who can't afford it? Oscar scrolled through a few pages of the menu and was about to click to place an order when he was stopped by William. That's not necessary. The market price of a bottle of 1982 Lafite is about 17,000 yuan. Prices in such high-end restaurants are only going to go up. When others invite them to do a live broadcast, they're told that they can order any drinks, but he cannot be the one who wastes them. Although the items I got from Yip and Tang in the morning cost much more than this meal, they were necessities and were used in Ye's room, so not a single bit was wasted. But there's no need to do that just to get angry with Dennis. Brother, Oscar glared at him. It's 1982 Lafite. My adoptive father invited me to drink it. It's just SOSO. William took the tablet from Oscar's hand with a very good temper. Oscar was sulking when the waiter came over with a cart and bowed slightly. Mr. Chin, our boss would like to invite you and your friends for a drink. Dennis glanced at the wine on the cart. The bottle is old, and the outer label of the wine is worn out, and it looks like it has been around for quite a while. And the bottle of wine was already half drunk. He didn't take it seriously and turned to the waiter and said, No need to bother your boss. I'm treating Mr. Chin to 1982 Lafite. As the voice fell, some netizens in the live broadcast room had already recognized the bottle of wine. He sent 3 in a row. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Then I was so excited that I couldn't speak. Oscar noticed the comments, and his intuition told him that this bottle of wine was not simple. He looked up and asked the waiter, What kind of wine is this? Without waiting for the waiter to answer, William gave the answer. The legendary 1945 Connie. The price was once hyped up to over 3.7 million per bottle, and you still can't buy the king of kings of wines. What? The legendary Chateau Connie that can eat a car wheel in one bite. And it's 45 years old. Oscar stood up excitedly and touched the bottle of old wine carefully. Oh my God, this 1982 Lafite would make people depressed and commit suicide. Dennis. Oscar looked at Dennis and said, You've never had 45 Connie, have you? Dennis' lips moved slightly, and Oscar was certain. Don't make excuses. I know you didn't. Dennis, there's only one bottle in our city. It was said that a real estate tycoon in our city secretly took the photo without telling his wife. I didn't expect it to be the owner of Seline. Eva. Nonsense. That's my father's sweetheart. In order to slap Dennis in the face, I gave up my father's mistress. At this moment, Dennis was speechless, and suddenly he felt that the law fight in his hand no longer smelled good. Well, sorry, we won't let you drink the 1945 Connie. After all, the boss said he only wants to treat a few of us. Oscar waved his hand again and said, make way, Dennis, you are blocking us from smelling the 1945 Connie. Dennis returned to his seat with a gloomy face. Dennis and Seline felt like chewing wax during this meal. On the other hand, Monica was so angry when she saw the posts and emoticons online. William, I'm going to kill you. William, you bastard, it's all your fault. You're the one who caused me all this. Monica angrily took a taxi to William's yard and banged on the door. William, get out of here. You son of a bitch. I'm going to kill you. Gene. Monica was about to say something when a big hand suddenly stretched out from the darkness. A wet wipe soaked in ether was used to cover her mouth tightly. Monica struggled for a few seconds and then fainted completely. Chapter 44. Eva dotes on her husband. So sweet. Chapter 44. Eva dotes on her husband. So sweet. Brilliant restaurant. Oscar raised his glass. Come on, toast to my brother. Eva also raised a glass in her hand and clinked glasses with William and Oscar in a very graceful manner. The glass made a clear and pleasant sound, and the corners of the three people's mouths were curved with joy. Oscar swallowed and said, Brother, I'm a little nervous all of a sudden. I've never drunk such expensive wine in my life. This time, it's really like you said, I'm here to see the world. William smiled, said nothing, picked up the wine glass, and took a sip. Although it was a casual posture, his every move exuded the self-restraint and cultivation that only a nobleman from the upper class could have. Eva was stunned. At this moment, Oscar took his first sip of wine and said fuck several times in succession. This wine is damn delicious. As he said that, he glanced at Eva and said, Miss Lon, what do you think of this wine? Eva was suddenly cued and was stunned for a moment. She quickly picked up the wine glass in her hand and took a sip. After tasting it carefully, she said, the taste is really good. The tannins and alcohol are perfectly balanced, so it's not astringent when you drink it, and there's no spicy, stinging feeling from alcohol at the bottom of your throat. From the entrance to the middle of the tongue to the bottom of the throat, the three levels are all very good. As the voice fell, William looked at her deeply and said, it seems that Junior's sister also studies red wine. Eva was struck by lightning instantly. I wish I could slap myself a few times. Oscar was also looking at Eva at this moment. Yes, I usually drink a lot of good wine. Even a professional term like tannin came up. Red wine worth hundreds of dollars is not worthy of the professional term tannin. Eva could only smile. It's mainly because I got it from the crew. Sometimes I hear it too much, and I just say it out loud when I want to show off. Eva almost bit her tongue again as she laughed dryly. When netizens in the live broadcast room saw this, they also made comments. This little sister is so cute and has a straightforward personality. When she said the word pretentious, I was particularly curious about her appearance. The crew, is this young lady some 18th tier celebrity? Didn't I say this before? The young lady is making props for the crew. I don't care. Anchor, show me the real face of the young lady. It's 10,000 times better than that snobby look this morning. William saw the comments, but of course he couldn't agree to the netizen's request. He knew a little bit about Monica being cyberbullied. He is well aware of the power of the internet, which can make or break a person. So when he was live streaming, he was always careful not to bring passersby in. If he hadn't needed to prove that he didn't traffic in children, he wouldn't have allowed Yaya to appear in the film. William picked up the wine glass and took another sip, then changed the subject. Thank you very much to the owner of the brilliant restaurant for inviting us to taste the 1945 Connie. It has a really smooth taste and is mellower than ordinary red wines. It has a moderate acidity, a natural grape aroma, and a rich taste on the tongue. Thank you again. Soon, the topic of the live broadcast room was diverted by William. Woo worship, a Connie that talks about wheels. I envy the anchor again. I have to say the host's face slapping just now was really beautiful and handsome. Even though he didn't do anything, the cheap man's face was slapped loudly. That's right. So what about La Fight? Even though I can't afford it, ha ha ha. I became a fan of this live broadcast room because it always has melodramatic dramas. +1. At this time, the waiter pushed the dining cart over and served them the restaurant's signature dishes, such as foie gras, black caviar, black gold abalone, and Australian lobster sashimi. Oscar was stunned. We didn't order any of these. This is a snack our boss gives you. Please enjoy it slowly, the waiter said with a smile. William politely nodded to the waiter and said, "Please express my gratitude to your boss for me." "Well, sir, enjoy your meal." As soon as the food was served, Chin, being a carefree person, just started eating it. William, on the other hand, will take better care of Chin Yu and Eva. William also did not allow Chin Yu to eat some foods that were not suitable for children's stomachs, such as lobster sashimi, and explain the reasons. Every time, Chin Yu would cooperate, not making any noise or fuss, and appear to be very well behaved. Eva could get the food that was far away, and if she needed help. Eva quickly waved her hands and said no, but she felt so sweet in her heart. She couldn't help but secretly glance at William. When she saw him pick up the wine glass for the fourth time, Eva couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chin, do you like this bottle of wine?" Oscar rolled his eyes. "Aren't you talking nonsense? My brother will definitely like such an expensive wine." William chuckled. "It's not because it's expensive, but the taste of this wine is really fascinating." William tells the truth. Eva's eyes suddenly lit up, and she suddenly had an idea. She stood up and said, "Brother Chin, you guys eat first. I'm going to the bathroom." After saying that, she lifted her skirt and left, walking to the counter to find a familiar waiter. "Do you have any clean, empty wine bottles?" "Yes." The waiter handed it to her. "Where's my dad's Connie? Take me there." The waiter couldn't refuse, so he took her to the temperature-controlled wine cellar. Eva walked in and saw at a glance that the Connie her father had stored here was placed in the most conspicuous place. She strode over, picked up the Connie, and was about to pour into the empty bottle. The waiter's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stopped her in time. "Miss, what do you want to do?" "Pour the wine." "You pour the wine away. What are we going to say to Mr. Lon when he comes?" "That's easy. After I leave, just find a cheap bottle and pour it in, and make sure the height of the wine is about the same as before. Don't worry, my dad doesn't drink red wine. If you say yes, then yes." Eva said this without any psychological burden, as if the father she had adopted was worthless. The waiter was dumbfounded, but still stopped her. This is really not okay. "Miss, this is a high-end restaurant. We can't do such things that would let our customers down." "Why not? I am your valued customer now. I want to take something that belongs to me. How dare you tell me that I can't?" "No, this belongs to Director Lon." Eva was a little angry now. "Are my father's things also my things? I am his only daughter. When he dies, won't all these be mine?" The waiter was speechless. I silently lit a candle for Director Lon in my heart. This intimate little cotton jacket is leaking air. Let's put it this way. "Miss, you call Director Lon in front of me. If he agrees, I'll let you take him away immediately. This is the rule. I really can't set this precedent for you." "It's so annoying." Eva pouted in displeasure, but didn't want to continue to embarrass the waiter. So she took out her cell phone and called her father, saying sweetly, "Hey, Dad, have you taken your blood pressure medicine today?" "I ate it." "Girl, when did you start caring so much about your dad?" Fatherland's happy voice came from the other end of the phone. "I've always been concerned about you. Do you have any heart-saving pills?" Upon hearing this, Fatherland immediately sat up straight with alertness. "No, my girl. How bad have you gotten yourself into? You're asking for your father's blood pressure medication and heart-saving pills. Don't worry about it. Just prepare the heart-saving pills first." After a while, Land's father's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, I asked the servant to bring it to me. You can tell me. It's like this. I was eating out and met a blind waiter. I said I wanted to take your wine. He insisted that I call you. Don't you think it's infuriating?" I said, "I am your most beloved darling. Didn't you leave all your things to me?" "Yes." After a pause, Land's father's voice came from the other end of the phone again. "No, this matter must not be that simple. You must be tricking me. Tell me, which bottle of wine do you want from your father?" "It's just that bottle of 1945 Connie." "It's just—" An excited voice came from the other end of the phone, along with a slight panting sound. Eva could almost imagine her father standing up with his hands on his heart. "Dad, just tell me, which is more important, the wine or your biological daughter?" "I choose Kundi this time," Director Lon said without hesitation. "Eva, okay, then I'll tell Mom that you secretly bought Connie and didn't let me drink it. That's it. I don't have anything else to say. Block me and don't contact me anymore." "But don't, my daughter, wait a moment." "Well, I think there is room for this matter." Fatherland's voice became more and more flattering. Eva responded with a nasal voice. "Well, you go on a blind date with Dennis, the son of the Chi family, tomorrow night, and I'll give you this Connie. What do you think?" Chapter 45, Powerful Doting Husband. Chapter 45, The Power of Doting Husband. "I'm not going." Eva refused. What do you think of me? Girl, what? Your grandmother found a fortune teller who said you would marry a divorced man. Do I have to be so anxious to choose a marriage partner for you? Do you think my daughter can marry a divorced man? Eva's eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, did Grandma really say that? More real than pearls. Eva was instantly happy. My daughter, just listen to your father's advice and go meet him. It's better to meet him once. I heard that Dennis, the son of the chief family, has been abroad and has achieved good results in overseas entrepreneurship. He is elegant, respectful, and well-mannered. Many ladies are vying for him. Do you think your father will cheat you? Meeting him once can be exchanged for millions of dollars of Connie. You really won't lose out. Eva sneered. Oh, our Mr. Lawn doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do a business that loses money. Tell me, why do you insist on me meeting Dennis? We had a verbal engagement with the Chief family before. The Chief family has proposed a meeting several times, and I have rejected it several times. I feel embarrassed if I refuse too many times. Just like that. And Dad also thinks Dennis is quite good. Looking back, the only wealthy family that can rival the Chief family is the Cheen family in the north of the city. But Dad has already found out that Oscar is an adopted son. I'm afraid that you two will fall in love with each other, and the Cheen family's biological son will come looking for you one day, and all your efforts will be in vain. Dad, Eva's tone became more serious. Listen to me clearly. I don't want arranged marriage. Eva, don't need an arranged marriage to maintain the quality of my life for the rest of my life. I can live the life I want through my own efforts. I want to decide who I want to marry. If you don't agree, I don't want the Lawn family's property. Donate it to society. That won't work. I still have to give you our Lawn family's property, but I won't give it to Condi. Eva was really mad at her father. Tell me the truth. Why do you insist on a blind date between me and Dennis? Tell me the truth. It's just because of a high-speed rail project. A multi-billion-dollar project that neither our family nor the Chief family can handle alone. So, we have to cooperate. So, the Chief family proposed the marriage again. After all, with such a big project, everyone is worried that the other party will run away. I pushed it several times to let you meet, but the Chief family refused to continue discussing the project. Dad thought that you should go meet first and fool around. Besides, maybe you will fall in love with each other. Okay, I'll go tomorrow night, but you're not allowed to send anyone to monitor me. You know my personality. I don't like others to interfere in my affairs. If I find out that you send someone to follow me and monitor me, I will not agree to anything you say in the future. Okay, it's a deal. Also, my girl, leave me a sip of that Connie. Just one sip, a small sip. Also, don't tell your mother. I slept in the study last night. Before her father could finish, Eva hung up the phone and glanced at the waiter. Hurry up and pour me the wine. After that, she called Lily again. Make time tomorrow night so you can go on a blind date with Dennis for me. Lily, no, sister, what do you think I am? Do you really think I'm a brick? I can be moved wherever I'm needed. Stop talking nonsense and double your performance this month. Okay, fine, cousin, leave everything to me. It's an honor for me as a slave to be able to help my boss solve problems. After getting a satisfactory answer, Eva hung up the phone, took the bottle of wine from the waiter, and returned to the table. Oscar glanced at Eva and said, Why do you seem so familiar with this place? No. Eva's face froze. I just got lost for so long. Oscar glanced at the wine in Eva's hand again. Do you want to drink more? Oh, this is not it. The waiter just gave it to me. He said that the owner of this restaurant gave it to William. It is a substitute for Chateau Lafite Connie and tastes almost exactly the same as Chateau Lafite Connie. Substitute? Can there be a substitute for Connie? Oscar took the bottle of wine and scanned it with his phone. Can a wine worth more than 1,000 yuan be a substitute for Connie? Eva swallowed and said seriously, This is made from the boss's own winery. It's just packaged in ordinary bottles. William took the bottle from Oscar and placed it beside him. No matter what, other people's kindness is worth cherishing. Eva secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. She thought about giving the whole bottle of Chateau Connie to William, but William would definitely be suspicious. After all, it is impossible for the boss to give such expensive wine as a gift when inviting a host to promote the restaurant. William is not stupid, but if it was a replacement, William would definitely accept it without any worries. Eva, you are really a smart little girl. Eva secretly glanced at William again, imagining the scene of him going back to drink, and couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Just as she looked away, Eva unexpectedly made contact with Dennis, and she felt a lump in her stomach. Bah, what a dirty thing. Only Seline would treat it as a treasure. Hey, Seline, this fiancé is for you if you want it. You're welcome to take it. This time, I choose senior brother Chin. Soon, William ended the 2-hour live broadcast and prepared to leave with Chin. As soon as he walked out of the restaurant door, Seline chased after him angrily, pulled his arm, and spoke in a commanding tone. Come back with me. I have something to tell you. I have nothing to say to you except divorce. William coldly rejected Celine's request. Seline shuddered and looked at him with a hurt expression. You rejected me? You never rejected me before. Seline, you know that was in the past. From the moment I saw you and Dennis dating alone tonight, there was only one thought in my mind. What idea? Celine's face turned extremely pale. Divorce. I wish I could divorce you right now. You may not know that in marriage, I can choose to tolerate other things, including your willfulness, your bad temper, and your family's difficulties, but I cannot tolerate this principle. This is my bottom line. After saying that, William took Chin Yu into the designated driver's car and left. After returning to the rental house, Eva kept repeating William's words in her mind. Immediately, divorce immediately? There is still a 40-day cooling-off period. How can you divorce immediately? Eva paced up and down the terrace. Suddenly, she slapped her thigh and said, Got it. Then she called her uncle immediately. Uncle, please remove the divorce cooling-off period. My second uncle on the other end of the phone was shocked when he heard this. Wayne, are you kidding me? This is such a big deal. Moreover, even if we propose it now, it will take at least half a year from proposal to implementation. I don't care. This is not your decision. You don't know that if your partner has violent tendencies, these 40 days are enough time for a murder to occur. It's not that exaggerated. Anyway, I don't care. My friend wants a divorce immediately. You're responsible for finding a solution for me. Otherwise, you change this rule, or our Lon family will not donate to you in the future. Hearing about the word donation, Eva's second uncle quickly changed his words. Well, actually, quite a few people have reported this issue recently. But this regulation can't be changed all at once. If your friend is really anxious, I can let the system send him an internal test to shorten the divorce cooling-off period. I'll tell the public that there are a small number of people and it will be a random internal test. What do you think? Okay, let's do as you say. I'll give you his cell phone number. Ask your people to send him a text message saying that they can divorce him early. Got it? Yes, my aunt. I just want to know that my second uncle is the best to me. Eva flattered herself into the phone. After hanging up the phone, she subconsciously looked towards William's rental house and saw William's mother-in-law banging on the door of his small yard angrily. William, come out, come out. William, I'm warning you, let my daughter go. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Chapter 46 William, how dare you hit your mother-in-law? Chapter 46 William, how dare you hit your mother-in-law? William was originally reading a bedtime picture book to Chin Yu. When he heard the shouting outside the door, he frowned slightly, closed the book, and went downstairs. As soon as the door of the small courtyard opened, Jessica almost rushed to William and scratched his face, but fortunately Celine's father Frank pulled her back in time. Don't be like this. William is not that kind of person. Frank persuaded the emotional Jessica. Jessica was so angry that she beat him. William glanced at Frank, Jessica, Seline, and Penny, and when the light fell on his daughter, his expression darkened. What's the matter? His voice was cold. Jessica was extremely emotional. Will you dare to ask us? Jinjin sent us a WeChat message saying that she would come and find you. Now she is missing and her phone is unreachable. William, do you dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? This matter really has nothing to do with me. William stood under the moon, his back straight and as cool as a pine tree. After he finished speaking, he looked at Seline reproachfully. This is a conflict between adults. Why did you bring the child here? There's no one at home. I had no choice but to bring Chung Chung with me. Seline looked helpless. No one at home? With the Lin family's ability, it wouldn't be easy to hire 1 or 2 nannies or childcare workers. William obviously didn't believe this. Every time a family makes a fuss like this in front of the children, over time, his authority in the children's minds will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Chung Chung looked down on him more and became less and less close to him. This is an eternal pain in William's heart. Celine's heart choked, and she was completely speechless. William didn't know how many aunts his mother had driven away. It's not that she doesn't want to find one, but her family has been blacklisted by many housekeeping companies. The house is a mess now, and she can't have a hot meal when she goes home every day. So she thought of going to the restaurant with Dennis for dinner today. Jessica grabbed William's arm and made him face her. William, if you have any complaints about me, just come at me. Why did you make things difficult for Jinjin? Now you're making things difficult for Yin Yen. Our family is so unlucky to have a son-in-law like you. These words were extremely harsh, and William felt a little disappointed. He pulled up the corners of his mouth sarcastically and wanted to laugh, but he found that when the corners of his mouth were pulled, it was as if there was an invisible thread connecting his heart. When he smiled, his heart began to hurt. He thought his heart had long been numb, but he didn't expect that at this moment he couldn't help feeling disappointed and heartbroken for himself. What kind of worse-than-pigs and dogs family have I paid for the past 5 years? Taking a deep breath, William calmly thanked the visitor. Whether you believe it or not, I have never seen Monica. If you don't believe me, call the police. Having said that, William turned around and closed the door. But Jessica rushed up and wanted to hit William. I don't believe this matter has nothing to do with you. Just as the fist was about to land on the back of William's head, Chinyu picked up the broom and poked her in the heart, stopping her movement. My dad is a good man. Chinyu looks fierce, and her eyes are particularly tough. At this moment, Penny also rushed out and pushed Chinyu. You are not allowed to bully my grandma. Chinyu was pushed back a few steps, but still stood firmly in front of William with the broom. Anyway, you can hit me, but you can't hit my dad. I won't allow anyone to hit my dad. William felt a warm feeling in his heart, and before he could say anything, he heard a woman's voice coming from far away. Low, with hidden anger. Seline, are you just going to watch your mother bully senior brother Chin? The voice was extremely cold. It seemed to be somewhat restrained, causing people's hearts to tremble when they heard it. Seline subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice and saw Eva under the cold streetlight, like a jade-faced demon coming to take her life. That cute face was now covered with a thick layer of coldness, and he walked towards this side step by step with the cold and stern aura of a superior, and finally walked in front of Jessica. Let me ask you, when did your eldest daughter say she wanted to come and see senior brother Chin? Jessica was also frightened by Eva's aura and was speechless for a moment. It's 8 o'clock. Frank took the initiative to answer her question. My eldest daughter sent a WeChat message to our family group, telling us that she was coming to settle accounts with William. Eva sneered after hearing this and looked at Seline with disappointment. We were at the brilliant restaurant at 8 o'clock, and senior brother Chin didn't leave the whole time, right? Seline, you knew all this, but you still brought your mother to make trouble. You knew all this, but you still let your mother insult him? In your mind, who is brother Chin to you? What do you think of him? As a wife, shouldn't you jump out to defend her at the first opportunity? Hearing the word wife, Seline suddenly came back to her senses. You also know that I am William's wife. Then let me ask you now, what is your identity? Are you questioning me as a junior sister? If not, then you were cheating on me during your marriage. I just couldn't bear to see you guys bullying him. Eva bit her lip. She also knew that it was inconvenient for her to come forward given her identity. But she was really angry just now. William looked at Eva gratefully and said, Little junior sister, thank you for speaking for me. But this matter has nothing to do with you, so there's no need for you to get involved. You should go back first. William rubbed Chinyu's head again. Thank you, my little baby. But Daddy doesn't need you two girls to protect me yet. Chinyu put down the broom and stood obediently behind William. Seeing Chinyu away from the center of the storm, William spoke up. I have said what I should say. If you continue to make trouble, I will call the police. Call the police. Go ahead. William, you are awesome. We are a family. Jinjin was just venting her anger for Chung Chung, but you called the police and sued her. Jessica sneered and almost pushed forward with her chest. Go ahead and report it. They've arrested your sister-in-law, so take your mother-in-law away too. Look how powerful you are. Eva saw this. Her teeth were chattering with anger. Damn it, I really want to slap this woman to death. William grabbed his mother-in-law's arm and pulled her out. Seline and Frank came to help and asked William to let go. But William's hands were very strong, and he clamped Jessica's arm tightly like a pair of pliers. In the end, he almost threw her out of his yard, then turned around and closed the yard door. Jessica was thrown to the ground, her hands pressed on the rough ground. Her skin was immediately rubbed off, and she grimaced in pain. William, you are such an ungrateful guy. You bastard. Our Lin family provides you with food, clothes, and a big villa to live in, and this is how you treat us. How dare you lay hands on me? Yes, William, you can't hit my mother no matter what. She is your mother-in-law. Seline helped her mother up with a distressed look. William didn't respond, but looked at Eva apologetically. Junior sister, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Please wait here for a while. It's not convenient for you to go out now. It's okay. Senior Brother Chin, I'm not in a hurry to go back. Eva was reluctant to leave now. She wished she could spend more time with Senior Brother Chin. She was also worried that the old witch outside would bully her Senior Brother Chin. It's not that she has no confidence in Senior Brother Chin, but sometimes gender differences are not easy to overcome. For example, just now Jessica tried to hit William with her chest, and as a son-in-law, he could only retreat and did not dare to do anything. At this moment, Jessica just got up from the ground and kicked the door hard. 1, 2, 3. Okay, William, you want to call the police, right? I'll call the police first. I wonder how you're going to tell the police that you beat up your mother-in-law when they come. As soon as the voice fell, Jessica quickly dialed the police. Chapter 47. One Big and One Small Protecting William. Chapter 47. One Big and One Small Protect William. Eva heard William's mother-in-law calling the police. Her pretty face suddenly turned cold. So is Chino. She already had a trauma against the people in the police station. So when she heard the call to the police, her cute little face stopped smiling and her little hands tightly clenched the broom as if she was going to fight a tough battle. William's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect that these two new people would support him so much. He also didn't expect that the love he had been seeking but could not get would be found in this remote place. In fact, when he was just in his sophomore year, Meng's mother knew that he was not her biological son, but she kept it to herself just to torture him. They found fault with him and suppressed him in various ways until he was about to graduate from his senior year and face the job search, and then they kicked him out. During those 3 years, he couldn't understand why his mother's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees. He kept looking for the reasons in himself and kept falling into internal friction. The psychological state of lack of love was also slowly formed during that dark time. It was not until Meng's mother told him the truth fiercely and drove him out of the house that he felt relieved. He met Seline when he was drunk that day, and 3 months later, she said she would give him a home. He agreed without thinking anything else. In the past 5 years, he has been giving silently, trying to warm the hearts of his family and want to have his own family. In fact, isn't it because of lack of love? When he was about to learn his lesson and leave, when he was planning to love himself well and stop loving others, he didn't expect that God would give him such a surprise. He cherished this surprise and was grateful for the encounter. He glanced at his junior sister, who was still calling people on WeChat, and said, "It doesn't matter. Those who are innocent will be cleared." No. Eva was firm. This society doesn't believe that those who are innocent will be cleared. You have finally gained some fame in a live broadcast room. If someone with ulterior motives films and exaggerates the incident of being asked to go to the police station, all your previous efforts will be in vain. William's heart was slightly startled. He didn't expect that Eva could think of such a detailed level for him. But the woman outside the door is his wife, whom he has not divorced yet. She never thought about herself like this. It seems that it was right to make up my mind to divorce. Eva continued to contact people on WeChat. Lily, call my third uncle and tell him to send someone William knows to record his statement. Don't bring him back to the police station. To Lily, she contacted several lawyers in succession and asked how to deal with this situation. The lawyer said that this situation could lead to defamation charges. Eva was still replying to WeChat when William spoke. When the police come, just leave. You're an office worker, and I don't want to implicate you. As for the testimony, I can ask Oscar to come. Late at night, a girl was taken to the police station, and William was worried that it would affect her. I'm Fina. Eva said lightly and frankly, I don't take it seriously. As the last note fell, the police car arrived at the gate of the courtyard. Several investigators got out of the car. William's mother-in-law quickly stepped forward and pointed to the small courtyard and said, "Comrade police, the suspect is inside. He is my son-in-law." At this moment, Seline frowned and said, "Mom, don't say anything until the matter is investigated clearly. William is not that kind of person." Jessica was furious when she heard her good girl say this. Not that kind of person? What kind of person is he? He called the police to arrest your sister, and he also wanted to arrest me. He even hit me just now. Tell me what kind of person he is. Seline bit her lip and was speechless for a moment. Jessica continued to say to the investigators, "Comrade, catch him. He is inside. Break in quickly." The investigator gave her a serious look and said, "Are you teaching us how to do things now? What criminal suspect? Are you the one handling the case, or are we?" Jessica was scolded and immediately lowered her head obediently. Frank quickly pulled her aside and said, "Since you've called the police, let them get to the bottom of this." Don't bother with this anymore. Jessica glared at him angrily and quickly shook off Frank's hand. At this moment, William also opened the door to the yard and walked out calmly. The officer in charge of the case looked around at the people at the scene and asked, "What exactly is going on?" Frank took the initiative to come out and explain. "Comrade, this is what happened. My daughter Monica said she was coming to see her brother-in-law, and then she couldn't get in touch with him. My wife got nervous and had a conflict with my son-in-law." As he spoke, Frank took out the voice message in the family group and clicked it. In the audio was Monica's excited voice, saying that she was going to kill William. After that, we couldn't contact her and her phone was turned off. The case officer carefully checked the time and said, 8 o'clock. It's been less than 3 hours now. You can't report a case within 24 hours. Could it be that your daughter's phone is out of battery? Or has she gone to find her friends? Have you contacted her close friends? My daughter doesn't have many friends at all. Jessica said this with an uncomfortable look on her face. She moved the corners of her mouth and said, "My eldest daughter is busy with work all day, and her friends at college have gradually become distant. Besides, she has a good relationship with my youngest daughter, so she doesn't need friends at all." The case officer was a little speechless and glanced at Frank and Seline. Does the missing person usually contact anyone? Frank and Seline looked at each other and shook their heads. Instead, William reported several names and identities. "Police comrade, Monica usually contacts these people quite often. I often hear her chewing an apple while making phone calls to these people." The case handler nodded and recorded everything. Seline couldn't help but ask, "How did you know?" But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she and Frank lowered their heads in shame. They live under the same roof all day long. But at the critical moment, William doesn't understand Monica as well as he does. How could they not be ashamed? The investigators were still registering information. Jessica was feeling anxious and quickly spoke to the leading police officer. "Comrade police officer, please stop recording this useless information. My eldest daughter must be in his inner room. He must have tied her up and hidden her in a cabinet. Please go in and save her." "You're talking nonsense." Eva pointed at Seline. "At 8 o'clock, Senior Brother Chin and I were at the brilliant restaurant. Seline can testify to that. We were always in Seline's sight. How could we have arrested your daughter?" Seline seemed to remember something and pointed at Lin Wayne and said, "Comrade police officer, William never left my sight the whole time, but this woman left for a while and was not in my sight. Moreover, she was gone for a long time." After the voice fell, Eva stared at Seline in disbelief. William spoke up immediately. "Comrade, my junior sister left to go to the bathroom and chatted with a waiter. I did a live broadcast and can prove that it was only about 15 minutes. But it takes at least 20 minutes to drive from the restaurant to here and 40 minutes to go back and forth. So, it is impossible that my junior sister did this." The investigator thought for a while and said to his colleagues, "Go check the surveillance camera at the entrance of the village to see if Monica has appeared near this area." Soon, the investigators came back and reported breathlessly, "Boss, the surveillance shows that Monica has indeed been here." When the voice fell, the faces of the Lin family members changed. Jessica stepped forward and grabbed William and hit him on the head. "I said it was you. It must be you. It's you who wanted to kill my daughter. It's not enough that you kill my little daughter. You also want to kill my eldest daughter." "I didn't." William pulled Jessica's hand away and threw it away. There was a creaking sound, as if a bone was dislocated. Then Jessica let out a howl. "Ah, it hurts, police comrade. My hand must be broken. I want to call the police. I want to arrest him." The investigators had seen many such rogue shrews, so they ignored her and turned to ask their breathless colleague, "What else did the surveillance camera capture?" "The surveillance camera has a blind spot 10 meters before the door. We can't capture whether Monica entered the house, but we are sure that Monica was heading to find William." The man who was called Boss lowered his eyes slightly, glanced at William, and asked, "We don't have a search warrant right now, but do you agree to let us go in and search to prove your innocence?" Chapter 48 William, save me. Chapter 48 William, save me. "Sure." William gestured please. The investigators walked into the yard and began to investigate. Jessica followed the investigators into the yard and said confidently, "It must be in his room. It must be. Wait until I find it and see what he says." Hearing her mother's assurance, Seline began to waver. She quickly pulled William aside and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that you really did this? I know my sister usually says a little too much to you, but William, you can't really bother with a woman like her." These words were like a bucket of cold water pouring down on William's head. But it didn't seem very surprising. William found that he could now calmly accept all the disappointment Seline had brought upon him. As someone said, being angry is because I still want you to win me back and still want you to coax me. But the real departure is quiet, just like the calmness when he proposed divorce that day. But his attitude was resolute. At this moment, William looked at Seline steadily without saying a word. He suddenly discovered that this face that had once haunted him no longer seemed to be attractive to him and could no longer stir up any waves in his heart. Say something. Explain yourself. Why are you just looking at me like that? Seline anxiously tugged at William's clothes. I'm doing this for your own good. If you really arrested my sister, I'll tell them to stop searching now. Before he could finish his words, the investigators had already taken Jessica downstairs and said to Frank, "We searched the entire house, up and down, inside and out, everywhere where someone could hide, but we didn't find anyone." Celine's face froze instantly, and she was extremely embarrassed. At this time, the investigators gave Frank Jessica a few more lectures. If you pay more attention to your child, you won't lose contact with her and not know who her friends are. Also, try to resolve your family conflicts among yourselves and stop wasting police resources. Frank Jessica hung her head in guilt. Jessica pursed her lips and tried to grab the clothes of the investigators. Comrade police, please think of another way. Something must have happened to my daughter. Mother and daughter are connected by heart. I know something must have happened to her. She is not here. Maybe William hid her somewhere else. He really wants to kill my daughter. Please help us find him again. If that doesn't work, arrest him and torture him to extract a confession. Nonsense. Madam, we have a process for handling cases. We need to rely on evidence, not just arrest people and torture them to extract confessions. The leading investigator had a serious expression and rebuked in a cold voice, which frightened Jessica so much that her heart skipped a beat and she dared not say anything else. You should first go to the places she usually goes to, her colleagues and her friends' homes. If you still can't get in touch with her for more than 24 hours, come to the police station to report it. After that, the investigators gave a confession and asked William and Jessica to sign it. After signing, they packed up and left. As soon as the investigators left, Jessica rushed to William and said, "It's you. It's all your fault. Even if you didn't hide Jinjun, you still have to help me find her." What? William's eyes were cold and his expression was indifferent. "It's because you harmed Jinjun and caused her to be exposed online," Jessica said without any psychological burden. William sneered. "It's all her own fault." After saying that, William gently touched Eva's shoulder and said, "Junior sister, I'll take you back first." Seline saw William's hand on Eva's shoulder. She felt like fire was burning in her heart. "William, what are you doing? I'm not dead yet. You actually touched another woman in front of me and sent her back." William glanced at Seline indifferently. "I'm not dead yet. Aren't you dating Dennis?" Seline felt as if something had stabbed her in the heart, and she instantly became furious. "Anyway, I won't allow you to do that. I won't allow you to send her off. I won't allow you to be so nice to her. Do you hear me?" Seline jumped up and down, and a voice in her heart was screaming, "William is hers. William must obey her. How can he be nice to other women? Not allowed. She doesn't allow it. She would never allow this to happen." William ignored Seline and continued pushing Eva out. "I'm sorry to drag you into this. This is my family affair." Eva walked. She looked back frequently, with a worried look on her face. "Brother, are you sure you can do it alone? Otherwise, I will stay and take care of Chinyu." "Need not." William refused. Eva pursed her lips, knowing that it was not appropriate for her to get involved in anything because of her status, so she lowered her head and walked back. William returned to the yard and expelled the Lin family in a cold voice. "Now, please leave my house. I have no obligation to help you find Monica. Even if I had, I wouldn't do it. I will not be soft-hearted to someone who has repeatedly hurt and humiliated me. I'm not that great." Seline frowned, as if she had never known William before. "Why are you so stingy? My sister is in danger right now, and the police said it hasn't been 24 hours yet. William, are you holding a grudge?" "Yes, I hold a grudge. So, please leave now." William ordered them to leave again with a blank expression. Penny put her hands on her hips and snorted, "Grandma, don't ask Bad Dad anymore. We can go find Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi is so powerful, he will definitely help us find it." Jessica reacted and slapped her thigh quickly. "Yes, find Dennis. Yin Yin, let's go find Dennis quickly. Dennis must have a way." Seline also thought it made sense, so she stopped insisting and walked out without saying anything else. although she knew in her heart that William would be even harder to please if she left. After all, the person he cared about the most was Dennis. But what can she do? My sister's safety is the most important thing right now. They all knew that her sister had the habit of carrying a power bank with her, and now that her phone was turned off, something must have gone wrong. Not that the phone was out of battery. Frank looked at William apologetically and said, "I'm sorry." He wanted to say something else, but when he thought of his eldest daughter, he turned around and left. As soon as this group of people left, the yard returned to silence. William locked the door to the yard and took Chinyu upstairs to sleep. At this time, in the abandoned hut on the top of the mountain, Monica slowly regained consciousness. When she regained consciousness, she found her hands and feet were tied and her eyes were blindfolded. It was pitch black in front of her, and she had no idea where she was. "Help! Is there anyone here?" Monica struggled desperately against the ropes on her body, but the hemp ropes were tied so tightly that she couldn't break free at all. The more she struggled, the tighter the hemp rope seemed to be tied, rubbing the skin on her hands and causing a burning pain. She looked around but saw nothing, and her anxiety grew like ripples. She didn't know what was waiting for her. "Help, William, help me. William, come and save me." Monica struggled to stand up several times, but failed each time. She fell down again and failed in her struggles again and again, which made her lean against the pillar with despair, tears falling uncontrollably. "William, you bastard. Nothing good ever happens when I run into you." Monica sobbed as she spoke. Suddenly, she herself was stunned. "I obviously hate William so much, but why would I subconsciously call William's name when I'm in danger? Why do I still hope he will save me?" Monica was also confused. Just then, an old memory flashed in her mind like snowflakes. Chapter 49, William, I'm sorry. I finally know why I targeted you. Chapter 49, William, I'm sorry. I finally know why I targeted you. Autumn afternoon. Monica was dragged to the campus by her friends. She complained as she walked. What's so good about the campus band's performance? No matter how good they are, can they be as good as the singers? No matter how handsome they are, can they be as handsome as the stars? The friend holding her hand smiled and explained, You are right, better than a singer, more handsome than a star. Look over there. Monica looked in the direction her friend pointed and saw William on the high stage. He was wearing a white shirt with the corner of his shirt sticking out. He embodied both gentleness and wildness to the extreme. The sunlight shone on his jet black hair from head to toe, as if coating him with a layer of soft light, making him extremely handsome. The junior students below were screaming wildly. The crowd danced to their rhythm. At that moment, Monica's heart also started beating. Shocked Monica even more was that William could not only sing fast songs, but also slow songs in an attractive way, as if his songs could touch people's hearts. A friend introduced him. The lead singer, Universal, wanted to sign him as a singer. He refused. Why? Monica was full of surprise. Isn't being a singer a dream of many people? And being a singer can make a lot of money. It is said that he has his own dream and wants to pursue a career in art sculpture or interior decoration. Music is just his hobby. Monica raised her eyebrows. He is quite a special person. What? Are you attracted to him? Monica's friend teased. Has our widow finally come to her senses? Yes. Monica answered without hiding anything. I like him. I used to think I wasn't interested in men, but they weren't my type. This is him. I want to pursue him. Monica's friend was stunned. Are you serious? You are older than him. So what if she's older? Only sisters can be caring. Monica curled her lips, flicked her long hair, and a determined light flashed in her eyes. From that day on, she found out that William's band would perform at a bar in the evening, so she went there every day to support them. After going there for several weeks, Monica felt that the time had come and was about to confess her feelings that night when she suddenly received the news that her sister had broken up and disappeared. Her family couldn't find her no matter how hard they tried, and they were very worried. Monica had no choice but to give up her confession and go with her family to look for Seline. After all, they knew how important Dennis was to Seline, so they were worried that Seline would be upset. But Monica didn't come either. That night, William found out that he was not the biological son of the Meng family, and that the parents he had called father and mother for more than 20 years were not his biological parents. It was also on that day that he was kicked out and got drunk in a bar. That night, too. The night she was planning to confess her love, the night she was running around looking for her sister, William and Seline got together. When she learned the truth, Monica felt as if a sword was inserted into the air, piercing her heart, causing her pain and regret. What hurt her was that the relationship that had not even begun ended in vain. What hurt her was that the one who ended her relationship was her beloved sister, and what she regretted was that she was not able to be by William's side that night to comfort him. Monica thinks back to that day. She still feels as if a big hole has been dug out in her heart, and it hurts terribly. From that day on, she disliked William. She felt that William had no self-control at all. During that month, she cursed William 100 times every day and complained to her best friend 10,000 times until her best friend's ears were covered with calluses. When she finally let go of her resentment and was about to forgive William and go to listen to his performance again, Seline told her, "Sister, I'm pregnant. It's William's baby." At that moment, Monica felt like the sky was falling. Pregnant? How could you be pregnant? Are you sure the child is William's? At that time, Monica was very excited and her voice became a few notes higher. Seline's face immediately darkened. "Sister, what are you talking about? Dennis and I haven't. My innocent first time was with William. William is my only man. If this child is not William's, whose else could it be? I'm your sister, and you look at me like this." This was the first time the sisters had a quarrel. That day, everyone had a very sour face and no one paid any attention to anyone else. 3 days later, Monica took the initiative to go find Seline. "What are your plans now?" "I don't know. I am confused." Seline saw her sister lower her head and her own attitude softened. "William for this child? After all, this is a life." Monica's heart skipped a beat. "Do you know that William?" "He likes me," Seline said confidently. "He likes you?" "Yeah, I'm sure. He often peeks at me, pays attention to me secretly, and asks others about me. I'm sure he loves me deeply," Seline said confidently. "But what about Dennis? What if Dennis returns to China in a few years? Yin Yin, are you really going to give up on Dennis?" Hearing this, Seline hesitated again. "Forget it. Marriage was just a passing thought for me. After all, it's a bit cruel to take away a life. However, I have no plans to get married and have children before I turn 35, not even for Dennis. Because once I get pregnant, my pelvis will be squeezed and deformed, and I won't be able to do many ballet moves. I won't be able to be the principal dancer anymore." Monica nodded quickly. "Then I'll go to the hospital with you. Don't let Mom and Dad know." "Yeah." Seline nodded. On the same day, she met with her gynecology classmate arranged by Monica and prepared to have the baby removed immediately. After the examination, Monica's friend frowned and said, "To be honest, I don't recommend that you get rid of this baby. The baby is in a special position. Most doctors don't dare to perform an abortion on you. There's a risk of heavy bleeding, which may be life-threatening. And if you get rid of this baby, you may not be able to have children in the future." After hearing this, Seline and Monica were stunned. After considering for a long time, Seline finally gave up the abortion and went to marry William. Seline went to talk to William. Monica was standing far away under the tree waiting for her. She could faintly hear her sister acting coquettishly to William. But no chief is willing to give up her future to bear a child for a man. "William, after you get married, you must treat me well with all your heart. If you don't treat me well, I won't forgive you." Monica sneered. "Oh, fraud." After that, the two registered their marriage. William was an abandoned son of the Meng family. He had no savings and could only buy a plain gold ring for Seline. There was no wedding and no dowry. This made Monica feel a lot more balanced. What's the use of being handsome? Being handsome can't make a living. What's the use of having talent? What this world lacks the least is talent. The least valuable talent is that of the poor. She also felt much better because her sister, who had been proud since childhood, did not have a luxurious wedding. After they got married, Monica always wanted to be around them for some reason. Sometimes she didn't know what to say, so she couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark to William. Every time she saw William forbearing, she felt happy. The scenes where she mocked William flashed through his mind like snowflakes. Memories were like thorny vines that wrapped around her tightly, so tightly that she was almost suffocated, and her tears fell down. "William, I'm sorry. I finally understand why I can't help but mock you. Because I love you, and I can't accept it. It was obviously me who fell in love with you first. How could you marry my sister? It's not that I want to interfere in your marriage. It's that I really want to be close to you, even if it's just to talk to you. It's all my fault. I don't know how to communicate with you. I'm jealous of Yin Yin. William, if I die here today, will you think of me occasionally?" As the voice fell, the wooden door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Monica shuddered. Chapter 50 Dennis. Check the women around William. Chapter 50 Dennis. Check the women around William. With a creaky sound, the wooden door was pushed open and a ray of moonlight poured into the dark cabin. A hunchbacked old man holding a bottle of wine walked in drunk and burped. Ooh, Monica was instantly horrified. Before she finished her sentence, she was responded by a sharp blow from a whip. With a crisp sound, it hit her arm, and her fair skin was instantly torn apart. You're awake, bitch. It's just right that you wake up. Only when you wake up do you feel the pain. There was another crisp sound. I'm going to kill you, bitch. I hiss, who are you? Monica dodged left and right, but the whip kept falling on her. The arms and the long legs that were exposed were all burning with pain. Who are you? Who are you? Did you catch the wrong person? Snap, snap. I didn't arrest the wrong person. I arrested a snob, realistic, and mean-mouthed woman like you. You are the woman who looked down on that anchor today. You are the same as my wife who ran off with someone else. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill all women like you in the world. The man's muddy voice was filled with a strong smell of alcohol, and he slapped Monica as if to vent his anger. The man burped again and looked around. Where's my chainsaw? I'm going to use my chainsaw to saw off your head, your arms, and your legs piece by piece, and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Monica turned pale with fright. No, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I kneel down in front of you and kowtow to you. I will definitely speak well in the future. Monica just wanted to survive and didn't care about her own embarrassment. It's too late. I'm going to find my chainsaw right now. Women like you shouldn't live in this world. On the other side, in the large flat of Dennis. Dennis was shaking the bottle of wine in his hand, his eyes slightly narrowed as he recalled Eva. Black cards. How come she has so many black cards? Even Seline can't apply for a black card. He himself only had 2. How could she have so many black cards? The woman seemed very interested in William and protected him in every way. This made Dennis very unhappy. William first got the ballet goddess Seline, whom he abandoned, and let Seline give birth to a daughter for him. Now that they are divorced, there is still such a high-quality woman waiting to take his place. Why? How is he better than me? It's just a bit of looks. But man's appearance is the least valuable of all conditions. To put it bluntly, even if you're ugly, short, and fat, as long as you have money and power, many women will throw themselves at you. That night, Dennis was actually a little jealous of William. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Dennis' personal assistant brought him a warming casserole porridge supper. Amy, help me find out the identity of the woman next to William. The sooner the better. For a moment, Dennis suspected that the woman called Junior's sister was Eva, the only daughter of the chairman of the largest real estate company in the city, Lands Group. She is also the person he is about to marry. Only a woman of that level could have so many black cards. Amy wrote it down, then looked at the schedule and said, Mr. Chi, you have a blind date at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Mr. Chi just informed me that the eldest daughter of the Lon family agreed to meet you tomorrow night. What? Dennis was slightly startled. Amy repeated, Okay, I understand. Amy was about to leave, but Dennis stopped her. There's no need to investigate the woman around William. I'll know if she's the eldest daughter of the Lon family when I go there tomorrow night. Amy was stunned for a moment, then responded, Okay. The doorbell rang again. Amy went to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I met Jessica's unfriendly gaze. Who are you? And why are you in Dennis's house so late? Mom, this is Amy, Dennis' assistant. Seline grabbed her mother, who was about to charge forward like a fighting chicken, and smiled apologetically at Amy. But Jessica still refused to give up. Even if she is an assistant, she shouldn't show up in Dennis's house so late. Frank frowned and said, All right, let's go in quickly. Finding Jinjin is the most important thing right now. Don't forget why we're here. Jessica still looked unyielding. Jinjin wants to find her, and I have to protect my little daughter's happiness as well. Seline was furious after hearing this. Mom, what nonsense are you always talking about? It's because of you guys that William misunderstood and wants to divorce me. Jessica wanted to say something, but Dennis felt a flash of disgust in his heart, but walked over with a gentle smile on his face. And is right. It's really inappropriate to let Amy come over so late. I will be careful to avoid suspicion in the future. Jessica nodded with a feeling of comfort in her heart. She glanced at Seline and said, Look, this is the best candidate for son-in-law. Frank urged, Let's go in and talk. Dennis, invite the Lin family into the living room. Frank gave a brief account of the situation. Dennis listened to Frank's words with great impatience, and his mind would empty out from time to time. To be honest, he was not interested in the Lin family's affairs at all. His only obsession is to sleep with Seline. Make up for the regret of not sleeping with your first love. Of course, Married woman Seline is also very attractive to him. He wanted to hear her say in a hoarse voice, "Dennis, you are better than William." Thinking of this, Dennis raised the corners of his mouth. Frank saw this micro-expression. He was stunned. "Uncle, don't worry. I know about this matter. I will call some of my friends in the police station right now and ask them to increase their efforts to find her. Don't worry, Yinyan's sister will definitely be found." With that, Dennis walked to the balcony and pretended to make a few phone calls. For some reason, Frank felt uneasy when he saw the smile on Dennis's lips. Dennis walked back into the living room. Jessica quickly asked, "Dennis, who did you look for?" "I have found several directors and bureau chiefs." "Auntie, don't worry." Jessica asked quickly, "Which ones did you find?" Dennis's expression froze, and his smile became a little stiff. "Aunt, it's not convenient for me to disclose these. You know, these people are in high positions." "Oh, I understand." Jessica nodded repeatedly. Dennis looked at Amy and said, "You send your uncle and aunt back. Celine S. back twice again. Don't worry. Your sister will be fine and will be back soon." Celine was suddenly touched on the back, and she was startled as if an electric current passed through her body, and then a feeling of disgust arose in her heart. She doesn't know what happened either. She seemed to be resistant to Dennis touching her, even disgust. In order to cover up her overreaction, Celine curled the corners of her mouth, forced a smile, nodded at Dennis, and then followed Amy downstairs. After getting in the car and closing the door, Jessica started chattering again. "I don't know what happened to Dennis. Why didn't he personally send us downstairs? He actually asked Amy to come down. Yin Yin, you really need to be more careful. I don't think that Amy is a good person." "That's enough. Mom, William and I haven't divorced yet." Celine slammed on the brakes and shouted. Jessica was so scared that she was stunned. "It's all your fault. You always say these nonsense in front of Chung Chung, causing Chung Chung to misunderstand." Frank echoed, "That's it." Jessica pursed her lips and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. William and Dennis are the same person. You know what to choose, right? And you know that Dennis loves you deeply. Mom, could you please stop bothering me?" Celine continued driving. Jessica smacked her lips twice in disappointment, rubbed her chest, and looked at Frank. "I don't know why. I always feel like Dennis is a little weird tonight." As the voice fell, Penny raised her little head curiously and looked at her grandmother. Chapter 51 is like this, and you'll be eligible for the internal test to cancel the divorce cooling-off period. Chapter 51 is like this, and you have obtained the qualification to test the cancellation of the divorce cooling-off period. Jessica swallowed and said, "What do you think? Dennis didn't help us find anyone at all." Frank actually had the same suspicion. The main reason is that some of Dennis' details are too weird. I was talking on the phone on the balcony, and the phone page didn't seem to light up. Penny looked at her grandmother, then at her grandfather, her eyes blank. Celine, who was driving, was extremely annoyed. "Mom, stop imagining that. Dennis won't ignore my affairs." Celine does have this confidence. Penny, who was really sleepy. The next day, William continued live broadcasting the renovation of the old house. The content of this live broadcast is the renovation of Chin Yu's room. Oscar also came to help. This guy has no proper job and usually makes money by buying and selling jade and gambling on stones. At noon, the family of three had a barbecue in the small yard and were having a great time. After dinner, William started to make tea. The tea had just been brewed when the Lin family arrived. Oscar originally picked up the teacup and put it under his nose to sniff. He felt the fragrance of the tea was refreshing, and when he was about to enjoy it, the Lin family member suddenly rolled his eyes. Spoil the fun. On the other hand, William was still sipping tea calmly. Chin Yu's expression seemed a little nervous. She held the teacup in her tender white hands and looked at the Lin family, then at her father, as if she was considering whether to drink the tea or spill it on the family. Celine glanced at Chin Yu and really couldn't like her, but there was nothing she could do about it at the moment. "William, my sister still hasn't come back. What do you think we should do?" Frank also spoke anxiously at this time. "Yeah, we just went to the police station again, and they still didn't let us report it, saying that the missing person hadn't been missing for 24 hours. Didn't you go find Dennis? He will help you find a solution. Why do you come to someone like me who has no power or influence?" William pinched the teacup with his jade-like knuckles, and his tone was very calm. With just a few simple words, Celine and Frank were instantly choked. "Why do I ask you to do this?" "Of course I want you to take responsibility," Jessica said harshly. "If you hadn't caused Jinjin to be exposed online, she wouldn't have gotten into this situation now. It's all your fault. It's your responsibility, So you should take the responsibility. William raised his eyelids, and his originally dull eyes suddenly condensed and turned sharp. What if I don't take responsibility? What are you going to do? Hit me? He casually placed the cup on the table, letting out a bang, and all his aura followed suit. I listened to you in the past, not because your words made sense, your methods were powerful, or I was afraid of you, but because I respected you as the mother of my wife. I treated you as a family member. But now I have taken away this respect, and your words will have no weight in my eyes, and all your methods will be ineffective. Jessica thought of the pain from being thrown to the ground last night, and subconsciously rubbed her arm, feeling so angry that it seemed as if a fire was burning in her heart. Jessica wanted to say something, but Frank quickly pulled her behind him and said, You, stop making trouble. Don't forget your business. Jessica shut up instantly. William, you and Yin Yin haven't divorced yet. After all, we are still a family. I know Jinjin has gone too far. When she comes back, I will ask her to apologize to you in person. But for now, can you think of a way to find the person first? Frank hung his head and took a deep breath. This is what I, as your father-in-law, beg you to do. I don't want to use my status and morality to blackmail you, but I really have no choice. William, you're also a father. Can you imagine the torment of having your daughter kidnapped by someone you don't know? William, his hand holding the teacup, paused slightly, but his tone was still extremely firm. Go away. Don't disturb my life. From the day I planned to divorce Seline, the Lin family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Besides, you made your choice last night, didn't you? Frank lowered his head guiltily. William, I was really confused last night. I just thought that Dennis might know more friends. Dad really doesn't distrust you. That's why we came to find you. Call the police. Let professionals handle professional matters. William said calmly and continued to make tea for Oscar and Chinyu. There was no trace of emotion on his elegant and refined face. He looked like one of the martial arts masters in ancient times who played the zither calmly and effortlessly. Oscar secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Right? This is how you deal with these ungrateful and disgusting people. Frank was a little unable to continue speaking, his face full of embarrassment. But if we wait any longer, I'm worried that Jinjin will be ruined. William, please help us. Dennis can't do anything. What can I do? You do. You definitely do. You've helped solve every problem our family has encountered in the past. William, I know you've got a way. Frank said in an extremely confident voice. Seline also quickly agreed, thinking that William wanted to hear flattery, and quickly said, Yes, you are definitely more capable than Dennis in this matter. William picked up the teacup and sneered. So you went to see Dennis last night? Frank and Seline choked again. Frank had no choice but to plead bitterly. William, Zhenjin may speak harshly, but she has a kind heart. You know how much she loves Changcheng. When Changcheng was 2 years old, she almost fell off the stairs, and it was Zhenjin who held her as a cushion. Can you please save my daughter today and help an old man like me think of a solution, considering that my daughter once saved your daughter's life? William's expression softened a bit after hearing this. At this time, Penny came over and said, Yeah, you stinky dad, if you don't save Andy, I will never forgive you in my life. After the voice fell, William's originally relaxed expression turned even colder. Giving back a favor is my life principle, but taking advantage of others to repay a favor is an exception. All of you go away and don't bother me anymore. Before he could finish his words, William's phone dinged with a message. He took a look, and his expression suddenly changed. Has he obtained the qualification for the internal test of divorce can be granted by canceling the marriage cooling-off period? William was worried that it was a scam text message, so he went back into the house and called the Civil Affairs Bureau to verify it. When he got the affirmative answer, he was ecstatic. Very good. I can finally cut ties with his family cleanly. William walked back into the yard and saw Seline speaking as if she had mustered up the courage. William, consider this as a request from me. As long as you promise to help me find my sister, I can agree to one condition. After a pause, Seline said awkwardly, Even if you want to remarry, I agree. Chapter 52 Hennessy, Matai, and Connie. Chapter 52 Hennessy, Matai, and Connie. Are you sure? I can offer any conditions you want. Seline nodded. Okay. William looked at Oscar. Is there any way to borrow a dog with a keen sense of smell? Then he turned to Frank and asked, Are there any of Monica's belongings in the car? Yes. Frank reacted and went to look for it immediately. Oscar patted his thigh and said, Brother, why didn't I think of this idea? You are so smart. I will go to my friend to borrow it now. As he spoke, Oscar walked out and bumped into Eva. Oscar, where are you going? Borrow the dog. My brother needs it urgently. Oscar said as he ran out. I have a dog at home. Oscar stopped immediately when he heard this. My brother wants a dog with a particularly keen sense of smell. Do you have one? Yes. My dogs have a very keen sense of smell. No matter where my dad hides his private money or goodies, they can always find them. They can always find the one they want. Oscar, whoever keeps this kind of dog will be unlucky. But Oscar still called his friend, but it turned out that friend was out of town. He looked at William. Brother, my friend is out of town. How about we try using Eva's dog? William nodded. Eva immediately had the dog sent over. Half an hour later, William and Oscar looked at the three dogs getting out of the van, and ellipsis appeared on their foreheads at the same time. A snow-white Samoyed, a husky with extremely clear eyes, and a huge Tibetan Mastiff. 1, 2, 3. Each of us leads one just right. Eva touched the heads of the three dogs. Let me introduce them to you. The Samoyed is called Hennessy, the husky is called Matai, and the Tibetan Mastiff is called Connie. William. Oscar. Eva laughed dryly. My dad likes to drink a lot, but he can't afford good wine, so he named them after wine. Oscar pointed at the dog with a particularly strong physique and said, but this Tibetan Mastiff doesn't look cheap. This majestic appearance makes it obvious that it is very expensive. No way. This is a hybrid. It was bred with a dog. Its father and mother each had 4 hybrid dogs. Their ancestors were all hybrids. Its bloodline is extremely impure. Conthi seemed to understand what Eva said and roared in dissatisfaction. Extremely vicious. Oscar was so scared that he hid behind William. I choose Samo this time. Eva took the rope of Connie and said, how about this? Connie is familiar with me, so just follow me. Senior brother, you can take Matai. William nodded. Conti was too big. He was not familiar with it, and he was worried that he could not control it. So, brother, what should we do next? William pointed to the hills behind not far away and said, let's go up the hill and look for it. Last night, I noticed that there was a particularly deep pattern at the door of my house, which continued all the way to that side. If I'm not mistaken, it's possible that Monica was put in a sack and dragged over there, which left such a deep pattern. Jessica was furious when she heard this. William, you are so good. You found out last night. You deliberately didn't say anything. You just want to kill my Jinjin, right? William was too lazy to respond and focused on developing his relationship with Matai. The reason why he didn't say anything last night was, firstly, that he didn't want to get involved in this matter, and secondly, this was just speculation, which didn't mean it was correct. Rashly sending the police to search the mountain would also be a waste of police resources. Jessica wanted to say something, but Eva stood in front of her. Hey, old witch, what are you yelling for? My brother has no obligation to help you. We don't know what kind of lunatic the other party is. We are risking our lives to help you. If you keep talking, I will lend you the dog, and you can go up the mountain to look for it yourself. As she spoke, Eva pretended to hand the rope of Conti to Jessica. Conti suddenly became unhappy and yelled a few words. Oh, oh, oh. Jessica was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, her face pale. Seline quickly supported her own mother and looked at William reproachfully. Look at your junior sister. She has no respect for my mother at all. My junior sister has no obligation to respect your mother. William glanced at her. You. Seline bit her lip angrily. This is the first time that William has been so disrespectful to me. It's all Eva's fault. When she remarries William, she'll make sure William stays away from Eva and write a letter of guarantee. This is a vixen. As soon as she appeared, William's attitude towards her immediately changed. Eva went back to her rental house and changed into outdoor sportswear, a red and white windbreaker, paired with outdoor adventure shoes, and tied her hair into a high ponytail. She looked cool and awesome. She handed a walkie-talkie to William and Oscar respectively. We can use this to communicate in the mountains. It's faster than using a cell phone. Channel 1 is for the 3 of us to talk. Channel 2 is for the enthusiastic citizens I asked my friends to find. They're on their way. If you need them later, you can use Channel 2 to call them. The so-called enthusiastic citizens are actually land security guards. They're changing their clothes and coming here now. Eva secretly gave William several more bags of dog snacks. If Matai doesn't listen to you, give it this. Eva knocked on Matai's head and said, be obedient, understand? Listen to him. Matai stuck out his tongue and showed a clear and stupid look in his eyes. Eva quickly took a bag of snacks from William, tore it open, and fed it to the dog. Be obedient, understand? Matai responded positively, yes. William, how could he have so little confidence in this dog? Go ahead. Senior brother Sheen, your dog has the most acute sense of smell. It's the one that found the most of my dad's personal treasures, and it's my mom's favorite treasure. Matai shouted proudly again, oh. William, okay, just believe it for now. The three of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. William was worried. Junior sister, this matter has nothing to do with you, and it's dangerous. You should go back. William has said this several times, but Eva just won't listen. Very enthusiastic. It's okay. I have Conti. Eva was worried about William going up the mountain alone because she would be worried to death at the foot of the mountain. Instead of this, it's better to go up the mountain and take a look. William thought for a moment and pointed to a direction he thought was least likely to be hidden. Okay, you go there. If you can't find it, go down the mountain. We'll meet at the bottom of the mountain. Eva nodded and took Connie to the direction specified by William. Oscar got the arrangement. He also left with the Samoyed Hennessy. Samoyed walked very slowly, his fat butt twisting from side to side. Very cute. But after walking a few steps, it lay down and grinned at Oscar. Oscar, why don't you go? Samoyed grinned again and stuck out his pink tongue. It was so adorable. No, miss, don't act cute with me. Oscar had no choice but to tell Eva the situation on the intercom. What do you want to do by saying Hennessy? She probably can't walk anymore, so she wants you to carry her, Eva replied. Oscar, is this still a dog? The battery life is so short. Oscar had no choice but to accept his fate, pick up Hennessy, and struggle to move forward with the burden. After walking for a while, he simply sat down on the grass. No, it's too heavy. Hennessy yelled at him in dissatisfaction. No, my dear lady, I am really too tired. Let's take a rest first. Anyway, I won't rush to rescue Monica. Oscar is resting here. Eva followed Conti, but got nothing. Instead, it was the Matai that looked the least reliable that pulled William forward bravely and rushed to the door of the cabin on the top of the mountain. Chapter 53, Shura Field. Seline saw her sister snuggling in William's arms. Chapter 53, Shura Field. Seline saw her sister snuggling in William's arms. Matai keeps wagging its tail. It looked like he was saying, hey, I'm awesome. William rubbed its head, made a hush gesture, and then walked forward cautiously to check the situation. But Matai stood in front of him, still looking mean and wagging its tail. Woof woof. William's face suddenly changed. Stupid dog, what if you alert the enemy? William wanted to cover Matai's mouth, but Matai was very lively and jumped up and down. Dozens of seconds passed, and William was sure that there was no one in the small room. If there was anyone, they would have come out long ago. But he still wanted to find out the situation. But as soon as he moved forward, Matai blocked him. He goes left, and Matai goes left. He went to the right, Matai went to the right, then grinned, stuck out his pink tongue, and showed clear and stupid eyes. William tentatively took out some snacks and gave them to Matai. Matai immediately started eating and happily gave way. William, it turns out that they want benefits and fees. William ignored Matai and gently pushed open the window to look inside. As a result, he saw Monica tied to a wooden pillar. Her naked body was covered with whip marks, and she looked miserable. But she was still struggling desperately. William immediately reported the direction using the intercom. Found it. It's in the cabin on the top of the mountain, along the road I just came from, at the 2 o'clock direction. Call the police immediately. After saying that, William carefully observed the situation inside. It seemed that he didn't see the kidnapper, so he kicked the door open. With a bang, the door was kicked open and Monica immediately kowtowed and admitted her mistake. Please let me go. Please don't kill me. Don't saw me. I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to speak nonsense again. I will never look down on others again. Monica was so frightened that the blood started flowing backwards throughout her body. Her hands and feet were cold, and she could barely breathe. Last night, the drunk guy said he was going to find a chainsaw, but he never showed up. I guess he was drunk. She has been living in fear since that time until now. At this point, the tense spirit was on the verge of collapse. When William was about to touch her, she burst into tears. William, save me. William, come here quickly. William untied the ropes on Monica and pulled off her blindfold. When Monica was about to hit him, he said, "It's me." The sudden light made Monica close her eyes subconsciously. When she got used to the light, she opened her eyes again and saw William's face. William's neck tightly without caring about anything else. "You're here. You really are here. I thought you would never come to save me again." William, I'm sorry. William, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you like that. I, I just can't control my mouth. Monica's tears kept pouring out. William didn't have time to listen to her apology. He pulled her hand away and tried to pull her up. But Monica was so scared that she hugged William tightly. Get up quickly and run, William said impatiently. Monica finally reacted, and just as she raised her eyes, she saw an old man walking towards her with a chainsaw. He looked to be around 50 years old, with a weathered look on his face and a short stature, but his arms and legs were extremely strong, probably from hard labor. In fact, the moment the man came in, the light and shadow on the ground changed. William immediately realized it and quickly got up with Monica. It's him. It's him. Monica hid behind William, her face pale with fear. Since you're here, I'll send you to hell. I have no choice. Who told you to come and save this bitch? As he spoke, the short old man pulled the electric saw in his hand. The chainsaw immediately started roaring. Roar, 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 like a wild beast in the dark night. William saw this man. He knew he had mental problems. This kind of person had a lot of brute force and must be dealt with caution. He called out, Matai, come in and help. Matai walked to the door of the cabin while holding his snack in his mouth, put it down, and symbolically growled at the old man a few times. Oh, then it lowered its head and continued to eat its snacks. He looked up and called out twice again. Oh, then continue eating the snacks that you haven't finished yet. William, no wonder people say huskies are unreliable. Matai, are you here to make fun of me? At this moment, the old man also realized that the dog was unreliable and didn't take it seriously at all. He directly pulled the chainsaw towards William. William dodged to the left, and the old man slashed the air with his chainsaw. He lunged forward again, and William timed his move and kicked him in the foot. The old man threw the chainsaw in his hand. William immediately fought him with his bare hands. William punched the old man twice, and the old man punched him twice. Both sides were extremely ruthless. The man was full of brute force. William kicked him, and he flew out, but he bumped into a chainsaw. He picked up the chainsaw and rushed up again. Matai had just finished eating its snacks, and, seeing something was wrong, it immediately pounced on the old man and bit his hand. The old man felt pain and threw the Matai away. He found a shotgun from somewhere and aimed at William. William reacted very quickly and picked up a chair on the ground and threw it at him. While the man was covering his forehead, he pulled Monica down the mountain. The two looked back as they ran. Oh, Matai runs faster than them. Here are some snacks for you to stop him. William tempted. Oh, whoa. Matai keeps rushing forward, as if saying, do you think I'm a fool? As she was running, Monica tripped over a rock and fell forward. There was a creaking sound, and the bones made a crisp sound. The pain was so severe that she couldn't stand up at all. William glanced back and seemed to hear a faint roar of an old man. Without caring about anything else, he bent down and picked up Monica. The warm body pressed against her. Monica was dazed for a moment, then hugged William's neck tightly. She just looked at William as profile, looked at the sweat on his forehead, looked at him running with her in his arms, and felt that everything in the world was not as beautiful as this moment. The breeze blew across their faces, and at this moment, William belonged completely to her. Boom, boom. Monica's heart was beating so fast that it hurt her eardrums. She prayed to God sincerely. I hope this moment can last a little longer, a little longer. This was some private time for her and William. However, it seemed that God did not hear her prayers. In less than a minute, a large group of people rushed over to help. The first ones to run over were Oscar, Eva, Seline, and Frank. All four of them were panting. Seline saw her own sister hugging William's neck tightly. Her chest seemed to be burning with an unknown fire. The key is that her sister seems to be enjoying it so much. Even though she was in a terrible state, the way she looked at William was exactly like she was looking at her lover. With this realization, Seline felt very jealous, extremely jealous, and walked over with a sour look on her face. Okay, it's okay, William. You can put my sister down now. Seline tried to help pry Monica as hands apart, but she found that Monica hugged her even tighter and kept shaking her head. No, I don't want to come down. I'm scared. My legs are broken. I can't run at all. As she spoke, Monica buried her face in William's neck. This is inappropriate. You let Oscar hug you. Seline tried to pull her sister away. Monica suddenly looked at her pitifully. Yin Yin, even though I'm injured like this, are you still going to bother with me? Oscar doesn't get along with me and will probably throw me. How can my dad hug me when he's old? Chapter 54 The condition I want is. Chapter 54 The condition I want is. Seline choked. Her heart suddenly felt like it was about to explode. She had never seen her sister like this. But now, she has said so, and also said that her legs are broken and she can't walk. What could she do? Soon, a large group of concerned citizens rushed up to offer support. Eva snapped her fingers with a dark face, pointed at Monica, and said, "You are responsible for carrying her down the mountain." Monica, expressionlessly, and said, "It's really inappropriate. If you do this, danger will come. My senior brother Chin won't be able to run far." Before she could finish her words, Eva grabbed Monica's hands that were around William's neck, pulled them apart, and forcefully yanked her out of William's arms. Several of the land security guards were also very observant and quickly stepped forward to pick up the person. Soon, some of them raised their heads, some raised their hands, some lifted their backs, and some lifted their feet to lift Monica off their hands. The action was extremely strange. Monica screamed in pain and felt so embarrassed that she went to her grandma's house. Soon, the police arrived near the cabin, caught the old man who was trying to escape, and seized his chainsaw and shotgun. Frank, William, and others followed the police back to the police station to record their statements. On the way, Eva asked William, "Is Matai good?" William glanced at it. Matai immediately showed a cute, silly smile. Hee. William didn't know how to describe this husky. If you say it is smart, it always has a stupid and clear look in its eyes. If you say it is stupid, it is sometimes very smart. It's a very complicated dog. After a long silence, William said, "Not bad, it looks like a dog." Eva immediately realized that there was something wrong with what was said and punched Matai on the head. "Ah!" Matai cried out, but didn't dare to do anything to his master. He could only hide beside William and stretched out his legs to trip him several times. Fortunately, William was quick-witted and quick-handed, otherwise he would have really been ambushed by this vengeful creature. Well, a greedy dog with unstable IQ and a grudge. At this moment, Oscar complained, "Brother, I don't know what your dog is like, but Hennessy must be an exquisite little pig princess." As he spoke, Oscar was holding it resignedly. "I've never seen a dog that couldn't put its feet on the ground." Hennessy grinned and acted cute, showing his adorable pink tongue. "Ah," Oscar wailed, looking hopeless. Soon, the group finished recording their statements and walked out of the police station. As soon as they stepped out of the door, William called Seline. "You said that if I could rescue your sister, you would agree to one condition." Seline paused and turned to look at William. Monica, who was sitting in a wheelchair, also asked Frank and Jessica to stop pushing her and turned to look at William. Seline pursed her lips, raised her chin proudly, and walked towards William. She took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I promise you. I will keep my word. William, I agree to cancel the divorce." When she said this, Seline could clearly feel relieved. Suddenly, she raised her head, revealing some of her little girl's coquettishness, and poked William's shoulder twice with her fingers. "But we have a deal. Don't make trouble like this again. If you do it again next time, I won't let you down. Besides, Chung Chung and I will never forgive you. You know, I'm a proud ballet goddess. This is the first time in my life that I have coaxed someone. William, you should be content. I never coaxed Dennis when I was with him before." As the voice fell, Monica felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. She found that she couldn't bear to see William and her sister being so affectionate and started to throw a tantrum, especially after she realized her own dirty thoughts. At this time, Oscar was also holding his breath. He wanted to say something to persuade his brother not to jump in the fire pit again, but he felt that it was someone else's family affair and it was not easy to interfere. He could only worry on the sidelines. Eva was so anxious that she kept pulling the hair on Matai's forehead, poking it once, twice, and 3 times. Finally, his whole shoulders drooped. It feels like being drained away. Seeing that the couple was about to reconcile, Eva felt that all her efforts these days were just a little bit of a bummer. So sad. The saddest thing in this world is to give you hope and then ruthlessly extinguish it. Eva let out a frustrated breath, and William's gentle voice rang in her ears. "My condition is that you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me tomorrow to get a divorce." Seline was about to poke William's shoulder with her finger raised, but it suddenly froze in midair, as if she was frozen in place by ice. What'd you just say?" "I said we should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to complete the divorce procedures." William repeated with a calm expression. There is no hysteria, nor is there any exhaustion after repeated disappointments. Instead, he spoke about this in a very calm tone. Seline smiled stiffly. "William, are you kidding? How could you possibly want to divorce me?" "No kidding. I have done what I promised you. Please also fulfill your promise." We will meet at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Having said that, William was about to leave. Seline held William's hand in disbelief, her limbs shaking uncontrollably. Are you really going to divorce me? Yes. Seline stumbled back and looked at him in disbelief. You, how could you do this? You used the conditions I gave you to divorce me. Also, have you forgotten that we are still in the divorce cooling off period? How can we get a divorce? I have obtained the internal test qualification for canceling the cool-off period for divorce. I can go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. William showed the text message to Seline. As if he had predicted what she would say, William interrupted her directly. It's not a scam text message. I've confirmed it with the Civil Affairs Bureau. No, it's not like that. How could this happen? You love me so much. How could you want to divorce me? Seline has always claimed to be the goddess of the ballet world and always demands strict manners from herself. But at this moment, she really couldn't hold it anymore. Her temples were buzzing and her voice was trembling with excitement. She looked a little embarrassed. No, I'm not free tomorrow. The dance troupe has something important to do. Before she could finish her words, William interrupted her. Seline, don't forget, you are a proud ballet goddess. That's right, Oscar said quickly. You are the prima ballet dancer who never bows her head, the queen of ballet. You will never fall in love with someone like my brother Chuan. So how could you give in and not show up at the crucial moment of divorce? Right? Celine's heart was beating wildly, and her head was throbbing with pain when she met Oscar's mocking mouth. But the words ballet goddess seemed to be engraved in her bones. When she heard them, she instinctively raised her chin with pride. Yes, that's right. I, Seline, am the proud white swan, the ballet goddess. William with red eyes and spoke word by word. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow. After saying that, she turned around proudly and left the sentence. William, you better not regret it. Chapter 55 Seline. Am I really in love with William? Chapter 55 Seline. Am I really in love with William? Seline threw things around when she got home. Jessica rolled her eyes and muttered, just because William wants a divorce, what's there to be angry about? If it were me, I would have burned incense long ago. Seline was embarrassed and glared at her mother. What's wrong with William? Without William, there will be no hot food at home. Everything will be a mess. Then she pointed to the messy living room and said, Mom, can you clean it up a bit when you are at home? You don't know how much courage it takes for me to come home every time. And the handrail on the stairs is covered with dust. Anyway, I give you two choices. Either you do it yourself, or I hire someone to do it, and you're not allowed to say anything. It doesn't matter whether you do it well or badly. I also want to give Chung Chung a clean and tidy environment to grow up in. After saying that, Seline ran upstairs, slammed the door, and then swept a table full of expensive skincare products to the floor, making a loud clanking sound. As if this was not enough to vent her anger, Seline picked up the photo of a family of 3 on the table and was about to smash it to the ground. However, she finally put her raised hand down gently and replaced the photo on the table. Then she leaned against the wall and sat down on the carpet weakly. Seline grabbed her hair, totally confused as to why she had become like this. She obviously doesn't like William. It was obvious that she had only ever loved Dennis. Only a nobleman like Dennis is worthy of my love. But why? Was she so upset and reluctant when it came to divorcing William? She couldn't bear to leave William. She is very clear about this. But she couldn't figure out why she couldn't bear to do so. Could my proud ballet goddess fall in love with a man like that? Seline began to talk to herself. But then she shook her head. No, I will never fall in love with a man like William. I have no money, no social status, and nothing but a pretty face. I, Seline, am not such a superficial person. But if he doesn't love me, then why do I feel so bad? When I heard that he wanted a divorce, my heart ached so much. Seline paced around the room like a schizophrenic. Suddenly, her body jerked and her beautiful eyes widened. Could it be that I really fell in love with William, but I didn't realize it? Seline was shocked by the sudden thought. The next moment, there were 2 symbolic knocks on the door, and then Monica limped in, holding up her bandaged foot. Seline saw her sister. Her face subconsciously turned cold, and her voice was full of reproach. You just hugged William like that. What are you doing here now? Monica's face froze, and she was very embarrassed. Yin Yan I was scared. We are a family. Are you really going to bother me with this detail? Anyone who has been tortured on a mountain for a night and sees their relatives will be so scared that they can't think about anything and just want to find a warm embrace. But that's my husband, Seline emphasized, her voice becoming a little sharper. Okay, I apologize. I apologize to you, okay? My brain was caught in the door just now. Now that I am awake, I came to apologize to my dear sister first and see how she is doing. As she spoke, Monica looked meaningfully at the mess on the floor. Seline crossed her arms over her chest and raised her chin with pride. What can be wrong with me? Monica hopped on one foot, came to the center of the room, and sat down on a large carpet, and said gently, "Come on, when you were little, you told your sister everything you had. It's the same now. I'll help you analyze it." Seline looked gloomy and finally sat down awkwardly, expressing her inner conflict. "Sister, tell me, could it be that I have fallen in love with a man like William?" Celine's voice was a little weak. She had a good family background and outstanding looks since she was young. She learned things very quickly and had her own achievements in the ballet world, so she prided herself on having high standards. When she was in college, she was the most beautiful girl in her department, and many boys pursued her. She will subconsciously divide them into different levels and only consider high-quality men. Obviously, she knew that William was interested in her, but at that time, William was considered inferior by him and was a man she looked down upon. So, now she couldn't accept that she had become the person she hated the most and fell in love with a second-rate man. She felt it was an insult to all her efforts. She strives to become a perfect woman just to find a perfect man. Monica's face suddenly changed when she heard Seline say this. Her silly sister finally realized her feelings for William? No, she won't allow it. Yin Yin, my silly Yin Yin. Monica tried to force a smile. How can you say you like me? You're just used to it. You've been together for 5 years, and you have a child together. How can you get used to it all of a sudden? To put it bluntly, you've been sleeping together for 5 years. How can you have no grudges when you separate? Yes, it's a habit. That's it. Celine's eyes suddenly lit up, and she slapped her legs hard, feeling relieved instantly. She found a perfect and reasonable excuse for her gaffe. That must be what you said. I used to be conservative and refused to have sex with Dennis. The only man I gave myself to was William. He and I had done the most intimate thing in the world. It was so profound. We owned each other so deeply. And now we are getting divorced. I feel unhappy and uncomfortable in my heart, which is also normal. Monica's face was as stiff as a sculpture. She heard Seline say these words. She couldn't even smile. Seline also noticed her sister's expression and quickly calmed down. I didn't say such a thing in the heat of the moment. I'm sorry. Seline stood up and said, "But thank you, sister. Now I know what to do tomorrow." Monica quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" Seline raised her lips and smiled. "Secret." On the other side, Oscar set up a tent in the yard. He won't leave today. He must send his brother to get a divorce on time tomorrow and personally witness the successful completion of this matter. In order to prevent accidents, he even set 10 alarm clocks. William witnessed it and kicked him. 10. Aren't you afraid of disturbing me? And yeah. It's okay, I'm downstairs and you guys are upstairs, so you won't be able to make any noise. The two were laughing and joking when an uninvited guest came outside the yard. Oscar opened the door. His face instantly turned cold. "Why are you here?" Chapter 56, The Secret of the Lin Family. Chapter 56, The Secret of the Lin Family. "I'm here to see William." Frank came with a gift in his hand, smiling. "What are you looking for?" "My brother doesn't welcome you." Oscar regretted not borrowing Conti from the neighbor to protect the house. William. Frank stretched his neck and shouted outside. William drooped his eyelids and said, "Oscar, let him in." "Brother, he definitely doesn't have any good ideas." Oscar whispered in William's ear. "Don't worry, I know my limits." William asked Frank to sit down. Frank was the only person in the Lin family who had ever given him warmth. But Frank had no status in the family, so he could only do so much to help him. But there were indeed people who cared about him and spoke for him. For this favor, William couldn't help but respect him. Frank sat down and pushed the gift toward him. 2 kilograms of tea and a bottle of foreign wine. Oscar sneered. "This is rare. I've seen sons-in-law give gifts to their fathers-in-law, but I've never seen a father-in-law give gifts to his son-in-law. Are you here to beg my brother not to divorce your daughter?" Frank was hit on the spot and looked a little embarrassed, but he still said it sincerely. "I'm here to apologize." William remained silent. "I'm here to apologize for what happened yesterday. I said those words in a hurry, and I felt very guilty afterwards. I'm not a person who repays a favor. At that time, I was only concerned about the safety of my eldest daughter." Frank pushed the gift forward again and said, "William, I am sorry for this. Oscar couldn't say anything more outrageous at the moment. Indeed, Frank is the only one in the Lin family who looks like a human being. William didn't accept the gift, nor did he say anything like forgiveness. Instead, he gave Frank $22,000. This is the money you lent me. Now that I have more money to work with, I'll return it to you. I'll give you 2,000 yuan, so you can buy the fishing rod you like. Frank's eyes lit up when he heard the word fishing rod, and he pointed to the large pond outside. Can I fish in that one in the front? Are there any fish in it? You should be able to fish. I've seen other people go fishing. That's not a private fish pond, and no one in the village manages it. Frank nodded and talked endlessly about fishing, but when he found out, he quickly breaks. At this moment, Oscar was sent by William to read a picture book to Chinyu, and only William and Frank were left in the yard. Frank patted his thigh quickly and tried to get close to her like a brother. William, you did a great job. Whether it was saving Junjun or divorcing Yin Yin, it taught the two sisters a lesson. I didn't teach these two daughters well. They're too spoiled. But if you do this, I guarantee that the two sisters will obey you in the future. As soon as the words, the two sisters are so obedient, were spoken, Frank felt something was wrong. Oh, but never mind. Let's just get through this hurdle first. So, you're just trying to scare Yin Yin this time, right? You don't really want to divorce Yin Yin, right? Besides, you have a daughter together. Frank finished speaking. William said seriously, it's true. I thought carefully before filing for divorce that day. William, don't play tricks. If I didn't want to divorce your daughter, I wouldn't have mentioned divorce. You should have known that for the past 5 years. Frank's face suddenly changed when he heard this. But there is still chung between you. Children have their own destiny. I can't sacrifice my whole life for a child. Seline and I really can't live together anymore. Our values and development paths are not the same, and she doesn't respect me or love me. Frank heard something was wrong. He quickly poured William a glass of wine. If one plan fails, come up with another. After giving gifts, apologizing, probing, and persuading him all failed, he just wanted to get William drunk. As parents, we all think about our children. William is not sure, but looking at his Yin Yin's expression, she might not want to get divorced. She might have fallen in love with William without realizing it. Thinking of this, Frank picked up the glass and drank it in one gulp. Come on, you are much more promising than me. This glass is for you. Tonight, we don't have a father-in-law and a son-in-law, but only brothers. Let's just treat it as a chat between two men. William naturally knew what Frank was thinking. He nodded calmly and drank a glass with him. But let's put it this way. Divorce is a relief. But after divorce, if you find another partner, you're a second marriage. There's no market for a second married man. William, don't you think so? Especially when people hear that you have a child, they'll be even less interested. In the marriage market, there's a food chain. There's also a food chain for divorce, which is dead wife with no children, dead wife with children, living wife with no children, living wife with children. You see, you have suddenly reached the end of the marriage market. How about you think about it again? As he spoke, Frank secretly added some water to William's drink. William smiled faintly. I'm divorced, and I haven't thought about looking for another one for the time being. Living alone is quite comfortable. Nonsense. It's always so miserable during the holidays. William smiled, but said nothing. The two had a few more drinks. Frank tried his best to persuade William, but he remained unmoved. Soon, the bottle of wine was empty. Frank asked, William, do you have any more wine? Yes, wait, I'll get it for you. Soon, William brought over a bottle of blended brandy and poured it for Frank, speaking calmly as he poured it. Uncle Lin, you didn't want to get a divorce back then. It wasn't because of this problem at the bottom of the food chain, was it? It was because of the two children. That's for sure. Frank downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp, then shook his head and sighed. My situation is different from yours. Our Lin family used to have some wealth. I'm also a tough person. But I did something wrong later, and Yin Yin's mother took control of me. Frank sighed and drank another glass of wine in one gulp. The past is too painful to look back on. As he spoke, Frank pounded the table a few times, his face now flushed red. You said how could I have slept with the babysitter back then? I really don't have any recollection of it. I remember I drank a lot of wine that day, so it shouldn't have been okay. But when I woke up, Yin Yin's mother blocked me in the babysitter's room, and she even took a lot of photos. Frank covered his forehead with his hands, feeling too embarrassed to talk about this in public. But he especially wanted to talk tonight. Since then, Yin Yin's mother has been making trouble among my relatives, saying how immoral I am and that she would sue me for cheating and kick me out of the house. No matter how I explained, she wouldn't listen. Later, She had no choice but to ask me to transfer 80% of the shares in my name to her and the two children, and then the matter was settled. But because of this incident, she kept bullying me. I had no choice. And because of this, the two children also disrespected me under the influence of their mother. William, I really thought about divorce at that time, but those photos were in her hands. If she divorced, our Lin family would not be able to go public. Frank's eyes were wet as he spoke, and he wiped them and said, "But, as the old saying goes, a wife who is deprived of money will not bring in 100 fortunes." I have learned my lesson. During that time, I had no intention of running a company. The listing plan also fell through. Not only that, the Lin family's business also plummeted. After saying that, Frank burped and fell asleep on the table. William said to his head, "That's not true. Losing a wife will bring you nothing. It depends on what kind of wife you lose. If you mistreat your wife, who has shared your joys and sorrows, it will naturally reduce your blessings. But if you mistreat your wife, who is unfaithful to her husband and treats you badly, what is wrong with that? Should a man just stand by and let his wife make unreasonable demands and beat and scold him just because of gender issues?" As the voice fell, Oscar just came downstairs and couldn't help laughing when he saw Frank. "You knocked him out?" William asked Oscar to help carry the man into the tent. "My former father-in-law can't drink diluted wine." Oscar suddenly understood. "By the way, Oscar, can you help me check something? I know your Chin family has a very powerful network for finding people." "Well, go ahead." Oscar nodded. "About 10 years ago, when the Lin family was planning to go public, a nanny in the Lin family had a relationship with my ex-father-in-law. See if you can find this nanny." "Why are you checking this?" William gave a brief account of what had happened. Oscar's eyes widened. "No way, brother. Do you suspect this is a setup?" "Not sure. Check it privately." William glanced at Frank, who was still crying and saying, "I'm sorry, William," in his sleep, hoping to help him find an answer. "I just hope the truth isn't so cruel." The next day, William and Oscar washed up early and took Chin Yu to the Civil Affairs Bureau, while Frank was still sleeping soundly. They arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau half an hour early, and the three of them sat in the car eating McDonald's. Suddenly, there were two knocks on the car window. Oscar rolled down the car window and was faced with Celine's dead face. "William, come out. I have something to tell you before the divorce." Chapter 57 officially got the divorce certificate. Chapter 57 officially get the divorce certificate. "What are you talking about?" "My brother, and you have nothing to say." Oscar was just about to raise the lift window when Seline said, "If he doesn't talk to me, then I won't divorce today." "You?" Oscar was so angry that he wanted to curse. The final result of the tug of war was that William and his friends got out of the car and went to a nearby tea house with Seline. As soon as they sat down, Seline said bluntly, "You can get a divorce, but I have conditions." Oscar rolled his eyes. "My brother doesn't care about your little money. I've said it several times, and you have signed the divorce agreement. What else do you want? Go back on your word." "That's not what I'm talking about." Seline looked a little uncomfortable. It was a bit embarrassing to say this. "What I mean is that after the divorce, William and I will not announce it to the public for the time being. We will continue to be like before. William will take care of my daily life and that of my daughter, Changcheng." Before he could finish his words, William stood up. "I don't agree with this. Seline, divorce means there is no relationship between us. I have no obligation to do this for you. Who do you think I am, William? After the divorce, I see you and Dennis kissing each other, and I have to cook for both of you, right? Am I, William, such a loser in your eyes?" Oscar also stood up and laughed. "Okay, Seline, you are playing a very new thing, divorce but not leaving home. So my brother is still a part of your play with Dennis, right?" "No." Seline was a little flustered when she saw William was so angry, and quickly reached out to pull him to sit down. "William, listen to me. That's not what I meant." Seline also knew at this time that if she didn't explain clearly, the misunderstanding between her and William would become deeper and deeper. William shook off her hand and reluctantly sat down again. Seline then explained, "William, you don't have to do anything for Dennis. I made this request for several reasons. First, you also know about my sister's affairs. She was exposed, and soon your relationship and our affairs will also be exposed by netizens. If we divorce at this time, netizens will be very hostile to me and Changcheng. I did this to protect myself and Changcheng. You don't want the divorce to bring harm to us, mother and daughter, right? William, we just have a little conflict. I have never slept with Dennis. There is nothing innocent between us. I am not an unforgivable, vicious woman. Does our divorce have to end in disaster and make me and my daughter miserable? William's expression softened a bit after hearing this. Seline continued speaking while observing his expression. Secondly, my dance troupe is going public, so I need you to help us deceive the media before that. You know, our Lin family had an opportunity to go public 10 years ago, but because of my parents' divorce, the plan fell through. Going public has become my obsession. 10 years ago, I had the opportunity to be the princess of a listed company, but I lost that chance. I watched those women who were inferior to me in every way enjoying everything that was better than me. So, I was unwilling to accept this. I must get my dance troupe listed. William, you want to have your own business, and I want to have my own business too. You should understand me very well. Seeing that William did not refute, Seline continued. Of course, I am also partly responsible for this. After a pause, Seline looked at William steadily. I'm not used to being without you. William, can you give me some time to let me slowly adapt? Seline said the last sentence. There was a hint of pleading in her eyes. As if she had predicted what Oscar was going to say, she said bluntly, yes, today I am not a proud ballet goddess, but an ordinary wife. As she said that, Seline placed her hands on the back of William's hands and begged again, can I? I'm sorry. William pulled his hand back. After divorcing you, whether your dance company goes public or not is no longer related to me. That's your life, not mine. There's no need for me to carry the burden of someone else's life. I refuse your request, but I can promise that I will not deliberately spread any news about our divorce and will not respond to any questions from the media about us before, during, or after our marriage. I will not maliciously slander you and your daughter, and will not disclose any information about you and your daughter. This is what I, as a man, can do. Having said that, William was about to take Chin Yu and Oscar away. Stop. Seline stood up excitedly. What if I want to make a deal with you? William, if you don't agree to it, I will delay the divorce. If I don't divorce, what can you do to me? William looked at Seline steadily and said, I can file for divorce. At that time, it will have a greater impact on your listing. You can decide for yourself which is more important. Seline felt as if she was stabbed in the heart, and her delicate makeup was instantly cracked. She smiled at herself, but found that her chest was also torn apart. The pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. She fell into the chair in agony. It was at this moment that she finally woke up. It turns out, William really wants to divorce me. He is determined to divorce me. It's not just to scare her. Seline closed her eyes in pain and said something to William's back. I have news about your biological parents. As the voice fell, William stopped abruptly and turned to look at Seline in disbelief. I took a photo of your jade pendant and sent it to Mr. Ishiji. He said he recognized the owner of the jade pendant. He said the other party was a respected senior who did not meet people easily. I asked Mr. He to help introduce me, but Mr. He said that he was out collecting folk songs and would be back in 3 months to introduce me. Is it Mr. He, who is known as the master photographer in the photography world? William asked. It's him. You should know that. Ordinary people can't contact Mr. He. Oscar had also heard of this man, with a strange temper and a mysterious look. Finding him depends entirely on his wishes and preferences, and it is not easy for even the richest and most powerful people to find him. Seline took out the agreement she had prepared in advance and said, sign it. My conditions are not excessive. As long as you promise to do it, I will introduce you to Mr. He. William looked hesitant. Finding his biological parents is also his obsession. He wondered what kind of people they were. What kind of accident happened that caused you to separate from him? I can't find my own life experience, just like a rootless duckweed, and I always feel like something is missing in my heart. Seline's proposal. After flipping through the agreement, William pointed to one of the clauses and said, I can't unconditionally cooperate with your daily life. I won't take care of your life after the divorce. I don't have this obligation. But if this can be changed to something related to safety and listing, and I abide by the spirit of the contract and cooperate with you in dealing with media activities, I can accept it. Seline hesitated for a long time, but finally gave in and revised the agreement. After the two signed the agreement, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate. After getting the certificate, Seline left with red eyes and didn't look back. Being as proud as she is, she won't allow herself to be laughed at this moment. It was at this moment that she made up her mind. She wanted to get William back, then dump him so hard that he would never get her back and regret filing for divorce. Who is she? She is a ballet goddess. She is the only one who dumps people. No one else can dump her. Dennis is fine, but why did William dump me? William, who walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, suddenly felt relieved. He looked down at the little red notebook in his hand, which meant that a new life was about to begin. Free at last. As soon as the voice fell, Meng's father called him. William, are you free tomorrow? Come have morning tea with me. I've thought about your biological parents, and I want to tell you something. Chapter 58, Let Lily wear Patek Philippe to go on a blind date with Dennis. Chapter 58, Let Lily wear Patek Philippe to go on a blind date with Dennis. William was a little speechless. If the call had been made a few minutes earlier, he wouldn't have had to sign the agreement. Never mind. William agreed anyway. Just as he was about to get into the car, Oscar saw a figure flash by. Hey, that's strange. Why did that person just now look so much like Eva? Oscar scratched the back of his head. When William raised his eyes, he could see nothing. Eva, who was hiding nearby, pinched Lily's arm excitedly. Lily, they're divorced. Lily, they are really divorced. Tell me, I am not dreaming. Lily looked hopeless. Cousin, you have to make sure you're not dreaming. It was your hand that was pinched. Why did you pinch me? Eva heard this and pinched Lily's arm again. Pinching yourself hurts so much. Tell me quickly whether it was a dream or not. Lily pouted and rubbed her painful arm. It's not a dream. Cousin, if you pinch me again, I won't be able to wear a camisole to go on a blind date with Dennis tonight. Hearing this, Eva stopped what she was doing instantly, pulled Lily into the car, and took out a Patek Philippe women's watch worth more than $3 million from the safe of Cullinan and handed it to her. Tonight you will wear the champagne dress in my closet and this watch to meet Dennis. Dennis will recognize the value of this watch. This way, he will not doubt your identity. Oh, by the way, you can ask the driver to drive this Cullinan to take you there and pick you up. Dennis should take the bait. Lily put on a Patek Philippe women's watch, carefully stroked the diamonds on the surface, and exclaimed, TSK, TSK, TSK. When I put it on, I instantly feel like a rich woman. I feel like I can support a male model. Eva glanced at her. What's so good about those male models? They are dirty. Their minds are not pure. They are not as handsome, nice, and have positive values as senior brother Chin. Lily suddenly felt something was a bit mysterious. Is this still the evil cousin she knows? How did you become love-brained? No, cousin, for what you said just now, it seems that you don't just want me to go on a blind date for you. Why do I feel like you want me to seduce Dennis? Eva smiled coldly. Don't you think it would be fun to wait for Dennis to take the bait and dump Seline for you? Then when he finds out that you're a fake Miss Blue, and the real Miss Blue is with William. Haha, I'm already looking forward to how exciting his face will be. Don't you think this would be cool? Cousin, you have a vicious mind. Who told him to look down on William? Whoever looks down on William or bullies William, I will make him pay the price. As she spoke, Eva raised the corners of her mouth and smiled teasingly. Seline should be grateful to me. I helped him see through the true face of a scumbag. On the other side, Oscar was driving and talking. Brother, Monica is really lucky. I heard from my friend in the police station that they are still investigating at this stage. But conservatively speaking, the old man is responsible for 4 deaths. And he is really an extremely dangerous person. He actually modified the shotgun himself. I can't imagine how many more people would have died if he had been caught a year or 2 later. But that guy's also a pitiful person. His wife looked down on him for being incompetent and cheated on him. But it was said that she even used his house to take out a loan before running away, borrowing hundreds of thousands of yuan. Then, he was unable to repay the loan and lost the ancestral home his parents had given him. So he was forced to live in that small, dilapidated house on the mountain. From that time on, he had mental problems. If he saw a woman who looked down on others, he would secretly follow her and wait for an opportunity to kill her. Once the case is concluded, I don't think this person will be released and will spend the rest of his life in prison. Yeah, William responded. He's a poor man, but he did break the law. As soon as the voice fell, William's cell phone rang. Hello, Mr. Chin. I'm the manager of Epeen Mall. After the live broadcast ended that day, the orders of our Epeen Mall increased to varying degrees. The response to the live broadcast advertisement was very good. Our boss knows that you're going to start renovating Chin Yu's room these days and hopes to cooperate with you and insert relevant product links in your live broadcast room. We will give you a commission of 10% to 25% depending on the product. Is this okay with you? Okay, please send me the product link and contract first. If there is no problem, we can cooperate. We will renovate Chin Yu's room today. Okay, I'll send it right away. William hung up the phone, and without saying anything, Oscar grinned. Brother, this is a good start. It means that you will have good luck after leaving the Lin family. William was naturally happy that his live broadcast was recognized and he had extra income. This kind of affirmation from the outside allowed him to gradually rediscover his former self, regain his confidence, and reassemble the self that had been repeatedly broken down and suppressed by Meng's mother and the Lin family. Soon, the car arrived at William's yard. Soon as the three of them walked in, Frank jumped out of the tent and asked nervously, "What time is it now?" When he saw William coming back from outside, his heart skipped a beat and his face changed color. "William, are you and Yin Yin divorced?" "Uncle, we are divorced." William showed the document in his hand to Frank. Frank's shoulders drooped instantly, and he looked as listless as an eggplant hit by frost. He sighed and finally patted William on the shoulder. "As a father, I can't say anything to bless you, but as a man, I still envy your courage to give up without hesitation. Unlike me." Frank sighed again. "Actually, I am selfish in this matter. I think there's another reason why you went back, which is that I hope someone can accompany me. After all, I am too lonely in that house. With you, I always feel that I have an ally." Frank smiled sarcastically, shook his head in self-mockery, and finally left with a sigh. That unsteady back seemed to make it look like the whole person was drained of energy, and even the last glimmer of hope was gone. At this point, his steps to go home only became heavier. He knew very well that he was becoming more and more unwilling to go back to that home where there was only cold accusations. At this moment, he truly realized how good William was and regretted not having been nicer to William and speaking more for him. Perhaps things wouldn't have ended up like this today. William had no time to care about his ex-father-in-law's emotions. He quickly returned to his room, started checking emails, and printed out the contract. After confirmation, the contract was signed and faxed to Epeen Mall. After the two parties finalized the cooperation, William began to renovate Chin Yu's room. The three of them changed into light and dirt-resistant clothes and began to clean Chin Yu's room. Chin Yu is young, so William and Oscar let her do some easy work. But Chin Yu is very hardworking and always takes the initiative to help move the garbage out. Soon, Chin Yu's room was freshly painted, and William and Oscar began to lay the wooden floor. The room was not big, only 15 square meters, and the wooden floor was quickly laid. The bed in Epeen Mall has also been installed, and cabinets, desks, and other items have been moved into the room one after another. The whole room looks brand new. Many netizens who are planning to decorate their new houses or children's rooms during this period also downloaded a lot of Chin Yu's products from William's live broadcast room, especially the cute bunny children's bed, which was sold out immediately. The remaining customers can only take the pre-sale link. Oscar looked around the room and said, "Brother, it's basically done. Next, shall we start cleaning? There's only one last step left." William opened his laptop and showed the design. "I want to make a wall relief painting for Chin Yu's room." Wall relief painting? Oscar was stunned. "I've heard of wall relief and wall painting, but I've never heard of the combination of the two." William smiled and said, "Then give it a try." This was his major in college and the direction he had always wanted to develop. Since no customers asked him to do it, he made a sample himself. Chin Yu's room is undoubtedly the best experimental subject. Soon, William began to use pencils to lay the foundation, outline, draw, and color. This part is William's specialty. Chin Yu and Oscar couldn't help, so they just went to cook. After painting for a whole afternoon, almost all the empty space on the four walls of Chin Yu's room, except for the desk, bed screen, and cabinet, was filled. There are graphics of banana trees, vines, various flowers, mushrooms, and animals. It is a forest theme full of childlike fun. The netizen in the live broadcast room said, "But isn't this the same as the wall painting in the kindergarten?" However, the next moment, William's action shocked everyone. Chapter 59, great. Hot sales. Chapter 59, great. Hot sales. William adjusted the quartz sand and started to draw the lawn along the wall line. The grass is of different lengths, and the texture of the quartz sand makes it appear three-dimensional and layered. Next, William used quartz sand, plaster, and other materials and mud to shape it. After a while, a giraffe's head appeared and was attached to the wall. After another hour, the hair on the little lion's face appeared in 3 dimensions. The vines of banana leaves also present beautiful textures against the backdrop of quartz sand. For a moment, the whole room seemed to come alive. No more flat painting. It is a work with vitality. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also excited. "What the hell, what did I see? Is this the legendary magic forest? Host, please accept my admiration. You are really awesome. Wow, I really want to live there." Host, can this room be used as a homestay? I want to stay there. Haha. Now those who said the anchor had a script or something have been slapped in the face, right? To be honest, even if there is a script, the anchor is really talented. Home renovation blogger, I only admire you. Because you're the only one who doesn't fast forward. Yes, 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 for now, and I will only watch Brother Chuan's home renovations. At this moment, several more photos of children's beds and desks were taken in the live broadcast room. Because home improvement products are large items and their prices are not low, many of these live broadcast rooms may not sell even a single item in a night. Now, Williams sold hundreds of children's beds and more than 500 study tables in his live broadcast room throughout the day, and he became popular all of a sudden. In less than a few minutes, Oscar's phone was overwhelmed with calls from people discussing business cooperation. Oscar was a little confused and took Chinyu back to the room, but was completely dumbfounded. Brother, you are so awesome. William smiled. Then quickly take a picture for me and apply for a patent on the image. Oscar was stunned for a moment, then realized that William was not joking, so he immediately did it and started taking pictures seriously. At this moment, some netizens also left messages in the live broadcast room. Excuse me, blogger, are you accepting orders? I want to make the same one for my daughter. +1, politely asking for the price. Asking the price politely. William saw everyone's messages and replied, thank you very much for your attention. If you want to customize the same painted sculpture wall as Chin Yu's room, you can send a private message in the background and add my business WeChat account for quotation. After the live broadcast, William, Oscar, and Chin Yu ate together in the small courtyard. William ate while answering netizens' inquiries. Oscar grinned. Brother, this is awesome. I roughly estimated that you can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars in commissions from this live broadcast. Although it's not as good as the live broadcast rooms of some big names, it's much better than ordinary workers. If Seline and Monica knew about this, they would probably regret it. William's mouth curled up with joy. After replying to the WeChat message, he turned to look at Oscar. When I have some free time in a few days, I will draft a share agreement for you. I will give you dividends then. Oscar was stunned for a moment, then evaded the question. Brother, I don't need it. I am willing to help you. You saved my life, so I should do this. No, William said righteously. Let's keep things separate. And without profit sharing, this thing can't last. Just listen to me. Oscar pursed his lips. Okay, I'm good at dealing with people. You can leave the business to me. I don't really want to get involved in the Chin family's affairs. It's mainly about the adopted son. The Chin family wants to leave those things to their biological sons. If I get involved, I always feel weird. However, I still have to go to Myanmar to buy raw stones once a month. I can't lose this skill to make a living. When the time comes, I will ask for leave from you. William nodded. Okay, I will optimize our business in the next few days and determine our division of labor and equity distribution. As he spoke, he rubbed Chin Yu's head. Dad also found a good after-school care class for you on the internet. Can I send you there to experience it tomorrow afternoon? Chin Yu lowered her head and tugged at the hem of her clothes. She had never interacted with other children and was a little nervous. William patted her shoulder and said, Don't be nervous. Yaya is so outstanding. She will definitely get along well with other children. William and Oscar anxiously. Can I just stay with you? I'm very good. Even if I can't help you, I can just sit quietly by your side. Oscar was softened by Chin Yu's eyes in an instant and helped to speak up. Yeah, brother, can't we let Yaya stay with us for a while longer? There's no rush for school. No, her household registration problem cannot be resolved so quickly. If it is delayed any further, I don't know how long it will take. William refused. Oscar frowned slightly. How can you let her go to school if she doesn't have a household registration booklet? I found a good commercial early childhood education institution that provides children with simple calculations, object shapes, and classification. I plan to send Chin Yu to take a trial class to try it out. Then we can teach her these things. Oscar held Yia and let her sit on his lap, feeling reluctant to let her go to school. William shook his head. Integrating into the group and learning to get along with other children is something we can't teach. Oscar pulled it down, sighed, and said to Chin Yu, Dad Yang can't help you anymore. Chin Yu lowered her eyelids and said nothing. William looked at Chin Yu and lowered his voice and said, Yeah, do you remember what you told me when the boss lady of the grocery store beat you? Chin Yu nodded his little head. William repeated, You said you want to survive, you just have to eat, and when you grow up, you can make money and be independent. But how do you make money? You must go to school to learn knowledge first, and then you can become independent step by step. After a pause, William apologized to Chin Yu. I am sorry. I brought you with me these days to witness Dad's divorce. You shouldn't have seen this. But since you have already seen it, Dad wants to tell you that nothing in life is constant. You may get married and divorced, and you may no longer have a home. The only person you can rely on is yourself. Only you can give yourself a sense of security. Only when you are strong can you make the people around you attracted to you and inseparable from you. This is also William's biggest realization after leaving the Meng family and the Lin family. One can never rely on others to own a home. Because of the change in her status, Meng's mother took away all her love for him overnight and even became full of hatred towards him. Seline gave birth to a child with him and happily entered into marriage with him. But eventually they became a couple of resentment. Instead of pinning your hopes on others to have a so-called home, it is better to rely on yourself to give yourself a home. That is real security. Although it is a bit too early to say these words to Chinyu now, Chinyu's experience is different from that of ordinary children. William thought she could understand. After a long silence, Chinyu nodded. Okay, Dad, I promise you, I will try it tomorrow. As soon as the voice fell, Oscar's phone rang. After talking for a few words, he stood up and said to William, my friend asked me to buy a jade bracelet for his mother-in-law as a birthday gift. Brother, I'll go first. Having said that, Oscar drove away by himself. On the other side, Lily wore Eva's little dress to go on a date with Dennis. Chapter 60. You cheated on my brother, so I will cheat on you. Chapter 60. If you cheat on my brother, I will cheat on you. Dennis arrived at the agreed restaurant first. Lily arrived more than 10 minutes late. Sorry, there was a traffic jam and I'm late. Lily put the bag in her hand on the table, then took off her shawl and put it aside, revealing a champagne dress with suspenders. Dennis took a look at Lily in front of him. For some reason, he always thought of the woman who followed William in the restaurant that day. Her every move was full of natural elegance. That figure is also unique. Right-angled shoulders, deep collarbones, a full chest curve, a willow-like waist, and long white legs. Every point is based on men's aesthetic taste. As for the woman in front of me, how should I put it? She is not bad-looking. She is a little plump, with a little flesh on her cheeks, a dimple when she smiles, and a little flesh on her waist, but her overall figure is well-proportioned. However, she does not have that kind of nobleness, and looks more like a girl next door. However, when Dennis' eyes fell on the famous watch on Lily's wrist, his expression immediately changed. Millions of dollars worth of famous watches are the most nourishing. In just a moment, Dennis felt that the woman in front of him became more noble. Miss Lon, what kind of wine would you like to order? Lily was prepared in advance and read out the name of a French wine. Dennis suddenly felt that she looked like a socialite from upper-class society. Why did he just feel that Eva looked like the girl next door? Soon, Dennis ordered the food and asked Eva what her leisure hobbies were. Go skiing in Switzerland, feed pigeons in Paris, and occasionally take my dad's private jet to see the Northern Lights. Miss Lan's hobbies are really wide-ranging. Lily smiled stiffly and nodded. This meal made her feel uncomfortable all over. After finally waiting until the end, Dennis stood up and gestured please like a gentleman. I send you. No thanks. My driver will pick me up. Then I'll take you downstairs. Okay. Lily nodded. Oscar in the corridor outside the restaurant. Dennis's eyes were all on Eva, and naturally he didn't notice Oscar. Miss Lon, my parents here hope that we can get engaged first. Hearing the word engagement, Oscar suddenly stopped and looked at the two people's backs with narrowed eyes. At this moment, Lily pressed the elevator button and smiled. What? Mr. Chi, are you in a hurry? Urgent? How could I be anxious? Dennis laughed bitterly. I'm just conveying my parents' thoughts. Well, I'm not in a hurry. Let's go through it first. Lily retracted her gaze, walked out of the elevator, and walked towards the limited edition Cullinan. Dennis saw Cullinan. He couldn't take his eyes off. Finally, he gentlemanly escorted Eva to the car, and then he got in the Maybach and left. After seeing Dennis leave, Lily secretly asked the driver to take her back to the restaurant, ordered a large table of dishes again, and started eating by herself. I'm starving. Dennis is crazy. He only ordered salad leaves. How can I be full with that little food? Lily complained while eating. After a while, Oscar sat opposite her. Hi, pretty girl. Is it convenient for me to meet you? As he spoke, Oscar supported his temple with one hand and looked at Lily seductively. Lily didn't know what happened. She was dazzled by his fox eyes and introduced herself. Lily. Oh, so the person Dennis is going to marry is called Lily. Lily suddenly choked and almost choked. Ahem. She quickly made up. My name is actually Lawn Lily. Blue Lily. Oscar rolled his eyes in his heart. What kind of name is that? Lily didn't expect that the person in front of her actually knew Dennis, so she immediately explained, Well, Lon is my father's surname, Zhu is my mother's surname, and I'm their apple of the eye. Some called Lon Lily. Friends who know me call me Lily. But I have another name in my household registration, which is Eva. Oh, then I'll call you Piggy too. Oscar's voice softened a little. Lily secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up the fruit juice cup beside her and started drinking. Then she heard Oscar say, Piggy, have you ever thought about keeping me as your canary? With a puff, Lily sprayed orange juice directly on Oscar's face. This glass of juice is juice with pulp. Oscar's face is very embarrassed now, and the orange juice is dripping down. Sure enough, the residue is still on his face. Oscar, you shouldn't be so mean. Lily, so embarrassing. What should I do? Sir, are you okay? No, Oscar frowned. You discriminate against me. You discriminate against my identity and my profession. No, actually, I respect everyone who does business with open legs. Lily laughed dryly, picked up a glass of boiled water beside her, and pretended to be calm. Oscar rolled his eyes speechlessly. I don't have to open my legs, okay? Poof. Lily imagined the scene and burst into tears again. Oscar, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean it. Lily quickly took a tissue to help him wipe it. It's hard to coax her. Oscar had never been so embarrassed in his life. He used to be the little prince of nightclubs. This face is popular wherever it goes. Which woman would be willing to spray juice or water on it? Apologizza. How can you please calm me down? Oscar heard this. His eyes changed. Well, you can get a room here and let me wash my face and change clothes. Then I will forgive you. Lily, there's a restroom in this restaurant. Can't we wash there? No. Oscar refused. You can't change clothes over there. Lily glanced at the look on Oscar's white shirt and felt a little embarrassed. She looked at the table full of food with regret, and finally called the waiter to help pack it up and send it to the hotel room upstairs. After opening the room, Lily went inside to eat. Oscar went to take a shower. After taking a shower, he blew his hair half dry, put on his bathrobe, and fiddled with his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Dennis, you cheated on my brother, so today I'm going to cheat on you on my brother's behalf. As soon as the voice fell, Oscar walked out of the bathroom, sat opposite Lily, ripped open the collar of his bathrobe, revealing his chest muscles, and then looked at Lily steadily. What do you think about being your canary? Chapter 61, brother. I sell my art, but not my body. Chapter 61, brother. I sell my art, but not my body. Lily was gnawing on a roasted pig's trotter, and her face froze when she heard Oscar say that. Her eyes fell on his pectoral muscles, and she couldn't help swallowing. Oscar looked at Lily, chuckled, and took a tissue to wipe the greasy corners of her mouth. He suddenly found that the girl in front of him was quite cute. Dull. She doesn't have the temper of a chable lady. It was the first time he saw a female CEO chewing a pig's trotter. So cute. That such a person deserves Dennis. No, he has to enforce justice. After a long while, Lily finally spoke. You were sent by Dennis to test me, right? No. To be precise, I'm not familiar with Dennis. I just learned on a certain occasion that he is the son of the chief family. Don't worry, we are very ethical in this business. I won't let Dennis know that I'm with you. Oscar raised his eyebrows seductively. Lily looked at Oscar, then at the watch on her hand, and her eyes widened instantly. Oh my God, could it really be that the Cullinan and Patek Philippe make her look like a rich woman, so these male PRs come to her and recommend themselves? Lily had never had such an experience before and immediately became interested. Ahem. She tried to act like a wealthy person. Well, how many people have you served? Do you have any cases you can talk about? Case? Oscar felt a little embarrassed for a moment. What kind of case can a virgin like him do? Well, so far, 0 people. 0 people? How could it be 0 people? Lily was surprised. Oscar rolled his eyes and said, because I just started working in this industry not long ago. I don't have much experience, and I'm picky about my clients. I don't accept clients who are too old or ugly. If I do accept clients, they won't go beyond that. I only sell my skills and not my body. Over time, I've been complained about. Our boss gave me an ultimatum today, saying that if I don't find a client, he'll let me go. So, I just heard Dennis say that both parents want you to get engaged, and I guess you must be his marriage partner. To be able to marry into the Chief family, you must be rich and able to support me. So, I wanted to try my luck. Oh, so that's how it is. Lily was very curious. You still have a company? Yes. The company provides us with unified training and fixed wages. If we accept orders from the company or take private orders, we have to pay the company a commission. Otherwise, the company will force us to pay back the money for the previous training and the fixed monthly salary. Then why did you suddenly get into this business? Lily asked while chewing on a roasted pig's trotter. It's like treating Oscar as a side dish for rice. Oscar blinked and made up an excuse. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. I used to be the son of a wealthy family, but one day I found out that I was not their biological son. My adoptive parents also wanted to drive me away. I was homeless, so I took out a loan to rent a house. As time went by, the interest kept increasing, and in the end I had no choice but to take this path of no return. Alas. Oh, so that's how it is. You don't know any nude loans, do you? The kind where you get naked and photographed. Oscar. He opened his lips, and Lily immediately pointed at his nose and said firmly, You don't have to tell me. I know you have. Oscar. Lily shook her head and looked at Oscar with a little more sympathy. Another duck that stumbled. Well, that's not right. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Lily narrowed her eyes and licked her fingers. Oscar's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That's right. Lily slammed the table. She had seen it in her cousin's profile. I saw it at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau today. You're not William's friend? Oscar was stunned. Do you know my brother? I don't know him, Lily said, and immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly made up for it. I've seen William's live broadcast room, and you've appeared on it. Oscar secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, I am William's brother. Live streaming is also my side job. You don't know, now rich women like to have a persona. The persona I have now is the self-reliant little white flower persona. Oh no, it's the little white grass persona. Lily, how about it? Would you consider supporting me and giving me a package where I can sell my art, but not my body? Selling art, but not body? Then what can I get? Lily looked shrewd. You get a sweet and sensible baby. You get a boyfriend who provides emotional value. And you get feelings you've never had in a relationship before. This is the package that all rich women desire. And it is also a package specially tailored for people like you who have no choice but to marry into a wealthy family. We call it the dopamine hormone 10-year age reduction package. Haven't you heard that love is the best medical beauty? Lily was shamefully moved. She has never been in a relationship and has been working like a slave for her cousin since graduation. More importantly, Oscar has a decent job, so even if she's met on the street, she doesn't have to worry about being discovered that she paid for services. Ahem. How much is your experience package? 7 days, 12,000. So expensive. Lily exclaimed. Oscar was stunned. Aren't you the president of Land's company? You shouldn't ignore this little money. Then we rich people don't make our money from wind. If she gives this away, all her overtime work during this period will be in vain. Lily was very hesitant. Oscar gritted his teeth and said, This is it. I'll take the initiative to lower the price today. Don't want 998. Just 8,888. Then you should still go with 998. Oscar, how about a one-day trial for 998? If the effect is good, I will buy your service again. Lily opened WeChat and threatened, Do you want it or not? If not, I will leave. Okay. Oscar handed over the WeChat message speechlessly. Lily scanned Oscar's WeChat, transferred 998 to him, and took a screenshot and sent it to her cousin. Cousin reimbursement. 998. In order to get information, I bought Oscar's duck meal experience, 998. Eva was busy with work at the moment and didn't look at it carefully, so she directly transferred 998 to Lily. Anyway, she will do anything that is beneficial to her pursuit of William. After receiving the transfer, Lily smiled and said to Oscar, Let's go. Leave? Where to? Go home. Everyone goes back to their own homes and finds their own mothers. I just opened a room for hours. Lily quickly packed up and left. Oscar looked at the back of her head suspiciously and couldn't help wondering, Is this still the female president of Lawn Corporation? Are you so stingy? But when I got downstairs and saw her getting into the Cullinan, I dispelled my doubts. Small one. He must make Dennis, his fiancée, completely obsessed with him and cheat on him. When he got back to the apartment, he copied the cheesy love words from the internet and sent them to Lily. Dear, why did you hurt me and make me like you so much? My body is in good condition. I can carry rice and gas, but I can't bear my longing for you. After a long time, Lily replied, Is this your service? Can I choose to return the product? Oscar was a little embarrassed. Of course not. This is just a warm-up. Lily immediately acted like a domineering female CEO. Okay, if the service is not up to standard, I will apply for an extension of service or a 7-day refund without any reason. You'd better show your best skills And don't copy these things on the internet to fool me. This successfully aroused Oscar's desire to conquer, and he looked up a lot of strategies on how to pursue girls overnight. He must catch up with Eva, let her call me baby, and tell her not to live without me, which will piss off Dennis to death. The next day, William arrived at the tea house to meet his adoptive father on time. Chapter 62 William's Background. Chapter 62 William's Background. In the tea house box. William sat in the box in advance, waiting for Meng's father. When Father Meng saw William, his eyes were filled with guilt. "William, I'm sorry. I have neglected you over the years." Father Meng took a sip of tea and sighed deeply. "In the past few years since you left, I have been so busy dealing with your Aunt Meng's manic depression. She smashed things and beat people every other day, hurt herself, and wanted to jump off the building to commit suicide." Father Meng kept pulling his hair and felt extremely depressed. It's not so much that he wants to see William and tell him some clues about his parents, but rather that he needs William and needs someone to vent to. "Your Aunt Meng didn't let me help you. I was also worried that if I helped you, she would find out and it would aggravate her condition. But William, I feel guilty for not taking care of you. You don't know what kind of torment I have been going through these years. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, you came to visit me and said you wanted to divorce Seline. I thought to myself, if I had cared more about you, you and Seline might not have come to this point. It's all in the past." William casually made a cup of tea for Meng's father, avoiding meaningless reminiscing and instead asking directly about his own life experience. "Yesterday on the phone, you said you wanted to tell me about my background. Can you tell me now? Who are my biological parents?" "I'm not sure who it was." Father Meng shook his head. "Your Aunt Meng knows my character and kept it a secret. You can tell by looking at her knowing this 4 years earlier than I did. I can only tell you some of the situations and clues I know. The other party's surname is Chin, and he should know your Aunt Meng and her relatives on her mother's side." William smiled bitterly. "This clue is too vague. Mrs. Meng's surname is Chin, and she is from Qingjia village. Everyone on her mother's side has the surname Chin. There are 3 villages in the Qingjia village area with a very high population density. Many people no longer live in the village, as they have moved out to develop in the city, making it very difficult to conduct an investigation." Father Meng recalled, "I remember one time when I went home, I heard the conversation between my eldest brother-in-law and your Aunt Meng. From the conversation, I inferred that Aunt Meng and your biological mother should know each other, and they must have disliked each other to some extent in the past. The person who designed the exchange of children between your Aunt Meng and your mother was also a sister they knew. That person deliberately swapped the children of the 2 families out of revenge. Later, she got cancer and revealed this secret before she died. But in fact, your biological mother had discovered early on that the child was not hers and reported it to the police. She hoped to use the power of the police to help Xingzhou find his biological parents and find his child at the same time. But who knows, the police never found out, and after a long time of notification, no family who lost their child came to claim Xingzhou. The police finally had no choice but to follow the usual practice and place the child in an orphanage. So, your Aunt Meng has never gotten over this. She thought she took good care of you and raised you, but your biological parents put Xingzhou in an orphanage, so they deliberately tortured you during your 4 years in college. And it's all my fault that I found out too late and made you suffer." After a pause, Father Meng said, "The reason I asked you out to tell you this is because I hope you won't keep misunderstanding your biological parents." William felt relieved after hearing this. "Uncle, thank you. I really mean this. Anyone would feel unhappy if they heard that their biological parents were bad people. But now, after hearing what happened that year, he became even more determined to find his biological parents. Because they were able to recognize early on that the baby was not himself, they called the police early on. They probably never gave up looking for him all these years, so he couldn't give up either." William was preoccupied and didn't say anything. Father Meng pushed a business card over and said, "This is an old friend of mine. He will be returning to China to settle down in half a month. I heard that he has been looking for someone to carve a feng shui mural for the entrance of his home. The price is over 3 million. I mentioned you to him. When he returns to China in a few days, you can go to his house and see if he can get the business." "Okay, thank you, Uncle." William did not hesitate and accepted Mr. Meng's kindness. Many high-end orders that can make you famous have to rely on recommendations from people in the upper class. They cannot be obtained by your own efforts alone, nor can they be obtained simply by live streaming. After taking the business card, William chatted with Mr. Meng for a few more words and then left. As soon as he walked out of the tea house, his face was gloomy, thinking that the clues from Mr. Meng were limited. It seemed that if he wanted to find out the secret of his life experience, he would have to rely on Seline to introduce Mr. He. As soon as I thought of Seline, I received a WeChat message from Seline on my phone. What was sent over was a picture of the sky over the city. William, I miss you in Chungcheong so much by the river in Florida. I suddenly realized that we haven't traveled as a family of 3 yet. Oh, by the way, I bought you a small gift during my business trip. I'll give it to you when I get back. William read the WeChat message, but didn't reply. He just felt it was ironic. In the past, Seline flew all over the place without telling me anything. Sometimes when he went abroad, he would find out that the person was no longer in the country when he asked. After 5 years of marriage, Seline never respected him as a partner. Now that she is divorced, she has taken the initiative to report her itinerary to him. William didn't bother to pay attention to Seline's unusual behavior. He drove the tool cart directly to the client's home with the contract. The client wanted to customize the same wall painting as Chin Yu's room. On the other side, as soon as Mr. Meng returned home, he heard the sound of things being smashed upstairs. He frowned subconsciously, and the mood that had just been healed by chatting with William immediately became heavy again. Anyone who hears this kind of sound when they just get home will be unhappy. Mother Meng came down from upstairs angrily and asked directly, "Did you go see that bastard? Do you still have conscience? His biological parents treated your son like this, and you still care about him? Give him warmth and business. Don't think I don't know. You traitor. Do you want to see both mother and son die in front of you? I tell you, whatever business you gave William, take it out immediately and give it to Xingzhou." As Meng's mother spoke, she pushed Meng's father's shoulder. The sound of things being smashed continued to come from upstairs. Chapter 63, Help. Chapter 63, Help. Father Meng was instantly furious. He raised his palm and slapped Mother Meng without even thinking. How am I a traitor? Every penny of the Meng family's money was earned by me. What have I done to you? Meng's mother obviously didn't expect to be beaten. She covered her burning cheeks and was stunned. You said you and your son wanted to die together, right? Go quickly. There was anger in Mr. Meng's eyes as he approached Mrs. Meng step by step. Meng's mother, who was still bossing people around a second ago, now had her face flushed and pale. Even her consciousness to talk back was stopped at this moment, and she instinctively stepped back. I have been sympathetic to you for going through such a serious matter in your life over the years. I have been resentful and tolerant of you, but you have been asking for more. But have you ever thought that I also lost 24 years of time with my son? I also suffered a major life change. But does everyone have to go crazy like you and your son? Vent all your resentment on others? How did William handle it by himself? Yes, I gave him a business, so what? This is my compensation for him over the years. He did nothing wrong. There is no need for him to endure this. You said I don't care about Xingzhou. Then ask him, what have you done since you came back? He just stays in his room all day, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and playing games. I wanted to train him, but he is a hopeless person. As he said that, Father Meng quickly went upstairs, pushed open Meng Xingzhou's room, looked at the mess on the floor, and walked out. If you are sick, go to a mental hospital for treatment. If you are not sick, don't act like a ghost in my Meng family all day long. You make a lot of noise. What kind of man are you? You said you didn't receive a good education in the orphanage, but not every orphanage graduate is as useless as you. You could do anything well. If you and your son really want to die, go ahead and die. I'll let it go now. I'm not afraid. The worst that can happen is that I'll be widowed. My Meng family doesn't support useless people. If I'm pushed to the limit, I won't leave you a single cent of my property. Meng's mother finally reacted after hearing this and looked at him in disbelief. If you don't leave the money to your son, who else do you want to leave it to? I'll donate to society. After saying these harsh words, Father Meng returned to his study. Meng Xingzhou was so frightened that he couldn't speak the whole time. When Meng's mother reacted, she stroked her son's head with heartache. It's all Mom's fault. It's all Mom's fault for not protecting you. When Meng Xingzhou heard his father mention the property issue, his expression became solemn, no longer the depressed and manic look he had before. In fact, he was just pretending. When Meng Chuan was in his senior year, his mother wanted to drive him away. But Meng's father disagreed, saying that with the Meng family's financial capabilities, they could easily support 10 more Williams. Now is the critical moment for Meng Chuan to take the postgraduate entrance examination in his senior year, and he cannot be affected. As a last resort, he and William lived under the same roof. Meng's mother naturally favored him in every way, But Meng's father was a neutral person. He would make objective evaluations based on the achievements of both of them, and would also ask Meng Xingzhou to learn more from William. After a few times, Meng Xingzhou began to feel a sense of crisis. He must drive them away. He couldn't let William stay and divide the Meng family's property. So he came up with the idea of pretending to be sick and depressed in order to arouse the sympathy of Meng's father and stop forcing him to take the college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Meng Xingzhou's eyes darkened. Mom, the reason why Dad became like this is all because of meeting William today. Yes, I want to see that bastard. Meng's mother agreed. Mom, we can't pretend to be sick anymore. If we continue to provoke Dad, he might really leave all his property to William. When Meng's mother heard this, her face changed. No, we can't leave it to that bastard. Ajo, what do you think we should do? Give me money and help me set up a studio. I want to start my own business. I'll do whatever William does. I want to crush him in his field. If we can't crush him, we'll just use money to beat him. I must impress my dad. As he spoke, Meng Xingzhou's eyes darkened gradually, and his originally ugly face gradually became distorted. Why? Why can William have everything of mine, enjoy the childhood I should have, live the life of a rich man, and marry such a beautiful goddess as my wife? How can your career be so successful now that you're divorced? William, I want your career. I want to have sex with your woman too. On the other side, William came to discuss the custom wall contract and drove to a detached villa. The person who opened the door was a young hot mom who came to greet William in a suspender-lace pajamas, looking very casual. Come in. William's eyelids twitched suddenly, and he felt vaguely uncomfortable. This is not the kind of attire that normal people wear when receiving guests. William asked cautiously, Mrs. Chun, is it convenient for us to discuss the contract today? If not, we can make an appointment another day. It's convenient. Come in. The beautiful Mrs. Chun suddenly laughed, like a fairy teasing William, and said in a charming manner, Don't worry, my husband is here. William then walked in with peace of mind. As soon as he walked in, he saw a lot of equipment for shooting short videos in the living room. You could tell they are in the same industry at first glance. Mrs. Chun did not hide it. Oh, we are in the same industry. As she spoke, she picked up a silk pajama jacket and gathered it together, then sat on the sofa in the living room and casually folded up her long, flawless white legs. To be honest, there is no difference between wearing the so-called pajama jacket and not wearing it. The only difference is that the arms are covered, but the deep cleavage at the chest is still exposed. William always felt it was weird. If a husband were at home, he would not allow his wife to entertain guests like this. Have a seat. Show me the contract. Mrs. Chun explained as she turned on several cameras in the living room. We will share the customized Chin Yu style on our personal accounts, so we will film it from the beginning. William frowned slightly, feeling very uncomfortable. I'm very disgusted by Mrs. Chen's colleagues' behavior of taking advantage of the popularity without informing them in advance. I'm sorry, you can take photos during the renovation of the wall painting, but you can't take photos during the contract negotiation. The contract and price are commercial secrets, and I have no intention of disclosing them to the public for the time being. Oh, Mrs. Chun symbolically turned off a few devices and left a camera in the corner. William noticed it with his sharp eyes, but didn't point it out. After all, the angle and distance of that camera cannot capture the contract. William suppressed his inner discomfort and handed over the contract with the principle of customer first. Can you see if there's anything wrong? 4,000 yuan per square meter? Since we are in the same industry, can you make it cheaper? I'm sorry, Mrs. Chun. We don't have any promotions at the moment. Everyone is charged the same price. If you think it's inappropriate, you can wait until we have a promotion in the future before cooperating. Having said that, William stood up. Mrs. Chun was a little anxious, so she stood up as well. 4,000 per square meter, that's it. Wait a minute. I'll get my phone and transfer the deposit to you. Having said that, Mrs. Chun turned and walked towards the inner room. Not long after, Mrs. Chun let out a scream. Help! Chapter 64, do it. Do it now. Chapter 64, do it. Do it now. Mrs. Chen's screams came one after another. Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun? William tried to call out to the male host, but got no response. His intuition told him that there was something fishy going on. You shouldn't meddle in other people's business. But if something really happened to Mrs. Chun, he would not be able to escape responsibility at the scene, so he could only walk towards the source of the sound and finally stop at the door of the bathroom. Mrs. Chun, are you okay? Help! Mrs. Chun continued to scream. Each cry was more mournful than the last. Mrs. Chun, what's wrong with you? Do you need help? William knocked on the door. You come in quickly. Ah, kick the door. Quickly. I'm going to die. William kicked the door open and walked cautiously into the bathroom. Mrs. Chun. Before the last word fell, Mrs. Chun covered her chest with the towel, ran away from his side, screaming loudly. Help me, husband. In the blink of an eye, a black shadow of a fist fell down. William reacted very quickly and dodged, immediately realizing that he had been tricked. You're looking for death by peeping at my wife taking a bath. The man's punch missed, and then he threw another punch. He was a few centimeters shorter than William and was not a martial artist. His punches were weak and powerless and were repeatedly avoided by William. But after all, the space in the bathroom is limited, and it is inevitable to bump into things when punching and kicking. After William dodged twice, he quickly left the bathroom, but he didn't expect that the man took advantage of the opportunity and punched him in the back. But William didn't hesitate to hold back. He grabbed the man's clothes by the chest and threw him over his shoulder. With a bang, the man was thrown several meters away. Mrs. Chan was terrified and didn't care about the loose bath towel. She ran to her husband to check his injuries, her eyes full of worry. Honey, how are you? Seeing that the corners of his mouth were bruised, Mrs. Chun became furious and pointed at William and scolded him. You broke into my house and molested me, and even beat my husband. There is no such thing as this in the world. William raised his eyebrows coldly. Setting up a trap to get me? So what? Mrs. Chun stopped pretending and helped her husband up, not realizing that half of her chest was exposed. Not so good. William glanced at the embarrassed face of the man in front of him with contempt. I look down on you for using your wife as bait. Hey, even when the time comes, you're still being stubborn. Mr. Chin's bones were aching from the fall. He was barely helped up by his wife and pointed at the camera in the corner that was still on. You're peeping at my wife taking a bath and beating me. The whole process is recorded. If I cut out the audio of this part and broadcast it, you'll be ruined immediately. You won't have to think about making money in this industry anymore. Moreover, as victims, if we stand up bravely, we can get traffic and sympathy from netizens. How about that? Are you scared? As he spoke, the man turned his head and whispered to his wife. Are you sure he wasn't doing a live broadcast or recording when he came in? No. Mrs. Chun was very sure. Mr. Chin smiled even more smugly. You didn't do a live broadcast or record a video. In other words, you don't have any evidence to prove your innocence. Even if you secretly recorded everything with a pinhole camera, you won't be able to use it as evidence in court. You can only listen to us now. So tell me what you want. William sat down calmly, without panicking, crossed one leg slowly, and looked at the two people standing in front of him, as if he was the owner of the villa. The couple was stunned and looked at each other. When these two blackmailed others before, everyone was scared to death and wanted to just give them money immediately to be done with. Or had they ever seen a situation like this? The man pretended to be tough and sat down, saying to William, cooperate with us to record videos and broadcast live for promotion. Help us make the same wall painting as Chin Yu's room, and we won't charge you. We will let you go. William glanced around and laughed sarcastically. A lot of things in this villa were stolen by you guys, right? This is none of your business. The man looked guilty, and his voice became a little higher. Anyway, now that you've fallen into our trap, you have to listen to us obediently. William smiled faintly and raised his eyelids to look at the person in front of him. Excluding the windowsill and wardrobe, the effective area of the wall of your daughter's room is 20.32 square meters. Calculated as an integer of 20 square meters, the total cost is 80,000 yuan. You have signed a contract. Are you sure you want to do it? Do it, the couple said in unison. But I never work for others for free. If I do something, I will definitely get paid. It's written in black and white in the contract that you need to pay me. William's voice was dim, and his elegant and handsome face showed no clues. While talking with the internet celebrity couple in front of him, he went on a human resources app to look for a female assistant. Be quick. He was well aware that he would definitely encounter some evil spirits in the process of starting a business. When you encounter a problem, you must solve it. The couple in front of him just reminded him that he needed a female assistant who could help him negotiate contracts in the future and avoid things like today as much as possible, while also improving his work efficiency. Mrs. Chin saw William was typing and rushed over to take a look. Seeing that he didn't call anyone, I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, we signed a contract, but this 80,000 yuan is the fee you use to negotiate peace with us. Mr. Chin also agreed. Yes, this is the shame money you promised to give us for peeping at my wife taking a bath. William stood up, holding his phone, and looked at the couple in front of him with a half smile. I'll pay Mrs. Chun for her health, but I still want to be paid for my work. I don't do charity work. Are you sure you want me to do it now? After saying this, William smiled elegantly. The smile was faint, but it inexplicably carried a sense of intimidation, which made the Chun couple feel inexplicably scared. Mrs. Chun pulled her husband's sleeve and asked in a low voice, "Honey, what do you think? Do you want to do it or not?" The man narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and said, "Do it. Do it now." Then he comforted his wife. "It's okay. We have the evidence. And secretly recording can't be used as evidence to prosecute. Don't worry, he's just bluffing us." Mrs. Chen also nodded and instantly became much more confident. "Yes, do it. Do it now. If you dare not meet the quality standards, we will expose you on the internet." Chapter 65. The former sister-in-law came to show her goodwill with soup. Chapter 65. The former sister-in-law came with soup to show her goodwill. "Okay." William agreed and started moving the tools into the children's room. The man looked at his wife smugly and said, "I said he was trying to scare us." Mrs. Chun smiled, immediately changed her clothes, and put on makeup, and then appeared beautifully in front of the camera. She used a selfie stick to shoot videos of the rented villa. "Good afternoon, my dears. It's another beautiful day. My husband said mysteriously today that he would give me a gift. What is it? I am really looking forward to it." As she spoke, Mrs. Chun in the camera glanced at her husband and asked, "Is it a rose?" Mr. Chun shook his head mysteriously. "Is that chocolate?" Mr. Chun still shook his head. "Is that a diamond ring?" Mr. Chun continued to shake his head and took Mrs. Chun to the children's room. Was shocked to see William painting on the wall. "Ah, honey, isn't this the home renovation blogger William?" In front of the camera, Mrs. Chun covered her mouth in shock. Are you going to ask him to help our daughter build the same children's room as Chinyu?" Mr. Chun nodded. "Wow, honey, you're so nice." Mrs. Chun burst into tears in a second and kissed her husband. "Well, husband, you're so nice. I love this surprise so much. My dears, it is said that marrying for love depends on whether a man has you and your children in his heart. Do you agree with this statement? Tell me in the comments section." After shooting this video, the Chun couple went back to the computer room to edit it. William felt a little nauseous when he saw the two people putting on a show. He just checked their video accounts online, and they created a persona of a wealthy and loving couple. The two of them show off various luxury goods and romantic surprises they give each other every day. Before encountering such a situation, William would envy men who didn't have to work and could create romance for their wives all day long. But when he saw the Chan couple like this, he suddenly felt that there was a lot of water in those daily videos of loving couples on the internet. After working until 6 in the evening, William packed up his tools and left. Before leaving, Mr. Chin warned him, "Remember to come tomorrow. Otherwise, you know the consequences." William replied calmly, "Don't worry, I will complete this business on time. As for you, just don't regret it." "TSK, what should I regret?" After saying that, the man slammed the door. William still looked calm and composed and got in the car at a leisurely pace. As soon as I got in the car, I received a reminder from the Human Resources app. It shows that the system recommends a job seeker who matches his requirements to him and asks him whether he decides to try it. William clicked confirm and made an appointment to meet in the small courtyard. At present, he has no budget to rent an office building, so he can only set up the first floor of this small building as an independent office location. If the other party wants to work in the future, he will definitely work in this small courtyard. William was still thinking that the other party was a woman, and he didn't know if she would have any concerns in this regard, but the wooden door of the small courtyard was pushed open. With a creaking sound, Monica came in carrying a thermos bucket. She looked a little uncomfortable, looking around but not daring to look at William. "What are you doing here?" William's face instantly turned cold when he thought about the applicants coming later. He didn't want the new applicant to see him arguing with his ex-sister-in-law. "If you're here to cause trouble for me, please leave. I have important things to deal with later." William directly ordered him to leave. Monica was about to say something, but when she heard William's words, a nameless anger suddenly rose from her heart. She was holding the soup that she had worked hard to cook for 4 hours. Unexpectedly, William didn't say a single nice word to her when they first met. Monica was instantly angry and aggrieved, and her eyes turned red unconsciously. "William, is this how you see me? Isn't it?" William looked away from his notebook, glanced at Monica briefly, and then returned his gaze to his laptop to continue to perfect the terms of the contract. "When have you ever seen me?" You have never mocked me. When have you ever seen me? You have never said a single good word. Monica, I have no relationship with the Lin family anymore. If you still want to stand up for your sister, you don't have to. William typed as he spoke, without even looking at Monica's reaction. When Monica heard this, she immediately wanted to refute. But when she opened her lips, she found that she couldn't speak for a long time. The past scenes flashed through her mind like a movie. It was a rainy day, and William went downstairs of the company to deliver documents to her. She started to scold him as soon as they met, complaining that he had no job and was so slow for a house husband. William looked angry at the time, but he said nothing in the end. But after that incident, no matter how Seline asked William to send her something, he would never do it again. The next scene is that William cooked a pot of soup and placed it on the dining table, one bowl for each person. She thought it tasted good, so she drank a little more of his bowl. When William saw it, she had just opened her lips, but before he could say anything, she started talking. He's a grown man, but he still argues with a woman over just a bowl of soup. Isn't that too pathetic? In the end, William said nothing, turned around, and left in silence. There are many similar things. Monica's face suddenly turned extremely pale. It turned out that she had never spoken a proper word to William, not even a greeting. When he and Yin Yin first got married, he did treat her as an older sister. He would take the heavy object from her hands, help her fix things, and remind her to bring an umbrella when the weather is bad. But all these good things were taken back bit by bit with the hurtful words that came out of her mouth. Suddenly, it seemed as if a pair of invisible hands were squeezing Monica's heart tightly in the air, making her feel suffocated. It turns out that her relationship with William is so terrible. It turns out that she has been hurting William in the past. It turns out that she had once been treated well by him. Unfortunately, it's too late. William took them all back. Regret was like a wave, drowning her wave after wave, making her regret her decision. William, I was wrong. I didn't do well in the past. Monica handed over the thermos with red eyes. This is the chicken soup I cooked for 4 hours. It's my way of expressing my apology and gratitude to you. I'm grateful that you saved me on the mountain. If it weren't for you, I don't dare to think about what my fate would be. Monica! William raised his eyes and called her. Monica's heart suddenly trembled, and she met William's eyes that were as cold as the frosty moon. I could throw this thermos on the floor and say that a soup that's been simmering for 4 hours is nothing good. It's just purines. But this is stewed in water. Before she could finish her words, Monica's face turned pale and blue. Because that's what she said before. Now William has returned it all to her. Monica staggered and looked at William's gentle and handsome face in embarrassment. But now there was an unprecedented indifference in his face. I could have done that, but I didn't because of my upbringing, not because you deserve it. So, now please take your things and get out. I still have to interview my employees, so please don't disturb us. After the voice fell, Monica hurriedly explained. I'm the one who came for the interview. Chapter 66 No, brother, where do you get your confidence from? Chapter 66 No, brother, where do you get your confidence from? You, William frowned. He opened the human resources software again and found that the other party had no photo and used an English name, so he didn't realize that the applicant was Monica. And this app has a feature that is to fully protect everyone's privacy. You need to register with your real name on the platform, but you can choose to hide your photo and use your English name from your employer. William didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that the system actually recommended his ex-sister-in-law to him as an assistant. This is ridiculous. No need for an interview. You're not suitable, so leave. Why am I not suitable? Monica quickly sat down opposite William. I have experience as an assistant to the president of a foreign company and in the sales department of an advertising company. I am very familiar with the legal terms of contracts and drafting contracts. As she spoke, Monica turned the notebook in William's hand toward herself, then quickly glanced at the contract on the page and raised a few points. The ones I just mentioned can all be modified in this way. This will make it more rigorous. William's eyes flashed with surprise. When it comes to contracts, Monica is indeed more professional than me. How about it? Am I suitable for this position? Monica's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. She didn't want to give up this hard-earned opportunity. She went to find her sister, who was in charge of human resources software operations. Unexpectedly, she came across a new application in the background, which showed that William was looking for an assistant. She immediately asked her sister to help her and push herself to William. No. William refused again. I still can't hire you. I believe you know very well how Ms. Lin was forced to resign. I can't use my clients as experimental subjects. As soon as the last word fell, Monica pressed the back of his hand and couldn't wait to explain. William, I promise, I won't be so impulsive again. I used to be. Before he could finish his words, William's eyes suddenly darkened and a chill instantly emanated from his body. Monica was so frightened that she quickly retracted her hand and raised 3 fingers. I swear, I will treat every one of your customers as gods and serve them. William, please give me a chance. I really need this job now. Moreover, I also want to stay by your side and do something for you to make up for the mistakes I made to you before. Go away. I'm not interested in keeping my ex-sister-in-law as an assistant. William refused again. Monica pursed her lips and said cheekily, but it seems you don't have the right to refuse. What's the meaning? You may be using this app for the first time and don't know much about the relevant regulations. So you check the option to accept a free trial. But if you accept this option, you can get candidates who are willing to compete for the job for free, but you will also lose the right to reject candidates. Unless the applicant makes any serious mistakes during the probation process, causing huge losses to the company, you can submit evidence and apply to terminate the relationship. Likewise, free job applicants cannot simply quit the job unless they encounter unfair workplace treatment or harassment in that regard. As the voice fell, Oscar said fuck and walked in. There is actually this kind of forced buying and selling. William was also speechless. He had heard from others that this app had a high job satisfaction rate, so he downloaded the app. I didn't expect that this free trial method could be used to improve the employer satisfaction. But brother, just use her. Haven't you done enough for her in the past? Hurry up and enslave her back. Oscar instigated. Monica nodded quickly and agreed. Yes, if you have anything that is not related to the company, you can ask me to do it. I will be a good assistant. Then, Mr. Cheen, it's settled. I will come to work tomorrow. After saying that, Monica ran away. Oscar sat at the table, opened Monica's loving old chicken soup and asked, "What is this?" "Monica's stew." Oscar's eyes lit up. "Brother, do you want a drink?" "What do you think?" Oscar chuckled when he saw that William wasn't interested. "Give it to me. I can use it." As he spoke, Oscar took a photo of the thermos and sent it to Lily. "Dear CEO, are you off work? Your canary has prepared a stomach-warming chicken soup for you. This is the chicken soup I worked so hard to make for 8 hours." Soon, Lily replied to Oscar. "Just got off work. Where are you? I'll ask the driver to pick you up." Oscar sent a location and immediately grinned. "Little guy, I'm going to fascinate you." William glanced at him sideways. "Why are you smiling so worthless?" "Brother, I'm doing something big now. I'll tell you when it's done. I have to go first. I'm going to get in my Cullinan and meet my little rich lady." Oscar picked up the thermos on the table and ran out. Oscar left. Eva walked into the yard, carrying vegetables from the supermarket. "Brother, can I use your gas stove? I forgot to pay the bill. There's no gas over there." "Okay." William didn't care about that. "But in return, I will cook dinner for you and Cheen you tonight. I will use my best skills to make you my signature dishes." "Okay." William responded with a smile. He was indeed a bit busy. Ever since the painting in Cheen Yu's room became popular, many people have come online to inquire about the price. William plays the role of a customer service representative, chatting with multiple people. He also has to find time to write customer service procedures and try to recruit a suitable assistant and train her according to this procedure. At this time, Cheen Yu is sitting quietly next to her father drawing. William occasionally glanced at her, then looked at his junior sister who was still busy in the kitchen, and suddenly he felt that time was peaceful and quiet. Since his divorce from Seline, William has had a different perspective on married life. When marrying a wife, you don't necessarily have to marry someone who is extremely beautiful or someone who is unattainable. On the contrary, the most important thing is to find someone who respects and loves you and live every ordinary day well. After Cheen Yu finished drawing the picture in her hand, her stomach started to growl, so she ran to the kitchen to see Eva curiously. After taking a look, she ran to William and whispered in his ear, "Dad, do you want to go and see Sister Enine? She seems to be about to blow up our kitchen." William heard this and went to the kitchen. He saw the messy kitchen counter and a pot of black and yellow fried rice. "Junior sister, is this sea urchin fried rice?" Eva looked a little embarrassed. "Ahem. Actually, this is egg fried rice." William was speechless. By now, he could probably tell that Eva wasn't very good at cooking. "Let me do it." William rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning the stove. In just a few seconds, the stove was cleaned. Immediately afterwards, William began to process the ingredients. He cut all the ingredients into even sizes as if by magic and even his movements were very graceful and beautiful, just like a high-level artist playing the piano. Eva just leaned against the doorframe and looked at William, watching the warm yellow light cast a thin shadow under his long eyes, looking at his soft black hair with the ends dipped in a faint light, which made his elegant and refined facial features look damn handsome. Boom, boom, boom. My heart was beating wildly. Eva doesn't understand. How can there be a man in this world who is so handsome and can cook? This is so perfect. Whoever marries him will be so happy. So what if it's a second marriage? Some men are not good, even if they are unmarried, such as Dennis. Soon, William cooked fried rice with shrimp, carrots, and eggs, and quickly made a fish soup, which he brought to the table in the small courtyard. Eva and Shinyu smelled the fried rice at the same time and said in unison, "It smells so good." William smiled with satisfaction. There was a ding-dong sound of messages coming from the laptop. William didn't reply, but closed the notebook. Eva was stunned. "Brother, don't you have to reply to the customer?" After saying that, she lowered her head again in embarrassment. "Sorry, I just saw it accidentally." "It doesn't matter. There's always work to be done. None of that is as important as having a meal with family and friends. Besides, bloggers can't be online 24 hours a day." After saying that, William picked up his bowl and started eating. In fact, he used to dislike Celine's communication with clients during mealtime. She would reply to the client's WeChat and talk to the client before she even took a few bites of food. Sometimes, she even moved her laptop to the dining table to work, as if she was afraid that others would not think she was a strong woman. But William couldn't say anything at the time. After all, Seline was working hard for her career. But now he has a choice. He can choose not to become that kind of person and not to be carried away by a career that is seeing a little progress. Eva secretly glanced at William again and felt more and more that senior brother Chin was a good family man and suitable for marriage. If one day she could really marry him as she wished, she would surely die of happiness. At this time, on the other side, the Ferris wheel. Oscar took Lily for a ride on the Ferris wheel with a bouquet of flowers and chicken soup. He wanted to say some romantic words to her when the Ferris wheel reached the top. As a result, there was a click. Lily rested her head on his shoulder. Oscar's heartbeat suddenly quickened. The corners of his mouth curled up, he glanced sideways, and was about to say the romantic words that were on his lips, but Lily fell asleep on his shoulder. "Oscar." The Ferris wheel went around and around, but Lily didn't wake up. Oscar said to the staff, "I'm sorry, my girlfriend fell asleep. We'll buy the tickets when she wakes up." Just like that, when Lily woke up, she walked out of the Ferris wheel in a daze, and when she saw the mobile payment amount handed to her by the staff, she was completely numb. 900 yuan? Yes. The staff member smiled. One round of the Ferris wheel is 45 yuan per person and 90 yuan for two people. In addition to the round you bought tickets for, you rode an extra 10 rounds, which is exactly 900 yuan. Oscar looked at Lily, raised his chin, and urged, "Give me the money." Then he looked well-behaved. We canaries are usually paid by our employers to satisfy their emotional value of spending money to find happiness. Lily, no, I don't. I don't have any need for this. And I don't feel happy when I spend money. Besides, do you think it's romantic for me not to wake you up when you fell asleep? It also makes me seem very sensible and considerate. Lily, no. Big brother. 10 rounds of the Ferris wheel. I slept on the Ferris wheel for 10 rounds in vain. Where's the romance in this? Lily cursed in her heart, scanned the payment code with great pain, and paid 900 yuan. Scan and leave immediately. I can't afford to offend you. I really can't afford to offend you. Whoever wants to keep this kind of prodigal canary can do so. Anyway, a cow and horse like her is not worthy. Oscar noticed that Eva seemed a little angry and quickly chased after her. Baby, did I do something wrong just now? Is there something about my business that I am not proficient in? Lily took a deep breath and said, "You are not only unskilled in your work, you are simply..." Before he could finish his words, the phone rang. Working woman Lily subconsciously opened her cell phone and took a look. My cousin transferred 60,000 yuan. Bag him. Support Oscar. First month package. Anyway, when I'm alone with my senior brother at night, I don't want to see him. Lily clicked to accept the transfer and gave Oscar a professional fake smile. You are simply outstanding in your work. After that, she transferred 30,000 to Oscar. This is the price for your 1-month service. Remember to be on call during the next month. Oscar quickly clicked to receive the transfer and grinned. Okay, I know my business ability is top-notch. How could you not be satisfied? Lily, no, brother, where do you get your confidence from? The next day, Monica reported to William's courtyard early. William was stunned for a moment, and finally took Monica and Oscar to Mr. and Mrs. Chen's villa. Chapter 67, Call the Police? That would be too easy for them. Chapter 67, Call the Police? That would be too easy for them. On the way, William recounted what happened yesterday. Oscar was completely speechless. How can there be such a shameless man in this world? Pushing his own wife out as bait for seduction? Isn't this too disgusting? Monica was also shocked. She quickly opened TikTok and pulled out an account. William, are you talking about this couple? Yes. William took a glance. Monica was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. I used to be their fan, and I envied how lucky Mrs. Chan was. I didn't expect them to be this kind of people. So disgusting. I'm going to unfollow them immediately. Before I could finish my words, Monica unfollowed me. Oscar thought that unfollowing her was not a big deal, so he quickly asked, Brother, why didn't you call the police yesterday? Call the police? That would be too easy for them. William chuckled and ordered, You just do whatever I tell you to do. Just follow my instructions, understand? I understand. Oscar nodded. Monica also nodded quickly and glanced at William's profile, feeling deeply touched. William could remain so calm despite such a big incident. Suddenly, William's image in his mind became taller. However, William has always been the backbone of the Lin family. During the 5 years of marriage with Seline, although William was unable to go out to work and did not achieve worldly success, his abilities had actually always been recognized by everyone. Whenever there is something to do at home, I would subconsciously push it to William. Just like when she disappeared this time, her parents and Yin Yin all subconsciously thought that William had a way and could do it. Thinking of this, and her current irreconcilable relationship with William, Monica felt more and more regretful, regretting why she had treated William like that in the first place. He is obviously a capable and charismatic person. Alas, there is no medicine for regret in this world. She can only slowly atone for her sins through her actions. On the other hand, Meng Xingzhou rented an office floor in the city center. Today, he specially took Mrs. Meng to visit the office. When he reached the door, he pointed proudly at the big sign of Xingzhou Network Technology Company and said, Mom, how is it? Pretty impressive, isn't it? Mrs. Meng smiled from ear to ear. It's magnificent, very magnificent. When Mrs. Meng walked into the spacious office floor and saw the people working in the booths, her eyes widened in shock. Xingzhou, you recruited people so quickly? You set up the company right away. Meng Xingzhou raised the corner of his mouth proudly. My mobility is pretty good, right? That's absolutely amazing. Besides, if I want to do something, I will do it to the best of my ability. The people I invited are all elites in the industry. This is the network risk control area, this is the sales area, this is the technical area, and this is the new product development area. The elites in each area are recruited from others. Look at the people in the risk control area over there. They have all served big stars. They have quite a lot of experience in the industry. Okay. Mrs. Meng's face was full of smiles. By the way, Mom, do you know where William's company is? In the suburbs. And he rents an old house that costs less than $1,000 a month. No one wants it. He lives in the house himself and uses it as a company. How poor? Mrs. Meng laughed sarcastically. That's how it should be. My son should be in a respectable big company like this. He's the son of that bitch, so naturally he should start a business in a rural place like that. As she spoke, Mrs. Meng transferred another $5 million to Meng Xingzhou. Son, Mama's out playing cards. You should work hard and impress your dad. Don't let him always talk about you as that bitch's son. Tell Mom if you don't have enough money. Good. After Mrs. Meng left, Meng Xingzhou walked to the risk control area and spoke to several staff members in this area. When you turn on a live broadcast, just watch William's live broadcast. I don't care about other people's live broadcasts. Just stare at his. Find faults. If I see any problem, I will immediately hire some trolls to smear him and magnify his problems. Anyway, whoever can hack into his live broadcast room and get his account blocked will be given a bonus by me. After saying that, Meng Xingzhou returned to his CEO's office, lay down on the big soft recliner, crossed his legs and sneered. William, don't you want to rely on the power of the internet to stand up? Then I will use the power of the internet to make you fall into eternal damnation. At this time, William's car arrived at the door of Chen's villa. This time, the person who opened the door was still Mrs. Chen. It was a sexy and hot silk suspender pajamas. Monica only took one look and couldn't help cursing in her heart. Shameless. Bitch. Vixen. What decent person would open the door dressed like this? Mrs. Chun felt the hostility in Monica's eyes as soon as she opened the door. Instead of being displeased, she proudly lifted her long wavy hair and joked to William. Hey, you brought 2 helpers today. As she spoke, Mrs. Chun also flirted with Oscar. The boy is quite handsome. Oscar shuddered immediately. For some reason, the image of his little rich woman immediately came to his mind. It's completely different from the gaudy stuff in front of me. His little rich lady is still cute and pretty. A group of people walked into Chin's house carrying tools. Seeing this, Mr. Chin chuckled and said, "It's no use bringing help. I tell you, the evidence is in my hands. Let me show you. I've already edited it." As he spoke, he proudly took out his phone and played the video. In the video, William kicked the door and rushed into the bathroom. Then Mrs. Chun ran out screaming in a bath towel. Immediately afterwards, William started fighting with Mr. Chun and threw him to the ground. The video ends here. Afterwards, all the conversations between the 2 people were deleted. Mrs. Chin's screams and cries for help were also eliminated. Just watching this video is enough to nail William to the pillar of shame for molestation. Oscar and Monica were furious after watching the video, but William acted as if nothing had happened and was calm as if he had no emotions at all. Mr. Chun thought he was giving in and laughed sarcastically. You guys, do your job well and don't try to play tricks. If I find that the quality is not satisfactory, you have to redo it for me. You, Oscar and Monica said in unison, ready to rush up and tear Mr. Chun apart. Fortunately, William grabbed one person in time and said something. Work first. When they arrived at the children's room, William asked Monica to sit aside and act as a customer service. He also asked Oscar to teach her how to do live broadcast and how to debug the live broadcast equipment. After dealing with all this, Oscar started to help William. Monica sat in front of her laptop, her eyes drifting to William from time to time. He was wearing an apricot-colored work suit and black leather boots, looking smart and neat. He sat on an iron ladder and painted banana leaves with a large brush. His movements were wild and unrestrained, but his strokes were precise, and he portrayed the texture of the banana leaves extremely clearly. Monica was stunned without realizing it. Why did she think William was useless before? He's obviously such a talented person. Monica found that she could spend a whole day just watching William paint. And that action is completely different from what we see in the live broadcast room. The scene was even more shocking. She even thought that such a person should not paint walls, but should paint and then hold exhibitions. It should be worshipped by everyone. After a while, the Chun couple also came up with their equipment to live broadcast. They saw William and the others were also broadcasting live. Both of them looked unhappy, but they didn't want to show any disgusted expressions in front of the camera. They started adjusting the beauty level of the live broadcast and then started the live broadcast. Hello, babies. It's us again, Sweet Chun. Today we're live streaming the painting of my daughter's nursery. You can see that next to me is the handsome anchor William Cheen. Can you help me keep an eye on him to see if he is slacking off? Mrs. Chun said this with a smile on her face, but the tone of her voice made Oscar feel uncomfortable. Soon after, Mr. Chun also entered the camera. Well, I want to ask William, since Sheen used 3D room painting became popular, have your orders increased? Yeah, it has increased. William answered indifferently while painting. I heard on the internet that more than 1,000 people have consulted you, and more than 50 customers have made reservation for the same room as Sheen use. Is that true? Yeah, William responded. So many. Mr. Chun was surprised. The average amount per household is 80,000. So wouldn't 50 orders be 4 million? Your wall painting is so expensive? It costs 4,000 yuan per square meter, and a slightly larger room costs almost 100,000 yuan. Are there really so many people doing it? Are you kidding me? Mr. Chun directly told William the offer. Chapter 68. William asked for debt in a live broadcast room. Chapter 68. William asked for debt in a live broadcast room. The voice fell. William was very unhappy. Because we agreed before that the price is a trade secret and cannot be disclosed. I didn't expect the person in front of me to be so dishonest and go back on his word. William stopped what he was doing, turned around, and glanced at Mr. Chun. Aren't you a human? Mr. Chun choked and immediately burst out. How can you talk like that? You just asked me, my wall painting is so expensive. Are there really so many people doing it? Then am I not doing it here now? So, I'm asking you seriously. Are you not a human being? Or do you feel that you promised me not to disclose my prices and respect my trade secrets? But now you've gone back on your word and disclosed them in front of the camera, and you feel that you're not a human being, so you don't regard yourself as a human being anymore. William looked at the man in front of him sincerely, and his expression seemed as if he was really trying to communicate with him about the question of whether he is a human being. Mr. Chun was immediately irritated by this expression. Besides, do you think it's expensive, Mr. Chun? That's not what you said when you came to me before. How can I be the same? I live in a big villa. How can I be an ordinary person? I I definitely don't think it's expensive. I can afford it, but most netizens are poor and can't afford it. As soon as the voice fell, Mrs. Chun hurriedly pulled his clothes, signaling him not to be led by William by the nose, and even said things like, netizens are poor bastards. Mr. Chin calmed down at this moment and quickly apologized to all netizens in front of the camera. I'm sorry, babies. I just said the wrong thing. Please forgive me. Mainly, I used to be poor, and I often waited for various discounts in the live broadcast room, so I said that. In fact, many of the babies who come in my live broadcast room are seated players. As long as the god of wealth favors you, you could be like us. Soar to the sky. Mr. Chun coaxed the netizens for a few words and then asked William some questions. As a colleague, I still have a few questions for Mr. Chin. As you just said, you have already received so many orders. Can you handle it? Will you hire someone to write for you in the future? If you do, how can you justify your prices and your customers? First of all, I want to refute your claim that it is expensive. I think art cannot be measured by price alone. Moreover, I did not force you to buy or sell. There are many wall paintings on the market, but my design, the mixed creativity of three-dimensional and flat, and the color matching are all unique. This is the value of this wall painting itself. I am its creator, and it is my right to decide what price I want to give it. Secondly, regarding the ghostwriting you mentioned, there should be someone to help you later, but I will give you two prices. One is the price for me to write the whole thing. The other is the price for me to be responsible for outlining and supervising. That's it. You don't have to worry about it. Mr. Chun smiled stiffly, and after failing to gain the upper hand in the 3 or 2 confrontations, he stopped talking. Mrs. Chun said a few words, put the live broadcast equipment here, and left. At this moment, after the price of William S. wall painting was leaked, netizens in the 2 live broadcast rooms began to get excited. Fuck, for 1,000 per square meter. So expensive. Just the wall painting alone costs almost 100,000 new Taiwan dollars for a room. I can't bear it. I really can't bear it. I heard someone ask for the price before, and it was 4,000. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect to see the price in Mr. Chin's live broadcast room, and even see the official announcement from him. Shocking. My monthly salary is not enough to buy 1 square meter of painting. I am really poor. At this time, Meng Xingzhou's network risk control department also began to take action. That's right. It is said that the price of a painting can be as high as 4,000 yuan per square meter, which is basically a price that only a relatively well-known art master in the market can offer. What is the basis for this blogger to do so? Alas, it has changed. When the young man renovated the old house, it was fine and simple. But after the renovation became popular, it has changed. That's right. Why should workers make things difficult for workers? Black, it's really too dark. After Eva and Monica saw the comments of the Black fans in the live broadcast room, they all came out to attack them. I think William is right. It is his right to set the price. It is our right to choose whether to buy or not. Compared to William S. frankness, I look down on Mr. Chun as a blogger even more. Prices are tacitly considered trade secrets in many industries. Someone promised to keep it confidential, but made it public in the live broadcast room. Is he still a human being? That's right. William really has a good temper and is very well-mannered. Soon, the comments of these 2 people resonated with many people. Since he said we are poor, I can't support him this time. Although I really am, you can't expose me. That's right, I felt insulted. He also said that he is not an ordinary person and that he lives in a big villa, so of course he can afford it. Oh my god, why do I feel like the blogger I like has his reputation ruined? That's right, it feels to me like he usually looks down on us, but still wants to get traffic from us. Despise. Let's be honest. William has the ability to do this. Why can't he set such a price? This is pure manual work, tiring work, and only one order is made after several days. Why should we morally require others to sell at a low price? Yes, this is originally a bait and switch. How can LV, Rolls-Royce, and Rolex be expensive? Everything in this world exists for its own meaning. I don't think William is being unscrupulous by setting this price. At this moment, the trend of the internet has completely changed. Meng Xingzhou was so angry that he smashed the teacup when he saw more and more people speaking well of William in the live broadcast room. William, you won't be so lucky next time. If I can't kill you, I won't be named Meng. Soon, a day passed, and William began to ask the Chun couple to inspect the project. Oscar and Monica also hurried to help put away the foam cotton on the floor, giving the owner a clean children's room. The Chun couple stared at the paintings on the four walls for a long time, trying hard to find any unqualified parts. But in the end, they found nothing and could only make their closing remarks to the live broadcast room. Okay, my dears, today's live broadcast ends here. I'm very grateful to my husband for preparing this surprise for me, and I hope that our little girl will feel very happy when she sees it tonight. That's it, Bot. Before he could finish his words, William interrupted. Wait, Mrs. Chun, you haven't paid yet. As he spoke, William handed over the WeChat payment code. Mrs. Chun was in a dilemma and couldn't say anything because it was a live broadcast. She picked up the phone awkwardly, then suddenly had an idea and said, well, I don't have any money on this phone. My phone with money on WeChat is live streaming. How about I pay you after the live streaming ends? Having said that, Mrs. Chun was about to cut off the live broadcast. No need to go through so much trouble. We also brought a POS machine. William pointed to his live broadcast equipment and said, please, Mrs. Chun, put a perfect into our live broadcast. That's right, Oscar agreed. Let the netizens see how generous Mrs. Chun, who lives in such a big villa, is when she pays. Oh, by the way, is she paying with a black card? Let a poor guy like me see the black card. As the voice fell, Mr. Chin walked in. Give me what? William, don't be so shameless. I agreed to cooperate with your live broadcast, and it will end here. Why are you going back on your word now? Mr. Chin's eyes widened, and he threatened William to speak nicely. Or do you want the majority of netizens to know about our transaction? Chapter 69. Exciting. Move your stools and get ready to eat melons. Chapter 69. Exciting. Move your stool and get ready to eat melon. Deal? What kind of deal is this between us? I've said it before. You have to pay me if you want to work. I don't do charity for people like you. William smiled. I'll give you one more chance. You can either give me the money or not. You only have one chance. Mr. Chin smiled sinisterly after hearing this. Okay, you want to break up with us, right? Then I won't stand for it. Mrs. Chin agreed. Yes, I can't bear it. Mr. Chin pointed at William and said to the live camera, I am here to warn all netizens. William, this person has very problematic morals. Don't ask him to do this kind of painting at home, especially if you have a beautiful wife or a daughter in her prime, because it is too dangerous. Before she could finish her words, Mrs. Chun had already choked up. At this moment, netizens became excited again. Fuck, this anchor's live broadcast room really has bloody dramas every day. It is estimated that there will be a big melon next. Exciting. Move your stool and get ready to eat melon. Front row. Front row +1. Meng Xingzhou became excited after seeing this and immediately went to his network department. Everyone work overtime. Find me some Navy troops right away. When this thing comes out, hype it up immediately. I want to blacken William in every way. I want William to be too embarrassed to face people again. Hurry up. Everyone get ready to hit your keyboards. Also, news, posts, and Weibo are all ready. At this time, in front of the live camera, the Chun couple will keep people in suspense. Mrs. Chun choked for a long time. Mr. Chun encouraged for a long time before he was allowed to continue. Originally, I didn't want to talk about this, because this matter will hurt my wife. We had originally agreed on a cooperation with William. That is, he would give us 80,000 yuan in mental damages and medical expenses to offset the service fee this time. But I didn't expect that he was so shameless as to take advantage of our psychology of not wanting the matter to be exposed and use the live broadcast to force us to pay. Now, I want to go public with my real name and report to the entire internet that William came to our villa under the guise of accepting orders, took the opportunity to peek at my wife taking a bath, molested her, and beat me after the incident. William excitedly, like a husband who had really been cheated on. At this point, the internet naturally exploded. Fuck, this is too disgusting. This is not a house collapse. This is a mudslide. Call the police immediately. Decidedly unfollow. Disgusting man, back off. At this time, Meng Xingzhou was extremely excited. Hurry up and write a post for me. Blacklist William on the entire internet. No, report on this incident about William. Spend some money. I will definitely make it a hot topic. William, you'll be on the sewing machine soon. In less than 10 minutes, some eye-catching posts were forwarded crazily. Shock. Pictures show the truth. The hypocritical male blogger actually peeped at the beautiful Mrs. Chun taking a bath. There are pictures. How outrageous. The male blogger of Qingfeng Jiwa actually did such a thing. Click here. A lot of real photos of William incident have been leaked and will be removed soon. When such a post was published, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, and some netizens who did not watch the live broadcast also clicked on the article. Of course, the so-called pictures and truth are all screenshots of the live broadcast room and some sexy photos of Mrs. Chun in her early years, but there are no photos of the crime scene. But despite this, many people were deceived into clicking. Eva was furious when she saw these posts. Senior brother Chin is definitely not such a person. Lily, contact the legal department and the internet department immediately. The people in the legal department will be responsible for finding trouble with these people from a legal perspective, and the people in the internet department will be responsible for blackmailing and deleting posts. Arrange them quickly. Yes, Lily responded immediately and started to do it. However, even though the Lon family began to intervene in this matter, the incident was still pushed to a new level as most people forwarded it. At this time, in front of the live camera, Mr. Chun was still accusing William. But unexpectedly, William remained expressionless throughout the whole process, as if he was not the one being accused. He just stood there in the clear breeze and bright moon, exuding a faint artistic temperament, just like the bright moon on the treetops, cold and a little aloof, making it impossible to associate him with a wretched man. Are you done? If you are, then it's my turn to speak. Chapter 70, So to See Mrs. Chen's Body. The price is 80,000? Chapter 70, So, considering Mrs. Chen's health, the price is 80,000? After hearing this, Mr. Chun suddenly felt his scalp tingling for some reason. You tell me. I want to see how you can argue. Yeah. William nodded. You said I peeped at your wife taking a bath, and you caught me and beat you. In the end, we reconciled, and I promised to give you 80,000 yuan in mental damages. Is that what you mean? Yes, that's what I mean. Mrs. Chen pointed at William and agreed excitedly. Okay. William smiled. Then why didn't you call the police? That's because you cried and begged us. You cried and said you knew you were wrong. We are in the same industry, so I didn't call the police. And I was worried that calling the police would affect my baby's reputation. Mr. Chen defended. Okay, I'll take that as your explanation. William still looked calm and collected. Then can you describe to the netizens what happened that day? Of course, because I have evidence. I don't need to tell you. I'll just use my phone to post the video of what happened that day. As he spoke, Mr. Chun took out his cell phone as if he was taking out token. Hey, William, let me ask you, are you scared? If you beg for mercy now, I can still not make this video public. William ignored him and turned to Oscar and said, turn on the live broadcast equipment and aim it at Mr. Chen's phone. Brother, Oscar called nervously. He had watched the video and knew it would definitely cause misunderstanding among netizens. It doesn't matter. Everyone will see it. Just broadcast it live when I tell you to. Oscar always listens to William and naturally does what he says. At this moment, Monica clenched her palms, extremely nervous, and looked at William with concern, hoping that he would be okay this time. How can he be so calm? At this time, netizens had similar thoughts to Monica. If nothing else, don't you think Brother Chuan is so calm? Yes, generally when someone accuses you of something like this, if it's a false accusation, you'll be very angry. And if you've done it, you'll definitely feel guilty. Why do I feel like Mr. and Mrs. Chun are feeling a little guilty? Where did these internet trolls come from? Did William hire them? That's right, they say there is evidence. The surveillance video is proof, yet you're still trying to whitewash it. At this moment, netizens were seeing the processed video that William had seen before in the two live broadcast rooms. The crowd was instantly excited again. I've called the police. You're welcome. Fuck, how shameless. You really can't tell from his appearance that he is this kind of person. William, go to hell. Hurry up and get on the sewing machine. I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. At this time, Meng Xingzhou in front of the live camera laughed so hard that he choked. William, let me see how you will die this time. Everyone in the internet department, listen up. By me trending searches, write me posts. I want everyone in the country to know about this. No matter how much it costs, I will ruin William's reputation. Got it, everyone responded. At this moment, William stood straight in front of the live camera, like a poplar tree on a frontier road, with a calm aura. The Taishan mountain collapses in front of him, but he remains calm. A deer appears on his left, but he does not blink, describes William today. Mr. Chen's hands were shaking as he held the phone. He was extremely emotional. William, what else do you have to say now? Okay, Then let me ask you, where were you when I wanted to peek at Mrs. Chun taking a bath? I am upstairs. Then do you think I would choose to kick the door if I wanted to peek at Mrs. Chun taking a bath? Mr. Chin's face suddenly changed, and he quickly explained, That's because my wife refused to open the door. That's because, yes, you didn't even know I was at home. Okay, since you said I didn't know you were at home, then the person who negotiated the contract with me was Mrs. Chun, right? Then why did Mrs. Chun suddenly go to take a shower in broad daylight while she was negotiating the contract with me? That's because you've already negotiated the contract. My wife is very particular about hygiene and often washes herself several times a day. This is not unusual. No, let's assume that what you said makes sense. Then let me ask you again, why wouldn't a normal man beat the other person to death if he found out about this? Why would you reconcile? Moreover, the settlement amount is neither too much nor too little. It is just the price I paid for your wall painting. How did you calculate this price? Or, the price of watching your wife take a bath is worth 80,000. If this is the case, then choosing to keep the peace and solve the problem with money is inconsistent with your image of doting on your wife, isn't it? You said you didn't call the police because you were worried about your wife's reputation. Anyone with a normal outlook would know that even if this matter were to be made public, the man would be at fault, not the woman who was peeped at. You're not calling the police because of this narrow-minded thinking. Doesn't that go against your image of promoting positive energy every day? When the voice fell, Mr. Chen's face trembled violently. You're still trying to make excuses when the time comes. The surveillance video I have is the best proof. Well, I see many netizens have already called the police. When the police come, do you dare to hand over the evidence to them? Do you think the police station doesn't have a technical identification department? Can't they find out that your video has been edited and specially processed? At this time, Mrs. Chen's delicately made-up face was already showing signs of cracking. William slowly and leisurely fixed the stains from the paint on his sleeves. His voice neither hurried nor slow. You are smart and you know that secretly recorded things cannot be used as evidence in court. But what if this thing was not recorded by me at all? What if it was recorded by your camera? As he said this, William looked up and smiled. Excuse me, I asked for your Wi-Fi password this morning, and I downloaded the images from all the surveillance cameras connected to your Wi-Fi. I have a processed and genuine copy here. Why don't you let netizens appreciate it? Mrs. Chen's face turned pale with shock, and she rushed forward to grab William's cell phone without thinking. William stepped back and said, Mrs. Chun, if you didn't have any hidden agenda, why did you come and snatch my phone? After hearing this, Mr. Chun quickly grabbed his wife and said, Don't be fooled. He is definitely not that powerful. He is cheating us. At this moment, Mrs. Chun was shaking all over. Her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't think at all. William still smiled. Then I will broadcast it? Mrs. Chun looked at her husband nervously and asked in a low voice, What should we do? Should we gamble or not? Mr. Chun swallowed and said, Wait, let's solve this matter privately. End the live broadcast now. No, you have to pay first. William handed over the payment code again, looking calm and confident. I remember I told you before that if you saw Mrs. Chun, I would pay you. But if not, I have to pay for my work. Chapter 71 Seline sees her sister and William together. Chapter 71 Seline sees her sister and William together. As the voice fell, Mr. Chen's face turned pale. These are exactly what William said before. At this moment, he was not sure whether William had any evidence, but he could not afford to take the risk, so he could only transfer the money to William obediently, which was very painful. After receiving the money, William immediately opened the video and aimed it at Oscar's live camera. Netizens clearly heard Mrs. Chun calling. William kicked the door because she was calling for help. Moreover, after William knocked Mr. Chun down, there was a follow-up. Mr. Chun directly admitted that he set up the trap and said that William had no choice but to be controlled by him. That face is so disgusting. When William asked him if many things in this villa were also arranged in this way, he did not deny it. While the video was playing, Mr. Chun rushed forward to stop William. But Monica stood in the way. It's too late for you to stop it now. The majority of netizens already know your true identity. William, you go back on your word. Mr. Chun was so angry that his teeth were itching. William smiled, looking somewhat innocent. I didn't say I wouldn't broadcast it if I received the money. Before Mr. Chun could say more, the sound of sirens rang out, coming from far away and getting closer and closer. One sound after another hit him and his wife in the heart, scaring them so much that they became limp and trembling. Eva hired someone to dig out a lot of negative information about the Chin couple, and it quickly spread on the internet. It turns out that the so-called rich people's personalities are all fake. The villa is rented, and many of the sofas, home appliances, and decorations were obtained through honey trap. In almost all cases, Mrs. Chun seduces first, and Mr. Chun catches the couple in adultery later. But there are also some people who really have dirty thoughts, but they're worried that their family members will find out, so they have to let them control them. The incident quickly escalated, and William became a hot topic and was given the nickname Calm Brother. The number of fans on Weibo and TikTok has doubled. I feel like Chuan-gu has become even more popular this time. I'm really a huge fan of this anchor. Lovely Owl, Lovely Owl. This is definitely not a script designed by Chuan-gu after all. The Chin couple were arrested. I really like the bloody little drama in Brother Chuan's live broadcast room. Huh? Offline, William went to the police station to record his statement, then drove Oscar and Monica back to the yard. As soon as the three of them arrived, and before they even walked into the yard, Seline got out of Dennis' car angrily and rushed to Monica like a gust of wind. How did you get together with William? She looked exactly like a wife caught cheating in bed. His face turned red due to anger. Monica was caught by her own sister and was shocked and looked very uncomfortable. I'm here to work. Monica knew that her family would definitely not agree with this, especially Yin Yin. But she still wanted to keep it a secret as long as possible. Stay with William as long as you can. But she never expected that she would be caught by her family after only one day of work. Monica suddenly felt panicked. She even had an extremely reluctant thought of leaving. Come to work? What do you do here? Celine's brows were tightly knitted. Alarm bells rang in her heart, and the scene that appeared in her mind was Monica hugging William's neck tightly that day. Accurate. She was extremely unhappy. Be an assistant. Monica swallowed, not daring to look her sister in the face. William was looking for an assistant online. I didn't know it was him, so I came here to apply. Seline didn't believe this at all. Even if you don't know the boss's name, the location can never be wrong. She didn't believe that Monica didn't know the address of William's courtyard. You, come back with me. I don't allow you to work here. Seline took Monica's hand and was about to take her to the car. Monica didn't want to just follow Seline, and the two of them were pulling each other. Yin Yin, I have my own ideas about this matter, and we have signed a trial agreement on the system. If I leave now, I am really worried that it will affect my account level and I will not be able to find a job in the future. Seeing that her sister's ideological work was unsuccessful, Seline walked up to William and spoke with the air of a female leader. William, I order you to fire my sister now. Now, immediately, right now. It's fine if my sister is ignorant. But why are you fooling around too? What will happen if the eldest sister-in-law works as an assistant to her brother-in-law? Are you all crazy? Have you ever thought about my feelings? William, I came to see you as soon as I got off the plane, and I brought you a gift that I carefully selected from abroad. In the end, what did I see? I saw you and my sister laughing together. Are you doing me justice by doing this? Have you ever thought about how hard it is for me to be abroad? I'm exhausted and you show me this? William, do you have a conscience? Seline spoke. The angrier she became, and the more aggrieved she felt. In the end, she simply threw the gift bag in her hand away. A beautiful glass, heart-shaped crystal rolled out of the bag. Compared to Seline's excitement, William stood still and said nothing. For a moment, Monica even felt that he had gone back to the past and turned into the William who allowed Seline to beat and scold him without saying a word back. Because he just stood there, his emotions were always indifferent and cold like a bright moon in the sky. After a long time, William waited until Seline had vented everything before he suddenly said something. Who are you to command me? Who are you to command me? Seline was stunned. Before she could say anything, she heard William's voice without a trace of emotion. Let me remind you that we are divorced. These words were like a heavy punch, causing Celine's pupils to tremble violently. For a moment, she was embarrassed and out of control. In fact, she led a group abroad from the day she left the Civil Affairs Bureau. These days, she has been filling herself with work and has no time to stop and think about anything. So, she feels that there is no difference between divorce and not divorce. She even forgot that she had divorced William. It was not until she was reminded just now that she came to her senses and realized that she was actually divorced from William. They were no longer husband and wife. She didn't know why, but when she realized this, her blood ran cold and her heart ached as if she was about to die. This familiar and painful feeling only occurred a few years ago when Dennis broke up with me. Seline didn't understand why she felt this way at this moment. She could only stare blankly at William's lips moving. Now, Monica and I are no longer the brother-in-law and sister-in-law relationship. Besides, it's not that I want to establish an employer-employee relationship with her. It's that she refuses to leave. Besides, William paused, and Seline looked up at him blankly, her eyes blank and with a hint of uneasiness and fear. What? Chapter 72 William. I don't believe you don't have any feelings for me. Chapter 72 William. I don't believe you don't have any feelings for me. Seline, everyone is busy with life, and everyone is working hard. Don't take your tiredness out on others. When you went abroad before, every time you came back, you would repeatedly emphasize how hard and tired you were, as if when you get angry at others like this, they should just bear with it. But have you ever thought about it? I never asked you to work so hard. All I wanted was a simple life for our family of three, to be able to talk together, go to the park, go shopping together, sit down and have a good meal together, that's all. Besides, William glanced at the heart-shaped glass crystal on the ground. I didn't ask you to give me a gift. We have no relationship now, and I won't accept it even if you give it to me. Please don't force your kindness on me. That's right, Oscar agreed, who would come to give a gift to their ex-husband and bring Bai Yue Guang's first love with them. Those who know would think you came to give a gift, and those who don't would think you brought Bai Yue Guang to cause trouble after your divorce. I didn't have a car. Ollie went to the airport to pick me up. William interrupted Seline before she could finish her words. You don't have to explain this to me. We're divorced. After saying that, William turned around and tried to walk into the small courtyard. Seline suddenly smiled and reached out to pull William's arm. You're jealous, aren't you? I sent you a WeChat message, and you were actually very happy in your heart, right? But when you saw me coming here with Dennis, you deliberately treated me like this. Seeing that William did not refute, Seline continued talking. Yes, I admit that Dennis is irreplaceable in my heart. He is my white moonlight, my first love, and someone who is on par with me. So I will subconsciously put him in a position that no one can reach. But, William, you are just a little bit inferior to Dennis. You are Chengqing's father, the one who got me, and the one who married me. You don't have to argue with Dennis for this, right? Can't Dennis and I be husband and wife? Or can we be friends? William, I'm not forcing you to say anything nice today. I'm reminding you that you actually care about me in your heart, but you're just blinded by your anger and jealousy. I've also shown my sincerity, and telling you this honestly today is my biggest change. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave now. Seline, I don't want to say anything too harsh because you once gave birth to my child. We're over. Please stop these groundless fantasies. If I still had fantasies about you, I wouldn't have ended up getting a divorce. After saying that, William walked into the small courtyard. Seline wanted to rush in, but was blocked by Oscar. My brother has made it very clear that he has no feelings for you. Please, our noble ballet goddess, get out of here immediately and stop doing these self-degrading things. Seline glared at Oscar fiercely and yelled at William's back. William, I don't believe you don't have any feelings for me. William, stop fooling yourself. Oscar couldn't bear to listen anymore and rolled his eyes. I'm really fucking impressed by you, old man. What a lousy ballet goddess. Bah, does your cerebellum not develop, or did your forehead get pinched? Have you ever seen anyone asking for reconciliation with a white moonlight? You told my brother that he was second, a little below Dennis. Do you really think you're the queen, with girls on both sides? Get out, get out, get out now. Stop being annoying. My brother doesn't need you to have him in your heart. There are a lot of people chasing him now. If you want to talk to him, please come here and scan the code to queue up. Seeing that William was no longer visible, Seline didn't bother to argue with Oscar and pulled Monica straight into Dennis' car. When the door slammed shut, Celine's eyes fell on the heart-shaped glass crystal rolling on the ground. That special-shaped crystal is very difficult to find, especially this kind of thing which is not cut, but is a natural heart shape, and the price is shockingly expensive. At that time, Seline was shocked when she asked for the price, but when she thought of William, she gritted her teeth and bought it. Seline took a breath and said to Dennis, "Don't drive yet." As she spoke, she opened the door again, got out, and walked towards the heart-shaped glass crystal. She still couldn't bear to throw away such a good thing. I'd better wait until William calms down before giving him another gift. It's also her fault. She didn't think much about it today and just came here in Dennis' car. Seline now realized that she had not done well enough. But unexpectedly, before she reached the heart-shaped glass crystal, a shadow rushed over quickly. A husky with gray and blue fur rushed over and looked like it was going to bite her heart-shaped glass crystal. Seline spoke. She saw the husky sniff Crystal twice, then turn away with no interest. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I saw the husky turn around and point its butt towards the crystal. Phew! In a flash, he defecated a large amount of shit, precisely covered on the heart-shaped glass crystal. Seline frowned instantly. Oscar burst out laughing when he saw this scene. Seline, you see, belated affection is like this piece of glass crystal that has been shit on it. No matter how beautiful and exquisite it looks, it is hard to love it. It makes people want to vomit. After saying that, Oscar turned around and went back to the courtyard and closed the door. You, Seline looked at Oscar a smug look and stomped her feet in anger. He looked at the shit-stained crystal again and finally turned and left. At this moment, Dennis felt extremely complicated. He had a vague feeling of uneasiness. Seline, who always put him first, was getting further and further away from him. In fact, as a man, he really enjoys being Seline's white moonlight. He enjoyed the feeling that Seline put him first and left her husband behind everywhere. This will make him feel very accomplished. So, after Seline got divorced, he encouraged her to continue pursuing William, just like a qualified male best friend. But the premise is that Seline has him in her heart. Monica in the car was also secretly looking at Dennis. She found that Dennis was becoming more and more strange. If he really likes Yin Yin, how could any man be willing to watch the woman he likes pursue other men? How could she know that Dennis had a quirk? It is difficult to get up for ordinary women. Only for married women, it is possible. In particular, the more she cares about his wife in his heart, and the more she says, you can't let your husband down in bed, the more stimulation he can feel and the longer he can last. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to last more than 5 minutes with other women. This made him feel inferior and bored. So this time he came back with the intention of taking Seline into his own pocket. Who knew Seline was divorced? He could only encourage her to pursue William again and see if she could find the feeling of being a wife from Seline. Of course, if you asked Dennis whether he liked Seline or not, he would say yes. After all, she is his first love. Even though they have been dating for so long, he still has one regret. They have never slept together. But he was extremely clear. The Chi family would not allow him to marry a divorced woman. Therefore, he can clearly distinguish between playing and marrying. Seline is for playing and sleeping, while Eva is for marrying. Soon, Dennis sent the person back to the Lin family. Seline dropped her bag as soon as she returned to the villa. Frank and Jessica looked at her in surprise. What's wrong? Seline pointed at Monica angrily and said, ask her what she did. Monica's heart skipped a beat. Oops. Her family would definitely not agree with her staying with William. What should I do? But she really wanted to stay with William. Chapter 73, touch his chest muscles.